Chapter 35, Year 4 to 9. Beta, Cloudy. Trigger warnings: if you're sensitive or in a bad mind state already, proceed with caution. Asterisk. It came too suddenly. I knew what had to be done, really, I understood it. Power of plot had proven too strong for me to overcome on my own. Lily and James still died, Quirrell still got possessed, the diary was still given to Ginny, someone broke out of Azkaban, the tournament still happened, and now Voldemort was going to be resurrected. I acknowledged it'd be futile to stop such events. If the Dark Lord had to return, I wanted it to be on my terms, or at least as much as I could make them my terms. I wanted to use the situation to my advantage, so in the end I would come out the victor, and he the loser. Above all, I could not sit by and allow my dear little Harry to go through such events when I was willing to fall on that grenade. Mentally, and physically I was prepared as I could be. Emotionally I had to admit I was lacking. No matter what words I said, or reasoning I provided, there was a deeply ingrained fear inside my heart. Echoes of that horrible night would never leave me. The nightmares, I feared, would persist for all of my life. In the worst of it, I would only see those red eyes and hear that high-pitched cold laughter. Voldemort scared me. He was a monster, a powerful force that I had to fight. Yet fight it, I would. Because I was so anxious and dreadful of that terrible task, time flew by quicker than what I would have liked. All too soon it was the evening of the task. I was able to eat a bland breakfast, but nerves prevented me from eating lunch or dinner. It was nice that they allowed Sirius, Remus, and the Weasleys per Sirius's insistence to visit me before the task, but it did nothing to soothe the jumbled nerves I felt. With a dry throat, a wobbly stomach, and a resigned heart, I set out to the maze. The third task. Nervously, I brushed down the hem of my skirt. My fingers ran over my emergency port key. I bought it years ago to use in case a heist went wrong. It would definitely disqualify me to use it, but if Voldemort was too dangerous to face, or if he even uttered Ava, I was friggin' using it. I highly doubted Voldemort would kill me outright. The megalomaniac would want a long drawn-out monologue of bragging to his followers. He'd want to intimidate me to the fullest extent of his capabilities. There was a flash of another memory, one that hurt so much to think about it left me breathless. He'd do to me what he did to Lily. Nervous? Teased Tom, picking up on my anxiety. How unlike you. I'm only human. I have no idea what we'll be facing inside the maze. You'll be fine. I hope so. Tom's magic softly brushed against my own, and I wished I had a warm hand to hold. My eyes screwed shut as I listened to the students enter the stadiums at the front of the maze. They were loud, boisterous, and ignorant of what was to come. I found myself envious of their innocence for a moment, and then I slapped my cheeks to shake off that nonsense. Wishing was useless. Ladies and gentlemen, the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Let me remind you how the points currently stand. In first place, with 92 points, Miss Rosalind Potter, of Hogwarts School. The cheers and applause sent birds from the Forbidden Forest fluttering into the darkening sky. In second place, with 80 points, Mr. Victor Crumb, of Dumstrang Institute. More applause. And in third place, Miss Fleur Delacour, of Beauxbatons Academy. So, on my whistle, Rosalind, said Bagman. 3, 2, 1. He blew the whistle. I dove into the maze. The towering hedges cast black shadows across the path, and, whether because they were so tall and thick or because they had been enchanted, the sound of the surrounding crowd was silenced the moment I entered the maze. With my wand out, I muttered, Lumos. And so began my journey through the maze. Honestly, after being a thief and sneaking around shit for so long, I had an innate instinct to avoid the worst of it. There was only one obstacle I couldn't get around. It was a sphinx. It had the body of an overlarge lion, great clawed paws and a long yellowish tail ending in a brown tuft. Its head, however, was that of a woman. She turned her long, almond-shaped eyes upon me as I approached. She was not crouching as if to spring, but pacing from side to side of the path, blocking my progress. Then she spoke, in a deep, hoarse voice. You are very near your goal. The quickest way is past me. Oh kind and beautiful Sphinx, won't you let me pass? No, she said, continuing to pace. Not unless you can answer 3 of my riddles. Answer on your first guess for each, I let you pass. Answer wrongly, I attack. Remain silent, I will let you walk away from me unscathed. I held my wand aloft. Okay. May I please hear your first riddle? The Sphinx sat down upon her hind legs, in the very middle of the path, and recited. First think of the person who lives in disguise. Who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. Next, tell me what's always the last thing to mend. The middle of middle and end of the end? And finally give me the sound often heard during the search for a hard-to-find word. Now string them together, and answer me this. Which creature would you be unwilling to kiss? Person who lives in disguise. A fake, a clown, a mask, I trailed off. Masquerade? Spy? MN. But deals in secrets and lies, that'd be a spy. My brow furrowed in concentration as I thought. Sound often heard. I'm sorry, could you repeat after that? The Sphinx smiled as she did that. I heard ER the most. String together. Spy ER. Spiff spider. That is one, agreed the Sphinx. Relieved, I asked, may I hear your second riddle? Echoes from a shadow realm. Whispers of things yet to come. Thoughts strange sister dwells in night. Is swept away by dawning light. Of what do I speak? Dream. Hey. Sorry, it slipped out. Dream, I answered, frowning because Tom beat me to it. The Sphinx nodded. I let out a long sigh. Okay. One more. May I please hear your final riddle? What costs nothing but is worth everything? Weighs nothing but lasts a lifetime. That one person cannot own but two can share. Worth everything? The word tumbled out, love. The Sphinx beamed at me. She got up, stretched her front legs, and moved aside to allow me to pass. Onto the path I went, goosebumps crawling down my arms. Oh no, I complained to Tom as a giant, hairy, spider descended from above me to block the path. So much you. Unfortunately for that spider I knew a lot of offensive sills. My wandless, silent, Oxio ripped apart its legs and a bombarda made its head explode into a gooey mess. My nose wrinkled in disdain. Ugh, bloody disgusting things. Sidestepping the corpse of the monster, I headed on down the path. At the end was the Triwizard Cup. A flutter of butterflies danced in my stomach, the nerves making me hesitate. I double-checked my emergency portkaya in my pocket, sighing with relief it was still there. Here goes everything, I thought, grasping at it. There was a tug behind my navel and my world warped as I was whisked away. Asterisk. I landed gracelessly on some grass. Letting out a shaky breath, I looked around to assess my surroundings. Part 2 of the maze? Inquired Tom, intrigued by the abrupt transition. Or was the cup a trick? I don't think this was meant to be part of the tournament, Tom. Tom did not answer right away as I looked around the dark and overgrown graveyard. The black outline of a small church was visible beyond a large yew tree to their right. A hill rose above me to my left. I could just make out the outline of a fine old house on the hillside. Wait, that can't be. Whatever Tom was about to say was abruptly cut off. I heard the crunch of grass behind me, felt a lurch of fear, and whirled around to face what was to come. Things did not go as expected. Crucio. Pain. What a small word for something so impactful. The Cruciatus curse was beyond description aside from that one word. It was not hot, it was not cold, it was not sharp, nor dull. Nothing could be used to describe it aside from pain. Agonizing, debilitating, unforgettable pain. The kind of pain that the mind literally cannot comprehend. The kind of pain that once it's over the mind refuses to think about it anymore other than yeah, that hurt. I had thought that being reborn was going to be the most excruciating experience in any of my lives. I thought having repeated aneurysms for months as my magic repaired the damage was going to be the epitome of pain I could experience. I was wrong. The Cruciatus curse was worse by such a significant amount I was honestly surprised. Pain. That was it. Pain from the top of my scalp to the tip of my toes, only pain. In reality, it was a second, maybe two. It felt like minutes. I could not breathe, I could not catch my breath long enough to let out a scream. I could only drop to the ground like a sack of stones tossed into a dark lake, as silent tears unwillingly seeped from my eyes. Pain. It exploded into my mind palace, shattering nearly every barrier I had set up. I had not prepared, not anticipated, not expected such a world-shattering horrendous experience. Never in my wildest nightmares could I have imagined how excruciatingly arduous the Cruciatus curse was. I could not gather thoughts, let alone respond to Tom's fervent cry of dismay as I fell to the cold, wet, grassy floor. Then it was gone. Rosie. Rosie. Are you? He was flustered, bewildered by the unexpected assault. His magic spread around me, and I could catch echoes of his alarm with each haggard breath I took. I knew the cup would transport me to the graveyard. I wanted Voldemort's resurrection for the explicit purpose of using him as bait to draw out those who would have otherwise slipped under my radar. Anyone who would side with him, I wanted to eliminate from the political sphere. I had anticipated some terror, but I had not considered the fact that I would be assaulted with the Cruciatus right off the bat. Voldemort ought to have been too weak to do such a curse straight away. I also thought he would want me alive and coherent to torment and terrorize me during his resurrection. Using Cruciatus could addle my mind too much for me to be properly scared of him. The plan was to allow myself to be captured, witness his resurrection and ideally see who came to his side to confirm my targets, then use the emergency portkaya in my pocket to immediately leave. My fingers twitched as I moved to my pocket. If the Dark Lord was strong enough to do that much already, I needed escape and reassess. It would be foolish to stay any longer. My fingers grazed against the porte-clés. Nothing happened. Tom, who had known about my emergency porte-clés prior, was shocked. His magic jumbled and tumbled as I caught the whispers of fear from him. Death did not scare me, but I was afraid to leave my loved ones alone. After the Yule Ball, I had set things up so if I had died Kriaker would hire someone else using my funds to help Tom get a body. I would hate for my friend to be stuck in limbo, isolated for who knew how much longer. I had also set it up so if I died prematurely Professor Dumbledore and Harry would receive a letter detailing dreams I had experienced since I was young. I had prepared that little measure when I was 8 or 9. But the thought of seeing my little Harry clutching Iris at my funeral. His eyes would have been bloodshot and puffy. He would have been pale, flushed, and lanky, unable to eat or sleep. Would he have been more angry or afraid? Sirius would have fallen into grief again. He was still mourning James and Lily. If I died too soon, would that break him? Remus was strong, yet terribly fragile at the same time. He would put on a face for Sirius and Harry, but he'd stop taking care of himself in the process. Who would pick him up? And Tom? Tom's magic was a mess, a chaotic concert of things the boy was too emotionally immature to know how to handle. Fear for me, concern for himself, rage at the attacker, confusion that the porte-clés didn't work, and everything in between. Change of plans, my dear Rosie. I made a move to stand up but crucio. The breath left me as I fell back down from the tidal wave of pain that pressed upon me. 3 seconds in reality, 30 minutes in my mind. Perhaps that was the power of magic, or perhaps that level of pain transcended the mind's capability to comprehend time. The end result was me laying on the ground, my body shuddering involuntarily from the echoes of the muscle spasms. I was loose, my fingers unable to clench into a fist tight enough to pick up a blade of grass, let alone use my wand. My eyes drifted up and I saw a harrowed man, beady eyes glaring hatefully at me. I did not recognize the man right away, but I did notice the dark bundle he carried in his arms. Wormtail, came a high-pitched voice, that's enough. Wormtail? The pain had left my mind in a hazy state, things were fractured and splintered. Words were difficult to form in the foggy mess my mind had melded into. Yes, my lord, simpered the beady-eyed man as he used his wand to levitate me into the air. Peter Pettigrew? Due to the damage done to my mind palace was in shambles. The memories that came to me were immediately shared with Tom. I recalled a picture of the man in question as he became listed as a wanted terrorist. It looks like him but he's... Tom struggled to find the right word. Wasted away. What happened to him? I don't know. I don't know. Peter Pettigrew had deteriorated to a husk of man. Wherever he had been spending the past decade, it had not been the life of a well-fed, pampered, pet. His sunken eyes bored into my own, glittering with plain loathing and dark disgust. He levitated me in the dark, placing me in the arms of a cold, stone statue. The statue came to life by magic, grabbing me and holding me still. My wand laid at the ground at my feet, untouched. I had not anticipated Peter to be at Voldemort's side. Rookwood had escaped Azkaban, after all. Where was he? Why was Peter here instead? Peter set down the dark bundle and a large snake slithered around it. The traitor then pushed a stone cauldron in front of the statue that held me. It was full of some type of liquid. There was something in the bundle Peter had placed on the ground. It stirred persistently, as if trying to free itself. Peter busied himself at the bottom of the cauldron with a wand. Wand. Suddenly there were crackling flames beneath it. The large snake slithered away into the darkness. The liquid in the cauldron seemed to heat very fast. The surface began not only to bubble, but to send out fiery sparks, as though it were on fire. Steam was thickening, blurring the outline of Peter tending the fire. The movements beneath the robes became more agitated. I listened to the high, cold voice hiss out, "Hurry." The whole surface of the water was alight with sparks now. It might have been encrusted with diamonds. "It is ready, master." "Now," ordered the cold voice. Peter pulled open the robes on the ground, revealing what was inside them, and I cringed at the sight. I had thought those blasted end scroots were gross, but the wrinkly flesh of baby Voldemort was so much worse. It was hairless and scaly looking, a dark, raw, reddish black. Its arms and legs were thin and feeble, and its face, no child alive ever had a face like that, flat and snake-like, with gleaming red eyes. Those eyes. What is that thing? Tom asked, his tone betraying a hint of nausea. If that's another one of Lord Voldemort's followers, then I truly pity the Dark Lord. Being held hostage by the concrete angel, and seeing those eyes made me remember that night. That horrible, horrible night. Mom. The thing seemed almost helpless. It raised its thin arms, put them around Peter's neck, and Peter lifted it. Peter lowered the creature into the cauldron. There was a hiss, and it vanished below the surface. I listened to its frail body hit the bottom with a soft thud. Peter began to speak. His voice shook, he seemed frightened beyond his wits, but there was a gleam of bitter hatred in his eyes that pushed him on. He raised his wand, closed his eyes, and spoke to the night. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. Wait. The surface below the angel that held me cracked. A fine trickle of dust rose into the air at Peter's command and fell softly into the cauldron. The diamond surface of the water broke and hissed, it sent sparks in all directions and turned a vivid, poisonous-looking blue. Peter whimpered once, but another glance at my direction hardened his malice. Flesh of the servant willingly given, you will revive your master. His scream pierced the night. I watched as he sliced his arm off and it fell into the cauldron with a splash. Despite the pain Peter was in, he hurried over to stand before me. Be blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. The shining silver dagger in Peter's hand shook as he dug it through my right hand. There was an involuntary gasp of pain. I fought against the reflex to immediately break free. Peter had just severely injured my wand hand, and my emergency port key no longer worked. Things had deviated enough from canon that I did not have much faith in the cup transporting me back. I needed time to reassess. But if I waited too long, I didn't have much of a choice. My body still trembled from the effects of the Cruciatus curse. I didn't think I'd be able to cast any wandless spells with how frazzled my state of mind was. I needed to calm down. Patience. I needed patience. Look for the opportunity. Regain control. Patience. He staggered back to the cauldron with my blood. He poured it inside. The liquid within turned a blinding white. Peter, his job done, dropped to his knees beside the cauldron, then slumped sideways and lay on the ground, cradling the bleeding stump of his arm, gasping and sobbing. The cauldron was simmering, sending its diamond sparks in all directions, so blindingly bright that it turned all else to velvety blackness. Nothing happened. And then, suddenly, the sparks emanating from the cauldron were extinguished. A surge of white steam billowed thickly from the cauldron instead, obliterating everything in front of me. But then, through the mist, the dark outline of a man, tall and skeletally thin, rising slowly from inside the cauldron. "Robe me," said the high, cold voice from behind the steam, and Peter, sobbing and moaning, still cradling his mutilated arm, scrambled to pick up the black robes from the ground, got to his feet, reached up, and pulled them one-handed over his master's head. The thin man stepped out of the cauldron, staring at me. It wore the face of a monster. Whiter than a skull, with wide, livid scarlet eyes and a nose that was flat as a snake's with slits for nostrils. "Lord Voldemort," I whispered. "Who? What?" Voldemort sneered at me, looking away and examining his own body. His hands were like large, pale spiders, his long white fingers caressed his own chest, his arms, his face, the red eyes, whose pupils were slits, like a cat's, gleamed still more brightly through the darkness. He held up his hands and flexed the fingers, his expression rapt and exultant. Voldemort slipped one of those unnaturally long-fingered hands into a deep pocket and drew out a wand. He caressed it gently too, and then he raised it, and pointed it at Peter, who was lifted off the ground and thrown against the angel where I was tied. He fell to the foot of it and lay there, crumpled up and crying. Voldemort turned his scarlet eyes upon me again, laughing a high, cold, mirthless laugh. That laughter, coupled with those eyes. I squeezed my eyes shut, not wanting to hear the screams again. "My lord." He choked. "My lord, you promised, you did promise." "Hold out your arm," said Voldemort lazily. "Oh master, thank you, master." He extended the bleeding stump, but Voldemort laughed again. "The other arm, Wormtail." "Master, please, please." Voldemort bent down and pulled out Peter's left arm. He forced the sleeve of Wormtail's robes up past his elbow, revealing the dark mark tattoo. Voldemort examined it carefully, ignoring Peter's uncontrollable weeping. "It is back," he said softly, "they will all have noticed it and now, we shall see, now we shall know." He pressed his long white forefinger to the brand on Peter's arm. Upon contact, it rapidly darkened. A look of cruel satisfaction on his face, Voldemort straightened up, threw back his head, and stared around at the dark graveyard. "How many will be brave enough to return when they feel it?" he whispered, his gleaming red eyes fixed upon the stars. "And how many will be foolish enough to stay away?" He began to pace up and down before me and Peter, eyes sweeping the graveyard all the while. After a minute or so, he looked down at me again, a cruel smile twisting his snake-like face. "Ah, yes. You. Me." Voldemort held out a wand. "Silent, weren't you? Will you stay silent when I use it?" "Use. Crucio." My body convulsed from the pain, the pain, the pain, the pain. 2 seconds. A taste, a sip, a little dip into that bucket of agony, and already I was reaching my limit. Tom's magic jumped in fear around me, concern and anxiety echoing between us. He was clearly disturbed by what he was witnessing, yet more than that he hated how he couldn't do anything about the situation. His voice had a pleading tilt, reminiscent of a terrified child who was about to witness daddy shooting the dog. Let me talk to him, Rosie. I can reason with him. That thing C cannot be reasoned with, Tom, I returned, a tad harsher than I wanted to. Rosie, I know it looks bad but what? It was hard to form the words. It was hard to find them. You think that T because you share a S soul that you are the S same? That it will spare you? It will only view you as a threat T. You know? For how long? Can't breathe during it. Mused Voldemort. Let's test it one more time, shall we? Crucio. 5 seconds. 5 seconds in reality. I couldn't stop shaking, I couldn't stop, I can T. He was laughing, Voldemort, that high-pitched delighted squeal of laughter. Those eyes and that laughter threw me back in time. Broken and helpless, I could only watch the memory come back to life in my shattered mind. Behind my eyes, Tom watched as I remembered Lord Voldemort murdering my mother. That high-pitched squealing laughter of delight as he mocked her, taunted her, and tortured her as Peter had done to me. Lily Potter was not granted a clean death. No. He made her scream in agony as he assured her that he would let her live. Despite how she quivered in pain, when Lord Voldemort began to cast the killing curse, she somehow scrounged up the energy to literally throw herself in the way. One final act of sacrifice, the desperate determination of a mother who did not want to outlive her children. It was her face that would stay with me until the end. She died in pain, never knowing if she had saved her children. Tears slipped from my eyes as I stared back into the maddened red gaze of her murderer. Grief, and shame, curdled in the pit of my stomach. No noise dared to escape my lips as I silently wept in the arms of that concrete angel. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I tried. I'm so. Voldemort looked away from me, elated. Oh. Look who returns. The air was suddenly full of the swishing of cloaks. Between graves, behind the yew tree, in every shadowy space, wizards were operating. All of them were hooded and masked. And one by one they moved forward, slowly, cautiously, as though they could hardly believe their eyes. Voldemort stood in silence, waiting for them. Then one of the Death Eaters fell to his knees, crawled toward Voldemort, and kissed the hem of his black robes. Master! Master! He murmured. The Death Eaters behind him did the same, each of them approaching Voldemort on his knees and kissing his robes, before backing away and standing up, forming a silent circle. Yet they left gaps in the circle, as though waiting for more people. Voldemort, however, did not seem to expect more. He looked around at the hooded faces, and though there was no wind, a rustling seemed to run around the circle, as though it had shivered. Welcome, Death Eaters, said Voldemort quietly. 13 years since last we met. Yet you answer my call as though it were yesterday. We are still united under the dark mark, then. Or are we? He put back his terrible face and sniffed, his slit-like nostrils widening. I smell guilt, he said. There is a stench of guilt upon the air. A second shiver ran around the circle, as though each member of it longed, but did not dare, to step. I see you all, whole and healthy, with your powers intact, such prompt appearances, and I ask myself, why did this band of wizards never come to the aid of their master, to whom they swore eternal loyalty? No one spoke. And I answer myself, whispered Voldemort, they must have believed me broken, they thought I was gone. They slipped back among my enemies, and they pleaded innocence and ignorance and bewitchment. And then I asked myself, but how could they have believed I would not rise again? They, who knew the steps I took, long ago, to guard myself against mortal death? They, who had seen proofs of the immensity of my power in the times when I was mightier than any wizard living. And I answer myself, perhaps they believed a still greater power could exist, one that could vanquish even Lord Voldemort, perhaps they now pay allegiance to another, perhaps that champion of commoners, of mudbloods and muggles, Albus Dumbledore. At the mention of Dumbledore's name, the members of the circle stirred, and some muttered and shook their heads. Voldemort ignored them. It is a disappointment to me. I confess myself disappointed. One of the men suddenly flung himself forward, breaking the circle. Trembling from head to foot, he collapsed at Voldemort's feet. Master! He shrieked, Master, forgive me! Forgive us all! Voldemort began to laugh. He raised his wand. Crucio! The Death Eater on the ground writhed and shrieked a terrible sound. Voldemort raised his wand. The tortured Death Eater lay flat upon the ground, gasping. Get up, Avery, said Voldemort softly. Stand up. You ask for forgiveness? I do not forgive. I do not forget. 13 long years. I want 13 years repayment before I forgive you. Wormtail here has paid some of his debt already, have you not, Wormtail. He looked down at Peter, who continued to sob. Rook, what brought you to me? You stayed with me, not out of loyalty, but out of fear. You deserve this pain, Wormtail. You know that, don't you? Yes, Master, moaned Peter, please, Master, please. Yet you helped return me to my body, said Voldemort coolly, watching Peter sob on the ground. Worthless and traitorous as you are, you helped me, and Lord Voldemort rewards his helpers. Voldemort raised his wand again and whirled it through the air. A streak of what looked like molten silver hung shining in the wand's wake. Momentarily shapeless, it writhed and then formed itself into a gleaming replica of a human hand, bright as moonlight, which soared downward and fixed itself upon Peter's bleeding wrist. Peter's sobbing stopped abruptly. His breathing harsh and ragged, he raised his head and stared in disbelief at the silver hand, now attached seamlessly to his arm, as though he were wearing a dazzling glove. He flexed the shining fingers, then, trembling, picked up a small twig on the ground and crushed it into powder. My lord, he whispered. Master, it is beautiful, thank you, thank you. He scrambled forward on his knees and kissed the hem of Voldemort's robes. May your loyalty never waver again, Wormtail, said Voldemort. No, my lord, never, my lord. Peter stood up and took his place in the circle, staring at his powerful new hand, his face still shining with tears. Voldemort now approached the man on Peter's right. Lucius, my slippery friend, he whispered, halting before him. I am told that you have not renounced the old ways, though to the world you present a respectable face. You are still ready to take the lead in a spot of Muggle torture, I believe? Yet you never tried to find me, Lucius. Your exploits at the Quidditch World Cup were fun, I dare say, but might not your energies have been better directed toward finding and aiding your master? My lord, I was constantly on the alert, came Lucius Malfoy's voice swiftly from beneath the hood. Had there been any sign from you, any whisper of your whereabouts, I would have been at your side immediately, nothing could have prevented me. And yet you ran from my mark, when a faithful Death Eater sent it into the sky last summer. Said Voldemort lazily, and Mr. Malfoy stopped talking abruptly. Yes, I know all about that, Lucius. You have disappointed me. I expect more faithful service in the future. Of course, my lord, of course. You are merciful, thank you. Voldemort moved on, and stopped, staring at the space large enough for two people that separated Malfoy and the next man. The Lestranges should stand here, said Voldemort quietly. But they are entombed in Azkaban. They were faithful. They went to Azkaban rather than renounce me. When Azkaban is broken open, the Lestranges will be honored beyond their dreams. The Dementors will join us, they are our natural allies, we will recall the banished giants. I shall have all my devoted servants returned to me, and an army of creatures whom all fear. He walked on. Some Death Eaters he passed in silence, but he paused before others and spoke to them. McNair, destroying dangerous beasts for the Ministry of Magic now, Wormtail tells me. You shall have better victims than that soon, McNair. Lord Voldemort will provide. Thank you, Master, thank you, murmured McNair. And here Voldemort moved on to the two largest hooded figures we have. Crabbe, you will do better this time, will you not, Crabbe? And you, Goyle. They bowed clumsily, muttering dully. Yes, Master. We will, Master. The same goes for you, not, said Voldemort quietly as he walked past a stooped figure in Mr. Goyle's shadow. My lord, I prostrate myself before you, I am your most faithful. That will do, said Voldemort. He had reached the largest gap of all, and he stood surveying it with his blank, red eyes, as though he could see people standing there. And here we have 7 missing Death Eaters, 3 dead in my service. One has already set out on a mission for me. 1, too cowardly to return, he will pay. 1, who I believe has left me forever, he will be killed, of course, and 1, who remains my most faithful servant, and who has already re-entered my service. 1 sent on a mission? Could that be Rookwood? What mission? The Death Eaters stirred, and I saw their eyes dart sideways at one another through their masks. He is at Hogwarts, that faithful servant, and it was through his efforts that our young harlot arrived here tonight. Yes, said Voldemort, a grin curling his lipless mouth as the eyes of the circle flashed in my direction. Rosalind Potter has kindly joined us for my rebirthing party. One might go so far as to call her my guest of honor. There was a silence. Then the Death Eater to the right of Peter stepped forward, and Lucius Malfoy's voice spoke from under the mask. Master, we crave to know, we beg you to tell us, how you have achieved this miracle, how you managed to return to us. Ah, what a story it is, Lucius, said Voldemort. And it begins and ends with my young friend here. Oh? Still silent. Is he wanting me to scream in pain? To beg? I coolly stared back at him. The tears had dried halfway through his speech. Thankfully I had plenty of time to recompose myself during his theatrics. She thinks her little mind is strong enough to withstand me. He laughed, delightfully high-pitched as he shot me with another cruciatus. The Dark Lord relished in the way he said, Crucio. For an insane monster, he was meticulous in making sure the curse only lasted a few seconds. Not enough to break my mind like the long bottoms, but enough to skirt the edge. With each touch of the curse, I felt a piece of me break. Color faded from the world around me, a detached sort of misery floated on the depths of my mind. Images of another life briefly flashed before me, one of ash and apathy. Thoughts were harder to form, my senses barely tangible enough for me to process. Rosie, stay with me. Focus, stay focused. Rosie, Rosie, Rosie. Was it because I was a girl? He wanted to duel Harry. He saw Harry as an equal, but not me? Lord Voldemort did not view me as enough of a threat to immediately kill, but evidently, I had irritated him far more than canonical Harry for him to go out of his way to torment me. It might have been a sexism thing, his words relied heavily on it, but it could have also been because of an action I had done. I was someone who had assumed control of Slytherin, something he had done in the past. I knew there were plenty of rumors about me being arrogant, which was true. I would deny that vice, and many more about what I had accomplished. Did he view me as enough of a stain on his precious Slytherin legacy that in his deranged mind I warranted his rage? Or did I look too much like Lily, the witch who thwarted him? I raised a chin up and continued to stare coolly back at him, refusing to respond. Voldemort's eyes narrowed into slits. Such a terribly rude thing, aren't you? You think you can ignore me? Me? Does the sun answer to the whines of beasts? I rasped out. His lips curled back in a silent snarl. Whores should bow to their superiors. Crucio. My breath was stolen away from me as that pain. It went on like that. Voldemort would begin to recite his tale of how he regained his body, but every so often he would pause to grant me a couple more seconds under cruciatus. He always seemed to know how to give me just enough time to regather my thoughts and regain my sanity before he cast it once more, all the while insisting I was nothing but a dirty whore. Every time that spell landed on me, Tom's magic violently lurched. His confusion had abated, he was nothing but dark rage and fear. Fear for me, or himself, I did not know. I was strong. I was strong, or so I had thought, but each crucio wore me down. I was in a haze of pain, my thoughts only barely coherent. Rosie. Rosie, stay with me. You said you were my friend, aren't you? Yes. Rosie. Rosie, you are the cleverest witch I have ever had the pleasure of meeting. You are strong, intelligent, and charming. Because you are so brilliant, you know you have your limits. You can't do this on your own, you don't need to. What are you saying? Tom. I am your friend. Let me help you. What? Let go, Rosie. You trust me, don't you? I do. Tom. The cup, it might. SHH. Don't worry. I'll handle it, Rosie. Go to sleep. My eyes drifted shut and I surrendered myself entirely to his chilling magic. Tom Marvolo Riddle took complete control over my body as my mind sunk into the depths of oblivion. Chapter 36, Year 4-10. Beta, Cloudy. Surprise. It's Thursday somewhere. Round 1 start. Asterisk. Harry. Harry stood next to Draco, listening to the thrum of the crowd. Everyone was excitedly chattering about as they waited for the champions to return. If Harry focused hard enough, he could pick out bits of the surrounding conversations. Even though Rosie had a definite lead, there were plenty of students betting on the other champions. Draco nudged Harry. You're spacing out. Eavesdropping, replied Harry. For some reason people seem to think Rosie won't win. Blasphemy, said Draco with a charming smile. Harry chuckled. Right. The boys fell into a comfortable silence, Draco joining Harry in eavesdropping on the surrounding conversations. The pale boy must have heard something funny because he let out a snort, then leaned in to whisper what he heard in Harry's ear. Harry covered his mouth to keep from laughing. Some people thought they couldn't be heard in the crowd and so they said some rather embarrassing things. But Draco and Harry heard, and the two boys shared quite a few laughs. Neville pushed through the crowd to join them, a little out of breath. Hey guys, said Neville, his cheeks bright red. What's up? Asked Harry. Luna had a bit of a headache, Neville mumbled, shyly looking away. I wanted to take her back, but Lisa beat me to it. Observed Draco, peering at the long bottom air. And that makes you flushed. She kissed me as thanks for worrying, Neville squeaked out. Congrats, said Harry. Is it anything like the books? Even better, Neville sighed dreamily. Draco's face screwed up in disdain. Ew. Don't get soppy this early on. I think I love her. You have not dated her nearly long enough to say that, said Draco, aghast. Take it back. Harry looked up at the night sky, his eyes narrowed. How long are you supposed to date someone before you love them? Draco firmly said, at least more than one date. We've been on more than one date, protested Neville. Draco flatly stared at him. 2. Neville pursed his lips. Yes. You can like her fine and dandy, said Draco flippantly, but it's way too early to say you love her. How can you know that? Maybe I do. Maybe we're meant to be, said Neville stubbornly. Maybe you're just horny, snarked Draco, eliciting an embarrassed flush from Neville. Harry, back me up on this. I've never been in love so I can't comment on the situation one way or the other, dismissed Harry. I don't think I've even had a crush before. Really? Draco was surprised. No one's caught your interest? Not yet, said Harry. I mean I know who's pretty and I like talking to some people more than others, but I don't know about doing more than that. Who's pretty? Draco inquired. You, Daphne. Harry started to list off names, but Draco spluttered at being included at all. Me? Harry gave him a funny look. Why do you sound so shocked by that? Draco shook his head, exasperated. I know I'm attractive. More surprised by you openly admitting to it. You and your sister are impossible to embarrass. Yab. Suddenly there was a blindingly sharp pain behind his scar. Harry cried out, clutching at it. It felt like someone was tearing his head open, the pain was so immense that he fell to his knees, the crowd deafening to a ringing sound as he squeezed his eyes shut. He didn't know how long he was hurting, only that when he opened his eyes next, Draco and Neville were on either side of him. Neville was rubbing his back. You all right, Harry? Headache? Asked Draco. My Harry was cut off from finishing as another round of searing pain burned through his head. He hissed in pain, closing his eyes again. His body trembled oddly. He didn't understand why he suddenly ached, nor what triggered such immense pain behind his scar. A seize of anxiety forced him to reopen his eyes despite the throbbing needles digging into his scar. Draco and Hermione were now kneeling in front of him and Daphne was gently patting the back of his head. Tracy's getting a professor, gently said Daphne. I know you want to be here when Rosie gets back, but it might be best if you go to the hospital wing. Harry clenched his jaw as a surge of pain and panic shot through him. His heart pounded wildly in his chest. Something's wrong. Mr. Potter, came Professor McGonagall's voice as she weaved through the crowd to reach him. What's wrong? Something's not right. He was shaking harder, the tremors not letting up. He found it hard to close his hands into fists. He didn't understand what was causing the trembling, nor what kept his scar aching so terribly. It had bothered him throughout the year, but nothing on that level. The unsettled anxiety and panic that surged forth within him made his heart pound furiously. Rosie? He couldn't explain it. There was no coherent thought, but he knew deep in his heart that something was wrong with his twin. Something terrible. Professor, we have to get Rosie out of the maze, said Harry, struggling to stand up, his legs shaking violently. Draco reached forward and offered his arm to Harry for support. Harry leaned heavily into the Slytherin boy. She's in danger. I know the tournament tasks are dangerous, Mr. Potter, but... No, you don't understand. Something is wrong. He hesitated. My scar is hurting, Professor. Professor McGonagall was a stern-faced, strong woman. There were very few things that could make her hesitate, let alone force a startled reaction. But when Harry Potter told her that the scar he obtained from Lord Voldemort was hurting and he knew his sister was in danger, she paled. All right. We'll talk about this with Professor Dumbledore, come along Harry. Harry moved to follow Professor, but as he took a step forward his world tilted sideways. It was only for a split second, but in that one split second Harry felt pain beyond pain throughout his entire body. He fell forward in a hapless slump, and the agony rose to an orchestral climax centered solely on his scar. His world went black. Asterisk. Third POV. Rosalind Lily Potter hung listlessly in the arms of the concrete angel, her deep blue eyes vacant as she stared ahead. Lord Voldemort's lips curled back in a sneer. Already broken. Her body trembled, an involuntary reaction from the repeated uses of Cruciatus done to her. Voldemort had tortured plenty to know what to expect. He was almost impressed she hadn't screamed during the process. There were a few like that. It was never out of some willpower or impressive determination, simply they couldn't breathe during the process because of how overwhelmed they became from the pain. It would have been nice to hear her scream if she lasted longer, he thought. Although that was perhaps for the best. Voldemort had not fully recovered, his own mind frayed at the edges, and his body ached. It was difficult for him to focus. Some thoughts connected, and others were lost. He knew, in abstract way, that there was something deeply wrong with him, but he could no longer comprehend what it was, and he found that he did not care. Voldemort's mind was heavily taxed and tired. He used to be able to cast the Cruciatus curse silently, and on certain occasions without a wand. But he spent over a decade without a consistent body and it had worn him down. The rebirth process had not been kind either. He knew he was not in his prime anymore, and it would take some considerable effort to regain the strength he had before he went to the potter's home. He could not let his followers know that, which was why it was a good thing Rosalind broke when she did. Voldemort peered at the young witch. Her youth would make a good ingredient, he thought. It had been a while since he performed a youth transfer ritual. He could think of no better candidate than the arrogant tramp who vexed him. When Rookwood returned from scouting the Department of Mysteries, Voldemort would have him assist in the ritual. Suddenly, her left hand shot up and her wand flew off the ground into it. Within seconds the angel exploded out and the Death Eaters were pelted hard with chunks of concrete. It had happened so quickly that no one reacted. Voldemort was more surprised that she was apparently a left-handed witch. Not many were. Rosalind dropped to the ground, her legs trembling as she forced herself to stand. To Voldemort's furor, she regarded him with disgust. She. A red-headed harlot regarded the Voldemort with disgust? Voldemort raised his left hand about to cast again, crew. But she was quicker and she flicked her wand up and a silent spell was cast. Gnarled roots shot up from the ground, grabbing at Voldemort's left wrist and harshly pulling him down. Again, surprise broke through his anger because that spell was something not taught within the past few decades. Certainly before Rosalind's time. Is Cruciatus all you know? She asked, voice feathery and cold, like a brush made of snowflakes. What terrible dueling manners! Duel? My lord! Do not interfere! Raged Voldemort as he ripped his hand free. Why haven't you used any wandless spells? She pressed, her tone glacier. You're supposed to be an all-powerful Dark Lord, aren't you? Be quiet you stupid little girl! She sneered at him. How vacuous! A Pilicon repeat, aren't you? Voldemort's face paled with rage and he spat out, Avada Kedavra. She flicked her wand and the gnarled roots shot up and hit his hand to knock the spell up before he completed it. Nothing but a rabid dog to be put down, aren't you? Voldemort spat out the killing curse again. She had flung another chunk of concrete between the two, and the spell's power was enough to shatter it but not carry forward. The killing curse could not be blocked by anything magical, but it would not pass through physical constructions. Otherwise, people would have simply shot it through the walls of houses. It was strong, but not that strong. It simply became the preferred curse for dark wizards because most wizards and witches only knew how to cast shield spells instead of tactfully using the surrounding environment. Addicting, wasn't it? She went on, dismissive of his mounting rage. No. Dismissive was incorrect. For every active outburst the Dark Lord displayed, Rosalind's disgust and hatred grew. Her eyes, which had previously looked upon him with grief and disdain, had turned bitterly cold into revulsion. It went beyond words how much she found Voldemort repugnant. She looked at him as if he were the single most repulsive, disgusting, creature beneath her boot. Voldemort continued to throw curse after curse, yet she threw an equal amount back at him. There were times when he caught her by surprise, but she never gave him ground. No matter how much her body trembled, her mind was unnaturally sharp. Someone who had been tortured for so long and repeatedly by the Cruciatus should have been addled and slow, yet Rosalind was quick and clever. It was as if she was a completely refreshed mind, not one who had undergone the care of Voldemort. The Death Eaters fluttered about, holding their wands uneasily. Voldemort's pride was on the line. If he asked for their help it would mean he could not handle a teenage girl after torturing her for nearly an hour. He'd be pathetic. She verbally assaulted him with great acrimony as she went on, when did you lose it? Which ritual did it in for you? What was the last line that you crossed when you knew you shouldn't? Shut up! You know nothing you stupid little girl again! She shrieked in fury. Is that all you can think of? Whore or little girl? What happened? She cut herself off, pale with rage as she trembled from the leftover remnants of the torture done to her. It doesn't matter, she said as she waved her wand and conjured and launched 6 glowing blades. Voldemort rapidly created a magical shield that the blades slammed against. She held up her mangled right hand as she coldly laughed. None of it matters anymore. You've ruined it. You've ruined it. The Triwizard Cup flew at her. You are a failure, she hissed as she picked up the cup and disappeared. Asterisk. Rosalind Potter slammed hard into the grass floor at the front of the maze. Her body quivered fiercely and she clutched at her wand in her left hand. There was some surprise, but then cheers broke out. When she did not get up right away, the adults hurried over to her. Professor Dumbledore was the first to reach her, his brow furrowed as he noticed how much she shook. That trembling is similar to... Professor Dumbledore did not want to finish that thought. Professor Snape sucked in a sharp breath when he saw her because he immediately recognized that symptom. His reaction confirmed Professor Dumbledore's worst fear and the headmaster quickly helped Rosalind up into a sitting position. Her body convulsed, her limbs violently trembling. There was a hazy glint in her eyes as she mumbled something incoherent. Rosie, Professor Dumbledore gently pressed. Her dark blue eyes flickered over to him. Back. He's back. Voldemort. What? Hissed out Fudge. She's addled. Injured. We should get her to the hospital wing. She will need medical attention, quietly agreed Snape as he used his wand to send out a diagnostic spell. The Cruciatus curse has been repeatedly used on her. What? Fudge yelped while Madame Maxime let out a gasp. The other Hogwarts professors were nearing in, and upon hearing that Professor McGonagall and Sprouts let out gasps. The students in the stands had grown quiet, each whispering with one another as they pondered what had happened. Who did this to you, child? Fudge demanded anxiously. Voldemort, came her cool response, her eyes flickering about each adult as if searching for something among them. That cannot be. That curse, it's making her talk nonsense. The state of her mind can be discussed after we get her to Madame Pomfrey, snapped Professor Snape. She needs to be treated right away. Her cold gaze flickered about until she met the eyes of Mad-Eye Moody. Ah, she said. She lifted her head to whisper in Dumbledore's ear, use legilimency on him. Dumbledore did so. Ah, thought Dumbledore as the pieces tragically fell into place. Unfortunately for Rosie, that was the end of her limit. Her body could not handle her staying awake any longer, and exhaustion forced her to close her eyes and faint. Asterisk. Harry. Harry Potter's eyes shot open as he abruptly sat up. His world was spinning from the blood rush, but nothing would stop him. He wildly looked around, his heart pounding as he quickly realized he was in the hospital wing. And Rosie. His sister laid on the bed next to his, her form flushed and trembling. Harry's eyes burned. He got out of his bed, grabbing a chair and bringing it to sit next to Rosie. He reached forward, gently taking her hand. She's shaking, he noticed. She didn't feel cold, but she trembled as if caught in a blizzard. There was a sheen of cold sweat over her. Harry looked around as Madame Pomfrey stepped out of her office. She noticed Harry, her lips pursing into a thin line. You should be in bed. I want to stay with my sister, he said, squeezing Rosie's bandaged hand. As long as you're resting, she said. Quite the connection you two have, hey. What do you mean? You were shaking when brought in. Madame Pomfrey asked as she brought over a bin of cool water and a few clothes. She set them on the nightstand next to Rosie, opposite of Harry. Yes, answered Harry. I don't know what caused it. There's a lot about twin magic we don't yet know. But sometimes, she said as she waved her wand to draw the curtains around the two of them, magical twins can share powerful moments. Why is Rosie shaking? He asked her, his mouth and throat dried. A part of him didn't want to know, didn't want to even ask, but he couldn't help it. Madame Pomfrey dumped the cloths into the water basin. Harry noticed that it was off slightly in color, which told him it was not truly water but some kind of potion, and began to gently wipe the sweat off Rosie's skin. She silently handed a wet cloth to Harry. He accepted it. With great care he wiped his sister's arm, side, then stomach. Madame Pomfrey did not answer his question for some time. They moved quietly, rubbing the potion over as much of Rosie as they could. Where the potion rested the trembling dulled. It did not stop completely, but it did not look like her muscles were spasming so painfully anymore. Madame Pomfrey murmured, the Cruciatus curse. Harry dropped his cloth, his mind blanking out. He blinked, staring vapidly at her. I'm sorry, what? He must have heard wrong. He must have. There was no way, his sister was tortured. No. He heard wrong. I don't know what her mind will be like when she wakes up, continued Madame Pomfrey. The damage done to her muscles is extensive. It means she was cursed at least more than thrice. How many times I can't be sure, but you should prepare yourself, Mr. Potter. Prepare myself. There was a lump in Harry's throat, a subtle ringing in his ears as everything all too suddenly felt so very far away. Prepare myself for what? She's going to be fine. But Madame Pomfrey was not one to pass out niceties or comfort, so she said nothing in response. Harry clutched tightly at his sister's hand, shaking his head to fight back the itchy sensation behind his eyes. Rosie was not the only one trembling. Asterisk. Rosie. The first thing I noticed when I woke up was that everything ached. My body screamed in protest to each breath I took. Muscles I didn't even know I had were sore and throbbing. Thankfully, I didn't have too bad of a headache. Tom. Good morning, Rosie. We safe? Yes. I got us back to Hogwarts. Anything I should know about before opening my eyes? When I returned, I used legilimency on the surrounding adults to ascertain the spy Voldemort bragged about. Mad-Eye turned out to be someone named Barty Crouch Jr. I figured you would tip Dumbledore off, so that's what I did. I'm not actually very good at legilimency. Well. If anyone asks now, you are. Noted. Your body couldn't handle much else, we passed out after that. Okay. Thank you. You are welcome, Rosie. I sensed a subtle discomfort in his magic. Worried, I asked, you okay? Tom did not respond right away. I waited patiently, understanding he also went through a traumatic experience. I should be asking you that. I'll be okay. I'm more worried about you right now. He asked in a small voice, how long have you known who I was? A while. Why didn't you say anything? I wanted to judge you for myself. And? Tom, you're my best friend. His magic was soft, chilly but no longer cold, as he carefully intermingled it with my own. Thank you. I'm here for you. I know. Whatever you need. I know. I love you, Tom. Rosie. I know, my dear. I know. I opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was the ceiling of the hospital wing. My fingers twitched. I noticed my right hand was heavily bandaged. I glanced down and I found that Harry was at my side. He was clutching my right hand, bent over the bed and resting his head on my right thigh as he slept. It took a surprising amount of effort to lift my left arm up to gently brush his bangs out of his eyes. Harry's eyes fluttered open. We stared at each other in silence for a second, then he sat up abruptly and said, Rosie. Hi, I croaked. Harry's eyes watered. He rubbed at them with one hand, refusing to let go of my hand in his other. Hey. You okay? Why are you asking me that? He laughed humorlessly. Rosie, what happened? I opened my mouth to answer, but Madame Pomfrey pulled the curtains back from my bed and said, That's enough, Mr. Potter. Save the questions for when Professor Dumbledore is here. Sorry, meekly said Harry. Madame Pomfrey fussed about me. I had been a regular patient of hers since I first started my tennis tournament with the Whomping Willow back in my second year. She tugged at me, Rosie, how are you feeling? Pretty shitty, I admitted. Her eyes narrowed at my choice of language, but she didn't scold me. I imagine so, she said. She was about to ask another question, but the doors swung open and Professor Dumbledore swept in with other adults. Professor Snape was with him, as was Sirius, Madame Bones, and Minister of Magic Fudge. We should move her to. Fudge cut himself off when he noticed that I was awake. Miss Potter. Quiet, Madame Pomfrey snapped at him. Only family and Professor Dumbledore should be here. Sirius took a seat opposite of Harry, carefully picking up my other hand and holding it. I noticed how warm his hand was, waves of comfort settling over me as he leaned forward and kissed my forehead. I'm here, Princess. If she is able to give a statement, better sooner than later, Madame Bones calmly pointed out as she turned to me. Miss Potter, are you able to answer some questions now? Yes, I said, struggling to sit up. Harry was quick to grab some extra pillows to help support me. Oof. I feel like someone took a baseball bat to every part of my body. Ugh, this sucks, I can't even stop shaking. Madame Pomfrey tugged, her eyes narrowed. Fine. I will go first. She turned to me, her expression softening. I'm afraid I'm going to need to know how often you were cursed before I brew some potions for you. Do you know, dearie? Why do you need to know that? Worriedly asked Harry. There is a general treatment for cruciatus, but the more accurate of an exposure time we have the better it can be treated to prevent long-term debilitation, Madame Pomfrey kindly explained to Harry. My eyes flickered over to Harry, then over to Sirius. Both of them only looked at me with warmth and concern. Swallowing roughly, I admitted, 13, never longer than 10 seconds at time. He gave me breaks. The adults in the room paled considerably. Fudge stumbled back, hitting a table. Sirius's expression darkened into a malicious rage, his hands shaking as he held my hand. Snape's face immediately closed off to that perfect poker face. Professor Dumbledore's expression was of sympathy, he winced upon the information. Madame Bones flushed, but held firm as she wrote down the information. Harry leaned forward, resting his forehead on my shoulder as he shakily sucked in air. Madame Pomfrey closed her eyes, let out a small sigh, and nodded to herself. When she reopened her eyes they were firm. You all get 10 minutes. She tells you to stop, you leave, or I force you out. Professor Snape, I will be borrowing your spare cauldrons. Professor Snape's voice was chillingly soft as he said, I will send them up to you shortly. What happened to the man impersonating Moody? I asked. At that, all eyes turned to glare at Fudge, except Harry who probably didn't know much more than I did. Some wanker got him kissed while waiting for orders, sneered Sirius. By all accounts, he is no loss. Blustered Fudge. It seems he has been responsible for several deaths. But he cannot now give testimony, Cornelius, said Dumbledore. He was staring hard at Fudge, as though seeing him plainly as the stupid puppet for the first time. He cannot give evidence about why he killed those people. Why he killed them? Well, that's no mystery, is it? Blustered Fudge. He was a raving lunatic. From what Minerva and Severus have told me, he seems to have thought he was doing it all on you-know-whose instructions. Lord Voldemort was giving him instructions, Cornelius, Dumbledore said. Those people's deaths were mere byproducts of a plan to restore Voldemort to full strength again. The plan succeeded. Voldemort has been restored to his body. Fudge looked as though someone had just swung a heavy weight into his face. Dazed and blinking, he stared back at Dumbledore as if he couldn't quite believe what he had just heard. He began to sputter, still goggling at Dumbledore. You know who, returned? Preposterous. Come now, Dumbledore. As Minerva and Severus have doubtless told you, said Dumbledore, we heard Barty Crouch confess. Under the influence of Veritaserum, he told us how he was smuggled out of Azkaban, and how Voldemort, learning of his continued existence from Bertha Horkins, went to free him from his father and used him to capture Rosie. The plan worked, I tell you. Crouch has helped Voldemort to return. See here, Dumbledore, said Fudge, and for some reason he started to smile. You can't seriously believe that. You know who back? Come now, certainly, Crouch may have believed himself to be acting upon you-know-whose orders, but to take the word of a lunatic like that, Dumbledore. When Rosie touched the Triwizard Cup tonight, she was transported straight to Voldemort, said Dumbledore steadily. She witnessed Lord Voldemort's return. I will explain it all to you if you will step up to my office. Fudge's curious smile lingered. He glanced at me, then looked back at Dumbledore, and said, You are prepared to take a little witch's word on this, are you, Dumbledore? That little witch has a name, growled Sirius. Why are they arguing in front of me? Can't this wait? Or is the power of plot so damn determined for Harry to hear this conversation? Either way, I was quite tired and wanted to shoo them out. Only Harry's firm grip and sharp interest in the conversation kept me quiet. Certainly, I believe Rosie, said Dumbledore. His eyes were blazing now. I heard Crouch's confession, and I heard Rosie say Voldemort had returned, and it was Voldemort who hurt her. Crouch's story explains everything that has happened since Bertha Horkins disappeared last summer. You are prepared to believe that Lord Voldemort has returned, on the word of a lunatic murderer, and a girl who, well... Sirius did not like the way Fudge said that at all. Furious, he stood up, towering above the small, chubby man. Rosie is not a liar. If she said he's returned, then he's returned. Voldemort has returned, Dumbledore repeated. If you accept that fact straight away, Fudge, and take the necessary measures, we may still be able to save the situation. The first and most essential step is to remove Azkaban from the control of the Dementors. Preposterous! Shouted Fudge again. Remove the Dementors? I'd be kicked out of office for suggesting it. Half of us only feel safe in our beds at night because we know the Dementors are standing guard at Azkaban. The rest of us sleep less soundly in our beds, Cornelius, knowing that you have put Lord Voldemort's most dangerous supporters in the care of creatures who will join him the instant he asks them. Said Dumbledore. They will not remain loyal to you, Fudge. Voldemort can offer them much more scope for their powers and their pleasures than you can. With the Dementors behind him, and his old supporters returned to him, you will be hard-pressed to stop him regaining the sort of power he had 13 years ago. Fudge was opening and closing his mouth as though no words could express his outrage. The second step you must take, and at once, Dumbledore pressed on, is to send envoys to the Giants. Envoys to the Giants? Fudge shrieked, finding his tongue again. What madness is this? Extend them the hand of friendship, now, before it is too late, said Dumbledore, or Voldemort will persuade them, as he did before, that he alone among wizards will give them their rights and their freedom. You cannot be serious. Fudge gasped, shaking his head and retreating further from Dumbledore. If the magical community got wind that I had approached the Giants, people hate them, Dumbledore, end of my career. You are blinded, said Dumbledore, his voice rising now, the aura of power around him palpable, his eyes blazing once more, by the love of the office you hold, Cornelius. You place too much importance, and you always have done, on the so-called purity of blood. You fail to recognize that it matters not what someone is born, but what they grow to be. Your Dementor has just destroyed the last remaining member of a pure-blood family as old as any, and see what that man chose to make of his life. I tell you now, take the steps I have suggested, and you will be remembered, in office or out, as one of the bravest and greatest ministers of magic we have ever known. Fail to act, and history will remember you as the man who stepped aside and allowed Voldemort a second chance to destroy the world we have tried to rebuild. Wow! Never thought I'd see a Dumbledore lecture. They're not that impressive. How many have you seen, Tom? He was my Transfiguration professor, so, a lot. Not the kind of lecture I meant. I know. Boo. Insane, whispered Fudge, still backing away. Mad. If your determination to shut your eyes will carry you as far as this, Cornelius, said Dumbledore, we have reached a parting of the ways. You must act as you see fit. And I shall act as I see fit. Dumbledore's voice carried no hint of a threat, it sounded like a mere statement, but Fudge bristled as though Dumbledore were advancing upon him with a wand. Now, see here, Dumbledore, he said, waving a threatening finger. I've given you free rein, always. I've had a lot of respect for you. I might not have agreed with some of your decisions, but I've kept quiet. There aren't many who'd let you decide what to teach your students without reference to the ministry. But if you're going to work against me, the only one against whom I intend to work, said Dumbledore, is Lord Voldemort. If you are against him, then we remain, Cornelius, on the same side. It seemed Fudge could think of no answer to this. He rocked backward and forward on his small feet for a moment and spun his bowler hat in his hands. Finally, he said, with a hint of a plea in his voice, he can't be back, Dumbledore, he just can't be. Snape strode forward, past Dumbledore, pulling up the left sleeve of his robes as he went. He stuck out his forearm and showed it to Fudge, who recoiled. There, said Snape harshly. There. The dark mark. It is not as clear as it was an hour or so ago, when it burned black, but you can still see it. Every Death Eater had the sign burned into him by the Dark Lord. It was a means of distinguishing one another, and his means of summoning us to him. When he touched the mark of any Death Eater, we were to disapparate, and apparate, instantly, at his side. This mark has been growing clearer all year. Karkaroff's too. Why do you think Karkaroff fled last night? We both felt the mark burn. We both knew he had returned. Karkaroff fears the Dark Lord's vengeance. He betrayed too many of his fellow Death Eaters to be sure of a welcome back into the fold. What a spectacle! In front of a distressed damsel no less. I know, right? Not the place, fellas. I wish I could cry on demand. I bet that'd make them super uncomfortable. You don't know how to cry on demand. Do you? I don't cry. Then why are you surprised I can't? You're a master thief and have regularly manipulated your peers and family members for years. Pardon me for being surprised you couldn't replicate something as basic as crying. So sassy. Fudge stepped back from Snape too. He was shaking his head. He did not seem to have taken in a word Snape had said. He stared, apparently repelled by the mark on Snape's arm, then looked up at Dumbledore and whispered, I don't know what you and your staff are playing at, Dumbledore, but I have heard enough. I have no more to add. I will be in touch with you tomorrow, Dumbledore, to discuss the running of this school. I must return to the ministry. He had almost reached the door when he paused. He turned around, strode back down the dormitory, and stopped at my bed. Your winnings, he said shortly, taking a large bag of gold out of his pocket and dropping it onto my bedside table. 1,000 galleons. There should have been a presentation ceremony, but under the circumstances. He crammed his bowler hat onto his head and walked out of the room, slamming the door behind him. The moment he had disappeared, Dumbledore turned to look at the group around my bed. I whistled. Wow! What a drama queen! Harry let out an undignified snort. So. I'm getting kinda tired. I'd like to recount what happened then go back to sleep, if that's okay. The adults exchanged glances. Professor Dumbledore kindly said, whenever you are ready, Rosie, we will listen. I took a deep breath. After I touched the cup. Asterisk. As it would turn out, my recovery from Voldemort's kind and tender care would take more than a couple of months to recover from. The pain was managed by a daily potion I had to take. The tremors, not as easily handled. The shaking was worse in my hands than anywhere else. Madame Pomfrey had no explanation, as the curse affected everyone differently in terms of recovery. I was curious to see what my brain looked like under CT, MRI, PET, and SPECT scans. Maybe if I found someone I hated enough to use the curse I'd test it out. Now that I had a taste of it, I found it difficult to want to use it myself. Well, except maybe on Voldemort. Taste of his own medicine and whatnot. There was a tension in the Slytherin house now that Voldemort had returned. It was subtle, unspoken, but palpable. The children of Death Eaters started to sit across from me, instead of next to me. Draco and Theodore had an especially difficult time meeting my gaze, guilt and shame flickering over their faces when they saw my hands shake when holding a quill. They were kind boys, now forced into an unkind situation. I was going to have my work cut out next year. Daphne and Tracy were extra attentive, hovering around me. They insisted on carrying my bags and helping brush my hair in the morning. I was given permission to use a writing quill on assignments that would translate what was spoken into text. I was also supplied with some enchanted utensils that would feed me at meals. I was never, ever alone anymore. Harry was especially clingy, doing his best to escort me everywhere. If he could not, one of my baby snakes or Hermione, and Neville made damn sure they could. In the extremely rare event no one else could, George and Fred would. As from canon, I did invest in their joke shop with the winnings from the tournament. I made them promise they had to hire someone of my choice after they graduated Hogwarts, and they agreed and gleefully took all the money. Near the end of the year, I had had just about enough dealing with the Trembles. I complained as such to Tom in the evening while cuddling with Iris and that little Hungarian horntail. Iris apparently taught it how to do a backflip, which was super duper cute. I can't believe you were able to move at all after those crucios. Controlling one's body afterwards is merely the effect of a strong willpower and experience. Alarm flared through me at Tom's soft confession. Instantly, I thought of a young Tom going through a similar experience. My throat dried up, a lump preventing a single sound from escaping. Tom did not say anything for another minute, his magic as cold as the day I met him. My first year at Hogwarts. The Slytherin prefects wanted to give the first years a taste of what it meant to disobey. There was a Muggleborn in my year group. He was the first to admit he was Muggleborn and they. Tom did not finish. He did not need to continue. The way his magic sharply recoiled away from mine, an unintentional form of rejection similar to how someone might cross their arms or hold themselves when discussing something unpleasant, spoke volumes. It must have been traumatizing for the orphan boy to witness. He would have been 10 years old, bright-eyed and hopeful of escaping a life of hell at that orphanage. Only to be greeted with, "Oh, that poor child." On my bed, I closed my eyes as I forced my way into my mind. It was still in shambles, looking more like a fractured world than the carefully put-together palace I had constructed. The bare bones were there, but there were slashes in the perceived reality. The tears revealed the nebula I had created, the stars sparkling prettily despite the chaotic state. Tom was perched on a terribly large tree, its branches wide enough for him to sprawl out. It was tall enough to overlook the forest and reveal the lovely Black Sea. I couldn't blame him for picking that spot, it had a terribly nice view and the occasional wind that blew by was pleasant. Tom did not react to my presence right away. I sat beside him and asked, "May I hug you?" "Why?" "I want to hold you," I admitted. "I don't know if you'd find any comfort in it, but I want to try." Tom glanced over at me, his expression revealing nothing. After another moment of silence he sighed. "Do what you want." I reached across and pulled him into my embrace. I kissed the top of his head and held him as I said, "I'm so sorry." "It's fine." "Are they already dead or can I kill them?" "They're already dead," he chuckled without humor. "It's fine, Rosie." I squeezed him. It's not. What a horrible thing to do to a child." "Yes," he repeated hollowly. "Only a monster would do such a thing." The sharp plunge of disdain in his magic caught me off guard. He had warmed up considerably since the first day I met him. His magic was a pristine winter night, something beautiful to witness but dangerous to linger in. After spending the summer learning more about him, his magic had moved from a winter night to a snowy morning. Then the Yule Ball happened and I noticed how warmer he had become. Wintry, still, but it no longer felt so dangerous to be admired. I had genuinely hoped that it meant that Tom was sincerely thinking of me as a friend and would maybe open up to me. But at that moment it had drastically reverted. He was cold to the touch, and his magic was prickly like thorns of ice. I could catch the echoes of disgust, regret, and fear. The most predominant emotion I caught between those echoes was rage, cold, powerful, and dark. In the past I had been overwhelmed from his fury, his magic had lashed out and caused a sickening sensation. Here, it did not. Rather, his magic curled further into my own, a parched ivy consuming water after a terrible drought. Like a hurt boy reaching out to a friend in need of comforting. As I continued to hold him, his magic squeezed. It was hard to say if I was soothing him, or making things worse. All I knew was that he wasn't shooing me away, and his magic unconsciously grasped at my own. I couldn't bring myself to turn away or reject him. Gently, I kissed his forehead. "I'm here for you, Tom." "Promise?" he asked me, his eyes drifting shut. "I promise." Asterisk. Bucket list completed. 52 kick butt in the Triwizard Tournament. 53 win the Triwizard Tournament. Chapter 37, Year 5 to 1. Beta, Cloudy. Asterisk. Professor Dumbledore visited our home the first day of summer. I honestly hadn't been expecting that. I came down for some breakfast only to find that Professor Dumbledore was seated at the table and quietly discussing something with Sirius. Professor Dumbledore looked up and smiled at me. "Ah. Good morning, Rosie." "Good morning, Grandpa. I see you two have excellent taste in slippers," he said with a twinkle in his eyes. I laughed, looking down at my cat slippers. Every Christmas I had sent Dumbledore socks and something else. Usually a pair of outrageous robes, or some silly slippers that only Dumbledore could pull off. I proudly held up my right foot to show off the slipper. It used to meow when I walked, but then someone ripped out the squeaker. Sirius coughed and looked away. "Here for Patty's famous souffle pancakes?" I asked Professor Dumbledore as I took a seat at the kitchen table. Kriaker appeared beside me, pouring a strong brew of orange spice tea. I loved being able to see Kriaker around mealtimes because it meant I could pet his head. He always had the cutest smile when I pat his head or praised him. I didn't see Dobby as often as Kriaker, but it wasn't any offense on Dobby's part. Kriaker was protective of me and didn't trust Dobby. The rare times I did see Dobby, the house elf was always happy to babble and admire the work clothes I got him. He looked extra snazzy in his little tuxedo. I wasn't sure if Harry offered Dobby freedom, or if Dobby even broached the subject with Harry since they bonded. Would Dobby find it offensive to ask for such? Would Harry even consider offering it? As I had decided much earlier on, the house elf slavery thing was something that needed to be fixed, but it wasn't something I could fix within my spare time. I was only one person and my plate was pretty well full. Something as delicate, for I strongly suspected there was a magical and biological component mixed in and Dobby was a literal mutant, as freeing the house elves deserved my proper attention. Just as soon as I dealt with a certain threat to my family and life and whatnot. I kissed the top of Kriaker's head as thanks when he finished pouring my tea. The house elf mumbled something I couldn't hear before leaving, his ears bobbing happily. I have heard some lovely stories about Sirius's pancakes, but I'm afraid this will be a mostly business discussion. Professor Dumbledore then asked, "How are you feeling?" "Much better," I said, looking over at Sirius who scooted his chair closer to me. "Aha! I sense someone's going to be pretty overprotective this summer." "You sense correctly," Sirius said with an easy grin. "Is Uncle Moony joining us?" Sirius shook his head. "No. Only us four for now. Dobby's waking Harry up." "I wish him luck," I said, knowing how hard it was for my brother to wake up in the morning. I took a long drink of my tea. When I missed my mouth the first time due to the tremble in my hands, Kriaker enchanted the cup to rise to my lips. That's the stuff." Harry stumbled down the stairs with wild bedhead hair. "Hum. Good morning to you too," I responded as he took a seat beside me. Harry peered curiously at Professor Dumbledore. "Yes, he's really here for breakfast, you're not dreaming." More Harry yawned. "Morning." "Good morning, Harry," Professor Dumbledore politely returned. "Now that everyone is here, I'll begin." Harry stole my cup of tea and chugged it like a prat. One of the house elves magically refilled my cup while summoning Harry's giant wooden mug for his morning tea. Harry needed a lot of hot tea in the morning to wake up. "I will speak plainly. With Voldemort's resurrection, it is imperative the two of you remain safe," Professor Dumbledore said. "For the first half of the summer you two will remain inside the house with Sirius at all times. You will be moved to Grimald's place in the second half as it is under a Fidelius charm, with myself being the secret keeper and Sirius being the caster." I nodded along, accepting such. I knew they'd want to protect us as best as possible. It made sense not to keep us in one place for too long. While our wards were fantastic and Sirius already mentioned last night he'd be improving them over the summer, nothing could trump a Fidelius charm. "Secondly, it has come to my attention that Rosie is an accomplished occlumency user," said Professor Dumbledore. I coughed, avoiding Sirius's raised eyebrow. "Snape rat me out." "The very same day he found out," he answered with a smile. "You need to pass this skill on to your brother." "I can certainly do my best. As you have proven to be a skilled legilimency user, you should be capable of testing him yourself," said Professor Dumbledore. "Ah, shit. As I was the one who got you into that mess, I will take responsibility and help." "Thank you. As terribly unfortunate as it is, I must also insist that all posts between your schoolmates desist for the summer. The Ministry will undoubtedly be watching for owls," went on Professor Dumbledore. Harry's brow furrowed at that. "No letters? Not even to tell them why we can't write?" "Nothing," he insisted. "We must do what we can to ensure they cannot find you. If they are able to intercept messages, they could provide misinformation to you, or to someone you are trying to reach. Professor McGonagall will write to Miss Granger's family about the situation, and I will be visiting the Weasley family later today. I am afraid it will be difficult for us to contact." I cut him off. "Don't worry about my snakes. They're smart to know now's not the time to be talking with me, either for their safety or my own." Professor Dumbledore inclined his head. "I know it will be hard staying inside for so long, but I do hope you both will adhere to it." "Sure," I lied, nodding firmly like I actually was going to do exactly that and not keep sneaking out to steal shit. I had a reputation to protect. Everyone knew Gentleman Rose struck during the summer. It wasn't yet time to retire my magnificent title. Besides, I had my eye on Italy next. "Okay," mumbled Harry, struggling to keep his eyes open. Professor Dumbledore beamed at both of us. "Wonderful. I won't take up much more of your morning." The elderly wizard got up, exchanged nods with Sirius, then headed over to our fireplace to leave. "Before I go, would it be alright for Rosie to assist me with something later tonight?" Professor Dumbledore asked just before he stepped through the flue. Sirius blinked in surprise. "Ah. Yeah? Rosie, You okay with that? Sure. Wonderful. Can I go back to bed now? Mumbled Harry as he slowly slid out of his chair and onto the floor. Leaning down, I patted his cheek. Sweet dreams, honey. Nighty-night, said Harry as he decided to sleep on the dining room floor. Asterisk. Professor Dumbledore came by a couple of minutes after the sun dipped below the horizon. I had been lounging in the living room while I worked on my homework. Most of it was pretty easy. Potions and ancient runes were basically memorization, whereas transfiguration and charms required a couple of essays on chapters not discussed in class last year. Hagrid didn't give homework for his class, but he encouraged us to keep reading from our fluffy book and I was always down for that. There was something special about a fluffy book that purred at you when you read from it. Sirius and Harry were out back, practicing flying in the dark for whatever reason. Honestly, it wasn't that difficult to fly at night, just get above the clouds and the stars provided plenty of light. There were also night vision goggles and an abundance of headlight spells. I didn't see the appeal of their practice, but I also wasn't a flying addict. Professor Dumbledore stepped through the flue. Good evening, Rosie. Are you ready? Yeah, I said, standing up from the floor I had been laid out on. Where are we going? Professor Dumbledore held out his arm. I think you know the place very well. I placed my hand on his arm, raising an eyebrow. I do. With a snap and rush of dizziness, Professor Dumbledore brought both of us to the gates of a very familiar place. Lunar's Orchard. The town had a literal wall built around it with a dome of invisible magic completely entrapping it. It was warded with the best protections money could afford, then enhanced further by many of the witches and wizards who wanted to protect their fluffy loved ones. I was proud of my citizens. We actually had some pretty smart cookies, retired unspeakables, curse breakers, raiders, aurors, and a bunch of other magic-savvy types. The end result was that my town was damn safe. Voldemort would have an easier time attacking the Ministry of Magic directly than trying to get into my town. Especially if he tried it on the full moon, since all the werewolves that lived there were completely lucid and more than willing to tear a dark wizard apart limb from limb. Ah! I stared at the entrance to Lunar's Orchard. Since Voldemort's resurrection, I ordered Fenrir to keep it shut down. No one was allowed in without heavy scrutiny and verification. I said as I looked up at Professor Dumbledore with what I hoped to be a good poker face. Professor Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he smiled kindly. Come now, Rosie, or should I say Anartos? I think I've been found out. Yes. I think so too. I could try to bullshit my way out, but... I mean... It was Professor Dumbledore. If I still hadn't managed to fool him with the precautions I had taken thus far, I sure as heck wasn't about to do so in an unexpected confrontation. There was only one thing left to do. Bulletin how? I asked him in surprise. Yab. Own that shit, Sirius didn't raise a little bitch. Professor Dumbledore chuckled. Care to find out? The gate opened up. Standing at the front gate awaiting us was none other than my lovely assistant, Ennio. Ennio. I gasped, scandalized. You betrayed me. Why? Ennio laughed lightly. Forgive me, Rosie. Albus is an old friend. The way Ennio practically purred at the word friend made me raise an eyebrow. I looked between Ennio then Dumbledore, then back to Ennio. Oh, I said as I connected the dots. Well damn it. I've been flirting with my adopted grandpa's ex-boyfriend this whole time? You shoulda told me, Ennio. Adopted grandpa? Ennio echoed. She adopted you. Evidently, said a cheerful Dumbledore. I demand restitution. You must pay for your betrayal. Ennio graciously bowed before me, his silvery hair bouncing under the moonlight. Of course, my lady. What can I do to make it up to you? Take off the mask, I ordered. Ennio carefully removed the mask after a moment of bemused consideration. Holy shit, I whispered as I stared into a face too otherworldly beautiful to process. He's not that handsome, Tom protested. Totally worth the betrayal, I said with a firm nod, committing the face to my memory. In my first life, I had only ever seen handsome or gorgeous celebrities through a television screen. Now in my second life, I was blessed to experience such beauty firsthand. Multiple times. He looked to have been originally Middle Eastern, so his skin was still pretty dark despite the undead state of his body. Certainly had an ashy overtone from livor mortis, but not the alabaster Hollywood had prepared me for. Goddamn gorgeous though, holy hell. Tom was eye candy, but Ennio was the decadent dessert that looking at made you gain weight. Ennio tut. I was expecting more of a reaction. You know Albus did a double take the first time I took off my mask. I patted Dumbledore on the arm. I don't blame him for that. I am simply someone fortunate enough to have been able to see someone of equal beauty often enough that I've become adjusted. Ennio clicked his tongue. Professor Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with mischief. That wouldn't happen to have been your Yule Ball date. Yep, I said, popping the pea. He's a regular snack. Snack. Sorry. I meant a full-course meal. Both men laughed, which made me giggle while Tom sighed. Not a tired sigh, more of a, yeah, I expected that kind of sigh. Okay, okay. I'm assuming you brought me here for a reason, I said, still blatantly admiring the beauty that was Enio. Professor Dumbledore nodded. Quite. I was hoping to talk with Fenrir Greyback about Voldemort's return. He will inevitably try to seek out Fenrir and the other werewolves. Fenrir won't betray me to Voldemort, I said confidently. I kind of expected Enio to sell me out to the Vampire King or whatever. Vampires don't have a king. And then I'd get to escape some Castlevania epic dungeon and castle and fight a bunch of evil kidnappers. Then Enio and I would have a heart-to-heart about the betrayal, and he'd realize that I was always going to be his friend, so he'd switch sides and we'd kick butt together. Enio stared at me while Professor Dumbledore suspiciously turned his head away to deal with a sudden coughing fit. The crazy handsome vampire carefully said, "There is no Vampire King. I only told Albus because I wanted his help to protect the town behind the scenes. There are certain situations that neither of us could foresee and prepare for that Albus could. He's helped expedite several new bills to ease the town's construction and legality standing." I frowned. No Vampire King to fight. No Vampire King to fight, he assured me. I know a couple of liches that could use a good punch, if you're very determined. Perking up at the thought of actually meeting and subsequently punching a lich, I chirped, "That'd be nice, thank you." "Of course, my lady," Enio assured me. "It would be an honor to watch you punch an elder lich. I could have it set up to be your graduation gift if you so wish." I smiled. "Gosh, that'd be the best present ever. You'd really go that far out of your way for me. What can I say? I have a soft spot for genius redheads," he teased. I giggled, placing a hand over my cheek to mock a fake blush. "Ah. How about we head inside? Grandpa, I would love to show off my evil lab to you if that's okay." Professor Dumbledore placed his hand over his heart as he said, "Granddaughter, I would love to see your evil lab." My smile stretched widely. "Yay. Hey, maybe you could give me some pointers on what I'd need for an evil alchemy lab. Are you interested in alchemy?" he asked as he extended an arm for me to take. I accepted it. I nodded. "Yeah. I wish I could take it next year instead of 6th year." "That's wonderful to hear." Asterisk. While I showed off my lab to Professor Dumbledore, Enio hunted Fenrir down. My dear fluffy buddy was hesitant upon seeing Dumbledore. Fenrir immediately shifted to a standoffish defensive posture, his eyes darkening to suspicion as he purposefully stood between me and Dumbledore. In an attempt to comfort my friend, I hugged Fenrir from behind and said, "It's okay. I won't let the scary man in polka dots hurt ye. What do ye want?" Fenrir growled, glaring at Dumbledore. He did relax a bit more from my hug, but it was clear that he felt uncomfortable by the warlock's presence. Professor Dumbledore held out his hands in a gesture of peace. "Only to offer my assistance. Voldemort will undoubtedly try to recruit the werewolves here. We'll rip his throat ou if he comes air," snarled Fenrir, his accent thickening from anger. "We will prot our own. Albus is an exceptionally talented wizard, Fenrir," soothed Enio. "It wouldn't hurt for him to look over the wards. Look all ye want. Then get ou. Ye ne'er helped us for. Why now? 'Cause we go some in ye want. Ye want us ta fi for ye stupid war. Yeri no different than Voldy bitch far I'm concerned," spat Fenrir. Dumbledore nodded, patiently listening to Fenrir's venomous tirade. "You've every right to feel that way, Fenrir. The fact of the matter is I did not help you as much as I should have. I acted with prejudice and foolishly believed the second-hand stories about you and your friends. Had Enio not told me how well you've treated Rosie, I would not have believed you capable of such compassion for a witch. I was wrong, Fenrir. I am sorry." Fenrir's eyes glittered with disdain, his body stiff with rage. Yet my friend did not act on it. He sucked in a sharp breath, then shuffled over to stand at my side. He looked down at me, his voice gentler when he addressed me, "Water ye wantin'?" "Only for you and everyone else here to be safe and happy," I answered honestly. "Professor Dumbledore's assistance on the wards would be invaluable. I would also like to add that I don't want my people to become involved in this war with Voldemort." Dumbledore nodded once again. "I would not dare to ask them to fight for us. I only wish to keep the people here safe." "Fine," he muttered. I placed a hand over his arm. "My friend, I will never ask you to forgive anyone before you're ready, but I hope that you'll be willing to accept someone's help for the sake of protecting our home." Fenrir softened, placing a hand atop my head. "For yet, Rosie, I will." Asterisk. That night, I went to bed feeling that Lunar's Orchard had literally become the safest place in Europe. Voldemort was not getting anywhere near my fluffy babies. I also felt pretty good about how Dumbledore treated the whole thing. I was grateful he didn't ask about how I got the money. Actually, Dumbledore didn't ask a lot of questions. Only things about the potions I had invented thus far and wondering what I had already done to prepare to take alchemy in my 6th year. Hey. Kinda made me think if maybe Dumbledore knew more than he let on. With that fun little adventure pushed aside, I was able to move on to properly prepare for the upcoming year. I would deal with my baby snakes when I had a chance to talk with them, but there was one matter I wanted to conclude as soon as possible. Dolores. 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 Plot had proven a difficult opponent to face. I had made some changes to the canonical story, but there were things that continued to happen despite my interference. Some change could happen. I had successfully saved Sirius, but some things appeared fated to be. I hadn't gone out of my way to make change for the sake of change, rather I focused on developing things I liked. Ever still, I thought that I made enough of a difference. I should have seen more of a drastic contrast between the two worlds. Yet things were not terribly different. Certain events still occurred like clockwork even if components had been removed. Sirius was not in Azkaban, yet Rookwood escaped it and forced Dementors onto Hogwarts. Peter Pettigrew was still the one who resurrected Voldemort despite the fact that he had been in hiding for over a decade prior. Voldemort still came back year 4 from the Triwizard Tournament. Fate or the power of plot was a powerful component that I could not ignore. It was somehow manipulating things out of my vision in a way to force certain circumstances to happen. It almost didn't matter who performed the events, so long as the events still happened. Rookwood took Sirius's place, I took Harry's place. Dolores Umbridge was a woman I made an honest attempt at murdering early on, but the cunning irritation escaped. She shouldn't have. It was a perfect raid, yet she somehow slipped away unscathed. It didn't feel like a coincidence. I had made plenty of attacks on enemies, destroyed political opponents and sucked them dry of their money and power, yet she was spared? Worse yet, was she protected by fate? I could only conclude that the power of plot needed her alive to fulfill a certain role, then she was free to die. More specially, freed to be torn apart limb from limb by my vengeful fluffballs as a Christmas gift. I wasn't certain if that was wholly accurate. She could have simply been that lucky, but it was what my gut was telling me and I had learned to trust my instincts. If I wanted her dead, I needed someone to fulfill a certain part. As I replaced Harry, and Rookwood replaced Sirius, someone needed to replace Dolores. But for what? What event or circumstances were required to keep that bitch alive? I highly doubted fate needed my brother to be tortured. No. After careful consideration, I concluded, rather confidently, that she was kept alive because someone needed to be the Dada professor for year 5. The position was cursed, blatantly apparent, and Dumbledore was out of options to hire. No one wanted the position. Back in my parents' generation, Lily, Severus, James, and so on Aurors were substituted in on a yearly contract. Unfortunately, every Auror that was assigned the post met a grisly fate at the end of the school year. The Aurors started maiming themselves to get out of the mission, so Dumbledore graciously retracted his contract with the Auror office and started headhunting himself. Given that we needed every able-bodied loyal Auror to fight Voldemort, it was doubtful that Dumbledore would try to reinstate the contract. I knew he would be desperate next year when he threw Severus onto the position. It helped that he also needed Slughorn, but for now, he was out of cards. Which meant that Dolores swooping in and filling the role torture bitch aside was a cruel necessity. Therefore, to successfully remove fate's protection on Dolores, I needed to find someone else to fill that role. Easier said than done, but I figured I could manage. Ugh. I really wish I knew how powerful of a component plot was at the start of my second life. I only really confirmed it after seeing Peter Pettigrew of all people resurrecting Voldemort instead of Rookwood. Where the fuck was Rookwood? Why the bloody hell was Peter there? Regressing. The teaching position for Dada had as low of a standard as the Board of Education could give it. No matter how dire or difficult it was for Dumbledore to find someone, the worst-case scenario was hiring Aurors to teach again. Due to having a lethal Dark Lord on the loose, Dumbledore wanted to avoid that option, as it would inevitably result in Aurors panicking and maiming themselves to avoid it, or worse, dying in the position. The board didn't care for the Aurors' safety and well-being, so they wouldn't budge on lowering the standards any further. I didn't disagree with them there, as frankly, it'd be dangerous if they lowered it any further. As it stood, the wizard simply had to have an A in Dada NEWTS. That's it. It was previously a whole host of N.E.W.T.S and an O in Dada, but it had been painstakingly lowered to a single NEWT of Dada with a minimum score of acceptable, the lowest passing grade. That immediately eliminated most of my werewolf buddies in Lunar's Orchid, since almost none of them officially sat in for testing. The ones with wands knew well enough how to use them, but due to the number of staggering laws stacked up against them, werewolves weren't normally allowed to take the O.W.L.S, let alone NEWTS. It also took out any potential vampires Neo wanted to throw under the bus, which he was tragically disappointed by. Odette did test the waters for some of her wizard and witches contacts, but the ones that were smitten enough to do her bidding were too stupid. The smartest ones scored AP in their Dada N.E.W.T.S, and Odette warned me she had no expectations of them getting smarter in time. I did try a couple of blackmails through my alias as Enartos, but, well, The reactions were startlingly similar to when Draco had me break his arm, so his team could avoid playing in bad weather. At the time I admired Draco's tenacity and was impressed by how far he was willing to go to avoid an unfavorable situation. Evidently, that was the norm. Witches and wizards were totally okay to maim themselves to get out of something unpleasant. The few people I had contacted were suddenly thrown into comas that would last a year, or contracted a rare and dangerous illness that was super contagious and would also take about a year to treat. I mean, by that point, I had to respect their determination to avoid the job. Course it made it a lot harder for me. It took a week after the meeting with Dumbledore that I bit the bullet and reluctantly dug back into my savings. Kreaker had finished selling all the stuff I stole last summer and I made a decent profit off Lunar's Orchard, so I was at a good amount, but it wasn't as much as I would have liked. Surely, there had to be at least one desperate witch or wizard that would risk the curse with enough money. Time would tell. With Dumbledore's elated permission, he smiled so happily at me when I suggested it. I put forward ads in dozens of publications across the world for the position. Hopefully, I'd find a substitute before the summer ended and could get rid of Dolores Umbridge Pryor. The best news I received that summer was when Syl let me know that she found something on my wish list. My darling house elf at Lunar's Orchid had been doing such a marvelous job managing my home there, I was very grateful to have her. She and Kreaker got along well enough that there wasn't any dispute between them when I needed something done. My savings were kept at Lunar's Orchid, after all, so when I told Kreaker to use it he had to retrieve it from Syl. Syl was a smart cookie and picked up managing finances well enough. I encouraged her to sit in on Muggle classes for it, as well as any subject that caught her fancy and she'd like to learn more about it. So far she had only listened in on investments, taxes, and managing finances, but I hoped one day she'd find something that'd spark her interest. I had her do most of my shopping. Kreaker had the connections to sell underground, but Syl was better to use when purchasing items since no one would recognize her and there was one item on my wish list for several years. Calling it hard to find would have been an understatement. The creators were murdered before they could share how to replicate it, and a lot of them had been destroyed. What was available was either broken or extremely sought after and hard to find at a decent price. I was fine to steal it myself, but I'd have to find the right one in the first place. Syl had found it out of all places in a Muggle market. I couldn't believe it. Such a versatile and beloved item in a Muggle market. Used by some Muggles for cheap tricks until someone got too spooked and wanted to sell it. Syl bought it up right away. A vanishing trunk. The vanishing cabinet at Hogwarts was too big and bulky. But a trunk I could fit at the end of my bed? Perfect. Stash one in my room at Hogwarts, and the other at Lunar's Orchid. Instant transportation. Now I just needed an easy excuse to stay holed up in my room all year so I could sneak out and experiment in my lab instead. Or, even better, carry out with my gentleman Rose thievery over the weekends instead. I couldn't do it often over the summer, and there were houses begging to be stolen from. Oh, magical luck, please let me come up with an excellent reason to be holed up in my room for long periods of time and have no one bother me. Please. Tom had graciously taken up being my private math tutor over the summer. Remus could not assist me in learning the necessary information for ritual magic, nor was anyone allowed over. Remus moved to Grimald's place to begin assisting the Order, although Dumbledore made Sirius swear not to tell us any details. We would learn more about the situation after we were moved under the Fidelius and Harry learned Occlumency. To my elated surprise, Harry was rather adept at learning Occlumency. All those years of spending his time sitting at home reading fantasy books gave him the discipline to sit still long enough to meditate. He had some romantic ideals about being able to battle people inside his mind, so he was an eager beaver to learn. During our lessons I also found out that Harry's scar had bothered him a couple of times in the year and he didn't tell me. I hit him repeatedly in the arm for keeping that secret. He insisted he didn't want to stress me out while I was fighting dragons and shit. I hit him harder. He tried to snark back and honestly I really had no other choice but to fight him for my honor. Sirius broke us up after I got a clean kick in the groin. Occlumency training was done in the morning after breakfast, then in the afternoons we went our separate ways. Since I had nothing else to do over the summer besides study, that's what I ended up doing. Or, well, not study so much as being tutored by Tom. Who was extra smug about it. Don't get me wrong, he was a damn good tutor, the bastard, couldn't he be bad at it, like, at least one thing, but holy smokes did he have an ego the size of the sun. Oh well. At least he was pretty to look at. Evenings turned into family time, Harry, Sirius, and I would watch movies or play a board game, and yes, I did get to listen to Tom make snarky comments throughout the whole experience, then at night I'd sneak out to fulfill my duty as Gentleman Rose. All in all, a pretty good start to the summer. Asterisk. Right. Animagus, I repeated back. Harry and I were seated in the living room one lovely evening. Harry was getting extra antsy from being confined to the house for so long. Sirius decided it was time for us to officially transform. It had caught me off guard. Tom was in the middle of a long-winded lecture on harmonic equations, so it took me a few minutes to process what Sirius was saying. Both of you learned your forms at school, right? Sirius wanted to confirm. Harry nodded. Yep. Yeah, I answered, my face screwing up. I didn't have time to practice though. That's fine. I'm going to assist both of you in transforming, Sirius said with an easy smile. Harry raised an eyebrow. You can do that? Yep. Both of you focus on your forms and I'll do the casting. We'll do it a few times in the week until you get familiar with the sensation of transforming, then you should be okay to do it on your own. I cheered. Heck yeah. Fluffy time. Harry and I exchanged high fives before taking a seat on the living floor. Sirius pulled out his wand. Ready? He asked. I concentrated on my form, closing my eyes. Yep. There was a snap, then a rush of. It is a sensation as if I stood at the edge of a pit. I jumped into that pit and it was filled to the brim with warm, purring fur. Falling completely through the pit, I opened my eyes and found that I had considerably shrunk in size. I stared down at the black paws on the carpet. Although I would no longer use 2 legs to walk around, the sensation did not feel odd. I expected the transition from human to animal would have been disorientating, or require an adjustment, but I was pleasantly surprised to be wrong. The books described it as slipping into a coat that fit you perfectly, and that depiction was entirely accurate. I hopped up, waving my tail around as I examined my body. Each movement came as naturally as breathing. Then Harry let out the single most adorable little mew. Instantly, I bounded over to my brother who had transformed into a black, fluffy Siberian kitten. As a red fox I was bigger, I was extra careful to nuzzle him. Harry chirped at me, his mews coming out in high-pitched trills as he eagerly nuzzled me back. A half-whine escaped me as I squealed from how utterly adorable my brother had become. I flopped over onto my back, wiggling around in delight. Harry's butt quivered in the air as he prepared to pounce upon me. Then he leaped up, landing softly on my white furred belly, mewing in triumph. My tongue lolled out as I played dead, Harry mewing that he had slain me in one blow. Sirius transformed into his animagus, a large black wolfhound, and flopped beside me. I rolled over, knocking Harry off my stomach so I could pounce upon my godfather. Sirius was quick to react, jumping out of my way and letting out a playful growl. Harry jumped onto my back, mewing at me to charge. As you wish. I thought, yipping as I chased after Sirius. Yes. What a good way to start the summer. Asterisk. Bucket list completed. 54 Become an animagus. Chapter 38, Year 5-2. Beta, Cloudy. Surprise. P. Asterisk. Things were going as well as they could be for summer. I was being tutored by Tom in math. A school had been built in Lunar Orchid for magic and non-magic fluff babies that was supervised by Odette. I could turn into a fox and be fluffy whenever I wanted. My ads were drawing in candidates for the teaching position, and best of all, I completed the hybrid potion that combined all my previous potions into one: painless transformation, instant transformation, and perfect lucidity, for my fluffy children. The only hiccup was Harry. I loved my brother, truly I did. No matter what, I would still love and care for him. Even if, on occasion, I wanted to hit him repeatedly with a pillow. It wasn't entirely Harry's fault. I did remember in the books that it was around the 5th year that Harry's hormones came a-knockin' and the baby boy didn't know how to deal with his spikes of anger. Some of that was due to biology, and some of it might have been because of his Horcrux. I had mine sealed up nicely so I didn't get any kind of second-hand nonsense from Voldemort, but Harry was still in the early stages of learning occlumency. Sirius was a good godfather, but he lacked a certain intuition that made him, well, Sirius would be better suited as a fun uncle rather than a father. He rarely enforced his own restrictions, more inclined to let us run freely. Had I not been an adult at the start, I could only imagine the unintentional damage that could have occurred from his accidental neglect. He clearly loved us and did his best, but children needed a stern hand alongside the fun one. Sirius was not the disciplinarian. Remus fulfilled that role on occasion, but he didn't live with us constantly and he had moved to Grimald's place at the start of summer. Soon he'd probably be moving in with Tonks and starting his own happy little family. I tried to be firm with Harry when I could, but my darling brother. It was hard to enforce the rules myself when I was technically his younger twin and not an adult. If I physically restrained him from doing something bad, I'd get equally punished. Or worse, Sirius would just laugh at both of us and there would be no punishment. For the past 14-ish years that had been fine. Harry was such a sweetie pie. He had a good head on his shoulders, courtesy of Remus, and understood that rules were meant to be followed. Everything would have stayed fine if it weren't for his changes. 15 years old, puberty came, and boom. Now my sweet, demure Harry was set off over tiny little things. If he finished a book with a bad ending, he'd literally throw it into the fire. They were short, those bursts of anger, but explosive enough to startle me at times. Don't get me wrong, I never felt like I was in danger. Harry never raised a fist at me, nor pulled out his wand. The worst of it was a raised voice and venomous words. Unluckily for me, I had also reached puberty, which meant that even if I intellectually knew Harry didn't mean what he said, sometimes my heart took it way too personal. Honestly, it was pretty embarrassing. I didn't even know half the things that would set Harry off, nor did I understand why it aggravated him so. I did try to listen, but I quickly learned that if I tried to do anything close to disagreeing, he'd flip out further and hurl hurtful words. I did my best not to react, but there was one evening where my own teenage hormones got the best of me. I was on the living room couch working on my nails when Harry came in. I didn't remember what started the argument. Maybe he stubbed his toe and I said something sassy, or maybe I accidentally talked to Tom out loud and Harry got sassy with me. It ended up with Harry quite literally screaming, "Stop telling me what to do. You think that because you're smart you know what's best for me? You're not my mom, stop acting like it." He was absolutely right. I was not Lily, nor would I ever try to claim to be, but my eyes burned, and my throat itched. I opened my mouth to respond, but only squeaks came out. Harry's face was flushed, his expression caught between instant regret and hot anger. He didn't mean what he said, but in that heat of the moment, he was too prideful to back down or show remorse. He settled on continuing to glare at me. Eventually something inside me just broke. It wasn't the stressful year before that made me cry. Wasn't the torture done to me at the end of said year. Nope. It was my twin brother telling me I wasn't his mom. What the bloody hell, hormones? I sniffled, the tears shamefully crawling out of my eyes like the traitors they were. Harry's face instantly morphed into that of horror and guilt. He had no words, stuck frozen like a deer caught in headlights as I started to cry. The humiliation was too much and I stormed out of the living room. I slammed my bedroom door shut as I heard Sirius ask, "What happened?" Then I fell onto my bed and started bawling. "This sucks. Fuck you, hormones." "I'm terribly glad I'm not a teenaged girl," said Tom, more amused by my outburst than anything. The irony was not lost on either of us. "Did you ever have to deal with this bullshit?" "I have struggled with anger issues. It was counterproductive to what I wanted, so I learned to deal with them. There are certain potions one can take that will mellow everything out." Tom Riddle, "Did you drug yourself to deal with your anger?" "For my 4th year, yes," dismissed Tom. "I needed time to find a solution. It was destructive to get upset at my classmates, it only hurt me in the end if I let it continue. Professor Slughorn, he was my potions professor, kindly showed me how and let me use his lab. Eventually, I found some self-control techniques that I liked. I practiced them over the summer, and by the time I returned to Hogwarts my 5th year I no longer needed the potion." "Very mature of you." "It was a logical solution, maturity has nothing to do with it. And here I am, crying in my bed over words." "Words? Gah, how embarrassing." "If you'd like, I can show you how to brew the potion," Tom offered. "If I don't have a handle on my feelings when I go back to school, I'll take you up on that." "Thanks, Tom." "You are welcome." Asterisk. My bedroom door creaked open. I had been laying on my belly atop my covers in bed while reading some random trash fantasy novel I found. Every chapter there were at least 2 plot twists. I was honestly impressed with how creative the author was getting. I certainly would have never guessed the male lead would turn out to be the son of Thulhu and the main protagonist was turning into some kind of succubus hybrid. "Rosie." At Harry's soft voice, I looked over at my bedroom door. My brother shuffled in sheepishly, his cheeks and ears tinged red. His hands were shoved into his pockets. "Hey Harry," I said. Harry shifted his weight from one foot to the next, slowly approaching the bed. "Sorry." "I know," I said. "You feeling better?" "Yeah," he mumbled. "You want some cuddles?" "Yeah." I scooted over on my bed and Harry laid down beside me. He curled next to me, resting his head on my shoulder. I kissed his head. "I love you," he said. "I love you too." "I'm really sorry, Rosie." "I know, honey. I forgive you." Harry sighed. "It's okay to yell back at me, you know." I shrugged. "I don't really want to. Is there anything I can do to help cheer you up?" "Nah. I'm just antsy. I don't like being stuck here," he admitted. "Patty hides the newspaper, I can't write to my friends, and we haven't heard anything. I get why we need to be safe, but don't you think this seems a little excessive?" Sirius hid the Daily Prophet because he didn't want us to see the media war going on. Things weren't as bad as canonical, no one was calling us insane, but the ministry was going out of its way to take potshots. The biggest difference was that the Daily Prophet was an equal opportunity offender and prone to accepting bribes. As Enartos, it was a slice of cake to supply them with more than enough gold to have them fight back. Really, though, Enartos paid a hefty retainer fee to have Rita Skeeter and a couple of her colleagues consistently tear apart anyone who spoke out against Dumbledore. It made for some great sales for the Daily Prophet. One day would be a toxic piece on how Dumbledore's going senile, and the next day would be about how Fudge is the only minister to have someone escape Azkaban. The following day I made out to be some attention-seeking misguided youth who can't be trusted, then afterward it's recounting how so-and-so was caught embezzling. There was nothing about Voldemort. I couldn't exactly force the issue. I was not the one who battled Voldemort and escaped, that was Tom. I had no memories to offer to a Pensiev on my escape. If I was forced to take a truth serum and answer questions in court, there was a significant risk at revealing Tom. At best, I could show clips of my memories leading up to Voldemort's resurrection, but I would have to alter or cut out bits of it where I conversed with Tom. And I would not be able to show how I escaped. It would be extremely suspicious. It would draw more scrutiny to that night on both sides rather than if I kept my mouth shut. Of course, I wasn't above using it as a bluff, but I definitely didn't want anyone to actually see those memories or use a truth serum on me. So it was best to remain quiet on that front and let the Daily Prophet focus more on the scandals. Luckily for me, Kreaker was a smart little elf and knew how to get around Sirius's orders, so I still got to read the paper morning. Maybe a little, I agreed. Do you want to sneak out tonight? Harry blinked, surprise flickering over his face. Why are you're serious? Sure, I said. Look, we'll tell Patty that we're not feeling well. Lock the door, and sneak out the back. When? Harry asked, sitting up and looking over the clock. It was a little after 4. Now, I said with a big grin. We'll eat dinner in town. Man. Harry stared at me in shock for another moment before breaking into a beaming smile. Yeah. Okay. I'd snuck out on my own several times already and had no issues whatsoever. Sneaking out with my brother shouldn't be that different. Asterisk. The sneaking out part was easy, Harry commented. I was oddly too comfortable with it. We rode our brooms into London before landing somewhere inconspicuous. Our luxury brooms were pocketable, a tap with a wand would shrink them down, and no, that did not count as underage magic since it was the broom's magic, so we shrunk them down then stuffed them in our pockets. We headed down one of the streets, window shopping for a while until we found a yummy smelling place to eat. Once our bellies were full from some Indian food we shopped around very happy. Harry didn't ask why I had so much muggle money or an extra expandable bag and bought quite a bit. I bought a lot of clothes, Harry got book sets, we got some cute little figurines for our friends that we planned to enchant ourselves back home, and some fudge for when we'd see Remus in a few days. As it was getting dark a little past 8, Harry and I found a cute little pet shop. I nudged his arm. Hey, you wanna get a cat? I have Hedwig, said Harry with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, but she can't cuddle with you at night. I can always borrow Iris, he pointed out. I pulled my hair out of its bun to change it into a ponytail instead. For the next few years, sure, but what about after graduation? Harry scratched his cheek, peering into the pet shop. Hey. I never thought about it. How soon are you moving out? The day of. You already got a place picked out. Technically I already have a home at Lunar's Orchard. I'll find a spot, I said confidently. Are you wanting to stay with Patty? Harry chewed on the inside of his cheeks, his brow furrowed in thought. I honestly never thought about it. I don't think I'd want to keep living at home, but I've no clue what to do. I don't even have a job lined up, how could I afford a home? Don't worry about the money, dear, I assured him. You have the Potter fortune. He gave me a dry look. And you don't. I've already done some investments and it's paying out well. Oh, said Harry. Wait, how? With your allowance? Can you show me how to do that? I've already made investments in your name that you'll be able to collect when you're 18, I said. I've, dabbled in Muggle stocks. I mean, like, with future knowledge about certain companies going big, it'd be crazy not to hire a financial manager and tell them to invest money into things like Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and so forth. Harry blinked. Muggle what? Since explaining stocks and economics would take way too long, I decided to plow ahead in the conversation. Please trust me when I say you won't need to worry about money. Okay, accepted Harry after another moment of thought. Then what are you going to do? Politics and research, I answered. Harry let out a very loud sigh of relief. Oh thank Merlin, then can you take the Potter and Black seats? Sure. Thank Merlin, sighed Harry again, placing a hand over his chest. I didn't realize how stressed I was about becoming Lord Potter until now. You can still be Lord Potter, I pointed out. Harry quickly said, Nope. Nope. Please accept Lady Potter and leave me out of that snake den, no offense. I giggled. None taken. Harry smiled. What kind of research? Maybe potions or alchemy, I said. I haven't decided which branch to study first. I love learning. You'd have made a good Ravenclaw. Maybe next life, I answered with a smile. Have my aspirations given you any ideas? I like Quidditch, I like reading, and I like my family, slowly said Harry. I don't think I'd want Quidditch to be a career though, I hate flying in rain. Okay, are there any classes at Hogwarts you like? A subject you've enjoyed learning about? I pressed. I recalled he mentioned considering being an Auror, but that could have been something he said to appease Hermione and pick out his O.W.L classes. Harry looked up at the dark sky and squinted his eyes. Hate potions, Professor Snape is a git. I only like care of magical creatures cause of Hagrid. I guess I like charms the most. I nodded, oddly surprised he hadn't mentioned Dada. What about defense? Harry's face screwed up. Rather not fight at all. Uncle Mooney's right, the best fight is the fight never had. A giggled slipped out. What a pacifist my brother has become. A pacifist with anger issues, he muttered. That'll pass in time, I said, reaching out to comfort him. He pulled me into a hug, I rubbed his back and patted the back of his head. I promise. He sighed. It's better. None of the stories talked about puberty. It's too terrible of a monster to face, I teased, then frowned when I got an odd tingling sensation down my back. Hey. Harry blinked vapidly, confusion flickering over his face until he looked up at the dark sky. Like fingers lovingly grazing down the back of my spine, goosebumps rose on my skin and I shuddered. Harry grabbed my hand, his face flushed and eyes wide. We need to go. Now. I didn't have time to respond because Harry started to run, dragging me with him. Judging from his frantic actions, and the increasingly pleasant tingling sensations I kept having, I assumed Harry spotted some Dementors. We searched for a hidden spot for us to take out our brooms. It took a few minutes of sprinting down the sidewalks before we found an empty alley that we dove into. We pulled out our brooms, tapped them with our wand to expand them, then mounted and zoomed off. Lo and behold, as soon as we climbed high enough into the air, I spotted them. Power of plot. I really ought to have known that of course Dementors would hunt Harry down the one night I sneak him out. I could sneak out all I wanted to without consequences, but as soon as Prophecy Boy trademark tries to have fun, shit hits the fan. Poor baby boy. Knowing what I knew, there was really only one thing to do. I ought to play along for a bit and... I gasped, halting my broom as soon as I spotted a familiar shade of black cloak. Boo-boo. Indeed. There were 10 Dementors in total flying towards us, and one of them was none other than my darling Boo-boo. He recognized me immediately because he floated over to me, lifting a hand. I reached out and grasped his skeletal fingers, squeezing them gently despite the burning pain that seared down my arm due to the cold. With a beaming smile, I said, I have missed you, my friend. Did you come to visit? Boo-boo returned my hand squeeze with one of his own before letting go, his fellow Dementors swarming toward me. I would have been perfectly fine on my own, but my heroic brother turned his broom around, wand out. Yeah, no. Expecto Patronum, I said, my silver fox darting out to protect Harry from the Dementor aura. Harry's eyes widened in surprise at seeing my patroness dancing around him and the Dementors. He lowered his wand hesitantly as he realized that I was grinning while being near so many Dementors. It took him a few seconds to connect the dots, but when he did, he shook his head. You're friends with Dementors, slowly said Harry. Friends with Dementors? Boo-boo is my favorite, I told Harry, gesturing to Boo-boo who was hovering right next to me. I taught him spirit fingers. I wiggled my fingers, although they hurt quite a bit from holding Boo-boo's hand, they had turned bright red from the frost burn. Joyously, Boo-boo also wiggled his fingers. I squealed in delight. Boo-boo. That was so cute. Oh my gosh, I wish I could nuzzle you. Boo-boo leaned in and Harry let out a yelp. No. Do not try to nuzzle the Dementor. We'll try it out later in private, I whispered to Boo-boo. What are you doing here anyway? The Dementors didn't respond. Sorry, Harry. I guess Boo-boo really missed me, I apologized. We should head back now though. Yeah. Harry sighed, rubbing at his forehead. My patroness nuzzled his cheek. Thanks for your patroness. Anytime. Boo-boo, come visit me again, okay? Boo-boo reached forward and patted my cheek. I sniffled, the tears a reflex from the instant pain of his freezing touch. If you ever want to retire from being a guard, I'll be getting my own place in a few years and you can always come hang out with me. Rosie, please, said a tired Harry. Yes, yes. I blew a kiss goodbye to Boo-boo, he wiggled his fingers again, so cute, before Harry and I flew off into the night. Better for me to get in trouble than Harry, I thought, dismissing my patroness once we were far away enough. If I couldn't fight the events fate wanted, I could at least protect Harry from having to go through them. Asterisk. Sirius found out we snuck out pretty quick. He was not amused. Especially when he saw the frost burn on my cheek and hand. Immediately he broke into a reprimanding tirade as he roughly treated my injuries. He scolded us both, citing how idiotic we behaved and yada yada. He hadn't raised his voice thus far, so at most I would say he was exasperated by our behavior rather than angered. It took a lot to actually anger our godfather. How did you even get these burns? He muttered crossly. Dementors, answered Harry from beside me. What? But at that precise moment, a screech owl swooped in through the kitchen window. Narrowly missing the top of Harry's head, my brother ducked and Hedwig made offended noises from her perch in the living room. It soared across the kitchen, dropped the large parchment envelope it was carrying in its beak at my feet, and turned gracefully, then zoomed outside again. Dear Miss Potter, we have received intelligence that you performed the patroness charm at 26 minutes past 8 this evening in a Muggle-inhabited area. The severity of this breach of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery has resulted in your expulsion from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Ministry representatives will be calling at your place of residence shortly to destroy your wand. We regret to inform you that your presence is required at a disciplinary hearing at the Ministry of Magic at 9 a.m. on August 12. Hoping you are well. Yours sincerely, Mage Alda Hopkirk. Improper use of magic office. Ministry of Magic. I burst out into laughter, tossing the letter over to Sirius, who paled with rage as he read. Tom whistled in my head. SNRRK. Ha 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 ha, I laughed, clutching at my gut and wiping the tears from my eyes. Oh God, they're so stupid. Ah ha 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 ha. Patty, give me the letter. Ha 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 ha, I have a great idea. Sirius tossed me back the letter as he frantically ran over to the fireplace. Within seconds he was yelling into the embers and talking with a group of equally frantic adults. Only a dubious Harry paid me any mind. I headed over to our living room apothecary cabinet, giggling still as I pulled out one of the crystal enchanted vials. I held the tip of my wand up to the temple, sorting out the exact memory of seeing my brother surrounded by Dementors, coupled with me then using my wand. I didn't want to include the conversation prior or after to that memory. I pulled the memory out, dropping it in a vial. This is going to be great, I giggled. Creaker. Creaker popped up on the cabinet. Yes, young mistress. You know the Daily Prophet? I asked him. At his nod, I asked, you remember that lovely Skeeter lady? He nodded again, his ears bobbing cutely. Yes, mistress. Give her these and the usual, I whispered the last bit as Creaker accepted the letter with the memory. Harry was staring at me with such a tired look on his face. I put my finger to my lips. SHH. Your secrets are always safe with me, Rosie, he sighed. Even if they're completely asinine. I love you. I love you, too. The Daily Prophet might have been pro-ministry at a glance, but the reality was they were pro-sales, pro-money, and pro-drama. Rita thrived on it, she'd take a pot shot at anyone she could get her claws into. She loved all the scandals I made up, as Enartos, not digging too much in how the information was obtained. She'd be tickled pink at what I was sending her. Sirius pulled his head out of the fire as Creaker disappeared, thunderous. Rosie. To your room. Stay put, Dumbledore'll get this figured out. I said. Harry and I kissed each other on the cheek goodnight, then off I went. The second letter did come, and I gave it to Creaker to give to Sirius, then told Creaker to bring it to Rita when done. The letter was mostly the same as the first, only re-advising the punishment from immediate to up for debate and to be decided upon at a hearing on August 12. With a big smile on my face, I hopped into bed. They're dancing in your palms. Yes, darling. They really are. Asterisk. Ministry of Magic prosecutes young witch defending her brother from Dementor attack. Right below the title was a picture of the memory of me conjuring my patroness to defend Dementors from Harry. Harry's face was too blurry to make out his identity, but that didn't matter. Who was being targeted didn't matter. Rita, ever the genius, didn't even use my name until the end of the article. She set me up as a sweet witch out for a ride with her brother when suddenly a horde of Dementors attacked. Below that was the letter, which was stealthily cut off at the top to hide who. Reading through the article, the reader was designed to immediately sympathize with the witch and be outraged at the ministry for such an extreme overreaction to an obvious self-defense case. At the end, when my identity was revealed, the average reader would already be too invested. Beautiful, I whispered, handing the paper to Creaker for him to destroy. Rosalind Lily Potter, you get your ass in this kitchen right now. I think Patty found the paper, I said, rolling out of bed. I put on some slippers and headed down with a big smile on my face, my arms outstretched. Patty. Aren't you proud of me? Sirius Black's eyes were narrowed with anger. Proud. Of course, I chirped. How did a reporter even get a copy of your memories? Demanded Sirius. Rosie, damn it, don't you understand how dangerous that was? It's fine, Patty. I was extremely careful with trimming. I sent the memory with the letter to the Prophet, I said, holding my hands up in a calming gesture. It was necessary. How do you know what's necessary? He demanded, fuming. Dumbledore. Won't be too upset with my assistance. Bollocks, Rosie. Do you not understand what a cock-up this is? Sirius's shouting elicited a reflexive flinch. I was never afraid of my godfather. His emotional outbursts could be magical and loud, but they hadn't turned violent. Sirius had learned to keep a lid on his anger pretty well, after he gave up drinking, so when it did come off it was like a volcano. Even as a mental adult I found it hard to resist the urge to demurely look away. The fact of the matter, though, I was not afraid of him. Intimidation only worked when there was fear. Compared to Crucio, my hands clenched into fists. My hormones worked against me, wanting to sneak out some tears, but I stubbornly refused. I did not speak until I had regained control over my voice so I could soften it to try and calm him down. Patty, I said softly, I love you dearly, but I don't think you understand the situation. Sirius paled, mutinous. I don't understand the situation. Knowledge is power, I said, gesturing toward the chessboard set up at one of the end tables. Manipulating the press and public image is necessary. I've been working too hard on tearing down certain opponents to let such a juicy opportunity slip. What are you talking about? There will be a change, Patty, I said. With each mistake made, each scandal found, each pound of galleons wasted bribing the media, they dig themselves a little deeper in their own graves. When Voldemort inevitably slips up and reveals his hand, Fudge and our enemies will be eviscerated, buried by the public's outcry. They'll have no choice but to bow out. Well, if they want to live they'll bow out in shame, I thought. There was no use for people too stupid to defend themselves, and too weak to resist. If they still tried to stand in my way then they were obstacles to be removed. If they were too useless then I simply couldn't use them alive. They'd be better off as cadavers to test potions on. Considering how cowardly they behaved, I doubted any of them would be able to withstand the public pressure. They'd flee. Sirius stared at me, furious but flustered. He opened his mouth to say something, but closed it soon after. I folded my hands together in front of me, beaming at Sirius. It's going to be okay, Patty. I won't let anyone hurt you or Harry. Sirius rubbed at his face, holding his breath for several seconds before letting it out slowly. Rosie. I'm not the cleverest of men. Schemes and convoluted long-term plots aren't my forte. I work and understand best when things need to get done quickly or spur of the moment. That does not mean I'm an idiot, nor am I too slow to notice your use of words there. I was not sorted as a Slytherin, but I was raised as one. Rosie, what have you been doing? You know those orgy scandals you've been giggling at for the past couple of years. He stared at me in disbelief. How do you even know what an orgy is to come up with that? Who the hell told you what that is? I shrugged, not wanting to admit that drunk Sirius told a toddler version of me about it many years ago. I've made some good investments with my allowance and using the money I've made I've been manipulating the press to favor the light. Sirius sighed, his shoulders sagged as the anger tiredly drained from him. My devious little fox, why am I not surprised? I stepped forward and kissed his cheek. I love you, Patty. I love you too, princess. You're still super grounded. What if I wore the unicorn onesie for the rest of the day? Sirius smiled. It'd certainly make me feel better. Then he frowned. Do me a favor, no more orgy scandals please. I promise, I assured him. They'd lose their flavor if I used them too frequently. With this Dementor attack I've got some juicy ammo. That's nice, princess. I beamed. Asterisk. Extra. Hey princess, Sirius said early into the summer break. He came into my room before I had even gotten out of bed. He sat on the foot of the bed, eyes bright. Gee morning, I mumbled sleepily. Sup? I made a mental deal with myself that if you beat Crumb's champion then I'd buy you whatever you wanted. So name what you want and I promise I'll get it, he said cheerfully. He made a what with what? Why? Not awake enough to question why, I instead considered what I wanted Sirius to buy me. It took a few seconds of thought then I said, booty shorts. Sirius's face fell. What? Booty shorts? Buy me a few pairs of booty shorts. Why? So I can practice regulating body temperature when playing with Whomping Willow instead of relying on charming my clothes, I thought. I had some experience keeping myself warm while being possessed, but I wanted to see if I could cool myself down as well. What better way to do that than playing tennis in the middle of winter with booty shorts and a shirt? But Sirius didn't need to know that logical explanation. I smiled. Because it'll make you extremely uncomfortable and you'll hate every second of it. Sirius's face twisted in disdain. He was quiet for a solid minute, visually conflicted as he struggled to choose his next words. He carefully said, Harry told me you had an escort to the ball. Him. Are they for him? Tom, you want some booty shorts? Tom started to laugh. Nope, I said cheerfully. Chapter 39, Year 5 to 3. Beta, Cloudy. Asterisk. Unlike in canon, when it was time to move to Grimald's place, Harry and I didn't get an epic escort scene. Nope. Grimald's flow network was set up at our home, so all we needed was the secret kept by Dumbledore and we could go through. I wasn't sure why the network was available to us. I felt like canonically it wasn't, nor did I care enough to question it. We packed up our bags and stepped through the flue. It was the first time we'd see the Black Home in several years. Sirius and Remus had worked on clearing out the dark magic and prepping it as an emergency home since I was a toddler. Their hard work had clearly paid off. I had anticipated a still dreary or dismal home covered in dust, but nope. It had been heavily revamped into a rather modern townhouse with shiny wooden floors, brick walls, and sparkly new furniture. There were plenty of lights, so it wasn't dark at all. I whistled loudly. Wow. I was expecting something much eviler with how much you bellyached about it, Patty. You should have seen it at the start, he muttered from behind me, glaring at a spot in the wall that looked perfectly nice to me. Bloody bitch hid curses in the walls. Curses. In. They. Walls. Sounds like a lady who appreciates a good booby trap. Traps everywhere. Everywhere. Arg. It took me years to take down her damn portrait. I patted his arm as Harry stepped past me and further inside. He looked around. I mean, it looks nice, Patty. Now it does, yes, agreed Sirius. In you go. There were hurried footsteps and none other than Molly Weasley emerged from a door at the far end of the hall. She was beaming in welcome as she hurried toward us, though I was sad to notice that she was rather thinner and paler than I remember her being. Oh. Children, it's so lovely to see you, she said, pulling both of us into a tight hug. I let out a little squeak as the air was knocked out of me. Molly was dear, but I hadn't anticipated that I would ever become dear to her. I knew Harry had kinda become friends with Ron, and I was friends with the twins, but I hadn't dared to assume that meant she'd spiritually adopt me. I was a Slytherin, a troublemaker, and an enabler of what she thought were the twins' bad habits. If anything, I ought to have been on her wary list. But I wasn't about to say no to a Molly Weasley hug. She was every bit as warm, soft, and cuddly as I imagined her being. She smelled like warm apple cinnamon buns. I love you, I thought as I relished the hug. She pulled back as she examined both of us, cupping our cheeks. Oh dear, you both look so peckish. You'll have to wait a bit for dinner, I'm afraid. Got a meeting? Meeting? Asked Harry, intrigued. No, don't even think about it. The meeting's only for members of the Order. Ron, Neville, and Hermione are upstairs. You can wait with them until the meeting's over and then we'll have dinner. Go visit your friends, kiddos, said Sirius, nudging both of us from behind. Lucky you, your best friends are here, I said as I elbowed my brother. Harry gave me a fleeting smile. Wanna join us? Well, I think Patty will literally chain me to my room if I sneak out again, so sure. Harry slung an arm around my shoulder. It would be well deserved, dear sister. Shut up, I chuckled. Harry and I headed up the stairs, content with finding our room on our own. I assumed we'd end up sharing. We heard voices chatting in one of the rooms. The door was ajar and we opened it to find Hermione and Neville on the floor playing some kind of card game while Ron sat on the bed and watched. As soon as Hermione spotted Harry, she leapt over Neville and hug-tackled Harry. You're here. We didn't hear you arrive. Oh, how are you? Are you all right? Have you been furious with us? I bet you have. I know our letters were useless, but we couldn't tell you anything. Dumbledore made us swear we wouldn't. Oh, we've got so much to tell you, and you've got to tell us the Dementors. When we heard in that ministry hearing, it's just outrageous. At that, Hermione pulled away from Harry and looked over at me, continuing in her breathless rant. I've looked it all up. They can't expel you, they just can't. There's provision in the decree for the restriction of underage sorcery for the use of magic in life-threatening situations. Thanks, sweetie, but I'm not worried about it, I said, carefully reaching forward and placing a hand on Hermione in a calming gesture. Hey Harry, came Neville's quiet greeting. Hey Neville. Hey Ron, said Harry as he took a seat next to Neville on the floor. Rosie, Neville greeted with a nod at my direction. I exchanged nods with him and Ron before I sat on the floor and pulled Hermione down beside me. So what's this place now? Asked Harry. Why are you all here? I mean, I'm happy to see you all, of course, but pretty surprised. Mom and Dad thought it'd be safer here, answered Ron. Better here than home, added Neville with a shrug. Harry raised an eyebrow at that, giving Neville a pointed look. Gran's not been happy with me this summer, he mumbled, looking away. Whoa, what's going on with the Gryffindor boys? One of the downsides to being Slytherin meant I was out of the loop when it came to what the Gryffindor kiddos were going through. I still hadn't managed to figure out how Neville and Luna met up so early, and every time I asked Neville he evaded the question. If he doesn't give me a straight answer, I'll have no choice but to put a request for one of my baby snakes to kidnap Luna so I can ask her. I thought you might want some company, and my parents agreed, Hermione answered. Especially when I saw the paper. This place, it's the new headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. That's a secret society. Dumbledore's in charge, he founded it. It's the people who fought against you-know-who last time. Who's in it? Quite a few people. We've met about 20 of them, said Ron, but we think there are more. With two loud cracks, Fred and George had materialized out of thin air in the middle of the room. Rosie. They cheered upon spotting me. They twins lifted me up into a hug and I joyfully returned. Twin hugs were always the best. I kissed both of their cheeks in return. Harry, get in so we can get a double hug going, I ordered as I continued to embrace Fred and George. I dunno, I'm pretty comfy. Harry. Now. Harry sighed as he stood up. George opened his arms and Harry joined us in the twin hug that tragically had to end after a minute. We thought we sensed our secret triplet, said Fred as he patted my back. Ah, my devious other halves, I purred. How I have missed you. What chaos shall we get into today? Rosie, you're still grounded, Harry pointed out. I scoffed. Like that's going to stop me. Fred and George laughed. George said with a grin as he spun me around, here, for our charming snake queen. Fred held up something I could only assume was the famous extendable ears. We're trying to hear what's going on downstairs. You want to be careful, said Ron, staring at the ear. If Mum sees one of them again. It's worth the risk, that's a major meeting they're having, said Fred. The door opened and a long mane of red hair appeared. Oh hello, Harry and Rosie. Chirped Ginny, brightly. I thought I heard your voices. Turning to Fred and George she said, it's no go with the extendable ears, she's gone and put an imperturbable charm on the kitchen door. How do you know? Said George, looking crestfallen. Tonks told me how to find out, said Ginny. You just chuck stuff at the door and if it can't make contact the door's been imperturbed. I've been flicking dung bombs at it from the top of the stairs and they just soar away from it, so there's no way the extendable ears will be able to get under the gap. Fred heaved a deep sigh. Shame. I really fancied finding out what old Snape's been up to. Oh. Professor Snape's here. I squealed excitedly. Why are you so happy to see that git? Muttered Harry. He's not a git to me, I sang cheerfully. MN. George carefully closed the door and sat down on one of the beds, Fred and Ginny followed. I got pulled to sit in between the Weasley twins on the same bed. He's giving a report. Top secret. Git, said Fred idly. He's on our side now, said Hermione reprovingly. Ron snorted. Doesn't stop him from being a git. The way he looks at us when he sees us. Bill doesn't like him either, said Ginny, as though that settled the matter. Is Bill here? Harry asked as he sat back down next to Neville on the floor, Hermione scooting over to give him room. I thought he was working in Egypt. He applied for a desk job so he could come home and work for the order, said Fred. He says he misses the tombs, but, he smirked, there are compensations. What do you mean? Remember old Fleur Delacour? Said George. She's got a job at Gringotts to improve her English. And Bill's been giving her a lot of private lessons, snickered Fred. Charlie's in the order too, said George, but he's still in Romania. Dumbledore wants as many foreign wizards brought in as possible, so Charlie's trying to make contacts on his days off. Couldn't Percy do that? Harry asked. At these words all the Weasleys, Neville and Hermione exchanged darkly significant looks. Whatever you do, don't mention Percy in front of Mum and Dad, Ron told Harry in a tense voice. Oh dear. Oh no. I'm getting sucked into someone else's family drama. Ugh. Being in Slytherin has me so out of the Gryffindor drama loop. Why not? Because every time Percy's name's mentioned, Dad breaks whatever he's holding and Mum starts crying, Fred said. It's been awful, sighed Ginny sadly. I think we're well shut of him, said George with an uncharacteristically dark scowl on his face. What's happened? Harry said. Percy and Dad had a row, said Fred. I've never seen Dad row with anyone like that. It's normally Mum who shouts. It was the first week back after term ended, said Ron. We were about to come and join the order. Percy came home and told us he'd been promoted. You're kidding, said Harry in disbelief. Yeah, we were all surprised, said George, because Percy got into a load of trouble about Crouch, there was an inquiry and everything. They said Percy ought to have realized Crouch was off his rocker and informed a superior. But you know Percy, Crouch left him in charge, he wasn't going to complain. Harry's brow furrowed. So how come they promoted him? That's exactly what we wondered, said Ron. He came home really pleased with himself, even more pleased than usual if you can imagine that, and told Dad he'd been offered a position in Fudge's own office. A really good one for someone only a year out of Hogwarts, junior assistant to the minister. He expected Dad to be all impressed, I think. Fred's lips thinned as he muttered grimly, only Dad wasn't. Why not? Asked Harry. Well, apparently Fudge has been storming round the ministry checking that nobody's having any contact with Dumbledore, explained George. Dumbledore's name's taboo with the ministry these days, see, said Fred. Enough think he's just making trouble saying you know who's back. Dad says Fudge has made it clear that anyone who's in league with Dumbledore can clear out their desks, said George. Trouble is, Fudge suspects Dad, he knows he's friendly with Dumbledore, and he's always thought Dad's a bit of a weirdo because of his Muggle obsession. But what's this got to do with Percy? Asked Harry, confused. I'm coming to that. Dad reckons Fudge only wants Percy in his office because he wants to use him to spy on the family and Dumbledore. Harry let out a low whistle. Bet Percy loved that. Ron laughed in a hollow sort of way. Hermione and Neville exchanged uncomfortable looks. He went completely berserk. He said loads of terrible stuff. He said he's been having to struggle against Dad's lousy reputation ever since he joined the ministry and that Dad's got no ambition and that's why we've always been not had a lot of money, I mean. What? Said Harry in disbelief, as Ginny made a noise like an angry cat. I know, said Ron in a low voice. And it got worse. He said Dad was an idiot to run around with Dumbledore, that Dumbledore was heading for big trouble and Dad was going to go down with him, and that Percy knew where his loyalty lay and it was with the ministry. And if Mum and Dad were going to become traitors to the ministry he was going to make sure everyone knew he didn't belong to our family anymore. And he packed his bags the same night and left. He's living here in London now. Harry let out a soft wow under his breath. Mum's been in a right state, said Ron. You know, crying and stuff. She came up to London to try and talk to Percy but he slammed the door in her face. I dunno what he does if he meets Dad at work, ignores him, I suppose. But Percy must know Voldemort's back, said Harry slowly. He's not stupid, he must know your mum and Dad wouldn't risk everything without proof. Yeah, well, Rosie's word isn't good enough, said Ron with a furtive look. The prophet's been dragging her and Dumbledore for a good chunk of the summer. And ministry, muttered George. Course not that it matters right now. Percy's siding with Fudge and the ministry, concluded Fred with an edge of bitterness. I placed a comforting around each of the twins, pulling them into me for a hug. It ended with their heads bunking together because I was sadly Harry's height and the boys were taller than us. I hoped I got James' height in the end. Lily was adorable but she needed a step stool for the kitchen and I was not about to have that nonsense. I figured the odds were in my favor since I was matching Harry's height and it looked like I had already surpassed Hermione. There was the sound of footsteps climbing up to them. Oh! Fred gave the extendable ear a hearty tug, there was another loud crack and he and George vanished. Seconds later, Molly Weasley appeared in the bedroom doorway. The meeting's over, you can come down and have dinner now, everyone's dying to see you too. And who's left all those dung bombs outside the kitchen door? Crookshanks, said Ginny unblushingly as she coolly brushed her hair back in a way that reminded me of Daphne Greengrass. He loves playing with them. Oh, said Molly, as I stood up to hurry down. I wanted a chance to see Professor Snape. I hurried into the dining room that had been transformed as a meeting place, looking around. Sadly it seemed the 30 seconds it took to run was plenty of time for Professor Snape to apparate away. Oh well. At least I'd get to eat Molly's cooking. As soon as we get you a body we'll get you some of her cooking. It's amazing. It looks almost as unhealthy and greasy as Hogwarts. Tom Riddle, are you dissing Hogwarts food? Maybe a little bit. Since when have you cared? Since I started reading What Happens When Someone Lives Off a Butter-Based Diet. Oh gosh. Even you're susceptible to second-year med student syndrome. What's that? Tom, if I told you I had a cough, what would you suggest I do? Dry or wet? Doesn't matter. I'd advise you to see a healer. It could be oncoming chronic obstructive pulmonary disease or bronchitis or... Oh my sweet darling Tom, no. Sometimes when you hear hoof prints it's just a horse, not a zebra. He did not respond for several seconds, his magic twitching in an odd way. Gosh, if I didn't know any better I'd say Tom Riddle was embarrassed. Couldn't be. I see. I understand what you're getting at. Besides, I'm sure between the two of us we could come up with a potion to clean out fat buildup in arteries. That is, an idea. After I've perfected the homunculus body perhaps I'll move on to that. Or you could help me dabble in some pretty crazy rituals. How crazy are we talking? I dunno. I'll find out when I start alchemy next year. Tom's magic curled, I thought maybe he was smiling. I'll look forward to it. Dinner was not quite ready, so I meandered about the revamped headquarters, admiring how clean it was. I vaguely remembered visiting it once when I was much younger, so Sirius could key my magic into the wards in case of emergency. From what I recalled it was pretty similar to the movie adaptation of it. Now it had been transformed into something remarkably stylish, leaning heavily into warm. Oh my gosh, I just now realized this place looks so much like the Gryffindor common room. Wow. He took his family home, which used to only have Slytherins and had the most gung-ho Slytherin mom, and he turned it into a second Gryffindor house. Look. It even has some pictures of Griffins on it. I shook my head as I stared at some artwork. The sound of steps behind me drew my attention and I found that Neville had approached me with a shy smile. Hey Rosie. Hey Neville, I said. What's up? Wanted to see how you were. Any more, shakes? Nat, I said, holding up a steady hand. I still had phantom pains and nightmares, but that wasn't something sweet little Neville would want to hear about. Thankfully, I only screamed out loud twice, both times resulting in me, Sirius, and Harry transforming into our animagus forms and the three of us sleeping together under a fort of blankets. Nice and comforting, but not something I should become reliant upon. And how are you? Talk to Luna. We send letters, came his quiet response. The boy shifted his weight, and I suddenly noticed how fit he had become. He and Harry were naturally lithe boys, and the exercises had toned them. He didn't bulk out like Vincent and Gregory, but it was clear he had muscles. Good for him. Rosie, I know you're Slytherin. Yes. Are you gonna be safe going back? He asked hesitantly, brown eyes darkening with concern. Harry's worried, but he doesn't want to let on, you know. Sweet kid. I offered Neville a kind smile. I'll be fine. It wouldn't be the first time some snakes tried to usurp my throne. Neville's brow furrowed. You sure? If you need help, you can always ask. I know. You're a good boy, Neville. I'm glad you're Harry's best friend. Neville's cheeks tinged pink and he coughed as he looked away. Well, that's a spot tied with my own. You're a good person, Rosie. You've always looked out for us. Harry might be used to it, so he may not have noticed, but I did. I shrugged. I only did what anyone would in my place. No. You've done more, he said. Thank you. I reached forward and affectionately patted the top of his head. You're a good boy, Neville. His cheeks tinged pink. Asterisk. Harry's anger issues didn't magically disappear at Grimald's place, rather it became visually apparent after certain people didn't want to tell us about Voldemort and the Order. It triggered him, which turned into a rather heated argument between him and the adults. Eventually, I got pulled into another meeting literally. Harry took my hand and dragged me into the room while I was perfectly happy debating Tom on the merits of cloning cadavers for testing, where it was finally time for Harry to get the answers he wanted. I got squished in between him and Hermione as Ron, Neville, Fred, and George crowded around us on our side of the dining room. The adults Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Molly, and Arthur sat opposite of us. All right. We'll try to answer what we can, said Sirius. What do you want to know? What am I doing here? I asked. I was perfectly happy meditating. You're here because we have a right to know, retorted Harry. Sure. I said slowly. Know what? Harry made an annoyed noise at me that was oddly cat-like. He flicked my nose in frustration. I let out an offended scoff at that, then turned away from me to address Sirius. Where's Voldemort? What's he doing? I looked through the past issues of the Daily Prophet and I haven't found anything. That's because there haven't been any suspicious deaths yet, said Sirius, not as far as we know, anyway. And we know quite a lot. More than he thinks we do anyway, added Remus. How come he's stopped killing people? Harry asked. Because he doesn't want to draw attention to himself at the moment, said Sirius. It would be dangerous for him. His comeback didn't come off quite the way he wanted it to, you see. He messed it up. Or rather, Rosie messed it up for him, said Remus with a thin, dark, bitter smile. Hooray for messing up Voldemort's plans, but any reminder of my torture caused a dark look to flicker over my family's faces. At the suggestion of what happened last year, Harry shifted closer to me and reached out. I grabbed his hand, squeezing it reassuringly. His voice had a subtle tremor of anger to it as he asked, how? Sirius answered, she wasn't supposed to survive. Nobody apart from his Death Eaters was supposed to know he'd come back. But Rosie survived to bear witness. And alerted the very last person he wanted to know about his return, said Remus. Dumbledore, I murmured. How has that helped? Harry asked. When given an incredulous look in return, Harry held up his other hand. I know Professor Dumbledore is powerful and feared, and I see he's put the Order together. But is it his presence alone that's preventing Voldemort's movements, or is Dumbledore actively moving pieces? Remus shifted his weight in a chair. We can't answer with details. All we can say is that Dumbledore is working to make sure Voldemort can't carry out his plans. And how do you know what his plans are? Harry pressed. Dumbledore's got a shrewd idea, said Remus, and Dumbledore's shrewd ideas normally turn out to be accurate. Well, firstly, he wants to build up his army again, said Sirius. In the old days he had huge numbers at his command, witches and wizards he'd bullied or bewitched into following him, his faithful Death Eaters, a great variety of dark creatures. You heard him planning to recruit the giants. Well, there'll be just one group he's after. He's certainly not going to try and take on the Ministry of Magic with only a dozen Death Eaters. Course it hasn't been going that well this time around, said Remus. A chunk of his army were werewolves and they've well and truly distanced themselves out of this. Word through the grapevine says a lot of his original supports are, on hard times. Broke, said Harry. Certainly not a position to offer assistance or be of any use except as an extra wand, said Sirius with a nod. The main issue we're struggling against is getting the public to believe he's back so they're on guard. Harry squeezed my hand again. Cause of the Ministry. Because of the Ministry's attitude, affirmed Tonks. You saw Cornelius Fudge after you know who came back. Well, he hasn't shifted his position at all. He's absolutely refusing to believe it's happened. But why? Said Harry disbelievingly. Why is he being so stupid? If Dumbledore... Ah, well, you've put your finger on the problem, said Arthur with a wry smile. Dumbledore. Fudge is frightened of him, you see, said Tonks sadly. Frightened of Dumbledore? Said Harry incredulously. I'd sooner believe someone was frightened of Rosie than Dumbledore. Sirius snorted darkly at that. Frightened of what he's up to, said Arthur. You see, Fudge thinks Dumbledore's plotting to overthrow him. He thinks Dumbledore wants to be Minister of Magic. But Dumbledore doesn't want. Of course he doesn't, said Arthur. He's never wanted the minister's job, even though a lot of people wanted him to take it when Millicent Bagnold retired. Fudge came to power instead, but he's never quite forgotten how much popular support Dumbledore had, even though Dumbledore never applied for the job. Deep down, Fudge knows Dumbledore's much cleverer than he is, a much more powerful wizard, and in the early days of his ministry he was forever asking Dumbledore for help and advice, said Remus. But it seems that he's become fond of power now, and much more confident. He loves being Minister of Magic, and he's managed to convince himself that he's the clever one and Dumbledore's simply stirring up trouble for the sake of it. How can he think that? Said Harry angrily. How can he think Dumbledore would just make it all up? Does he think my sister Crucio D herself? Because accepting that Voldemort's back would mean trouble like the Ministry hasn't had to cope with for nearly 14 years, said Sirius bitterly. Fudge just can't bring himself to face it. It's so much more comfortable to convince himself Dumbledore's using Rosie and lying to destabilize him. You see the problem, Remus went on. While the Ministry insists there is nothing to fear from Voldemort, it's hard to convince people he's back, especially as they really don't want to believe it in the first place. What's more, the Ministry's leaning heavily on the Daily Prophet not to report any of what they're calling Dumbledore's rumor-mongering, so most of the wizarding community are completely unaware anything's happened, and that makes them easy targets for the Death Eaters if they're using the Imperious Curse. It helps that the Daily Prophet is adding returning fire with some pieces, but until the Daily Prophet and Ministry start publicizing Voldemort's return there are plenty of people who'd rather pretend otherwise. Harry sighed roughly. Okay. Aside from followers, what else is he after? Sirius and Remus exchanged a look. After a long pause Sirius admitted, something like a weapon. Something he didn't have last time. When he was powerful before. Yes. Like what kind of weapon? Said Harry. Something worse than the Avada Kedavra. That's enough, snapped Molly. You've given them plenty of information. Any more and you might just as well induct them into the order straight away. Why not? Said Harry quickly. I'll join, I want to join, I want to fight. Neville was quick to add, me too. No, Remus cut in. The order is composed only of overage wizards who have left school. There are dangers involved of which you can have no idea, any of you. I think Molly's right, Sirius. We've said enough. What do you think the weapon could be? Asked Tom as we were ushered out. The children and I congregated to another bedroom. Harry wouldn't let go of my hand so it looked like I was forced to listen to the whole powwow. Knowledge. Knowledge of what? Tom's magic curled thoughtfully. Some type of dark item? Although I can't imagine it being a spell or ritual. Maybe an artifact. Why not a spell or ritual? Because I could invent or reverse engineer it myself. You could. Could Voldemort? Tom's magic twitched, a touch of dark bitterness laced through it. I suppose not. It is clever enough to use the basic tactic of laying low, but not smart enough to take advantage of it. What would you do? Depends on my goals. What is Voldemort's ultimate desire? Me and Harry's death, genocide of Muggles and Muggleborns, and I guess maybe rule the world. Tom sighed irritably. Are you certain? Definitely sure about the first two. Why is he so fixated on you two? What made him try to kill you two as infants in the first place? I didn't get a chance to answer because Harry started talking as soon as Neville shut the bedroom door behind us. Harry asked, what do you reckon it is, that weapon? Could be anything, said Fred. But there can't be anything worse than the Avada Kedavra curse, can there? Said Ron. What's worse than death? Crucio, muttered Neville. But he already knows that, doesn't he? They glanced in my direction. I pretended not to notice by pointedly looking away. Ah, what a nice ceiling. Maybe it's something that can kill loads of people at once, suggested Fred. So who do you think's got it now? Asked George. I hope it's our side, said Ron, sounding slightly nervous. If it is, Dumbledore's probably keeping it, said Fred. Where? Said Ron quickly. Hogwarts. Bet it is, said George. That's where he hid the Philosopher's Stone. A weapon's going to be a lot bigger than the stone, though, said Ron. Not necessarily, said Fred. Yeah, size is no guarantee of power, said George. We're looking at this wrong, cut in Hermione. Why is he now looking for this weapon, and not before? If it was so important, why did he not have it in his prime? What prevented him? Lack of knowledge, I suppose, said Harry. And now he has it. What's different? There were some glances. Feeling a little sneaky, I said, well, think about the Death Eater that escaped third year. Rookwood? He wasn't there at the resurrection party, but Voldemort didn't seem bothered by it. Rookwood, repeated Hermione as she screwed her eyes shut. I read about him. He worked in the Department of Mysteries. Neville gasped. He was an unspeakable. They do loads of dangerous experiments. They keep all sorts of powerful artifacts and mysterious items. Maybe he got arrested before he could tell Voldemort about one of them. Department of Mysteries. Tom trailed off thoughtfully. Asterisk. I underestimated how damn notorious that stupid cursed position was. I had some takers, but unfortunately, none of them were from the same continent, which meant I had to pay for their magical visa and deal with UGG paperwork. And UGG, of all the departments that couldn't be bribed to move fast enough, it would be the International Relations Department. But that was fine. There was light at the end of the tunnel. I had 7 solid candidates. Dumbledore graciously offered to help with the paperwork in an official capacity while I paid for their fees, housing, and transportation. It made the most sense for the headmaster to put forward their names for the position and request their visas. It'd draw the least attention at least. No one was going to ask where Dumbledore was getting the money, nor why he would want to hire them. Everyone knew the position was desperately needing to be filled. While only one would obtain the position, the others were still talented witches and wizards that I'd like to keep in the country on retainer. I could put them to work at Lunar's Orchid. My werewolf town had grown large enough to need a school, but not all the teaching positions had been filled. The candidates lucky enough to avoid the position that year would teach at Lunar's Orchid. Next year another one would go on a year-long contract at Hogwarts, then come back to the Orchid, and so on. That'd give Hogwarts at least 7 years of professors, and I got to bring in international talent to teach my fluff babies. Wins all around. The only stinky side was how long it took for the paperwork to go through. Visas were submitted by batches, not processed every day. Dumbledore estimated it'd take at least a month for it to normally go through, and considering how much the Ministry hated Dumbledore, someone could go out of their way to drag out the process. I'd really hoped that wouldn't be the case. My alliances as my alias weren't aware of my connection with Dumbledore, and I'd like to keep it that way. A good chunk of them weren't in a position to help, and the ones that could, I'd rather not call in my favor from them yet. Nothing else I could do about it. I moved when I could, and I used the pieces at my disposal. Worst case scenario, I cashed in all my favors to remove her instead of using them for the election after I got rid of Fudge and the dark seats. It'd suck, but not the end of the world. Actually, worst case would be she pissed me off enough to cause me to impulsively murder her, and I'd have to rapidly deal with cleanup. I thought I was someone who had a good hold of my temper, but if she hurt my brother, I was someone capable of destroying entire families through lies purely because they were in my way. I was comfortable with murder. The law meant nothing to me. Rules were meaningless. Life in general held little to no value to me. What I placed above all else was my family. And if I was being completely honest, it wasn't out of some righteous need to protect the concept of family. It was because my family made me feel. Lily and James taught me to love and open again. I owed them something far more valuable than my life. To them I owed them my happiness. It was a debt I did not think I could repay within a single life. Sirius, Harry, Remus, they were my anchors. They kept my eyes privy to a world of colors. Because of them I got to taste and feel so many sensations I thought impossible before. They motivated me, inspired me, and above all else they genuinely cared for me. I loved them as much as I could love anyone because of it. Losing them would darken my world. I would do anything to prevent that. If Dolores Umbridge harmed them in any sort of way, I could not imagine how I would react. For her sake, let us hope her instincts to survive are strong enough to keep her at bay. After all, the moment she stepped foot onto Hogwarts she'd be walking into the Fox's Den. Chapter 40, Year 5-4. Beta, Cloudy. Asterisk. In my mind palace I sat beside Tom as I watched him redraw the ritual circle for the homunculus body. I had become better at reading the runes, finally able to understand a lot of the groundwork. Tom's fingers waved in the air as he used his magic to draw glowing lines. I think in a month or so I'll be ready to try again. Maybe. What's the hold up? I asked him. Some ingredients. I'm trying not to use anything that would be dangerous, he said after a moment of consideration. What kind of things do you think you'll need? Cadavers, he answered. As close to the body type as I can get. I can send out some feelers for that, I said. Oh, will this be my first dark ritual since cadavers would count as a dark ingredient? Yes, congratulations on your first step into the evil realm of dark, snarked Tom. Although you did already attempt this last year, so it's really your dark second ritual. I giggled. Thank you. A dead body isn't so bad though, is it really that dangerous? No. Blood, bones, and other such nonsense rarely perturb a ritual. No. What might make this dangerous is if I can't find a substitute for a life binding, answered Tom, dark eyes closing in a moment of thought. I tilted my head, unfamiliar with the term. What's that? Tom frowned. He ran his fingers through his thick dark hair before answering. It's a you get it when you bottle someone's dying breath. Depending on how they died will change the breath. Someone in a lot of pain would create a breath that would be used as a binding ingredient. Someone passing in peace would create a breath that would be freeing. And you need a binding. At the moment, I think so, he said, continuing to peer at his ritual. My soul wasn't able to bind properly to the body which caused it to rapidly decay and send me back to you. I tapped my chin. Yeah, that'd definitely be considered dark. That'd, literally require torturing someone to death. Yes. Not something one can buy off the market, is it? Not normally, no. I certainly never found a buyer, answered Tom with a shrug. Malfoy had some spare that I experimented with over Christmas, so I am vaguely familiar with what it should look like. Do you know how to make it yourself? I know the steps, but I can't say I've ever done it myself, came Tom's eloquent response. His shoulders lifted up into a small shrug. Scratching at my cheek, I asked, how much does it go? Like, if I were to do the ritual to obtain the item, would it be a one-time use thing, or can we get some mileage out of it? Tom did not respond for a minute as he considered my question. The more pain the subject is in prior to death, the stronger the binding it can create and therefore the less we'll need for my ritual. Am I ready to cross that line? I emotionally and mentally knew I was capable of murder, but could that stretch into torture? Could I do what Voldemort did to me? It wasn't something I could say no to, nor was it something I could easily say yes to. As a whole I felt better when helping people, but it didn't bother me when I hurt others. I could steal, manipulate, and torment my enemies without batting an eye. I could ruin marriages' families with my scandals just because I didn't agree with their political view, or I considered them too strong of a political union. It was one thing to harass someone on a verbal or psychological front, but to actively participate in physical torture? It didn't perturb me. Under the right circumstances, I could see myself participating in such a thing, but it wasn't a savory idea. I tried to picture the faces of people I would be willing to do such. I could comfortably say that I'd be delighted to crucio Voldemort a few times. I'd already committed myself to tearing Peter Pettigrew apart limb by limb. That was not an exaggeration. I was literally going to find a way to have him stretched and torn apart slowly and painfully, but after that it got harder to commit. I didn't think I could do such a thing to a complete stranger without a strong reason. For example, I'd do it without hesitation if it would directly result in saving Harry's life. Could I do it for political enemies? Maybe. Could I do it for fun? No, I wasn't a sadist. I never took pleasure from hurting others. To me, pain was a tool to use. I never considered how comfortable I was to use it, though. Food for thought. I said, it'd be best to look for a substitution. To be frank, I don't know if I'd be able to do such a thing to a stranger over something not even guaranteed to work. Tom inclined his head. Understandable. If I get a hold of Peter Pettigrew though, we'll milk him for all the dark ingredients we need, I promised him. Or if someone else pisses me off enough, I don't know, that's a pretty far jump from politics and murder to active torture. Speculation would get me nowhere. Hopefully, I wouldn't need to find out. Tom chuckled. As you wish. Asterisk. Sirius and I got up early in the morning to attend the hearing. Sirius had a sneaky suspicion they'd try to pull some shenanigans and wanted me to be there as soon as possible. We can hang around Arthur's office until it's time, he said. But I would rather you be there early than risk arriving on time. Risk. Something Mother would pull, he muttered darkly. Eat up and get dressed, princess. Remus had picked out my clothes. A modest dress with tights, heeled boots, and a dark cloak. A standard outfit for a noble witch. He fussed with my hair for a bit before I humored him and put it into a quick braid to the side. Too much of James's curls, Remus muttered. I know, I'm gorgeous, I said. Whelp, off to cause mayhem and chaos. Remus kissed my forehead. Behave, Princess of Mayhem and Chaos. If you get through the whole meeting without scaring the daylights out of any ministry workers, I'll treat you to another unicorn, promised Sirius. I lightly kicked him in the shins, eliciting a warm chuckle from him. Come along then, said Arthur. We'll take the Muggle way. How long have you wanted to do that? I asked. Years, answered Arthur with a smile. Asterisk. The Muggle way was through a tight phone booth. We were directed down to the depths of the ministry hidden under London. After signing in we were allowed to go past golden gates to officially enter. At the entrance we stood at one end of a very long and splendid hall with a highly polished, dark wood floor. The peacock blue ceiling was inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that were continually moving and changing like some enormous heavenly notice board. The walls on each side were panelled in shiny dark wood and had many gilded fireplaces set into them. Every few seconds a witch or wizard would emerge from one of the left-hand fireplaces with a soft whoosh. On the right-hand side, short queues of wizards were forming before each fireplace, waiting to depart. Halfway down the hall was a fountain. A group of golden statues, larger than life-size, stood in the middle of a circular pool. Tallest of them all was a wizard with his wand pointing straight up in the air. Grouped around him were a beautiful witch, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. The last three were all looking adoringly up at the witch and wizard. Holy hell, the arrogance! Glittering jets of water were flying from the ends of the two wands, the point of the centaur's arrow, the tip of the goblin's hat, and each of the house elf's ears, so that the tinkling hiss of falling water was added to the pops and cracks of operators and the clatter of footsteps as hundreds of witches and wizards, most of whom were wearing glum, early morning looks, strode toward a set of golden gates at the far end of the hall. Oh God, this hurts to look at. Thankfully I didn't have to linger long. We were lucky enough to have a memo sent our way to warn us about the change in the meeting time and place, so we headed straight on to the hearing. I was unceremoniously shuffled inside by myself. Guardians were only used if the child was under 13. Not that I needed it. I headed into the courtroom, admiring how overly dramatic, dark, and dreary it looked. You're late. By a fucking minute, prick. I shot him a flat look in return. I took a seat at the only seat available in the center of the room, the arms of which were covered in chains. At least I didn't see any dried blood on it. I crossed my ankles, lounging comfortably in the ominous chair as I assessed my targets. There were about 50 of them, all wearing plum-colored robes with an elaborately worked silver W on the left-hand side of the chest. They stared down their noses at me, some with very austere expressions, others looks of frank curiosity. In the very middle of the front row sat Cornelius Fudge and on his right was Dolores Umbridge. I wonder if he'll hang himself when I'm done with him? No, too fearful of death I think. It never specified what happened to him afterward, or if it did, I didn't remember. The man before me seemed terribly full of himself. He had become nothing short of irritation. When I thought of my dear brother in my place, fearfully sitting down on a chair meant for murderers as that man smirked above him. My hands curled into fists, a cold smile on my lips. Let's play. Very well, said Fudge. The accused being present, finally let us begin. Are you ready? He called down the row. Yes, sir, said Percy Weasley, his voice eager. Disciplinary hearing of the 12th of August, said Fudge in a ringing voice, and Percy began taking notes at once, into offences committed under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery by Rosalind Lily Potter, resident at 16, Cherry Grove, Warwickshire. Interrogators, Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister of Magic, Amelia Susan Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Under-Secretary to the Minister. Court Scribe, Percy Ignatius Weasley. Witness for the defense, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, said a quiet voice from behind me. Ah, shit. Now I have to behave. Dumbledore caught my sulky look and he winked at me. There went my plan to start whipping out the blackmail. Damn it, plot. Ah, said Fudge, who looked thoroughly disconcerted. Dumbledore. Yes. You got our message that the time and place of the hearing had been changed, then. I must have missed it, said Dumbledore cheerfully. However, due to a lucky mistake I arrived at the ministry 3 hours early, so no harm done. Yes, well, I suppose we'll need another chair, Weasley, could you? Not to worry, said Dumbledore pleasantly. He took out his wand, gave it a little flick, and a squashy chintz armchair appeared out of nowhere next to me. Dumbledore sat down, put the tips of his long fingers together, and looked at Fudge over them with an expression of polite interest. The Wizengamot was still muttering and fidgeting restlessly, only when Fudge spoke again did they settle down. You totally stole my thunder, I sighed, whispered to him. Forgive me, he whispered back, eyes twinkling. Your godfather was concerned you might be a touch cruel. I smiled humorlessly in response. Yes, said Fudge again, shuffling his notes. Well, then. So. The charges. Yes. He extricated a piece of parchment from the pile before him, took a deep breath, and read, the charges against the accused are as follows, that she did knowingly, deliberately, and in full awareness of the illegality of her actions, produce a patroness charm which constitutes an offence under paragraph C of the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery, 1875. You are Rosalind Lily Potter, resident at 16, Cherry Grove, Warwickshire. Fudge condescendingly demanded, glaring at me over the top of his parchment. Yes. You conjured a patroness on the night of the 2nd of August. Said Fudge. I stared back. I protected my brother from a Dementor attack. Ah. That. We had seen the article, those fake memories you fed to the Prophet, said Fudge in a snide tone. I placed a hand over my chest. I am willing to give you the memories to re-examine in a pensive. Or, if the court so desires, I am willing to take veritaserum and reaffirm that I conjured my patroness to protect my brother from Dementors on that night. There was a rush of quiet mutterings. Fudge's face screwed up like he bit into something unpleasant. Actually, if there is any doubt to the validity of that statement I would insist upon using it, I said with a sweet smile. That the use of veritaserum is not necessary for a hearing under the Decree for Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery. That's right, I admonished, my eyes widened with false surprise as I placed a hand over my cheek. Forgive me, Minister. Since it's already so unprecedented for the entire Wisengamot Assembly to be called forth for such a minor first-time offence, I thought maybe we were breaking tradition further. I mean, you already have broken tradition several times, Minister, I went on sweetly. You're the very first Minister of Magic to call the whole Wisengamot to stand trial over a young witch casting magic outside of school. Oh, what's another one of your firsts? Oh. That's right, you are the first Minister of Magic who lost a prisoner at Azkaban. Fudge's face darkened purple as some members gave him blatantly annoyed side eyes. A few members near him shifted their postures to subtly face away from him, a deliberate and quiet act of dissociating themselves from him. I made notes of the ones who were already turning from him, pleased that the majority had already mentally dropped Fudge. Enough were ready for his dismal already. They only needed the trigger that would grab him and all those on his side. Patience would reward the clever hunter. What else, what else? Oh, weren't you the first to host the Triwizard tournament that ended in a contestant being tortured? I chuckled mirthlessly as a few more members turned away from Fudge. The first to get caught drunk at a foreign party? The first to win the position not by popular vote, but because no one else cared to race against you. Enough. Barked Fudge. Reciting old gossip does nothing for your case. I placed my finger over my lips, my smile stretched. I'm curious, Minister Fudge. Will you be the first one to conduct a full criminal trial for an underage witch performing a patroness outside Hogwarts? The seats shifted uncomfortably. The minority that had not positioned themselves away from the minister lowered their gazes and refused to meet my own. 10. I counted 10 remaining seats that openly stood with Fudge, and of those 10, 8 were already showing signs of shame. My eyes flickered about to the empty seats of those I had already pressured out of office. I licked my lips, a thrill of anticipation jolting through me. So close. To maximize the blow I only need to catch a few more. We are here to judge a serious breach of magical law. Thundered Fudge. Ah, I said. Yes. Terribly serious. Terribly serious. I raised my wand and conjured my patroness then and there to the scandalized gasps of the Wisengamot. Terribly serious, I agreed as I watched my fox prance about. Yes. Dangerous things, aren't they? Fudge was mutinous. Do you take this as a joke? Don't you? I retorted. A criminal trial for a patroness. A patroness. Very impressive to see a corporeal one at your age, praised Bones, amused at how my fox danced around her before hopping around to other members. It pranced about, lingering a moment on some of my allies like Greengrass and Longbottom. The natural aura of a patroness was one of light, warmth, and joy. Its mere presence brought a reflexive smile out of the members of the Wisengamot. Indeed, it was plain to see many of them were endeared by how cutely I made it behave. A quick, bright, and vibrant reminder of exactly what spell I was being charged for. Its sweet demeanor would help them correlate the idea that I was still but a child. A child being criminally charged for casting such a sweet and innocent spell. Ah. Yes. The shame and disgust in some of their eyes as they looked over at Fudge was delightful. Even the pro-Death Eaters were finding it hard to retain their disdain over such an obvious ploy. There was no Slytherin grace or cunning to Fudge's actions. He was so terribly easy to read. The pro-Dark seats didn't like Fudge, but it was to their advantage to keep him. Or so they would think for now. But two sides could take advantage over an incompetent leader. While Fudge focused his attention on Rosalind Potter and Dumbledore, my alias moved behind the scenes to whisper discourse in his most loyal followers. His obsession continued to lay the groundwork for me. It is a first for a trial to ever be held for a patroness, snarked one of the members, their voice just loud enough for us to hear but quiet enough to not pinpoint where it came from. There was a general murmur of displeasure spread across the seats. Dumbledore clapped a hand on my shoulder and my patroness faded. The brazen nature of my charge aside. As far as I am aware, there is no law yet in place that says it is this court's job to hold court for every bit of underage magic performed. Indeed, the last time the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery hasn't even been called upon in over a decade if I recall correctly, and certainly never over a non-harmful spell not even performed in the presence of muggles. Yet, here we are. Dumbledore paused, his eyes twinkling. Another first for the history books. Dumbledore put his fingertips together again and said no more. Fudge glared at him, incensed. Those in favor of clearing the accused of all charges, said Madame Bone's booming voice. It was plainly obvious over half the hands were raised. And those in favor of conviction. And that's that, I thought as I made mental notes over who else just made my shit list trademark. Fudge glanced around at the lack of support on his side, looking as though there was something large stuck in his throat, then lowered his own hand. He took 2 deep breaths and then said, in a voice distorted by suppressed rage, very well, very well. Cleared of all charges. Excellent, said Dumbledore. You really didn't need to come, I told him as he sprang to his feet. And yet, if I didn't, I have the strangest feeling it wouldn't be a patroness that you cast today, he said with an odd smile. I wagged my finger at him. How dare you think I would do anything so obvious? I'm way more fun than that. He tipped his head in my direction. What a rude thing for me to do. As long as you're aware. Good day, Grandpa. Good day, Granddaughter. Asterisk. So you were tried by the full court of Wisengamot for using the patroness outside Hogwarts, and you proceeded to use the patroness outside Hogwarts right in front of them. Sirius sought to clarify, wanting to hear all about the meeting as soon as I was out. Yes. You've a Gryffindor heart, my little princess. How dare you say that to my face? Take it back. Heart of a lion, he went on. Stop it. Courage of a griffin. Last warning, Patty. A proper Gryffindor, he whispered with the biggest shit-eating grin. I kicked him in the shins, hard. He laughed as he yelped in pain, clutching at his shin and hopping around. Asterisk. Living at the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix was painfully dull. I wasn't able to sneak out at all, which meant my heists were put to a miserable abrupt end. I couldn't write letters to any of my snake babies, and while Harry's lion babies were good company, I wouldn't call them my friends. Fred and George made things fun while they could, but the two were more focused on inventing new pranks or ideas for their shop. A lot of my time was spent in meditation, and thus tutoring from Tom, or in my studies. I did a lot of studying that summer. As pessimistically predicted, none of my international candidates were able to have their visas processed in time before school. I hoped it would be finished by October, and Dumbledore said Christmas would be the latest. Which meant there was a solid chance of having to put up with Umbridge for at least one whole semester. Guaranteed no longer than that. She was dead as soon as I had those visas processed. In fact, I made a little promise to myself she'd be 6 feet under before Christmas morning. Ugh. Would rather it be before school started. I hated the idea of letting Harry near her. But if fate was protecting her. Arg. This is so frustrating. I consoled myself that I could still kill her worst-case scenario. Somehow, someway, I'd figure it out. I'd unleash the basilisk if I had to. It felt like things were at least better than canonical. I knew things were going to be drastically different once I pulled the rug out from under my competition, but I needed to be patient until then. I wanted to get as many of them out of my way as I could, and to do that I had to wait for them to fall to me. Voldemort hadn't broken anyone out of Azkaban. He was smart enough to take advantage of the chaotic situation and not reveal his hand too early. I couldn't pull my strings until the pieces were in place. I'd sleep much better at night knowing the threats were properly neutralized and not lying in wait. I'd rather avoid going to Azkaban myself to kill them, but if that evil shit wasn't going to bust them out by the end of year, I'd go there myself next summer. It'd be nice to visit Boo Boo instead. It'd be nice if I could come up with a way to draw him to the ministry like canon without endangering Harry or risking the prophecy. It wasn't as if I didn't have any ideas, but none of it could be set in stone. Voldemort was deranged yet still had flashes of sanity that allowed him to put together schemes. Trying to predict how he'd react to certain situations felt like trying to make a ball fall up instead of down. Not to mention Harry hadn't told me his scar was bothering him. I could only conclude that his occlumency training was drastically better than canon and he was successfully blocking out Voldemort. Which, hooray for my brother. But it made it harder to guess what Voldemort was going to do next. I knew he wanted the prophecy, but how was he going to go about getting it if he couldn't use Harry? I'd do a repeat of last year and offer myself up as bait if I could, but I couldn't even collect the prophecy myself since it wasn't about me. What made him go there in the first place after Harry arrived? Did one of his Death Eaters tip him off about the order showing up? Must have, I can't imagine why else. Whatever. For the moment I wasn't in a rush. Voldemort was a threat but currently not that big of a threat. Over half of his original army was gone, I had taken werewolves out of the equation and ruined dozens of his followers. He'd struggled to recruit in silence, which meant that as long as he remained hidden he wasn't as dangerous. I knew that there'd still be plenty of racists and bigots who would leap at the chance to join his army, people out of my reach and sight. He could still amass a small army, but only when he revealed himself. Trying to come up with some crazy plan and expecting a madman to follow it would be the height of folly. Patience. I needed to be patient. Like a hunter in the shadows, waiting for the prey to approach. Voldemort was a time bomb that hadn't even started ticking down. I needed to keep my focus on the ministry, and the upcoming school year. I had marked all the major political families that I needed to remove and I only needed 2 more families to replace them with. Once they were in place, I could begin actively trying to lure Voldemort into the ministry to reveal himself and trap my enemies. Or hell. If I could just get Voldemort in a public enough setting like Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley, a place where too many witnesses couldn't deny his presence. Dolores Umbridge was definitely a more concerning matter. With no hope of getting a replacement prior to the start of the year, I had to begin planning on how to manage her head-on. Scenario 1, Dolores is a bit insane, but not as overtly sadistic as canon portrayed. She's irritating but doesn't outright torture students. The curse takes care of her end of year and I don't need to do anything. Optimistically unrealistic. Scenario 2, Dolores is an insane torture fetish bitch. Frankly, it simply wasn't worth the cost of cashing in my political favors to pull her out of there if she was only harassing random students. Logistically speaking, it wasn't worth the price I'd have to pay. Dolores had a significant amount of leverage in the ministry and a good chunk of her own stash of blackmail and money. Ripping her out would be difficult unless I could drag her down with fudge. It was doable, but not very cost-effective. Murdering her would be best, but I felt like it would be risky until I had someone to fill her shoes. Fate kept her alive once, what if it kept her alive twice? But ugh, if she hurt Harry. The thought unsettled me. It made me clench my jaw and glared up at the ceiling. I had done a lot to keep Harry safe. I had taken those crucios for my brother, and I would do it again if it meant he didn't have to. The idea of some pink-clad woman torturing my brother infuriated me. The surge of sick loathing that shot through me was on par with the level of disgust I felt towards Peter Pettigrew. What would I do if she gave him detention? I would rip her fucking heart out. I definitely couldn't remain level-headed enough to deal with her. If she hurt my brother, it was game over for her one way or another. If I absolutely had to deal with her, then I needed to keep Harry out of her grimy claws. My brother was a good boy, but his temper wasn't easily dealt with. If he directed his anger towards her, she'd gleefully use it as a way to entrap him. Harry wasn't equipped to deal with someone as conniving as her. I was. Let's see. I needed a way to protect my baby snakes, and my darling brother, while preparing to remove the pink tumor known as Umbridge. I think I just came up with a rather dashing plan. What a scheme! I thought to myself, trying not to giggle. Asterisk. As a precaution, just a precaution, I asked Syl, through Creaker, to prepare a home in Hogsmeade for me in case I needed to attend to a guest. I asked Tom to help pick out the equipment. I told Syl to make sure it was hooked up to my home at the Orchid through the flu. Better to be prepared and not need it, than need it and not have it. On the very last day of the holidays, the Hogwarts letters arrived. I was sharing a room with Harry, although we had pushed our beds together. Since moving into Grimmauld, we had unfortunately encountered several nightmares. Neither of us really wanted to discuss them. We slept better when we had someone next to us. More than one night Harry slipped into his animagus form so I could completely hold him to comfort him. Last night had been a rough one, we both woke up from a dream too hazy to remember any of the details. We huddled under the blankets in our animal forms, finding more solace as a fox and cat than we could as humans. Harry was particularly keen to bury himself against my belly, very reminiscent to a kitten looking for its mother's milk. I hadn't been able to sleep much after the nightmare, my mind wandering. Tom played some more word games with me, which helped a lot. Harry dropped off the Hogwarts letter at the bed, his green eyes assessing me. You going to nap today? Nah. I'll try to sleep early, I said. I hadn't gotten out of bed yet. My brother brought up breakfast earlier. Sirius stopped by briefly to give me nuzzles and forehead kisses, but he was busy with order business like Remus, so he didn't stay long. Harry frowned. Okay. Take care, Rosie. My classes were the same as last year, transfiguration, potions, charms, runes, language, and care of magical creatures. There was one new addition. I stared at it. No way. There, at the bottom was alchemy. You're seeing that, too, right? I see what you see, Rosie. I see alchemy. Congratulations on testing in early. But I didn't test in. I mean hey. Not that I was complaining, but golly gee, I didn't expect that at all. The prerequisite of alchemy were ES or OS in potions, runes, and erythromancy during OWLS. My O.W.S.L.S were this year, so there was no way I met the technical requirements. My envelope was a touch heavier than expected. I dug further inside. There was a prefect badge inside but nothing else. On one hand, hooray for getting into alchemy, but a part of me was perturbed. Alchemy was a class I had been planning to take with Harry next year. We had both worked hard learning math under Remus. Taking it before him rubbed me the wrong way. I hoped it was a fluke. Or, maybe, Harry also had the class but didn't mention it to me out of concern it would upset me. Hey. I guess I'll ask a professor when I get there. I hope I'm actually qualified. You are. Thank you, Tom. You are welcome, Rosie. Asterisk. The following morning we were escorted to the train. Harry, Hermione, and I were prefects, so off to the prefect carriage we went. Draco was my Slytherin counterpart and he greeted me with a thin smile and tilt of the head. The head boy and girl gave us a quick rundown on what to expect, the meeting only lasting about 30 minutes, then we were shuffled out. Rosie, said Draco. He had reached out to grasp my hand. I exchanged a look with Harry and the two of us nodded in understanding. Harry moved on while I followed Draco into a train compartment. Theodore and Tracy were already inside, they had saved the opposite bench for us. I put my bag up top then sat down. Tracy immediately moved to sit next to me. What's up? I asked. Tracy cut straight in. You know what's going to happen this year, right? I have some pretty good guesses, yet. I pulled my hair out of its bun, running my fingers through it. I've got some ideas on how to handle it as well, depending on you guys. Theodore and Draco sighed with relief. Theodore said, told you she'd have a plan. Not now, hissed Draco, pulling out his wand. He cast several spells on the cabin to prevent any eavesdropping. Okay, Rosie, you know. I know your dad's a Death Eater. I saw him and Theodore's dad at, the party. Draco and Theodore exchanged uneasy looks. While I disagree with, the viewpoints, they're your fathers, so I'm not out for vengeance, I said, trying to reassure the boys. I would prefer an honest answer from the two of you though. Have you joined the Death Eaters? Not of age, came Theodore's flippant response. Father will expect me to join 7th year. Theodore's not saying outright if he will or will not. Smart boy. I smiled in approval. Good. It would be ideal to stay neutral until the winning side is clear. Theodore clapped my shoulder. This is why we like you. And because I'm adorable. That, too. Tracy cleared her throat. Rosie, I know you've never been one to fit a certain standard, but are you okay? I blinked. In what capacity? I've recovered from the Crucio torture. Sorry I wasn't able to write to you this summer, but I mean. You know that half of Slytherin has parents who side with the Dark Lord, said Draco quietly. It doesn't matter what our personal beliefs are. Our parents have expectations of us. I guessed as much. I crossed my legs. But you're wrong. It does matter. What you believe, what you want, all of it matters to me. If you three want to honestly tell me here and now that you want to wholeheartedly support your parents, I won't fight you. I'll let you go. On the other hand, if you want to tell me that some part of you isn't ready to commit to the Dark Lord, but don't want to fight your parents, then I might have a plan. Draco's cool grey eyes met mine as he kept his face perfectly neutral. Years of practicing not to react in the onslaught of insults on the roasting throne, coupled with my scrutiny and guidance, had helped nurture a wonderful poker face. He gave no hint one way or the other, merely inclined his head to show he was listening. Gotta admit I was pretty proud of him at that moment. Made it hard not to beam. I said, I've reason to suspect someone nasty will come to Hogwarts. Someone who will report everyone's behavior back to the Ministry, where it will undoubtedly reach your parents' ears, and the Dark Lords. I've had issues with her in the past, I know how she works. Her name is Dolores Umbridge. The three sat up. I smiled sweetly, clapping my hands together. I think our house should put on a show for her, don't you agree? Asterisk. The plan was agreed to, although there was discomfort about it and refined throughout the train ride to Hogwarts. Theodore and Draco left to tell others, sending more into our cabin to make sure everyone was on board. Pansy got the news out quickly to the younger students, and the older students agreed with relief. No one wanted a repeat of what happened my first year, but no one wanted to go against their parents. They were still children, after all. It would be difficult enough for them to become independent. Their journey through puberty shouldn't be marred by needless conflict from what ought to be their support system. The only one who made a stink about it was Daphne. She shoved her way into the cabin, cramming inside. As it was already full, she ended up in my lap. The strawberry blonde beauty was flippant as she told me, I think your plan is stupid. It's not stupid, I defended. It's stupid, she insisted. How? Daphne said coolly, I'm not one to abandon my friends. Expecting that of me makes it stupid. It's not abandoning if I'm asking you to play along, I insisted. She can't come into our common room, and Professor Snape won't be her friend so he won't tattle. As long as no one tells the truth, everyone will benefit. That's right, if we act together our parents won't bother us, Tracy pointed out. Daphne folded her arms over her chest. I don't like it. You're a green grass, play neutral if you can't step up, said Theodore with a roll of his eyes. Rosie's right. We all have parents who expect something from us, and no one wants to commit yet. It's in all of our best interest to go along. We harass Rosie while Umbridge is there, Umbridge reports to our parents are happy, and Rosie won't be suspected of her schemes this year cause everyone will think she's too meek and recovering from that thing. Even if Umbridge isn't gone by Christmas, the curse will get rid of Umbridge in a year. Well, everyone except Snape and Dumbledore, I thought. But they won't care to stop me. My plan was pretty well thought out with only a couple hiccups needing worked out. To the public eye, the House of Slytherin would have turned against Rosalind Potter and started to bully and harass her. Still distraught from being tortured last year, Rosalind Potter would have transformed into a meek victim, unable to stand up to those who were once her friends. In private, we would remain steadfast. Or at the very least, neutral and on good terms. No one wanted to actually piss me off, but no one wanted to go against their parents. My poor baby were stuck between two dangerous predators, me and Voldemort. Dolores would see poor, tormented Rosalind Potter. She'd revel in how outcast, defenseless, and weak she was. If she was as deranged and dangerous as canon hinted, she'd pounce on the chance to pour salt in an open wound. I would play the victim, bowing to the public bullying and showing her a demure face. She would brag about it to Fudge, who would brag about it to Lucius and all the other Death Eaters at the Ministry. Their children would be praised and their parents would garner further favor with Voldemort. None outside would suspect it was all an act put upon by the House of Slytherin. The children would appease their parents, Dolores would be none the wiser she was getting played. She wouldn't suspect someone so weak capable of outsmarting her. She would underestimate me. That would be crucial in my plans for the year. I needed room to move around. If she believed me incapable of standing up to her, let alone conspiring anything, she wouldn't bother me. She wouldn't go out of her way to constantly hound me like she did canonical Harry. I would escape her constant gaze and be free to do what I needed. Oh, those bags under her eyes. They're from stress of being bullied, not because she snuck out of Hogwarts late at night to steal or experiment. Oh, she's been holed up in her room for so long? Must be too stressed and terrified to come out, definitely not sneaking out. Oh, she's in the medical wing? From getting beaten, not at all because of a backfired ritual. And so on. Ah, easy excuses, here I come. Hooray! You don't think this won't have repercussions? We worked hard on regaining our image. The Slytherin house's reputation will be in tatters again, Daphne snapped. Until it's revealed it was a long-term scheme, I said. Then we'll look like badasses. And what about your brother? She demanded. Ah. Yet. I'm still working on that, I coughed. He's a shit liar, so I kinda don't want to let him in, but I really don't want you guys to deal with his harassment, you know. Draco let out a soft scoff. We can handle your meek brother. Something about my gaze must have thrown my friends off because they gave me odd looks. He's, developed a bit of a temper, I trailed off, staring out at the window. Fun, said Theodore. Super fun. We can handle Harry. I don't want to, said Daphne. Oh, yet. Are you guys together? I asked her. Harry never confirmed. Because we haven't decided. But if I start bullying you scheme or not, I don't think he'll even be my friend, she muttered. Harry's not that narrow-minded, Draco disagreed uncomfortably. He would understand. How would you know? Daphne asked with narrowed eyes. Draco flushed. He's as much my friend as he is yours. I still don't like it. Okay, fine. You wanna get bullied with me? I offered her. Daphne considered this, then brightened. Yes, please. I want to be the damsel in distress at least once. Merlin knows you're no damsel, muttered Theodore under his breath. As he was seated opposite of us, he was in prime position for Daphne to stretch those well-toned legs and literally kick his face. She was gracious enough to kick the side of the train seat right next to his head instead. She leaned forward, her eyes narrowed in a clear challenge. Theodore's dark eyes creased into slits as he slowly pulled out his wand. I'll make you eat dirt, green grass. Daphne's lips curled back in a sneer. I'll have you on your knees before you can finish the first spell, not. It was then that Pansy returned, opening the train car door with a big smile on her face. It fell immediately when she saw the situation. Draco cleared his throat. So does anyone want to take bets on how Umbridge will go? Rosie, you aren't allowed to participate. Ah, that's I paused. I mean, I guess that's fair. I bet she chokes on her own blood and dies, spat out Daphne. Merlin's balls, Daphne. Chapter 41, Year 5 to 5. Beta, Cloudy. Someone on FF/Wattpad/or AO3 guessed the right way. Umbridge will be taken care of, so here's the weekend post. Also, y'all some creative people. Asterisk : and bloodthirsty. Underscore. Gridley on fanfic straight up wrote a beautiful scene. Bravo dear. Bets on how Umbridge is removed. Slytherin edition. 1 drowns in her own blood, Daphne. 2 Rosie sets her on fire and she dies slowly, Pansy. 3 Rosie ruins her politically and gets her fired, Tracy. 4 eaten by a dragon or snake, Millie. 5 Rosie feeds her to her pet Dementor, Draco. 6 Rosie invents a new curse just for her, Blaze. 7 Rosie kills her then sells her parts on the black market, Theodore. 8 trips down the stairs and breaks her neck, Vincent. 9 poisoned by Rosie, Gregory. Who will win? Asterisk. Since Daphne and I were the damsels in distress trademark, it was decided we wanted a thoughtful opening act. Nothing too grand, so that way we could escalate things as the semester went on. It had to be tasteful, subtle, yet strong enough to get picked up by the rumor mill. Pansy crammed into the train compartment, taking a seat on Tracy's lap. She listened to what we wanted, then vocalized her own thoughts. We should make a show of it at dinner, suggested Pansy. Aw man. Kinda wish I took one of you guys to the Yule Ball now. We could have staged a fake breakup, I thought, clicking my tongue. We can still do that, pointed out Draco. Simply say you had a secret relationship after the Yule Ball. Oh. Scandalous, giggled Tracy. I'll break up with you, Rosie. Geez, thanks Tracy, I said with a big smile. Draco coughed. No one would believe you two were together in the first place. Tracy glared at him. And why not? Draco gave her a flat look, because anyone with 2 eyes can see who you actually like. Wait, what? I looked over at Tracy, who turned pink in the cheeks. What? Who? Lisa Turpin, dismissively answered Pansy from Tracy's lap. She treated it as old news. Ravenclaw girl? I asked, vaguely remembering a brunette who had partnered with Tracy a few times when Slytherin had double classes with Ravenclaw. I hadn't noticed any special interactions. Granted, I hadn't paid the partnership any focused attention. As long as my baby snakes were being polite to their partners, I focused on my own studies. Tracy swatted at Pansy. I'll shove you off. I'll just sit in Theodore's lap then, she snarked. You'll break her heart if you dump Rosie. Don't break the poor Ravenclaw's heart, I chided Tracy. But I want to be part of the drama, whined Tracy. I reached around Daphne, who was still in my lap, and patted Tracy's hand. You will be. Boo. Theodore cleared his throat. Before anything, we should decide who would usurp the throne. If I'm also the victim, then the next obvious choice would be Draco, said Daphne as she examined her nails. Theodore flatly said, and not me, because. Daphne scoffed at him. You can't even find matching socks, yet you want to try to lead. I'm wearing black socks. They're different shades of black. They're both black. Daphne reached for her wand the same time Theodore did. Draco loudly clapped. Enough. I'll play the role. The Slytherins should still be cordial to other students, I said. Daphne's previous concern about reputation is still valid. Playing the roles of bullies shouldn't bleed into our relationships with others. Agreed, said Draco, a flicker of unease on his face. Now let's discuss our opening act. Asterisk. The Great Hall was as charming as ever. Daphne and I hooked arms as we entered together. We were ahead of the rest of our year group. Our year group would be acting as ringleaders to our charade, after all. The upper years needed to focus on their N.E.W.T.S, and the younger kiddos didn't have any easy opportunities to join in aside from mealtime. Daphne and I took our seats, but instead of being joined by the rest of our friends, they pointedly sat away from us. We had chosen to sit in the middle to make a stark contrast in the distance between us and all the other baby snakes. One would have suspected we had a terribly foul odor to warrant the wrinkled noses, turned gazes, and purposeful distance. Ever still, we held our head high as we took our seats and began to quietly talk. If you dye your hair pink, I swear to Merlin or Morgana or whoever, I will hunt you down and dye it back, Daphne quietly threatened me, her cool gaze narrowed into slits. One time. Last year. I mentioned it last year as a joke. Then what's that in your robe's pocket I saw? I pulled out the aforementioned item. It was a catalogue of hair. I had already circled a neon pink hairstyle. I stared at it. She stared at it. She hissed, I swear. It wasn't for me, I lied. Liar. Okay, well maybe. No. What if? No. She pinched my cheeks. Get it through your head. Your hair is beautiful in cool tones. Cool tones. Say it with me. Cool tones are my friends. Sulkily, I mumbled, cool tones are my friends. Cool tones will complement my skin. Cool tones will complement my skin. If I dye my hair in anything other than cool tones, Daphne will kill me. If I dye my hair in anything other than cool tones, Daphne will kill me. She smiled sweetly at me, patting my cheeks. I rubbed at the spots she had pinched, wincing at how tender they were. The rest of my baby snakes had taken their seats. The third years were seated up near the sorting so they could grab any new first-year students. We wouldn't want the effect to get ruined by first years sitting next to us. To onlookers, they would see the baby snakes angrily whispering to one another while staring intently at myself and Daphne. Their voices would be soft enough they could not be carried to the other table, but loud enough we could still hear one another. Had my self-esteem not been so lovingly groomed by Sirius Black, I might have been embarrassed at all the focused attention. Even if not everyone at the table was actually paying attention, they just had to keep their eyes pointed in our direction for the plan to be pulled off. Draco was closest, while his face conveyed thinly veiled disdain. His hushed tone was warm. The pumpkin juice tastes sweeter than normal. Yes, I would agree, I murmured softly, acting like I was saying it to Daphne. Daphne and I were turned to face one another, and our eyes would meet one another, or move to the drinks. Food wasn't served yet. We didn't dare try to make eye contact with our fellow peers. Daphne was afraid if she did she'd burst out into nervous giggles. I hope they'll have treacle pie for dessert, said Pansy, who sat opposite of Draco. My mum made some brownies, I still have a batch, said Millicent. The dear girl tried her best to stare angrily at us, but her big brown eyes just gave the impression of a puppy focusing intently. Blaze noticed that as well. With a perfectly convincing bored expression he loudly whispered to Millicent, "Millie, stop." "Sorry," she mumbled, looking down at her folded hands. Morgana's breath, "I can feel the other tables looking at us now," said Daphne, her cheeks turning a pale shade of rose. "It's hard to keep glaring for so long, my forehead's already starting to hurt," complained Theodore. Pansy kicked him under the table, eliciting a restrained yelp. "Bloody hell, not necessary. The first impression is the most important, suck it up," she hissed. "But I..." Someone kicked Theodore under the table again. Incensed, the boy snapped, "Next one who kicks me will find their ears jinxed off." "That a threat or promise?" Daphne softly scoffed. "Woman. Enough with the sexual tension," chided Tracy. Pansy snorted. "Yeah, it's bad enough watching Draco undress Rosie with his eyes." Draco's ears turned pink. I, who had been sipping pumpkin juice, choked. Draco turned to Pansy, incredulous, "What?" "I really just wanted to see your reactions," she said with a smile. "That's my girl." I praised her, eliciting a split-second beam. Even wearing her angry/disgusted face, I could see the delight in her eyes. "I don't undress you," Draco said quickly, struggling to keep his haughty disdainful expression. "I know. You're a perfect gentleman," I reassured him. "You would use your wand, not your eyes." The baby snakes struggled not to laugh at that. Blaze turned his head away to cough while Millicent did a great impression of a tomato. Tracy and Pansy had to quickly start busying themselves with their robes to fight their smiles. Daphne daintily wiped at her mouth to hide her smile, and Theodore let out a short gwaff before controlling himself. Draco closed his steel-grey eyes for a moment, reopening them to assess me with fond amusement. The moment of shared sweetness between friends couldn't last for much longer, though, because the sorting was upon us and we had a performance to complete. "Be careful," gently warned Tom as Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting hat. His honey-toned belied the faint dislike in his magic that moved slowly alongside my own, prowling. "Curious?" I asked him, "of what?" Tom's magic curled around my own. She wasn't joking. "What?" Tom's magic quivered in a way I knew he was sighing. He tended to do that when he felt I should have instantly understood something he said. He wasn't fond of explaining himself over obvious things. I had heard that sigh plenty of times when had tutored me over the summer, and each time I retorted with an apology about not being as genius as he was. "I know you think they're children, but they don't see you the same way. Your bias has blinded you." That made me frown. "What do you mean, Tom?" "He looks at you, and so does she. A lot of them do." "Draco and Pansy? Wait, are you trying to say they're interested?" His magic moved, bounced up and down as if he were shrugging. "It's easier to notice things from a different perspective. They wouldn't be opposed to courting you. Contrary to your belief, they would have courted you the previous year, but everyone can tell you don't view any of them as equal." "I don't think less." His magic gently caressed my own, similar to placing a hand on my shoulder or my back. I could feel the obscured frustration underneath even as he kept a warm and pleasant voice. I couldn't tell if he was frustrated with having to explain something he clearly viewed as obvious, or something else. He said, not in a sense of superiority, "You clearly dote on them, and even a blind man could see you care for them. But, that affection is given in a manner similar to how a teacher nurtures a student, rather than a peer or friend. You humor them. You would not rely on them for something truly important to you and they know it. Even this plan you don't need them for. I would have objected but Tom carried on. You could have just as easily forced their reactions through traps or cruel words. You turned to them with this plan to please them, not because you actually required their aid. You do this out of affection, the type of affection they do not want. Tom paused for a moment to allow me to process that before he finished. You will never need them the way they want you to. I couldn't directly refute his observation. It was true. I had come prepared every year at Hogwarts with the idea that my baby snakes could turn on me. Whatever I had planned, I needed to be ready to do it solo. My Slytherins had always surprised me with each year I saw them progress and grow. They were good kids. It was clear they wanted to help me, so I wanted to meet that goal for them. Even so, it didn't matter if they wanted intimacy from me. It wasn't something I was going to give. Perhaps when we were all of age, I'd reconsider the baby zone for them, but I had no intentions of doing that prior. To be frank, even when they were old enough for me to not feel creeped out for holding their hand or whatever, I had watched those kiddos grow for years. They were my baby snakes. I didn't think I could take them out of the baby zone. It would certainly take some big effort on their part. Besides, it was likely just a crush. It'd go away on its own. So. My lack of concern immediately vexed Tom. He softened his voice, his magic curling around me. Be careful, Rosie. If I were in their position. I shook my head. None of my baby snakes showed anywhere near the level of lethality or potential for obsession as Tom. For goodness sake, Draco couldn't even stomach killing Dumbledore when he was actively encouraging Death Eater propaganda. Yet somehow my version of Draco would transform into some savvy psycho? Nuh-uh. They were all good kids. They're not you, Tom. Do any of them remind you of yourself at that age? No. What should I be careful about? Tom did not respond right away, his chilling magic interweaving softly between mine. Goosebumps ran down my back from the ethereal sensation. In the sweetest, most beguiling voice I heard him use, he said, if I were in their position, and felt the way they felt, I would stop at nothing to make you need me. Oh dear. Asterisk. At the end of the feast Dumbledore stood tall before us to give us the usual speech. Well, now that we are all digesting another magnificent feast, I beg a few moments of your attention for the usual start of term notices, said Dumbledore. First years ought to know that the forest in the grounds is out of bounds to students and a few of our older students ought to know by now too. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me, for what he tells me is the 462nd time, to remind you all that magic is not permitted in corridors between classes, nor are a number of other things, all of which can be checked on the extensive list now fastened to Mr. Filch's office door. We have had 2 changes in staffing this year. We are very pleased to welcome back Professor Grubbly Plank, who will be taking care of magical creatures lessons. We are also delighted to introduce Professor Umbridge, our new defense against the dark arts teacher. Another accurate prediction by our queen, muttered Draco. I tossed him a smirk. You should know by now to never doubt me. And I never will, he promised. Dumbledore continued, tryouts for the house Quidditch teams will take place on the... He broke off, looking inquiringly at Professor Umbridge. As she was not much taller standing than sitting, there was a moment when nobody understood why Dumbledore had stopped talking, but then Professor Umbridge said, hem, and it became clear that she had got to her feet and was intending to make a speech. Oh my god. Her clearing her throat has already triggered me. It's rare to find someone who interrupts Dumbledore, commented Tom. Even when you went to school and he was only a professor. Dumbledore was never an only. He had already published several papers regarding transfiguration and alchemy by the time he graduated Hogwarts. Wow, really? It might feel lackluster in comparison to his famous victory over Grindelwald, but Dumbledore was already a powerful and respected wizard when I came to Hogwarts. The other professors cowed to him, even the headmaster would follow his lead at certain times. I can believe it. Dumbledore only looked taken aback for a moment, then he sat back down smartly and looked alertly at Professor Umbridge as though he desired nothing better than to listen to her talk. Other members of staff were not as adept at hiding their surprise. Professor Sprout's eyebrows had disappeared into her flyaway hair, and Professor McGonagall's mouth was pursed so thin I could barely see it. Thank you, Headmaster, Umbridge simpered in a breathy, high-pitched, girlish voice, for those kind words of welcome. Well, it is lovely to be back at Hogwarts, I must say. She smiled, revealing very pointed teeth. And to see such happy little faces looking back at me. I am very much looking forward to getting to know you all, and I'm sure we'll be very good friends. Dolores Umbridge cleared her throat again but when she continued, the breathiness had vanished from her voice. She sounded much more businesslike and now her words had a dull learned-by-heart sound to them. The Ministry of Magic has always considered the education of young witches and wizards to be of vital importance. The rare gifts with which you were born may come to nothing if not nurtured and honed by careful instruction. The ancient skills unique to the wizarding community must be passed down through the generations lest we lose them forever. The treasure trove of magical knowledge amassed by our ancestors must be guarded, replenished, and polished by those who have been called to the noble profession of teaching. Professor Umbridge paused here and made a little bow to her fellow staff members, none of whom bowed back. It was amusing to see Professor Snape stare back at her as if she were a tiny slug beneath his boot. Umbridge gave another little hem, and went on with her speech. Every headmaster and headmistress of Hogwarts has brought something new to the weighty task of governing this historic school, and that is as it should be, for without progress there will be stagnation and decay. There again, progress for progress's sake must be discouraged, for our tried and tested traditions often require no tinkering. A balance, then, between old and new, between permanence and change, between tradition and innovation. I had plenty of professors and past instructors who preferred long-winded lectures. Some even performed without offering up a slideshow or visual guideline to follow. The student had to sit up straight, and listen with focused intent the entire way through to catch the important bits. Those times I had a recorder available to me so I could replay it until I caught everything I needed, but Umbridge's speech went on for barely 10 minutes. 10 minutes of a long-winded, overly drawn-out nonsensical spiel, mind you, but still only 10 minutes. She sat down. Dumbledore clapped. The staff followed his lead. Snape gave her one clap then immediately stopped. Professor Dumbledore stood back up. "Thank you very much, Professor Umbridge, that was most illuminating," he said, bowing to her. "Now as I was saying, Quidditch tryouts will be held." The speech ended. Draco rounded up the first years while Daphne and I headed out first with Pansy, Theodore, and Tracy right at our heels. "You know, I never understood why Draco was so comfortable with me breaking his arm in third year," I said, "but today I think I understand." Pansy giggled, a touch nervous. "Why, you sure? It's the best way to conclude our opening act," I said confidently. Pansy and Tracy exchanged uneasy looks. They were fine to play along so far, but when it got down to the last stretch the two girls were plainly uncomfortable. Theodore kept watch over the hallway. We had diverged from the group heading to the dungeons. "Come on, just imagine it's Theodore you're hexing instead," coached Daphne. "Hey. Right," Tracy sucked in a sharp breath. "Here I go." 8 painful jinxes later and I was being rushed to the hospital wing by disheveled Daphne. Blood was pouring from my nose. That wasn't a jinx, but an early testing product by Fred and George to induce a heavy nosebleed. My skin was bright red from blisters, rashes, and all kinds of unpleasant things. Smoke was pouring out of my ears, leaving behind an odd ringing sensation. I did have a fair few cuts, all things I had to do myself because the girls started freaking out when I took the bloody nose candy. Tracy actually started to cry and bruises, but it was all part of the act. I wanted to have been hit in the back of the head hard enough to be knocked unconscious. Daphne would levitate me to the hospital wing, but my baby snakes had grown too soft. None of them could follow through, which was why I had to step it up with the cuts and bruises. Tom commented it was disturbing how comfortable I was with self-mutilation. I didn't respond to that comment. Daphne got us to the hospital wing. Theodore trailed behind us as a precaution and I was ushered inside by an astonished Madame Pomfrey. Treatment, predictably, would last through the night and into lunch tomorrow. And what a coincidence that the first lesson for Slytherins tomorrow morning was a joint session with another house. While I recovered, Pansy would tease Daphne about me just loud enough to be overheard by the other students. By the end of the day word would have spread, the Slytherins were at war with Rosie Potter, and had won the first battle. A conclusion to our opening act, subtle but powerful. God, I loved a good scheme. Asterisk. Harry, Neville, and Ron headed up to the boys' dormitory. The three had lingered in Gryffindor common room with Hermione for a while after the feast, but it was getting late and they had grown tired. Neville rubbed at his eyes with one hand, careful to hold his Mimbulus Mimbletonia away from everyone else. The pulsating magical fungi was neat, but after it exploded sticky goo on the train from being prodded, Neville was warned to keep it away from everyone else. "What time are we running?" "Probably start it back up next week," said Harry. "Rosie might have a scheduling issue." Ron frowned at that. "What do you mean?" "Dunno. Just what she told me," said Harry with a shrug as they climbed the steps. "Are you joining us there?" Ron had been flaky about running with them. Harry couldn't blame the boy, it wasn't easy to get out of bed to go running. There were plenty of mornings Harry wanted to sleep in instead. Harry had the motivation of knowing if he stopped, Rosie would drag him out. It was easier for him, too, since he had been exercising for so long. It was a habit. Ron hadn't stuck with it long enough to feel bad about missing it. Which was fine. Ron wasn't unhealthy, he didn't need the exercise. He could have a bit of a temper at times, but for the most part Ron was an easygoing friend. He didn't need the extra dopamine exercise gave him. If he wanted to sleep in, Harry wasn't going to make him feel bad about it. That being said, Harry wanted to make sure Ron always knew he was welcome. There had been a few incidents before where Harry, Neville, and Hermione had unintentionally excluded Ron, and it caused tension between the friends. Harry found the best solution was to consistently offer for Ron to join them casually so he wouldn't feel pressured or guilt to accept. Ron shrugged. I dunno. Neville clapped him on the back. Going for keeper this year. Thought about trying it out, Ron admitted with a small smile. You should. We need a good keeper, said Harry. Bet if you make the part, Sirius'll get you a broom. You think? Ron glanced down at the wand Sirius had bought them a couple of years ago. The Weasley family had been ill-prepared to refuse Sirius's stubborn desire to spoil. Harry knew Sirius really just wanted to burn through all the black money as fast as humanly possible while not being wasteful. There was a spiteful look of glee in Sirius's eyes when he talked about how much agony his mother would be in to know the black fortune was spent buying wands for the Weasley family. He'd jump at the chance to buy Ron a broom. Judging from the slightly hopeful look in Ron's eyes, Harry concluded Ron would be willing to accept such a gift if he felt like he earned it. I know, said Harry. Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan had reached the dormitory before the trio and were in the process of covering the walls beside their beds with posters and photographs. They had been talking as Harry pushed open the door but stopped abruptly the moment they saw him. Harry wondered whether they had been talking about him. Hi, he said, moving across to his own trunk and opening it. Hey, guys, said Dean, who was putting on a pair of pajamas in the West Ham colours. Good holiday. Not bad, answered Neville. Harry thought back to his summer. Honestly wasn't the best, but there were some highlights. Transforming into his animagus form was a highlight. Studying occlumency was neat. Random bursts of anger not so much. He destroyed one of his collector's editions in one of his fits. Instant regret. He didn't know what caused the surge of rage. One moment he was fine, and the next moment every little sound grated on his nerves. People were too close, clothes prickled his skin, noises felt like needles digging into his skin. It was terribly maddening. It made Harry want to rip the hair out of his head. He didn't even realize he was yelling, or what he was yelling about. It exploded out of him. Sirius and Rosie were pretty good at calming him down, but he really wished he didn't need to be calmed down. He wished he didn't feel so itchy. How about you? Asked Ron as he started pulling out things from his own trunk. Yeah, it was okay, chuckled Dean. Better than Seamus's anyway, he was just telling me. Why, what happened, Seamus? Neville asked as he placed his Mimbulus Mimbletonia tenderly on his bedside cabinet. Seamus sighed. Mum didn't want me to go this year. What? Said Harry, pausing in the act of pulling off his robes. She didn't want me to come back to Hogwarts. But why? Asked Harry, astonished. Seamus did not answer until he had finished buttoning his pajamas. Well, he said in a measured voice, I suppose, because of Rosie. What do you mean? Said Harry quickly, his tone harsher than normal. His heart started to beat faster, a sense of itching discomfort crawling across his skin. Well, said Seamus again, still avoiding Harry's eyes, well, it's not just her, it's Dumbledore too. Harry's mouth went dry as heat rushed to his face. He had read through the Daily Prophet 3 times over summer. The first had been a skim through to search for the bastard who attacked his sister. The second had been a more thorough read-through at Hermione's insistence, and the third was to catch every article written about his sister. The Daily Prophet was an orchestra of chaos, taking pot shots at members of the Wizengamot, his sister, and Dumbledore. Unfortunately, the Ministry had a lot of control with the Daily Prophet, so there were more stabs at Rosie and Dumbledore than Wizengamot members. She believes the Daily Prophet? Coldly demanded Harry. She thinks my sister's a liar and Dumbledore's an old fool. Seamus looked up at him. Yeah, something like that. What does she think happened to my sister? Did she torture herself? Snapped Harry, his hands curling into fists as he furiously pinned Seamus down with his glower. Look, we don't know what happened that night. We know. We've told the truth. If you're not keen on believing facts, then go back to reading the Daily Prophet like your brilliant mother, said Harry. Don't you have a go at my mother, snapped Seamus. I'll have a go at anyone who calls my sister a liar, said Harry angrily. Don't talk to me like that. I'll talk to you how I want, said Harry, his temper skyrocketing. He had enough of his senses not to reach for his wand. Remus and Sirius drilled into his head to never, ever, grab a wand when angry, but the temptation was painfully strong. If you've got a problem sharing a dormitory with me cause of my sister, go and ask McGonagall if you can be moved. Stop your mummy worrying. Leave my mother out of this, Potter. Harry, said Neville with gentle firmness. Harry sucked in a harsh breath, glaring balefully at Seamus. Neville turned to Seamus and said, if your mum wants to believe the sky is purple, that's fine. But don't try and blame that on Rosie or Harry. The sky. Seamus's face twisted up. You believe it then? What they're saying? You believe all the rubbish Dumbledore's come out with about you-know-who, do you? You reckon he's telling the truth? Neville nodded. Absolutely. I do, too, agreed Ron. Then you're mad too, said Seamus in disgust. Okay, thought Harry as he reached for his wand anyway. Seamus was very lucky that Ron spotted him and bodily slammed Harry away. Or, maybe they were all lucky. Rosie taught Harry her flashbang spell after all. Asterisk. Rosie. Hey Grandpa, I said cheerfully. Good day, granddaughter, he returned brightly. It was noon the following day. As predicted, Madame Pomfrey was able to cure everything by lunch. She said if I could hold down lunch I could head out to classes. I wasn't expecting you, I said, sitting up in my bed. I wasn't expecting to find you here, he said. Ah. Yeah, I looked around. Madame Pomfrey has stepped out, he said with a smile and twinkle in his eyes. Oh excellent. Want to hear about my amazing scheme? I asked excitedly. He smiled, gesturing for me to carry on. With a chirp in my tone, I happily explained our plan. That explains what I saw at dinner, he said once I was done. I'm glad things have not soured yet. It'd be a shame if I had to repeat what happened first year, I said, thinking back to how I traumatized the Baba Snakes with my ruthless takeover. What happened first year? Nothing, I said quickly. Anyway, please don't tell anyone about the plan. Except Professor Snape, I guess. And Harry? Dumbledore asked as he wordlessly offered me a candy wrapped in colorful paper. We're undecided on telling Harry right now, I said, accepting the candy. I love my brother, but his acting is a work in progress. He can keep some secrets, but a long-term charade? That might be too hard on him. But then again, seeing me get bullied might be worse. I dunno, we'll discuss it after we see how he reacts to the rumors. If Harry's temper kept getting the better of him and it put him at risk of Umbridge's detention, then I'd rather tell him straight up what's going on. I had no faith in his acting abilities. He could lie by omission, but outright lying was nearly impossible for my dear brother. I wanted to avoid putting him in a position where he was forced to keep up an extravagant life for a prolonged period of time. Professor Dumbledore did not speak while I pondered my thoughts. His presence reminded me, however. I said, Professor, I saw alchemy on my syllabus this year. Is that your class? It is. I chewed on the inside of my cheeks. Will Harry be there? Not presently, he said. Only you. My eyes widened. Only me? Isn't that, odd? By what standard? Inquired Dumbledore. I scratched my cheek. Professor Dumbledore was known as eccentric, sure, but he was also a responsible adult. I didn't see the reasoning behind starting up alchemy for 1 year for one student. It seemed rather strange, even by his standards. I must have had a dubious expression. Dumbledore spoke up before I could voice my thoughts. I may be a wise old man, as many students like to say, but even I like to have fun every once in a while, he said with a twinkle in his eyes. I had the grace to blush from sheepish embarrassment. Alchemy is not a standard elective, it is only made available if enough qualified students request it. I haven't had the pleasure of holding an alchemy class in a few years, and after seeing your enthusiasm for the subject while you showed off your evil lab, I decided it would be fun, yes, fun, to hold class again. As I am the professor, I deemed your qualifications enough to bring you in. Flattering as that is, it was something Harry and I wanted to take together, I said after a pause. Professor Dumbledore folded his fingers together. I apologize if I have caused any issues between you two. No. Harry's not like that, I said, glancing away. He's a good boy. He smiled kindly. You say that as if you are not good. I didn't respond. Chapter 42, Year 5 to 6. Beta, Cloudy. Asterisk. Settle down, said Snape coolly, shutting the door behind him. I took my seat next to Draco, rather relieved that Slytherins didn't share potions with anyone else that year. The previous years we had doubles with Gryffindor, but as it was OWL testing for our year group, Professor Snape separated all houses to solo classes. Professor Snape was a part of our schemes, so we could relax in his class. Before we begin today's lesson, said Snape, sweeping over to his desk and staring around at us, I think it appropriate to remind you that next June you will be sitting an important examination, during which you will prove how much you have learned about the composition and use of magical potions. Moronic though some of this class undoubtedly are, I expect you to scrape an acceptable in your OWL, or suffer my displeasure. Vincent and Gregory, the two who struggled the most with studies, lowered their gaze. After this year, of course, many of you will cease studying with me, Snape went on. I take only the very best into my NEWT potions class, which means that some of us will certainly be saying goodbye. But we have another year to go before that happy moment of farewell, continued Snape softly, so whether you are intending to attempt NEWT or not, I advise all of you to concentrate your efforts upon maintaining the high pass level I have come to expect from my OWL students. Today we will be mixing a potion that often comes up at ordinary wizarding level, the Draft of Peace, a potion to calm anxiety and soothe agitation. Be warned, if you are too heavy-handed with the ingredients you will put the drinker into a heavy and sometimes irreversible sleep, so you will need to pay close attention to what you are doing. The ingredients and method. Snape flicked his wand are on the blackboard, they appeared there, you will find everything you need. He flicked his wand again in the store cupboard, the door of the said cupboard sprang open, you have an hour and a half. Start? Draco and I partnered up. We already sat next to each other and we split off. Draco started setting up our brewing station while I headed to the cupboard to collect the ingredients. I had already brewed Draft of Peace before, I was familiar with the process and felt confident we'd turn in an excellent grade. Hello my old friend, I thought as I fondly grabbed the ingredients. There were too many for me to fit in my arms, I would have to take 3 trips. If I was in my personal lab I'd oxio the ingredients to me, but Professor Snape was very strict about unnecessary spell work in his class. A fair point, considering how volatile and dangerous potions could become. If students started randomly summoning things across the room I could only imagine the chaos it could cause. Glorious chaos. Draco helped me bring back the 3rd round of ingredients. He was quick at setting up the cauldron and burner and we set to work prepping everything. Draco and I were fantastic partners. Draco was methodical in following directions on par with Hermione. He never rushed to cut through the ingredients, nor did he accept sloppy work. Potions was one of the few classes that habitually kept Draco's interest. It made me wonder if Draco would want to be a Pody-1er. I asked him while we worked, are you carrying potions into N.E.W.T? Yes, he answered, squashing doodles on the cutting board before dumping them in. I already know you are. Rightio. How was the night in the hospital wing? He asked. Not bad, I answered. Get this, some Hufflepuffs came by in the morning when I was still cursed. They sure were surprised to see me. No way, laughed Pansy from behind us. Did they say anything? I shook my head. Nothing to my face. How was double herbology with Ravenclaw this morning? Great. Answered Daphne from the left. She partnered with Tracy. Tracy tripped me. It hurt, complained Tracy, holding out her leg and rolling down her sock to show a nasty bruise forming. I whistled at that. Wow. Daphne, what the heck? I didn't expect her to trip me with her leg, she giggled. Completely unprepared. I actually fell face first in the pots. Way to commit, I praised. Less chatting, more brewing, warned Professor Snape. Yes, Professor, we said. I whispered to Draco, can you trip me when we go into Dada? Draco sighed. Yes, I will trip you. Thanks, Draco, I said, already imagining the best way to dramatically fall to the ground. If I landed it right I could break my nose. Ah. Actually the sudden blood might make my babies distraught. Better not. Tom, how should I fall tomorrow? On the side. A reason. Put your hair down. When you fall on your side you can gauge the reactions of others through your peripheral. Like Umbridge's. Yes. Brilliant. Asterisk. Excited to be tripped, I decided to forego using my usual black messenger bag for my books that day. It would have more of an impact if I lost all of my belongings when I tumbled to the ground. I let my hair down in preparation for the fall, and when it was finally time to head to Dada I slowed my pace down to let some of my baby snakes enter the classroom ahead of me. Draco smoothly stepped ahead of me. As I walked into the classroom I felt his foot hook under my ankle and pull hard. I twisted as I fell, gracelessly tumbling to the hardwood floor. My books and notebooks flew out of my arms and I even let out a defenseless squeak when I hit the ground. Unfortunately, my hair was uncooperative. Too much of it covered my eyes so I couldn't see immediate reactions, but I did catch Dolores Umbridge's pleased smile as I slowly sat up. Daphne hurried to help me up, chewing her bottom lip anxiously as she looked around the room. Draco, Vincent, Gregory, Blaise, and Theodore had hovered near the front door, smirks on their faces as they watched me pick up my items. Daphne and I took seats up front, staying close to one another as we lowered our gazes demurely. What a tumble, are you all right? Asked Dolores with a thin smile. Why yes ma'am, I mumbled, shyly meeting her gaze. Sorry. Her toad-like smile stretched wider. As long as you're okay. I smiled weakly back. Well, good afternoon. She said when finally the whole class had sat down. Good afternoon, said Pansy, Tracy, and Millicent. Tut, tut, said Professor Umbridge. That won't do, now, will it? I should like you, please, to reply good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. One more time, please. Good afternoon, class. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge, we chanted back at her. There, now, said Professor Umbridge sweetly. That wasn't too difficult, was it? Wands away and quills out, please. Well now, your teaching in this subject has been rather disrupted and fragmented, hasn't it? Stated Dolores Umbridge, turning to face the class with her hands clasped neatly in front of her. The constant changing of teachers, many of whom do not seem to have followed any ministry-approved curriculum, has unfortunately resulted in your being far below the standard we would expect to see in your OWL year. You will be pleased to know, however, that these problems are now to be rectified. We will be following a carefully structured, theory-centered, ministry-approved course of defensive magic this year. Copy down the following, please. She rapped the blackboard again, the first message vanished and was replaced by Course Aims. 1. Understanding the principles underlying defensive magic. 2. Learning to recognize situations in which defensive magic can legally be used. 3. Placing the use of defensive magic in a context for practical use. For a couple of minutes the room was full of the sound of scratching quills on parchment. When everyone had copied down Umbridge's 3 course aims she said, "Has everybody got a copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhard?" There was a dull murmur of assent throughout the class. "I think we'll try that again," said Umbridge. "When I ask you a question, I should like you to reply yes, Professor Umbridge, or no, Professor Umbridge. So, has everyone got a copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhard?" "Yes, Professor Umbridge," rang through the room. "Good," said Umbridge. "I should like you to turn to page 5 and read Chapter 1, Basics for Beginners. There will be no need to talk." Umbridge left the blackboard and settled herself in the chair behind the teacher's desk, observing them all with those poachy toad's eyes. Obediently, we obeyed. Well, we did for about 10 minutes, then Blaze, who sat behind me, managed to knock the chair right from underneath me while I was still sitting, so I fell to the floor in a heap. I was actually so surprised I let out a genuine yelp which elicited some reflexive giggles from the Slytherins. "How did he do that?" I thought as I grabbed the chair. I snuck a look at Blaze, who grinned and winked at me. I winked back. Class went on like that. Since we were trying to impress Umbridge how ostracized and bullied I was by Slytherins, it was best to go all out in her class. Every 10 minutes or so someone would try to sneak cast a jinx at me or Daphne. It was never disruptive enough to warrant Umbridge's ire, but obvious enough that she could see it. And it brought a smile to her face every time. Hook, line, and sinker. Asterisk. Leaving the classroom we huddled together, whispering excitedly over how obviously pleased Umbridge was. "Morgana, she looked ready to laugh near the end of it," said Tracy with wide eyes. "What a sadist." "Certainly a power trip," agreed Blaze. Oh. Blaze, that chair thing, what spell did you use?" I asked. "I didn't even hear it." "It wasn't a spell, I just kicked it out," he said, gesturing to his long legs. I hadn't noticed until then that Blaze had shot up over summer. He and Millicent were the tallest of our year group now. "What a piece of work though," muttered Daphne as she fixed her hair. "Pansy got her with a hair frizz jinx." Daphne was able to get it back to its glossy smooth state within seconds, and she pulled it back into a ponytail as she walked. "Hope she drowns." "Who taught you to be so violent?" I chuckled. She smirked. "Our queen." I kissed her cheek as thanks. Asterisk. By the end of the day the whole school was under the impression that Rosie Potter was being harassed by her fellow Slytherins. Rumors continued to fly about into the following days as we performed well-timed bullying acts in front of plenty of witnesses except teachers, of course. Third day into the week and already I had looks of pity from Ravenclaws, and I could see some Babelions trying to catch my attention across the Great Hall during mealtime. Although Harry's dark glower across the table was something to be a touch worried about. "Okay, if he has any kind of outburst I'll tell him immediately," I decided. "Hopefully, he can at least not be around when we do our performances so he's not forced to lie." I did forewarn my baby snakes about that. A fair few of them had caught the tail end of Harry's gaze and it wasn't something they savored. "He's your twin," muttered Pansy, her cheeks flushed. She was going to jinx my pumpkin juice to explode in my face when I took a drink at dinner, but one look from Harry made her not. "If he has half of your deviousness. Let me put it like this, I told my baby snakes in the common room, my godfather doesn't restrain me. Harry restrains me." "Oh Merlin," whispered Theodore. "What have we done?" "This is an excellent lesson," I dismissed. "Plan for all sorts of variables for long-term schemes, adapt and overcome." They nodded uneasily. Asterisk. On Wednesday it was time for my first lesson in alchemy. Professor Dumbledore had a classroom near Transfiguration that was normally locked up. Stepping inside was like walking into an amalgamation of Flitwick's, McGonagall's, and Snape's classrooms all at once. There were cauldrons on the right, bookcases on the left, and a couple of huge stone tables in the center of the room. Professor Dumbledore stood at the head of the classroom in front of wide chalkboards. He waved me in with a kind smile. "Good day, Rosie," he said with great cheer. "I heard you've become very adept at falling down." I beamed. Yes. Draco and I have been practicing the trip routine. I'm thinking next I'll take a tumble on the way to dinner today. I wish you a pleasant fall, he responded merrily. Thank you. I returned. So there really isn't anyone else coming? I didn't see any sixth years coming up. It will only be us for this class, he reiterated. Had I known Harry had an interest I would have invited him. That last line is a lie. What? Why do you think so? Call it my intuition, said Tom. I know when Dumbledore is lying. Ah. A pity, I said, keeping up my smile. Shall we get started then? Right away, he said, gesturing for me to take a seat at the table. I settled into the seat, pulling out my notebook and quill. Pens were easiest to write with, but there was something so terribly romantic about using a quill that I powered through the beginning discomfort and could now happily use one. It is good to start with disowning any preconceptions going in. Most often my students have asked in the past, what is the difference between charms, transfiguration, and alchemy? At their core essence, charms are spells that apply properties to a target, transfiguration changes the target's form, and alchemy changes its definition. A favorite example used by Professor McGonagall would be when she transfigures her desk to a pig and back. When the desk is a pig it, for all intents and purposes, looks and acts like a pig. In truth, it is little more than a fleshy golem. Following Gamp's law, there would be no nutrients found if we were to serve said pig up for dinner that day because it is, by definition, still a desk. Through alchemy we can change this. What has been transmuted is permanent as we have changed the very definition of the item. The desk would become a genuine pig. This level of permanence can be dangerous. You cannot undo what has been done with a wave of a wand as one normally does with transfiguration. It would be unwise to experiment in alchemy without at least another nearby who has knowledge in the subject. I must reiterate this to you, Rosie. Your penchant for inventing potions is remarkable, but I would highly advise against testing on your own. That elicited a small nervous giggle from me. He smiled. To begin changing the definition, one must become intimately familiar with the original to the desired transmutation. How you become familiar with this definition is dependent. The bare minimum is understanding how what it is, where it comes from, and how it interacts with the world. The more you know, the better chance of a successful transmutation you'll have. I raised my hand to silently ask for him to pause. He nodded at me. Does alchemy pull in the elements as defined by Muggles? You mean the periodic table? Masters of alchemy will use every definition of their desired outcomes, he said. While it is not necessary, it can be helpful in certain situations. The better the witch or wizard comprehends their subjects, the better off they are. Okay, so, hypothetically speaking, if you wanted to, say, turn fire into a solid. I hazarded. Yes, he said. Doable. Even though a solid form of fire has never been found in the wild, wizards were able to figure out what it would look like, or. Because there was enough of an understanding of what fire is, transmuting it to a different state is easier. Had they attempted to turn water, for example, into solid fire, that would have been exceedingly more difficult, perhaps even impossible. Okay, but you can turn an unknown substance into different states even if you don't know what that end result would look like. If using the common definition of state of matter such as solid, liquid, and gas, then yes, he said. As long as you are intimately familiar with the base properties, transmuting it to a different unknown state is feasible. Extremely difficult, but not impossible. And if you, don't know what state it's in originally? I asked. Hypothetically. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Hypothetically, I would strongly discourage any attempt at performing alchemy without understanding what you're doing. How would you go about finding that state? I asked. Do you have an example, Rosie? Not wanting to admit my true goal, I quickly thought of, our radiation. Dumbledore stared at me for a moment. If we are using a common type of radiation, it can through what is, I believe, a phase change often called photon gas to a Bose-Einstein condensate. Radiation is not commonly used in magic. It is new, dangerous, and not many wizards have stayed in touch with Muggle magic to even be aware of its existence. I cannot think of a previous instance where someone has successfully transmuted a non-matter entity. Bose-Einstein condensate, sometimes considered to be the fifth state of matter. It was projected by Einstein, but truly pioneered by Bose. I could feel Tom's interest peak. Quantum physics had been relatively new in his time period. Einstein and Bose really began their research the same decade Tom was born. By the time their studies made it into the magical community, it had been right when Tom started up his own alchemy class, which was taught by a different professor than Dumbledore, who accepted talented students in third year and up. Tom's understanding of physics and alchemy primarily came from his education at Hogwarts, and the perusal of textbooks found, but he wouldn't call himself an expert. Not as much as Dumbledore. Surely in the time span between Tom's creation of the diary, and the present day, Dumbledore had the chance to extensively study the field from both a magical and Muggle perspective. Would radiation be considered non-matter? Matter is a very subjective term when it comes to science and magic, as its definition changes on the branch, said Dumbledore. I nodded in agreement to that because it was true. Matter was defined differently by each type of scientist. Physics related matter more often with its motion through space-time, and relationship with energy and force. Physical science used it as a definition of building blocks, chemistry related it more closely to the composition and behavior of it. Even then things got more specific and detailed with specialization. Biochemistry and nanochemistry approached it from completely different angles. I am not as familiar with all branches of Muggle science. I have only skimmed through what piqued my interest, so I cannot in good conscience teach you about radiation. I would be at loath to provide you with misinformation due to my ignorance. Is radiation something you wish to experiment with? Not radiation, but something as hard or maybe harder to define, I admitted. You wish to redefine the state of matter for something that is not a matter using the most common definition of matter. He sought to clarify. Yes, I answered after a moment. Very difficult and ambitious. Please don't try without supervision, he said with a smile. Do you count as supervision? Yes, I do, but I would encourage we hold off on such experiments until you know more about the subject at hand, he said with a light chuckle. Fair point. With that, let's begin reviewing the laws of equivalent exchange. Asterisk. Things were going well on Wednesday. We had a few more rehearsed bullying acts prepared. Millicent and Blaze would say some kind of gibberish to Daphne that would have her run off crying in front of some Hufflepuffs. They literally said Hogwarwashelfid sticks, which made it very hard for Daphne to not laugh and fake cry instead, and our status as ostracized and harassed snakes seemed just about cemented. Everything was going as smoothly as can be. Except for Harry. I underestimated my twins' protective street. It was Friday night. We were going to prepare another big blowout that would send me to the hospital wing with Daphne. We set it up near the front of the school, very close to the hospital wing for ease of transport. I sat on the ground. We were planning on a knee switch jinx which would have hurt if cast while I was standing with Daphne laying on her back behind me because she was going to faint. Draco had his wand out and pointed at me, with Theodore and Blaze pointing their wands at Daphne. Pansy, Tracy, Millicent, Vincent, and Gregory were huddled around us to give the impression of an intimidating group. Okay, so after the knee wobble jinx, what's next? Asked Draco. It's the singed hair one, reminded Pansy. We want her hair to look like we electrocuted her or something. Right, right. Don't forget the black eye, I added. I don't know a jinx to cause that, said Draco with a frown. I think I remember seeing an upper year use a swelling jinx that caused something similar, said Tracy. Oh, yeah, I remember that, said Daphne. But it didn't darken, it just swelled. I've got a bee sting one, said Pansy. No, we did the bee sting yesterday. Right. Sorry, what about? Leave her alone. I didn't even have time to blink, let alone react to the fact that a furious Harry Potter literally body slammed into Draco Malfoy, knocking him to the floor. Theodore yelped in surprise, whipping out his wand and throwing Harry off the surprised Draco. By that point Neville had already pulled his wand out and shot a jinx at Theodore, who shielded in time, and Vincent, Gregory, and Blaze pulled out their wands. Within a minute spells were flying as more and more Babylonians joined into the fray. Oh dear! Pessum, I shouted, waving my wand down. I hadn't wanted to use one of my original spells so soon, but it couldn't be helped. Pessum forced everyone into the ground as if a huge weight of gravity fell upon them. Their faces were smushed to the floor, unable to move their fingers, let alone cast a spell. Let's see. Harry, Neville, Hermione, Ron, and, okay, that's it, I thought, assessing damage control. I knew Harry's temper had been hard on the deer, but I hadn't anticipated a public explosion that soon. I am going to release the spell, I said, and everyone is going to calmly and quietly sit up. Understood. There was a murmur of assent. I dismissed the spell. My snakes obeyed quickly, although they did scoot back behind me. The Gryffindor children were mutinous as they glowered at the Slytherins. I cleared my throat. Harry, calm down. No one was actually harassing me. This is part of my schemes. At that, the lions stared at me in disbelief. Harry in particular was distressed. What? It's fine, I reiterated, smiling warmly at him. Everything's been a ruse. Daphne nodded from behind me. It's true. We set it up on the train ride down. But why? Asked Ron from further back, dumbfounded. Neville shook his head. Why go so far? I will explain everything to Harry, I said, watching my twin's perplexed reaction, but only if he promises to keep it to himself. That's not. Neville was cut off by my sharp look. What happens in Slytherin stays in Slytherin, I coldly reprimanded him. I did not keep this from you out of malice, but because you did not need to know. You do not need to know. It is not your business. You can agree to play along, or I can obliviate you now. Rosie, sharply said Harry. No, I snapped back, standing firm. I will not put my snakes' lives at risk. Lives at risk, Hermione asked hesitantly. The child of a Death Eater openly being friends with a twin who lived is begging for their parents to be murdered, or worse. I should not need to say such a thing out loud, and I hoped my look of contempt correctly conveyed how serious the subject was. Hermione was clever, if she stopped to consider the circumstances she could surely figure it out. Harry and I stared each other down. Anger and relief fought behind his gaze, and eventually, he looked away and muttered, "Fine. I promise." I inclined my head. "Come on. Let's go somewhere private. I'll talk to you all later." Asterisk. Harry and I separated from the group, taking a stroll outside to ensure our privacy. He held my hand, his grip firm as he sullenly glared at the ground. Once we were far enough away, I quietly began to explain our plan to trick Umbridge so the snakes would be spared Voldemort's ire. Harry listened silently, patiently waiting for me to finish. He asked me after a lull, "Why didn't you tell me? You can keep a secret, but you're a terrible liar," I said, squeezing his hand. "I didn't want to involve you. And it's better to think you're getting hurt." He scoffed. I shook my head. "No. I don't know what's better, to be honest. It's a dangerous situation. I'm sure you can see why we need to put on this act for a while." Harry's lips thinned. He scowled angrily at the ground. "Their family is at risk," I went on. "Umbridge is a spy for the Ministry, and in turn a spy for Voldemort. It's in everyone's best interest for Voldemort to think I have no allies in Slytherin." "I get that," Harry sighed. "I know. I'm sorry that I hurt you. You always do this," he whispered. "You go off to do things by yourself." "Harry. Rosie, why did you put your name in the cup?" he asked me. "Why did you go hunting in the third corridor with the twins your first year? Why do you sneak out at night? Where do you go? What do you do? Why can't you rely on me a little bit more?" I stepped closer to my twin, my heart twisting uncomfortably. They were valid questions, and they were things I wanted to tell Harry when the moment was right. Until that moment came, however, I knew it would be a burden on Harry's mind. I never wanted my twin to feel left out or guilty over my actions, but there were things I simply could not tell him. It would ruin him if he knew I had done so many dangerous and harmful things to myself to protect him. They were my choices. My brother shouldn't have to pay the consequences of my actions. I knew him well enough that if he knew the entire truth, that's exactly what would happen. Some things I planned to tell him when his occlumency was strong enough to withstand random probing. My life as Gentleman Rose and Lunar's Orchid, for example. They weren't things I went out of my way to hide from him, but they weren't things I was going to force upon him either. It would be his choice to learn about it once his mental shields were strong enough to keep it. "Harry, I'm afraid you'll go somewhere I can't follow," he went on, closing his eyes. He bowed his head, resting his forehead on my shoulder as I pulled him into a hug, kissing the top of his head. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I'm so sorry I hurt you, Harry. I never, ever want to do that to you." "I know," he said, hugging me tightly. "I know." He didn't ask me to tell him more. He didn't ask me to make a promise I couldn't keep. He understood. Even if it hurt him so much more than what he would admit to. Asterisk. Bucket list completed. 68 Take a class taught by Professor Dumbledore. Chapter 43, Year 5 to 7, Wand Monogamy. Beta, Cloudy. Asterisk. With the first week officially down, no one was given detention from Umbridge. I decided it was time to test out my new acquisition. At the edge of my bed rested the dark oak vanishing trunk Syl bought for me at the start of summer. I was grateful no one questioned why I needed a second trunk with my belongings that year, nor did anyone figure out what it truly was. I lovingly patted it. Welp. Time to test it out. I popped it open, hopped inside the blue velvety interior, shut the lid, counted to 3, then. It was a sensation like falling, as if someone had tossed the trunk into water. No sound could be heard, and even with my eyes opened wide I only saw darkness. When the sensation subsided, I opened the lid. To my delight, I found myself staring up at the ceiling at my home in Lunar's Orchard. "Syl." I tentatively called out as I sat up in the chest. My house elf appeared before me in her cute little dress and apron. "Yes, Mrs. It worked." I squealed. "Yay. Okay." I crawled out of the trunk, examining the living room of my house with a big smile on my face. I had a Flo connection installed last summer. The connection would only allow those I had keyed into the wards to use the Flo. Presently, only Fenrir and myself were keyed in to do so. The Flo was hooked up to public access, so I'd be able to Flo to Diagon Alley or other public points across Britain, including the Ministry. As it was a ward-keyed Flo connection, the magic on the system would be able to identify me. If I said home, it would take me here, so I wouldn't need to give out my address. My smile was as bright as can be. I officially had an easy way in and out of Hogwarts. Best way to celebrate that would be a heist, of course. Something grand to explain why Gentleman Rose had to take a small break. There was supposed to be a visiting fossil exhibition in Edinburgh and some fossils on display are the Canis Dirus. If our hypothesis was correct and the Canis Dirus was what was used as the base ritual for the lycanthrope curse, then it'd, probably, be terribly important to obtain as many versions of the fossil as I could. I'll need to set up some preservation cases first. I wouldn't want them to get damaged under my care. I don't plan to keep them long term if I can help it, things important to science should be returned once done. Fossils were fun to steal but not grand enough, what else could be added? Tom, correct my memory if I'm wrong, but doesn't the noble family of Rosier live near Edinburgh? The ancient and noble manor of Rosier is hidden in Pentland near Edinburgh, affirmed Tom. I think this semester is the perfect time to see if I can break into a noble home. What a delight, said Tom. I do have some good news. Oh. I may have found a way to substitute the binding ingredient, if you're ready for another test run. You know what? It's Friday night. If I've got the ingredients, let's do it now. Really? Yeah. I've got plenty of spare stuff from the last ritual here somewhere, what else do I need to get? Sil could probably go buy it while I draw up the circle. Tom let out a small chuckle. You always amaze me. I smiled. It's just because I'm trying to impress you. You've succeeded. Feel free to fall in love with me any day now. And deprive the world of the same opportunity? I could never. Aha. So you'd be fine if someone else fell in love with me? I teased. Of course, he responded cordially. I bet you're only saying that because right now you're thinking, it doesn't matter what they feel. She could never, ever, do better than me for I am perfect in nearly every way. Therefore, she would never be with anyone else. He started to laugh quite loudly. Asterisk. One breathtaking ritual later. How long do you expect this one to last? I breathlessly asked him, nodding at his body. I was still catching my breath, struggling to keep my tone even. Tom's soul literally passing out of me was a wretchedly odd feeling. It literally took my breath away, causing me to dizzily fall to the floor. Having performed the ritual a second time, I was able to pay more attention to how my magic and his magic reacted during the ritual. I found it pretty cute that his magic held onto mine until the very end. Optimistically, a month. Realistically, a week, he said, offering me a hand. I accepted it and he helped me to my feet, my legs still weak. Should give me time to properly test out its limitations at least. Nice. Guess we should get you a wand then. He blinked. Pardon. A wand, I said. You don't want one? I do, he ran his fingers through his hair. I did not expect you to never mind. We can go shopping tomorrow. Get you some clothes, too, I said, reaching forward to fix one of his stray bangs. He caught my hand, his thumb tracing down to rest over my pulse. Dark eyes met mine. Slowly he said, it's a date. Sure, I said, then realized what was said and turned pink. Tom, you don't. I would like to, he said. Ah, came a surprisingly weak response on my end. Okay. A date. Sil. Yes, Mrs. I would have gestured to Tom, but he hadn't let go of me, and in my flustered state I did not think to use my other hand. Instead, I nodded in his direction as I said a little breathlessly, this is Tom. Treat him as an honored guest, and please prepare a room for him. Don't let anyone else know he's here, and bring him whatever he needs. He's going to need clothes for tomorrow. And keyed into the wards to use the flu. Sil nodded quickly, her ears flopping adorably. Sil will take care of it, Mrs. Thank you. I swallowed roughly, acutely aware of the fact that Tom Marvolo Riddle was still holding my wrist. He let go. If we're going out tomorrow, I should finish all of my homework, I said meekly. See you here after breakfast. Tom's dark angelic smile was downright dangerous. With a voice coated in honey, he practically purred, sweet dreams, Rosie. I took a stumbling step back, hating how hot my face felt. We both knew what he was doing, and from the amused sparkle in his eyes I knew he was loving it. You play so dirty, I whispered accusingly. His smile stretched wider. Whatever do you mean? Good night my favorite schemer. Good night my favorite witch. That got a smile out of me before I turned away and headed back to my dorm room. Tom with a body and not just a voice in my head is a tough opponent for my heart. This is gonna be so much fun. Asterisk. Saturday morning after breakfast I met up with Tom at Lunar's Orchid. I had taken extra care in my appearance, softening my curls and picking out a cute witchy dress and short cloak. Crawling out of the chest, I was greeted by the smell of biscuits, bacon, and strong tea. Tom had seated himself at the kitchen table, and from the stack of plates beside him, I could tell that Sil had delighted in feeding him a variety of food. Although that's quite the stack, I thought as I eyed it. Increased metabolism from the ritual, or did a homunculus body require it? My, I said. If you're that hungry, do you want to start off by getting a treat first? Tom delicately wiped at his mouth with a napkin. I hadn't noticed it, but apparently my home at the Orchid had matching kitchen sets complete with embroidered napkins. Glad that which I hired to decorate it years ago hadn't skimped out. Whatever you have in mind. You know what? Let's start the day off with ice cream, I said, noticing that Tom was eyeing some more food. Tom inclined his head, tearing his gaze away from the scrumptious scones Sil made and focusing on me. As you wish. Before we leave, I'd like to cast a spell over us. I handed him my wand as he stood up. Phut and Wlita, said Tom, doing a slow wave over his face then my own. I didn't recognize the language, nor the spell. Intrigued, I asked, what's that do? Our faces will be foggy and hard to remember. Anyone looking directly at us will have a hard time seeing us as anything other than painfully average, he said. Or at least that's how it should work. This will be my first time casting it since I made it up in your mind palace. I grinned. I love live testing. Tom handed my wand back over, and I pocketed it up one of my cloak sleeves. Are you ready? Yes, he answered. Travel by Flua first. Yet. We'll go to the Leaky Cauldron. After you. Asterisk. Once through the pub and into the alley, Tom graciously offered his arm in escort. With a smile, I humored him, hooking my arm through his as we made our way to the first stop. Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor was a painted white shop squashed in between obscurus books and Madame Pimpernel's beautifying potions. Its sign was written in flowy green lettering. In its window stood two charmed nutcrackers with enchanted ice cream spiraling around them. It was a favorite place to visit. Canonically Florian Fortescue had been kidnapped and killed by Death Eaters in Harry's 6th year, but if my plans worked out the owner would avoid such an unsavory death. It'd be a downright tragedy if the store was forced to close down. Florian hadn't even chosen a successor to pass on his ingenious flavors. Butterbeer chocolate ice cream. Who else could create such a masterpiece and not have the two flavors fight for dominance? The man was a treasured culinary mastermind. There were a few mint green tables inside already filled up. Tom curiously peered around it as we took our place in the back of the line. Despite it being in the morning, the place had a decent amount of customers. His voice was quiet as he commented, "This wasn't here when I attended Hogwarts." A small gasp escaped me. Truly? What a waste. I love the butterbeer chocolate. I remember, said Tom. Personally, I'm not overly fond of desserts. I cocked my head. Too sweet. Yes, he answered. That makes sense, I murmured, mostly to myself. You grew up in an orphanage. Am I that obvious? He asked, more amused at my stumbling than offended at the question. I shrugged, not answering. Yes, he affirmed. Casually, he went on to say, not much food to begin with. Coming to Hogwarts was an adjustment in many ways. I ate too much at first and got sick a lot for the first month or so. Got sick. That would imply Tom had starved to the point that it triggered refeeding syndrome. When food was reintroduced too quickly after a period of starvation or malnourishment, it could lead to electrolyte imbalances and severe complications. In worst cases it would even be fatal. It'd be even more dangerous if the child had never experienced what it meant to be full, and so they would overindulge to a dangerous level. The dismissive manner Tom addressed it was a subtle implication to not pry further. It was enough that he felt comfortable with me to share even that information. Yikes. Would Tom have been one of the better-fed children because the others were intimidated by him, or one of the worst ones because the adults thought him evil? Either way, yikes. You might like the saffron and rose ice cream, or maybe matcha, or tiramisu, I pointed at the flavors. It was nearly our turn to pick. They aren't very sweet at all. Matcha's more on the bitter side. MN. Tom examined the flavors. Are you sticking with your favorite? Nah. I'll try the chai flavor this time around, I answered as I peered around some customers to see the line-up. Upon our turn to order, Tom, to my surprise, picked out butterbeer and chocolate ice cream while I ordered chai. I raised an eyebrow at his selection after I paid. He smiled coyly in response. You always seem to enjoy it. We were each handed our ice cream cones. The butterbeer and chocolate was a golden colored with a milk chocolate swirl around it. The chai I had picked out was an off-shade white. I have a sweet tooth, I pointed out as I licked my ice cream. Tom held out his right arm in a silent offer, holding his ice cream with his left hand. I hooked my left arm through his arm, adjusting to keep my ice cream in my right hand. Tom tried a bit of his own. Tastes can change, Rosie. Suddenly craving some sweetness in your life, Tom? I teased. Tom's dark brown eyes moved away from the ice cream to beguilingly regard me. Craving some bitterness in yours? Such a Slytherin thing to do, to answer a question with a question. It was hard to read him without him being so closely tied to my magic. I had become intimate with Tom's magic to the point I could feel his presence in an adjacent room, but I wasn't able to tell how he felt without directly interacting with his magic. I had to actually rely on my cunning and wit against him, which was unnerving. Unable to think of a clever response, I leaned forward and licked the top of his ice cream. Butterbeer chocolate. Tom thought it only fair to take a bite out of mine afterward. Which was not fair because he took a way bigger bite than my dainty little lick. The prat. We ate our ice creams as we continued to window shop. Tom had cast hover charms on them. Whenever we needed to use our hands, the ice creams would hover in place wherever we let them go. Tom lingered in the stationery and bookstores most frequently. He was meticulous in picking out his personal notebooks, pens, and so on. He compared parchment papers, inks, quills, everything was scrutinized and repeatedly double-checked to see if he could find something better. It took the better part of 2 hours before he finally picked out the basic writing supplies for him to continue his own research. "You're not the type to rush things, are you?" I dryly asked after I had finished paying. "Why rush?" he retorted. Another question with a question. I must have seemed pouty to him because he had an amused expression. He smiled. "Yes. I prefer to take things slow and steady, if my 2-hour shopping to pick out basic utensils is anything to go by." Slow and steady, hey? That reminded me of something completely unrelated. "You know, I realized that we've never played chess against each other," I said, genuinely surprised by that revelation. Chess was universally considered the best game for schemers and brilliant evil masterminds to play, yet somehow I hadn't played it with Tom? Blasphemy. "Not a fan of it," he dismissed. "Too linear." "What a waste," I said, clicking my tongue. "It's for the best." "I'd hate to break your winning streak," he said slyly, dark eyes lingering in my gaze. Keeping eye contact, I said, "That's a blatant challenge." "Yes. You're going to lose." Tom's expression warmed up to charmingly smug. "A queen may be higher than a lord, but the game is over without the king." "Okay," I said firmly. "We're going to be playing some chess tonight. Won't you need to be getting back?" he asked. "You know I prefer to take my time." "Doesn't matter. I'll stay up all night," I said stubbornly. Tom squeezed my arm, burnished eyes bright with mirth. "Careful with your statements. I'll keep you all night." I already mentally prepared myself. I had claimed victory over my family and all the Slytherins and Ravenclaws. I hadn't had the pleasure of dueling Ronald Weasley, but I knew I was a damn good chess master. When I retired as a thief, if ever, I'd start entering chess tournaments, maybe find my prized pupil to pass on my legacy. Tom threatened that legacy. That could not stand. "You will topple before me," I whispered. Tom Riddle leaned down to whisper in my ear, "I'll take your queen in the first 10 turns. This boy." My eyes narrowed. A bold statement for someone who couldn't pick out a quill in the first 10 minutes. Direct insults already. He chuckled. "I'm sorry to have intimidated you so early." Oh. My God. Before I could say anything else in response, we had arrived at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions and Tom ushered us inside. The shit-talking was placed on hold as Tom spent another hour picking out a variety of robes. Thankfully he already knew what he wanted going and he had browsed the catalog Syl provided him yesterday and most of the time was spent going over a handful of items he wanted specially made. Expensive items. I am so his sugar mama right now, I thought to myself as I paid for his items again. I am Tom Riddle's sugar mama. What the bloody hell has my life become? We stopped by a cafe for lunch, resuming our shit-talking while we ate. The conversation flowed easily from one topic to another. We decided to head to Ollivander's next, but we stopped by any store that caught our fancy along the way. I purchased a little mini castle for my enchanted mini horntail, along with a book on how to take care of unicorns, something I could never, ever buy during family trips to the alley and had to keep hidden at all costs. Tom wanted his own potion set and thank magic he already knew exactly what he wanted, so it barely took 30 minutes to gather all the items as well a few more books on alchemy. After purchasing a heavy stack of tomes, Tom wore an oddly melancholic look. "It would be useful if I could find." He trailed off, his gaze thoughtful. When he did not complete the statement after a minute, I gently probed. "Anything I can help with?" He had been direct in requesting items beforehand. Tom knew I wasn't someone short of money and would easily earn it back if I got low. Especially since I'd be doing heists on the weekends when I could and my werewolf sanctuary was turning a hefty profit. "If you found another piece of me, what would you do?" he asked. The question came as a surprise, eliciting a genuine reaction from me. Nervous and flustered, I stumbled as I lied, "I haven't given it a lot of serious thought." "What would you like me to do?" Damn it. It was so much easier to lie to strangers. I rarely if ever had to directly lie to my family. I was comfortable not bringing things up lying by omission, but when confronted I found my lack of experience worked against me. I hadn't been a liar in the past life, and I wasn't naturally cunning enough to compensate for bold-faced lying to someone I cared about without a lot of mental and emotional preparation. It didn't help that I knew Tom Riddle was in a league of his own when it came to lies, manipulation, and wits. He was born with a silver tongue. I didn't have any confidence that I could tell an unexpected lie directly to Tom Riddle without him seeing straight through me. Which only heightened my nerves and made the situation much worse. Admittedly, it didn't help that I kind of had a crush on him and he adored capitalizing on it like the sneaky little manipulator he was. "Bring it to me, maybe," he said. "Why is he even bringing this up?" I hadn't told him I was one of his Horcruxes. Hesitantly, I asked, "Am I supposed to be on the lookout for more of your phylacteries?" I didn't know what else to ask or say in response. I didn't understand the logic or motive behind him bringing it up in the first place. It seemed out of character. Tom might have become genuinely fond of me, but that was fondness at best. He didn't trust me enough to discuss the details of his childhood, yet somehow he was okay to talk about his most dangerous secret? No. Something stank. Or, maybe? I don't know what to think. Maybe he doesn't think of it as a secret anymore since I know he's himself and Voldemort. Was I overthinking it? Did I hype him up too much in my head and consequently was blowing a random thought way out of proportion? My gut told me something stank, my head said it was too soon to judge, and my heart was hopeful maybe he really had become that fond of me. Oof. I don't know, he said. I don't know what the other me has done. Given its level of derangement, nothing would surprise me. I was saved from having to respond because we had arrived at Ollivander's. Thoughts for another day. For now, let's enjoy the date. Asterisk. Ollivander's store had not changed one bit since the day I picked up my darling muse. I peered at my own wand redwood with a phoenix feather core and gently ran my finger down its smooth wood. I had named it Muse, and it had served me well these past few years. I did so adore my darling Muse, taking extra care of it by polishing it at least once a week. Tom's eyes lit up with delight upon entering the store, undoubtedly recalling his own first visit. I tried to picture a baby-faced Tom eagerly accepting his wand and the image made me smile briefly. Until I recalled the little details, baby-faced, but probably dirty and in ragged clothes that didn't fit his starved form. Bright-eyed, but anxious at the new environment. Hopeful, and incapable of imagining the horrors that would await him just because he was not an established pureblood. My grip on Tom's arm tightened, eliciting a concerned look from Tom. Ollivander stepped into the storefront, smiling vapidly. "Good day. It's not often I get day visitors. What can I do for you?" Lowering my voice to give it a mature sultry tone to help mask it, I said, "My friend here lost his wand to a dark wizard. He needs a replacement until we can reclaim it." "My condolences on your loss," demurred Ollivander. "It is, most unfortunate." Tom did not respond, bowing his head. He adjusted his own voice to carry a heavier accent. "I hope to reclaim it soon, but to do that I need a second wand." "Yes. A tragic necessity. Second wands can be rather picky. What was your first?" "You with a phoenix core," he said. "A rare combination. I've personally only sold a few dozen during my tenure," observed Ollivander. "We can start with something similar." Just one moment. Out came the measuring tape. I stepped away from Tom as the magical instruments flew about him and Ollivander started to pull out boxes. "You do not intend to purchase a second wand for yourself?" inquired Tom as he watched Ollivander move about. I reflexively reached for my muse. Isn't that kind of cheating? I mean, I get why you need one, but..." Tom's sharp look of reproach cut me by surprise and I faltered. His voice bordered on scorn. "I am surprised someone so normally well prepared would refuse an opportunity out of what? Wand monogamy." My lips pursed. "Well. Do you not remember what happened earlier this year?" He probed, softening and warming his voice, juxtaposed to his previously scornful tone. "If you had a second wand, you would not have needed to rely on your mental state to cast wandless. You could have avoided prolonged treatment." That was true. My first wand was knocked away from me, and the crucio had scrambled my mental state to the point where I couldn't cast my wandless spells. A second wand attached to my thigh, maybe hidden under a skirt. Tom had a point. I had already been caught ill-prepared for a situation I thought I was prepared for. Was there ever such a thing as having too many hidden aces? Nope. "Well," I said after a moment, carefully caressing my wand, I suppose it would be smart to have a second wand." I sighed. "Mr. Ollivander, would you mind terribly helping me choose a second wand?" Ollivander paused as he pulled out more boxes. "Not at all. One that I could keep hidden," I tentatively added. Ollivander smiled humorlessly. "It is not uncommon for veterans to request something similar. I am sorry you feel the need to." Aha! I didn't know how else to respond to that. We left the store about an hour later. Tom with a 13.5-inch cedar wand with a phoenix feather cores never changed, and I with a handsome walnut wand that also had a phoenix feather core. With that purchase, our date was concluded. It was time to head back. Asterisk. Lunar's Orchid had a heavy preference for Tudor-style homes, and my personal home there was no exception. The distinct style leaned into the quaint storybook appearance, and the architect for the town did not hold back with that aesthetic. The streets were cobblestone lined with the black iron lamps that had playful blue and purple fires inside. My home at the Orchid blended in with the fellow Tudor homes around it. The only thing that differentiated my home from the others was my backyard that could not easily be seen over the privacy fence. Although my roof was a skylight, it had been enchanted, so people on the outside would only see a regular roof. The downstairs was pretty open. The white marbled kitchen stretched to cover the back wall, then opened up to an oak dining room. There were plenty of windows enchanted to view outside, but no one could see inside that let in an abundance of natural light. A heavy glass back door was built into the dining room that led to my garden. Syl would often open the windows that faced the backyard to allow a natural breeze in. Not as much in the dead of winter, but it was still fall, so the smell of crisp autumn leaves filled the home. From my dining room it opened up into a spacious living room. There was a large brick fireplace that has an assortment of comfy furniture in front of it. There were shelves filled with books too dark to keep at home, along with medical textbooks, and anything related to rituals I had found. The stairs in the living room spiraled up to the second and third floor, or down into the basement. My basement was my laboratory that I shared with Ennio and Odette to research the potion, but now that Tom was staying here I asked the two to take over other projects. Odette was happy to focus on the school in town, and Ennio was content to head back to the vampire community and start marketing our sunproof potion. That had the added benefit of assessing if any of the vampires would want to join up with Voldemort. Ennio doubted they would, but there were enough oddballs to consider the possibility. The second floor of my home had 2 bedrooms, one for me, another for a guest, 2 baths, and a study. The third floor was a giant greenhouse with my roof being almost entirely one big skylight. It was marvelous to lay up there and look at the night sky. The plants I grew well, Syl did all the work, had an overall smell that was remarkably similar to lavender. Tom swept into the living room, placing his shopping bags on the couch for the moment. He kept his new wand and headed straight to the dining room, where he flicked his wand once to push the tables and chairs back. He held his new wand aloft, peering at it with dark eyes. Do you know how wands are created? Put something magical in between 2 pieces of wood, then meld it together. I hazarded a guess. He let out a small hat. He waved his wand at his right hand and conjured a long piece of chalk. He knelt down onto the hardwood floor and began to slowly draw. The essence of a magical beast is placed between wood that has been soaked in magic since birth. Runes are carefully carved on the inside, then everything is melded together. Do you know what one of those runes is? Nope. The trace, he answered. My eyes widened. I had always wondered how the trace worked. I hadn't used my wand during heists, and I was never found to be practicing magic. Sometimes the magic I used would trigger the accidental magic squad, but not often. I did remember Harry's magic triggering the trace when he blew up his aunt in the canon story, and somehow Dobby's house elf magic also triggered it, but the details had never been explained. House elf magic is an entirely foreign branch of magic that I hadn't had a chance to properly study. When a wand bonds with a witch or wizard, it can recognize their age. If they are of age as defined by the wand maker when creating the rune will deactivate and the trace will be gone. If they are underage, the rune will work. But I rubbed at my forehead. What about when muggleborns use magic and people show up? Doesn't always happen. There are plenty of muggleborns who don't know they're magical until they receive a Hogwarts letter, pointed out Tom. I suddenly remembered a few instances where Canon Harry used magic yet no squad of Aurors showed up to his door, such as operating to get away from Dudley or vanishing the glass in the zoo. Tom carried on, I didn't, and I certainly used magic whenever I pleased prior. If it's done in an obviously public place, someone will report it in. There is no spell over the entire country to monitor magical outbursts. But I mean, I've seen some obliviators show up at my heists, I blurted out. Before I even had my wand. Could have been another accident in the area, dismissed Tom. Coincidences do happen. Aye. If they could actually use a device or ritual to monitor the age of people using spells, then surely they could have developed something similar to monitor the type of spell used, such as illegal curses. It wouldn't be that different, he shrewdly said. They're not that powerful, Rosie, simply clever. What hogwash? Then it's not actually placed on the witch or wizard. My mind working through my memories to find anything to contradict that. Even then, it was always possible that there was an error to my knowledge. A preconceived notion set into place by restless nights reading fanfiction. Was there anything that explained the trace? No. I didn't think there was. Nothing concrete, only speculation and theories tossed about by the fandom. The most popular one I remembered was that it was a spell placed by a Hogwarts professor when the students came. I had personally suspected that to be the case up until Tom told me otherwise. Tom shook his head as he continued to draw. No. That was simply a ruse. It's exceedingly rare for an underage witch or wizard to regularly use magic without a wand after all, dismissed Tom. There is no device, no ritual, nothing powerful enough to literally monitor every witch or wizard under the age of 18 across the country on its own. The runes merely react when used by an underage witch or wizard, every time. Areas of approved magic Hogwarts or magical homes, for example, are automatically filtered out in the alert system, so the ministry is not tipped off. Tom held out his left palm. It's an orb about this size. If a rune is triggered in a non-approved area, it'll sound an alarm and flash coordinates. That's it. I stared in disbelief. That's it. Yes. Tom paused in drawing the small ritual circle. What about if a wand is passed down? The rune reactivates. It can cause a wand to malfunction if enough time has passed and the rune deteriorated too much. My mind was blown. I had to admit it was hard to swallow that such powerful magic was cast over the entire country, maybe world, yet no one would replicate it to monitor actual criminals or certain spells. I never stopped to ponder much about it, simply accepting the information I had obtained as fact. Impressive ruse. Whichever minister came up with it deserved an award. I asked him, what about Hogwarts letters? How does Hogwarts find Muggleborns in Britain? No clue, he said with a quick smile. I wasn't able to see the castle runes prior to making my diary. I suppose I must have figured out where they were eventually, as that thing cursed the opposition. Hey, I said, scratching my cheek. There we go, said Tom, finished drawing his circle. He placed his wand at the center. I'll be removing the trace from my wand now. Wait, what? You can do that? Oh yes. I found out the truth about the trace 3rd year from not Theodore's grandfather and created the ritual 4th year, said Tom as he hovered his hands over the wand. It would be inconvenient to have to deal with the trace. Yet. The outline of the circle glowed a pale bluish-white, there was the sound of static crackling, then the light faded. Tom picked up the wand, examining it. Yes. That will do. Give me yours. I blinked. Pardon. He held out his hand. Your wands. I'll break the trace on them as well. I handed over my wands. Oh, thank you. Consider it a belated birthday present, he murmured as he repeated the ritual. There. He handed them back to me and I accepted it with a soft murmur of thanks. Tom had loosely grabbed my hand when I took back my wands. You are quite welcome, he said, smoothly turning my hand over and kissing the back of it. My cheeks warmed in response. I fidgeted in place, acutely aware of how warm and soft his lips were on my skin. My response must have pleased him, because he released my hand with an extremely self-satisfied expression. Keeping a handsome smirk, he went on, now, while Syl prepares dinner, why don't I destroy you in a lovely game of chess? Aha! My eyes narrowed. Hormones aside, I was not about to let him get away with threatening my future chess master legacy. I'll have you whimpering before the sun sets, little boy. As loath as I am to disappoint you, tonight I will be the one on top, he said with a devilish smile that made me feel uncomfortably warm and breathless. You play so unfair, I complained, looking away as an embarrassed blush crawled up to my ear tips. He tilted his head, his normally dark eyes bright with amusement. Only because your reactions are delightful. Do you need me to stop? Hell no. He laughed. Asterisk. Bucket list completed. 58 Go on a real date. Chapter 44, Year 5 to 8. Beta, Cloudy. Asterisk. I had spent all Saturday night at the Orchid playing a never-ending game of chess with Tom. We were both crashing once dawn crept through the curtains, so I decided to take a brief nap on Sunday at the house. Syl was kind enough to wake me up in the evening later that day so I could return to Hogwarts before my absence was noted. Poor traumatized and ostracized Rosalind Potter could hide out in her room all day without drawing suspicion from the outside, but I knew my baby snakes would still be concerned about me. It was time to head back and check up on them. I needed to prepare for next week with them anyway. And I needed some time to think. I had put off the Horcrux issue long enough, but Tom bringing them up put them to the forefront of my mind. Asterisk. Monday morning I had been stolen away from the Slytherin table by Harry as soon as Daphne and I entered the Great Hall. I had come in late because I overslept. I stayed up way too late with Draco and Blaise playing a game of bullshit. Blaise had decided to sleep in and skip breakfast. Theodore, Vincent, and Gregory practically dragged Draco out of bed. I could hear him moaning to be left alone all the way from my dorm room. Despite being sleep-deprived and grouchy, the pale boy did not show it as he sipped his morning tea and put on a false face of disgust when he spotted me. I made no effort to hide my tiredness. Maybe it would be a good idea to spread a rumor I was having nightmares. When Harry grabbed and pulled me over, I didn't put any effort. He seated me in between Hermione and Ron as he sat across them next to Neville. Hermione noticed the bags under my eyes. She reached forward, her brow creased. Did you sleep okay? MN. Stayed up too late Saturday and Sunday, I said, stifling a yawn. Oh hey. Grats Ron, I heard you made the team. Ron beamed. Yeah. Patty already bought him a broom, said Harry. But we can talk more about that later. Here, read. Trespass at Ministry. Sturgis Podmore, 38, of number 2, Laburnum Gardens, Clapham, has appeared in front of the Wizengamot charged with trespass and attempted robbery at the Ministry of Magic on August 31st. Podmore was arrested by Ministry of Magic watch wizard Eric Munch, who found him attempting to force his way through a top security door at 1 o'clock in the morning. Podmore, who refused to speak in his own defense, was convicted on both charges and sentenced to 6 months in Azkaban. Sturgis Podmore, said Ron slowly as he read over my shoulder, but he's that bloke who looks like his head's been thatched, isn't he? He's one of the Ord. Ron, SHH. Said Hermione, casting a terrified look around them. Trespass and attempted robbery, repeated Harry. On a top security door. Rosie, you're the most familiar with politics and the laws, what door could possibly warrant such an extreme punishment? The minister's office. No, I said with a shake of my head, struggling to keep my yawns in check. Maybe if it was attempted murder, but breaking into any of the public department offices won't land you in Azkaban. It could be a frame-up. Ron exclaimed excitedly. No listen. He went on, dropping his voice dramatically at the threatening look on Hermione's face. The ministry suspects he's one of Dumbledore's lot, so I know they lured him to the ministry, and he wasn't trying to get through a door at all. Maybe they've just made something up to get him. Hermione looked rather impressed and said, do you know, I wouldn't be at all surprised if that were true. Harry and Neville were uneasy, both looking to Rosie. I mean I would do it, I said with a shrug. I don't think Fudge is that smart though. Then what do you think it is? Asked Ron. Department of Mysteries. It's not a public department. Breaking and entering that area is a definite sentence to Azkaban. That he didn't speak to his defense is worrying, though. Worrying how so? Pressed Hermione. Think carefully, I advised. What do you know already? The weapon, whispered Neville. If it's in the Department of Mysteries, what if he'd been guarding it? Their eyes widened, and I smiled. See that, Tom? Brilliant babies. Oh. Right. Tom wasn't in my head. There was a sting of disappointment in my chest. My stomach dropped unpleasantly and found myself forcing my hands on both Hermione and Ron's back as I encouragingly rubbed them. There you go. Well thought out, dears. We didn't really, Ron uneasily said, but I kissed his cheek, then Hermione's. Had Fudge been an actual opponent instead of a tick in the side, your idea would have been Slytherin worthy, I assured the pink-cheeked insecure boy. Now I hope you all have a wonderful Monday morning. Should be nice, said Hermione. Do you want to eat with us at lunch? Nope. Theodore's got a brilliant idea to make our pumpkin juice explode, I excitedly whispered. You're having way too much fun with this, sighed Harry. I giggled, unable to deny that. At least it'll keep me distracted from missing. I didn't want to finish that thought. Asterisk. All throughout Monday my mind wandered. So much to the point that I accidentally reflexively dodged some of the random jinxes my baby snakes sent my way. I had to compensate by doing a particularly impressive tripping maneuver Draco and I practiced on Sunday that resulted in a sprained ankle. Madame Pomfrey was not amused to be fixing me up so often, and she was extremely cross with Umbridge for not putting a stop to the shenanigans in her class. Not that I paid much attention. It was time to seriously consider the Horcrux issue. First up, the diadem. Made in Tom Riddle's 7th year, likely near the end of the year to draw the least amount of suspicion. That would make a 2-year gap between the Tom Riddle I had come to know and the soul in the diadem. 2 years. Maybe not a lot. Maybe a whole lot. I knew the diadem was created from Tom Riddle murdering his biological family. Which, certainly perturbing. I didn't remember the canonical diadem having much of a personality. It was cursed, as was the ring. The locket which I had already destroyed would have been the next one he made. The ring after that. The cup was made last. I didn't know the time span between any of them, except that it was done after Hogwarts and the cup had to have been last. Until Nagini, at least. I knew I'd have to collect the Horcruxes eventually, but I had been admittedly postponing it since meeting Tom. It wasn't like I planned on befriending Tom. At the start of making my list I never anticipated I could tolerate, let alone like any version of Tom Riddle. Yet here I was. I had come to genuinely care for Tom as a dear, dear friend. He was arguably my best friend. Someone I had started to really count on, and trust. Sure, there were some secrets I would take to my grave, but he knew more about me than even my family. We shared a staggering amount of views and interests, our thought processes lined up more often than they differed. He was charming, easy to talk to, had a good sense of humor, really there were a lot of things I liked about him that in turn made me like him. I liked Tom Riddle an awful lot. I didn't want to recklessly destroy the Horcruxes, but I had to acknowledge that Voldemort was still a threat to my family. I could cripple him, destroy his allies and standing, but I hadn't yet come up with a way to destroy him without hurting Tom. Hence my inaction against the Horcruxes. But maybe I didn't need to decide that on my own. So, Tuesday morning I got up early, really more like I didn't sleep Monday night, and went to the room of requirement. It took me 6 hours of searching but I eventually levitated the diadem into a protected bag then went to Lunar's Orchid to see Tom. Asterisk. It was an hour before breakfast would be served in the Great Hall, yet Tom Riddle was already enjoying a quaint morning tea with blueberry scones in the living room. He was lounging in one of the recliners, amber-colored tea in his right hand and a tome about dark potions in his left. He did not notice my arrival, immersed in his reading. I silently placed the diadem on the coffee table in front of Tom, drawing his attention to my presence in doing so. Tom finished his sip of tea before he delicately placed the teacup on the floating saucer to his right. He leaned forward in the recliner, slowly picking up and examining the diadem. His gaze flickered up to meet mine, unreadable behind that lovable poker face. I turned away, intent on returning to Hogwarts. He did not ask me what it was, or how I knew where to find it. He did not ask for anything. He knows? Lingering at the doorway to the dining room without turning around I asked, "How long did you know?" Tom's voice was warm and even, as if a friend were commenting on the weather. He said, "Since the day I entered your mind." My grip tightened on the doorway. I did not respond, nor did I look back to see what I knew would be an angelically false smile. In the interest of honesty, he went on pleasantly, "I had intended to free the soul I sensed and have it completely possess you. Then either merge, or create a second body for myself afterward, depending on how things played out." He paused, and I could feel the smile in his voice as he said, "Your mind palace was exceptionally strong. I couldn't get near it, even when you slept." Is he telling me this to see my reaction? Or he had nothing to gain by admitting such honesty to me? For Tom to confess something so dangerous meant he was either absolutely certain I would not react negatively or he respected me enough to feel I deserved that honesty. My eyes closed as I recalled what had happened at the Triwizard Tournament. It shattered. You could have taken control then could have even kept it. Why didn't you? Tom hummed in agreement. I suspect for the same reason why you brought me this diadem. Why did I? The memory came without prompting, that day in Diagon Alley. It would be useful if I could find. He trailed off, his gaze thoughtful. When he did not complete the statement after a minute, I gently probed. Anything I can help with? He had been direct in requesting items beforehand. Tom knew I wasn't someone short of money and would easily earn it back if I got low. Especially since I'd be doing heists on the weekends when I could and my werewolf sanctuary was turning a hefty profit. "If you found another piece of me, what would you do?" he asked. The pieces fell into place. No wonder it seemed stinky. He manipulated me. As a Slytherin I felt a rush of respect. Barely any time outside my head and already he was able to smoothly use me to obtain what he wanted. Bravo! Well done! I could really only applaud such a masterful use of cunning. Even if it came with a hint of bittersweet hurt. Well. I wasn't in any place to judge manipulations considering how I was blatantly grooming the Baba Snakes to adopt my own viewpoints. And, like, all of my blackmail and political schemes. What a Slytherin. Gosh, so well played. And so nice of him to reveal past motivations despite the risk. As a friend I feel so proud of how far we've come. I walked away with a proud smile. Well played, Tom. Thank you, Rosie, demurred Tom as he sipped his tea. Please get some rest tonight, you look dreadful. Asterisk. Exhaustion weighed me down for the rest of the week. Multiple nights with little rest made for a tired witch. The Babas gave me cursory looks of concern, deciding it best not to play along with schemes Friday morning. I was grateful, I didn't have the energy to overly act. The Daily Prophet came in, Hedwig delivered a copy for myself and Harry before inviting Iris to go hunting with her. Iris loved hunting with Hedwig. I read it over as I ate quietly, wishing I had a strong cup of coffee instead of the sweet pumpkin juice. Maybe Kriaker can bring me some, I thought. Tom. Bollocks. I had to stop doing that. I hadn't realized how accustomed I had gotten to talking with Tom when I suddenly wasn't able to. My heart twinged uncomfortably, a sense of uneasy loneliness creeping into my mind. Does it make me pathetic to miss him already? I wondered. Gosh. Let's just read the paper. Ministry seeks educational reform. Dolores Umbridge appointed first ever High Inquisitor. Ugh, I grumbled as I read the title. I knew it was coming, but didn't expect it so soon. In a surprise move last night, the Ministry of Magic passed new legislation giving itself an unprecedented level of control at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The minister has been growing uneasy about goings-on at Hogwarts for some time, said junior assistant to the minister, Percy Weasley. He is now responding to concerns voiced by anxious parents, who feel the school may be moving in a direction they do not approve. This is not the first time in recent weeks Fudge has used new laws to effect improvements at the Wizarding School. As recently as August 30, Educational Decree 22 was passed, to ensure that, in the event of the current headmaster being unable to provide a candidate for a teaching post, the ministry should select an appropriate person. That's how Dolores Umbridge came to be appointed to the teaching staff at Hogwarts, said Weasley last night. Dumbledore couldn't find anyone, so the minister put in Umbridge, and of course, she's been an immediate success, totally revolutionizing the teaching of defense against the dark arts and providing the minister with on-the-ground feedback about what's really happening at Hogwarts. It is this last function that the ministry has now formalized with the passing of Educational Decree 23, which creates the new position of Hogwarts High Inquisitor. There was a lot more. The article wasn't written by Rita, so it lacked the tooth and nail to dig into Dumbledore and Hogwarts. I thought as I read over the paper. Well, as long as Harry's not in her claws I really don't care. She won't last the year. I glanced over at my brother and his friends, frowning when I saw how tired Harry looked. My brother only had bags like that when he stayed up very late or had a nightmare. Once breakfast was finished, I motioned for Harry to meet me before class. My brother and I stepped outside the hall, and I noticed how pale his complexion had become. Did you have a nightmare? I asked. No. Was sentenced to detention with Umbridge yesterday and got back late, said Harry with a shrug. Detention, I repeated, a surge of cold alarm shooting through me. I made a grab for Harry and my brother sidestepped me with a raised eyebrow. Harry gave me a funny look. What? Detention? Umbridge gave you detention. I sought to clarify, my eyes darting down to his wrist. What did you do? Nothing, he sighed. It was long, dull, and irritating. It reeked of perfume, so it gave me a headache. I chewed on the inside of my cheeks, wanting to grab at his wrist, but dull. I repeated, relaxing. If Harry described it as dull, then maybe she didn't use her torture method right off the bat. Maybe Umbridge had a sixth sense for when her life would be in danger if she did something. Very dull, he repeated sourly. Worse than cleaning cauldrons. I offered a wan smile. Sounds dreadfully boring. Okay. Just promise me you'll let me know if it's not dull anymore, okay? Should I risk it? Should I kill her now or let it play out? Harry says it's not an issue, it'd be a gamble against fate to murder her without the replacements ready. Logically, there was no reason to use my aces or take that gamble. I had to acknowledge my concern was based on things that could happen rather than what had. There was no reason to needlessly endanger myself or lose my trump cards over potential. Especially if I would land a juicier prize if I waited long enough. The more the public associated Umbridge with the Ministry and Fudge, the more impactful her fall would be. She could be my catalyst if I played it right. I had to trust Harry to tell me when things got bad. He knew I would take care of it. Why? Did she give you detention? No, I answered. I know how to play her game. Be a good boy, okay? No matter what she says about me or Grandpa, don't defend us. We can take care of ourselves. I can take care of myself, Harry muttered, a touch defensive at my implication. I'm sorry, I said, resisting the urge to say I know. I wasn't treating him as an equal, rather as someone I needed to protect. I wasn't stupid enough to not realize that'd rub him the wrong way. Harry's sharp gaze looked me up and down. You look exhausted. Yeah, I'm still playing catch up on my sleep from the weekend, I said. Draco and Blaise challenged my title as bullshit queen. Merlin forbid, he deadpanned. Get some rest, Rosie. Only if you avoid Umbridge, Harry. Harry's wry smile warmed my heart. He pecked me lightly on the forehead. Okay. Take it easy today, Rosie. Asterisk. Tom abruptly returned to my mind later that day on Friday. It came with a sharp pain, a throbbing migraine that brought me to my knees and spurned panicked concern from my surrounding baby snakes on the way to lunch. I was guided back to my room, tucked into bed, and assured someone would be by to check on me in the evening if I wasn't feeling better. Tom's sudden reappearance took some adjusting to. I could immediately tell that something was different about him the moment he returned. His chilly magic was frigid at first, but the longer it intermingled with my own the warmer it became. Even still, while Tom's magic had not only become colder, it had become crueler. I felt a sharpness to it that did not exist before. If before he was a wintry night, he had transformed into a winter storm that rained sharp icicles. When the pain subsided enough for me to slip into my mind palace, I rushed to greet him. He sat on the sandy white beach, nodding to me as I came into existence beside him. Concerned, I reached out to him. He accepted my touch, leaning forward so I could gently brush his bangs out of the way and examine his face. He looked older. Not much, but the boyish charm to his face had sharpened into something closer to a young man. He was a touch taller, eyes darker, and cheeks lost their rosy tint. From a sweet angel to a dark one. Dangerously handsome, but more obvious in the lethality. Dark cinnamon eyes looked me over, his magic coyly wrapping around mine as if greeting a dear friend. It sent reflexive shivers down my spine. Cupping his cheek, I asked, "What happened?" "I reabsorbed the soul inside the diadem," he answered. "Your body is not accustomed to my size, hence the headache. Not to worry, I'm not a complete soul so it'll adjust." I blinked. "Wait, I'm sorry, size? You mean your soul?" "Yes. I was once at 50%, and now I'm closer to 75%, he said flippantly. The process was not something I would want to repeat. "But I mean, why not?" I asked him. It doesn't matter," he said firmly. "I could never be whole again, so it would be a wasted effort to even try." Alarmed, I asked him, "Why?" "The pieces inside you, your brother, and the one that's running around have suffered too much trauma," he began to explain. "They're deteriorating. The one inside Harry is almost entirely gone. Yours was better kept because you put it in stasis in your own soul, but it will not last for a century, if that. The way I created my phylacteries was through a halving process." He gestured to himself. "From 50%, to 25% with the diadem, to 12.5% with another piece, then 6.25% with another, then 3.13% with another, then a three-way split between you, Harry, and Voldemort. Barely a percent left. Then that moron did it again. It hardly has half percent left." Tom shook his head in exasperation. "Souls are not invulnerable. At least, they cannot stay on the mortal plane for an indefinite period of time. The less of it there is, the stronger death calls to it. It's already begun deteriorating, or perhaps it'd be more accurate to say it's having a harder time staying in this current realm. Even if I were to try to put all the pieces back together and start again, at best I'd get to 95%. I frowned. "Well, will you deteriorate?" "No," he said. "I am whole enough. People can survive here with barely a quarter of their soul left." "Ah." He ran his fingers through his hair. "The process of reassimilation isn't pleasant, either. Far more uncomfortable than splitting. I'm glad it was only a 2-year difference." I shudder to ponder what it would feel like absorbing a piece with over a decade's worth of memories. "Not even gonna try." "Don't want to," he said flatly. "Whatever mistakes that thing made, I'd rather not accept them as my own. If anything, I'd want to examine its memories through a pensieve. Much safer." "Could you do that with a piece?" I asked. "Not sure," he said. "We'd need to collect another piece to find out." "Well," I said hesitantly, do you want to?" He blinked. "Do you want to?" "I'm trying to be a supportive friend here, don't answer my question with a question." "Sorry," he said. "Yes, I do." "Okay. Know where to go?" "Maybe," he sighed. I held up a finger. "One more thing. It's very important. MN. I need to know what you scored on your O.W.L.S and how many N.E.W.T.S you took," I said, perfectly serious. He stared at me. "You're trying to beat me, aren't you?" "I'm going to beat your scores," I confirmed. He snorted, muttering dryly, "Hotsy-totsy." I blinked. "What? What does that? Oh my gosh, that's another word from your century." "We live in the same century, you mean decade," corrected Tom with a sigh. "Oh my gosh. Say it again." "No. You look way too happy. Please. Please. Say hotsy-totsy again. Please. I need this memory." "No. I will beg. This is me begging." "Tom, please, I am begging you to please say it again." "No," he said, starting to chuckle. His magic started to warm back up to me, gently curling into me. "At least tell me what it means." "Nope. To OM. I whined. "Please? I love hearing your slang." He shook his head in amusement, his lips twitching as he fought back a smile. Him. I worked very hard to kick that habit coming to Hogwarts. Professor Slughorn was kind enough to buy me a dictionary, you know. You spoke nothing but slang when you first started." I whispered in awe. "Oh God, I would pay so much money to hear that." "You really want to hear it?" "More than anything." He studied me for a moment. He stretched his arms behind him as he leaned back in the sand. He was silent as he stared at the starry ocean before us. I scooted closer to him, smiling in anticipation. Then he cleared his throat. Adopting a surprisingly deeper drawl and thicker accent, he said, "Be a curve not to, or may a Brody. Don't see it bane juicy on my end, but I knew some blue noses who thought it was Darb too, and for a while they wouldn't stop pesterin' me when they got zizzled. Tom took a breath. They woulda liked you better than me spect. He paused as if another thought occurred to him. Nah. They'd like me better with you. Half would say dizzy with a dame, the other half a sing me up as a grifter. I squealed, clapping excitedly. I have no idea what any of that means, but I am so friggin' happy you said it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He flicked my nose. Never ask again. Oh, I'm going to. Give an inch, I'll take a mile. Keen. I squealed again. He smiled. Bribes were called oil of angels. Oh my god, this is the best day ever. He laughed, heartily and full of delight as his magic bounced like bubbles in sincerity. You are too easy to please, Rosie. I smiled adoringly at him. Nah. I just missed you. He reached forward, carefully tucking my hair behind my ears. Thank you. Asterisk. Kinda bonus. For those wanting a translation, I'd hate to disappoint, Curve, but I know this is going to be a mistake, Brody. I really don't see this working out well for me, Juicy, but I'm remembering some of my prudish kiss-ass, blue noses, friends who thought it was also fun, Darb. When they got drunk, zizzled, they wouldn't stop bothering me to tell them words a bit like what you're doing now. I think they would have liked you. Or maybe they would have just liked me better with you. Then again they'd probably tease us, not knowing if I was actually smitten, dizzy with a dame, or a better con man, grifter, than they thought. Tom improvised the grammar to fit the slang, but this would be the intentional translation. Slang was taken from a variety of sources found through Google, so take it with a grain of salt. Asterisk. Bonus. Can you call me little darling? I whispered. No. I will literally steal anything for you if you call me little darling once. Tom sighed. You're not nearly mad enough at me to justify wasting that ace. You aren't seriously suggesting you'll be able to derail my anger by calling me little darling mid-argument? I asked him, dubious. I'm not suggesting it. I know it'll work, he dismissed. Prat. As you say, dame. I hate that got a squeal out of me. At least my reaction made Tom laugh again. Chapter 45, Year 5 to 9. Beta, Cloudy. Asterisk. Rosie. Tom lingered in my head for another day before I was able to sneak out and rebuild his body again. Life resumed to normalcy in the following week with lots of planned bullying. On Wednesday, Daphne and I chatted with Pansy and Tracy in the common room. There weren't many other students in the common room, so it had been a quiet place to work. The noises of the lake and the enchanted fireplace made for such a marvelous ambience. In the spirit of melodrama and scheming, we dimmed all the lights and used only a handful of candles. We were also wearing all black robes with our hoods pulled up. Had any other witch or wizard outside of Slytherin walked in on us, they would have thought us an evil cult planning world domination. It was great. Oh, what if we do a hair swap? Pansy asked excitedly. I love Daphne's hair though, I protested. How could anyone get upset with Daphne's hair or my hair for that matter? We had some awesome hair. Yeah, they both have nice hair, I don't think that'll be mean enough, agreed Tracy. I want to trip down some stairs and have Harry catch me, said Daphne wistfully. I've never been caught before. I think we can manage that, I said. We should probably enchant your undies with some cushioning spells just in case. Pansy gasped. Oh my gosh, you know that play Bellingtons. Tracy and Daphne squealed. I vaguely remembered it was a wizard play. Sirius and Remus weren't one for theatre, we had never gone. I had heard about it secondhand from the girls and a few of my alliances. Some kind of messy love story instead of a love triangle. It was a hexagon with a lot of intersections. Daphne put a hand over her mouth. That scene with Dwyer. Oh. I'm afraid I haven't seen the play, I admitted to the girls. Dwyer's the antagonist, Pansy rushed to explain. Her excitement caused her words to slur together as she breathlessly recited the story to me. He fell in love with the fairy princess, but because she was the daughter of a maid at the palace she wasn't good enough for him. He cast her out, but then she fell into the arms of the heroic wizard. Ah. Daphne is the fairy princess and Harry is the heroic wizard, I concluded. Okay, who's Dwyer? Pansy and Tracy exchanged looks. Why don't you both share the role? I suggested. Daphne's a fair bit of a challenge to face in class, so it'd make more sense if you harassed as a group. Oh. That's a good point. Millie, can you come here please? Tracy called out to Millicent, who was watching Blaze paint one of her sketches. Millie had been steadily working on her passion to be a dragon tamer, and it evolved into a lot of doodles in her notebook. Over the summer she got more serious about her doodles and had proven to have a talent for sketches. Blaze, already an artfully gifted young man, promised to color in her favorite sketches. She hurried over to us, her dark curls bouncing with each step. She, like Neville, flourished well from prolonged exercise and healthy friendships. She was a tall girl, the tallest among us. She retained her muscles well, although the school robes hid them most of the time. In another life I feel she would have made a marvelous warrior princess. In this life she'd have to settle for Dragon Wrangler. Still pretty cool. Tracy gestured to Daphne. Can you come meet up with us tomorrow afternoon? We want to push Daphne down some stairs and into Harry's arms. Oh, like in Bellington's. Millie's eyes lit up. Exactly. Gushed Pansy. Millie gasped. I love that play. Are we going to put flowers in Daphne's hair, too? Daphne, Pansy, and Tracy simultaneously gasped. Daphne's hands flew up to her hair. I hadn't even thought about that. We could make you look exactly like the fairy princess. Loudly squealed Tracy as she leapt up. I'm going to go find my hair kit. Tracy made a beeline for her room, jumping over the common room couch to do so. Draco, Vincent, and Gregory came into the common room, each carrying some of their notebooks. They noticed us seated on the floor at one of the floor tables and headed over. Draco sat next to me, holding out one of his notebooks. I accepted it without thought, flipping through to notice it was his homework. I asked him, want me to review? Please and thank you, he said. What's going on? Plotting out harassment for Daphne for the next couple of weeks, I answered. They're going to copy Bellington. Draco raised an eyebrow at that. The girls ignored him. Okay, so Daphne will be rescued by Harry next. Did you want anyone else to save you, Daphne? Hermione, said Daphne without a moment of hesitation. Pansy nodded. She is rather princely, isn't she? Daphne smiled coyly. Noticed that, Pansy. Pansy's cheeks turned red. Shut up. Rosie, anyone you want to be rescued by? No one comes to mind, thank you. The girls sighed. Suddenly, Pansy did an odd spasm as her entire face lit up as if the single most brilliant idea was shot into her mind. Oh my! Tortured love story. Draco and Rosie. Tortured love story. Tracy screamed as she returned with her hair kit. Ah! Millie clapped excitedly. That is brilliant. In the Slytherin common room I watched as girls from across the year groups congregated upon Pansy's scream. They were jumping up and down, clapping, and squealing. I sipped my tea next to Draco who warily watched them. Pansy went on to explain her idea. Draco and Rosie could be caught in a heated argument overheard by Lavender Brown at least. They embrace, but when other Slytherins show up Draco has to shove her aside. My Merlin tortured love story. Oh god, I laughed loudly. Ladies, I appreciate the enthusiasm, but I don't think Draco would want his family to think he's caught in a tortured romance with me. They pouted, but relented. Thankfully their conversation revolved around perfecting the plans with Daphne. Deciding to be kind to my brother, I had Iris send him a letter as a heads up. I wouldn't want him or Hermione to get accidentally squashed by a falling Daphne. Asterisk. Harry, Wednesday. It was nearly midnight when Harry left Umbridge's office Wednesday night, his hand bleeding so severely that it stained the bandage he had wrapped around it. He was smart to wear long sleeves all that week to keep it covered. Sirius had taught Harry and Rosie how to vanish stains from their clothes and Harry was relieved that it worked well enough on blood. He expected the common room to be empty when he returned, but Neville, Ron, and Hermione had sat up waiting for him. Neville stood up as Harry entered the room, anxiously looking down at his wrist. All right, Harry. Harry shrugged, not wanting to say one way or the other. He plopped down in a cushioned seat, exhausted and wanting the pain in his wrist to go away. Here, Hermione said anxiously, pushing a small bowl of yellow liquid toward him, soak your hand in that, it's a solution of strained and pickled murtlap tentacles, it should help. Harry placed his bleeding, aching hand into the bowl and experienced a wonderful feeling of relief. Crookshanks curled around his legs, purring loudly, and then leapt into his lap and settled down. Thanks, he said gratefully, scratching behind Crookshanks's ears with his left hand. I still reckon you should complain about this, said Ron in a low voice. No, said Harry flatly. McGonagall would go nuts if she knew. Yeah, she probably would, said Harry. And how long do you reckon it'd take Umbridge to pass another decree saying anyone who complains about the High Inquisitor gets sacked immediately? Ron opened his mouth to retort but nothing came out and after a moment he closed it again in a defeated sort of way. Neville carefully pulled out some clean bandages for Harry to use once he was done soaking. Harry was relieved that Neville had prepared more ointment. He didn't fancy going to the hospital wing for treatment, but he didn't want to leave a scar behind. You should tell someone, quietly said Neville. Told you guys, Harry snorted. Someone who can deal with her, retorted Neville. Harry had a good feeling who could deal with Umbridge, but he held his tongue. He knew what his friends wanted him to do, but they didn't know her like he did. They didn't see what she was capable of, what she was already comfortable doing. He knew his sister well enough to know how she'd react. Sirius was right, Rosie had enough malice in her to do things that even he wouldn't dream of. There was a reason she was the queen of Slytherin despite it being a nest of baby Death Eaters. Harry loved his sister, he truly did, and he knew his sister pretty well. He had a good feeling how she'd react and he didn't want that. Not out of mercy for Umbridge, but out of concern for Rosie. If she crosses that line, there's no going back. For his sister, he would remain as silent as long as he could. He could deal with the detentions for her. We ought to do something about her, muttered Hermione, which surprised Harry. Poison her, suggested Ron, which doubly surprised Harry. It's probably not good that I'm tempted by the suggestion, he thought. No. I mean about her teaching, said Hermione with a roll of her eyes. We're not learning anything. How are we going to be prepared for what's to come? Then we should just learn on our own, said Neville with a shrug. Room of requirement. What about Theo? I mean the others, said Hermione quickly. Yet. Luna should learn how to defend herself, said Neville, mostly to himself. Harry thought about Draco and Daphne. Yet. Okay, why don't we make a study group or something? It'd have to be done in secret. We should try to meet up with them at Hogsmeade without drawing attention, said Hermione quickly. Harry agreed with that. He could probably sneak a note to Daphne by Friday, asking her to tell the Slytherins to meet up with them on Saturday during their Hogsmeade visit. Mumbled Harry, getting sleepy now that the pain had numbed entirely. Neville carefully pulled his wrist out of the solution and began wrapping it. Thanks, Nell. Once that was done, Ron and Neville hoisted Harry to his feet. Harry stumbled, catching himself on Ron's back. Ron lowered himself to the ground. Come on, mate. Let's get you to bed. I don't need a piggyback ride, said Harry. Shut up and get on, said Neville, giving him a light push. Harry obliged and the three boys headed up, Hermione cleaning up the mess left behind. I've got some good friends, thought a tired Harry. Asterisk. Rosie. I caught the tail end of the spectacle on my way to the library Thursday evening. Daphne made a wonderful damsel, and the other ladies of Slytherin did an excellent job acting as the antagonizers. Millicent got a little risky by panic casting a cushioning charm on Daphne when she thought no one was looking. I'd have to talk to her about that, and the lions were rather stiff in acting like heroes. Neville stumbled over his words. Hermione had a stiffness to her that wouldn't be easy to fix. Ron was more convincing. I had anticipated Harry being the worst offender, but no. Nope. My brother was an amazing actor. My jaw dropped when I saw how convincingly furious he was as he caught Daphne down the stairs. As soon as the debacle was over, Daphne and the other snakes had to head back to the dungeons. As curfew neared, I hurried over to the baby lions. Harry James Potter, I hissed out at him from behind. My twin turned around, raising an eyebrow as I hurried over to him. He smiled warmly in return, motioning for his friends to head on without him. What was that? You were amazing. Yeah, he said. But you're a terrible liar. Nope. I gasped. Wait, have you been? Were you lying badly on purpose to make me and Patty think you were a terrible liar all these years? Yep, he said with a devilish smirk. You snake, I laughed in delight. Don't tell Patty, I still need him to think I'm a bad liar, Harry chuckled. Your secret's safe with me, I promised. Gosh. I'm so proud of you. Harry bowed his head and I leaned forward to kiss his forehead. Asterisk. Since becoming aware that Umbridge had sentenced Harry at least 1 day's worth of detention, I decided it would be prudent to set up some emergency traps. Even if she was not hurting him, I wanted to be prepared in case she did. And I wanted to prank her a teeny tiny bit, so some of the traps were set to go off every time she said the word detention. The rest of my baby snakes had gotten into her good graces enough to learn her schedule. On Friday when she was at lunch, I decided to strike. Theodore and Draco accompanied me to her classroom during the lunch period. Watch the door, I ordered, brushing past Draco as I entered the Dada room. Draco and Theodore stood guard as I pulled out both of my messenger bags and began to pluck out several items. Neither boys questioned me as I set to work laying out traps in the room. It took about an hour and a half to complete. Umbridge normally took 1-hour lunches, but on Fridays she stepped out of Hogwarts entirely and used her floor in the office to take a 2-hour lunch at the Ministry. Once my traps were set up, I headed out. Okay, let's get out of here before we run into anyone, I said, walking briskly ahead. We made it to another level entirely before we ran into trouble. As we rounded the corner, Draco let out an annoyed hiss. Gryffindors. Shit. The three of us ducked behind a corner. I pulled my hair out of its bun, rapidly messing it up. Shoe, give me your shoe, hissed Theodore. I held up one leg, hopping on one foot as Theodore yanked my shoe off and Draco hurriedly messed up my clothes. In his haste, he accidentally ripped the sleeves off my sweater. He stared at it. I stared at it. Sorry, he said, offering a small smile that looked more like a grimace. Don't look so ashamed, you're going to make me laugh, I said, struggling not to giggle at his abashed face. Theodore had stuffed my shoe in his bag. Hey! Why do your shoes smell nice? I spritz them with scentsy stuff, I said. We could hear the group of Gryffindors getting closer. Quick, one of you needs to slap me. I don't think that's necessary. Pussy. Theodore lightly tapped my cheek. The poor boy looked terribly conflicted as he stared at his raised hand. This really doesn't feel right. I gave him a dry look of disappointment, then proceeded to slap my own cheek hard enough to make it bright red. Oh-wee. The sound caught the attention of the students, who peered around the corner to find me in a disheveled state with Theodore and Draco beside me. Theodore's hand was still raised, and Draco still had my ripped sleeve in his hands. With a performance only a baby snake could pull off, Draco snapped at me, "Lucky you, Potter." Theodore's lips curled back in disdain as he sneered at the Gryffindors. What's wrong, Cubs? Want to stay for the show? I didn't recognize all the Gryffindor kiddos, but I did spot the chasers because I had seen them at practice plenty of times with Harry. Alicia stormed forward. What are you two doing? Nothing of your concern, sneered Draco as he grabbed my arm. Let's go, Potter. With a convincing whimper, I let Draco and Theodore pull me away. I could hear the lions storm after us, but we evaded them once we reached the dungeons. Bollocks, I said, staring at my ripped sleeve. There's only one thing left to do now. House elves. Boring. Come on. Asterisk. Professor Snape, I complained as I strode into his classroom with a dramatic flourish. Draco ripped my sleeve. Sorry, came Draco's response, remorsefully staring at his sleeve. Professor Snape sighed as he turned to look over at us. His eyes lingered on my cheek. If you got that from the Whomping Willow. Nope, nope. I slapped myself, I assured him, holding up my bright red palm as proof. Theodore was supposed to, but he chickened out. Theodore sighed. Yet. It goes against every dueling code in the book. I couldn't. We'll practice later. Please, no. Why are you here? Came Professor Snape's dry tone. None of us know how to repair clothes, I said. I've always had Creaker. I've got house elves. Me, too. Can you show us the charm to mend clothes, please? I clasped my hands together and batted my eyes. Just once? Please. Look at that face, said Draco with a sly smile, lightly tapping my bright red cheek. How can you say no to that face? Easily. No. What about this one? Theodore tried to do puppy dog eyes. Professor Snape looked at him distastefully. I'll show you if you'll stop that, he sniffed. I cheered. Woohoo. Asterisk. Harry. The meet-up at Hogsmeade that weekend was done through Daphne. The other snakes couldn't risk getting caught near the lions, after all, so Daphne acted as their mediator. Rosie had decided to stay at Hogwarts to catch up on some rest. Although Harry had a funny feeling that maybe she wasn't sleeping at all. Well. As long as she wasn't sneaking out of Hogwarts while Voldemort was an active threat, Harry didn't mind. Hermione, in a gesture of goodwill, had told a few other Gryffindors about the possible meet-up. Neville had only told Luna in Ravenclaw, and the Daydreamer didn't have many friends there, so she was one of 2 Ravenclaws to show up. The other being Lisa Turpin, who Luna had recently started to befriend after Lisa helped Luna get ready for the Yule Ball last year. In addition to the usual gang, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Harry, the other attendees were Luna, Ginny, Fred, George, Lee Jordan, Daphne, and Lisa. They discussed meeting up. Everyone was quite happy with the arrangement. For the moment they'd meet up in the courtyard after dinner. Not everyone there knew about the room of requirement. Harry wanted time to vet them before divulging the secret room. They chatted until it was time to head back to Hogwarts. Harry was optimistic about his grades now. Remus would have skinned him alive if he scored a P or less on the OWLS, no matter the circumstances. His good mood lasted until Monday morning the following week. He, Neville, and Ron were arguing over whose dream journal death was the most creative when they noticed there was a large gathering of students in the common room. They had congregated to a sign that had been affixed to the Gryffindor notice board. It was so large that it covered everything else on there. By order of the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. All student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs are henceforth disbanded. An organization, society, team, group, or club is hereby defined as a regular meeting of 3 or more students. Permission to reform may be sought from the High Inquisitor, Professor Umbridge. No student organization, society, team, group, or club may exist without the knowledge and approval of the High Inquisitor. Any student found to have formed, or to belong to, an organization, society, team, group, or club that has not been approved by the High Inquisitor will be expelled. The above is in accordance with Educational Decree No. 24. Harry stared at the sign in plain disbelief. He had thought Sauron was the pettiest creation known to man. The Maya literally sought to conquer the world because his master got his butt kicked. He was the definition of spite, but he had been proven wrong today. Frodo would not have the patience to deal with this, and neither did Harry. Indeed, the sharp spike of pure rage had Harry gripping his textbooks so tightly his knuckles turned white. The sounds of chattering voices around him were suddenly too loud and made him grit his teeth as he pointedly stepped away before he could start snapping at the younger students. He hated the way his clothes felt on them, itchy, scratchy, stiff and unbearably hot. Deep breath in. He sucked in a sharp breath like Sirius and Remus told him to do. Does this mean they're going to shut down the Gobstones Club? One of the first years asked his friend. I reckon you'll be okay with Gobstones, Ron said darkly, making the second-year jump. I don't think we're going to be as lucky, though, do you? He asked Neville and Harry as the second years hurried away. Harry did not dare to respond, lest he start snapping. His friends noticed his complexion, and kindly ignored him while he worked on reining in his temper. It's not a coincidence, said Neville. We weren't being quiet at the pub. Deep breaths. It took Harry a few more minutes before the hot anger boiled down to something manageable. He really hated feeling upset. Neville and Ron clapped him on the shoulder when he was done and the three waited for Hermione to come down before they all headed off to breakfast. The fact that Umbridge put up a sign wouldn't slow them down, they only needed to reassess how they were going to hide the club and keep it secret. Hermione suggested a jinxed contract and Harry was quick to agree, but he insisted Rosie be the one to make it. They all agreed the Queen was the best suited for such a thing. Harry didn't see Rosie having any issues with it. The full repercussions of the sign were not felt until they were leaving the Great Hall for History of Magic. Harry. Ron. It was Angelina, their new Quidditch captain, and she was hurrying toward them looking perfectly desperate. You realize she's including Quidditch in this? Angelina said in a rush. We have to go and ask permission to reform the Gryffindor team. What? Said Harry. No way, said Ron, appalled. You read the sign, it mentions teams too. So listen, Harry, please don't lose your temper with Umbridge again or she might not let us play anymore. Okay, said Harry, for Angelina looked as though she was on the verge of tears. Don't worry, I'll behave myself. It had not been like Harry meant to lose his temper. The vile professor had a way of digging underneath Harry's skin like starving termites setting upon a cabin. He had narrowly avoided detention his first week solely because he was more preoccupied with exacting revenge on the Slytherins who were bullying his sister, but once he was forced to actually pay attention in class he found it hard to ignore the orc. If the fact that Umbridge was targeting his Quidditch team was not enough to put him in a bad mood, it downright turned murderous by lunchtime. Hedwig came to him with a broken wing. With a broken wing. Someone attacked his Hedwig. She had flopped into his lap during lunch, the returning letter to Sirius attached to her claw. Her wing bent at an odd angle and bits of feathers were missing from her. Harry immediately realized what had happened to her and he could only think of one explanation. The loathsome orc clad in pink that had invaded their school had attacked his Hedwig. Harry was trembling with rage as he delicately cradled his familiar. He brought her up to the professor's table, holding her out to Professor McGonagall. Hem, Umbridge said as she looked at Harry's owl with disdain. This is the professor's table, Mr. Potter. Can you fix her? Harry ignored Umbridge, choosing to ask this of his head of house through clenched teeth. Professor McGonagall was wise to not comment on Harry's growing temper. She accepted Hedwig carefully as she briskly said, I'll take care of it, Mr. Potter. There now. Run along, Mr. Potter, said Umbridge further down, a sneer on her face. Fuck. You. Cunt, he hissed. Detention again, Mr. Potter. At least 2 more weeks, came her sweet response. Professor McGonagall's expression of exasperation and disappointment almost hurt Harry, but he was so unbelievably furious he really didn't care. He had to verbalize his words otherwise he would have used his wand. The temptation to march straight down the Slytherin table and tell Rosie exactly what that bitch had done was overwhelmingly strong. I am not showing mercy to her. I am doing this for Rosie. I am not showing mercy to her. I am doing this for Rosie. But at that moment in time, Harry Potter was filled with such a dark, venomous hatred for the woman before him that he thought he would be perfectly fine wringing her neck himself. I would not get away with murder in front of all of these witnesses. I would not get away with murder in front of all of these witnesses. I would not get away with murder in front of all of these witnesses. He looked her dead in the eye, flipped her off with both of his hands, then, he marched right back down to his table. Bloody orc. I'd rather fight Sauron without a wand than see her face again. He wondered if Draco started up the How Defense Professors Leave Hogwarts bet thing again this year. He'd put his galleons on violently murdered. Oh my, thought Harry as he realized how dark his thoughts had gotten. He couldn't tell if it was simply due to the intensity of his anger, or if Rosie's malice had rubbed off on him. Maybe Rosie's capability for violence wasn't entirely unique to her. Asterisk. Rosie. A week later on a Monday night I spent my evening at Lunar's Orchard with Tom. He appeared to be in a jolly mood at my visit, regaling me with delightful new things he had learned. His smiles came easy, and the little brushes from accidental physical contact let me feel the subtle warmth in his magic for me. He was genuinely happy to see me, and the feeling was mutual. Spending a week without him in my head had been oddly lonely. Absence makes the heart fonder, I suppose. The two of us were seated on the couch in the den, a roaring fire crackling in front of us. Sil had prepared some lovely cups of hot chocolate with whipped cream, dark chocolate shavings, and a dark chocolate stirring spoon. It was accurately named Chocolate Heaven. It was adorable when Tom took his first sip. He came away with a whipped cream mustache. Giggling at him, I leaned forward and wiped off the mustache, licking the whipped cream off my fingers. No way was I letting any bit of Chocolate Heaven go waste. Sil made the whipped cream herself. It's getting chilly, I told him once I had licked my fingers clean. I was thinking about planning the big heist next weekend. What do you think? I think, he said, taking another sip and obtaining a second mustache, I'd like to join you. My eyes widened. What? Really? Yes. For the Rosier raid, he corrected quickly. As I wiped away his second mustache, he leaned forward to allow me to do so. You always have such fun on them, and there are a few items of interest in the manor I'd like for myself. Yeah, sure. You can definitely come, I said with a wide grin, cleaning the whipped cream from my fingers once more. Wow. This is going to be such fun. Yes, he agreed as I took a sip from my own drink. Ah. He wiped some cream off my nose with his finger, licking it clean once done. I giggled in anticipation, my mind picturing how much fun the heist would be. Oh geez, I couldn't wait. Aside from learning, what else have you been up to? His eyes lit up. Actually, there is something else I want to show you, but it's not quite ready yet. Oh. A surprise. He nodded. Yes. Assuming my body is still functioning around Christmas. Ah. We can celebrate your birthday properly this year. Is there anything you want? Tom's smile curled in an odd sort of way. If I think of something I'll let you know. I beamed. I'll look forward to it. Chapter 46, Year 5 to 10, Rosier Raid. Beta, Cloudy. This is the last fluff padding we have before shit goes down. NGL. I just really wanted to upload on April 1st. Moi. Asterisk. My thief outfit was in honor of a highwayman. Black, tall, thick leather boots with runes carved inside them to absorb impact from falling at a great height. Equally sturdy black pants that were resistant to tears in case they got caught anything. A belt lined with muggle devices that could still work under heavy wards in case I couldn't use magic. A dark blue tunic, black leather vest, black leather gloves, and of course the ever-important silvery cloak of invisibility. I did have a few spare black cloaks that could double as invisibility cloaks, but I loved my Deathly Hallow version best. Tom was given a similar outfit, swapping out the blue tunic for his favorite color, grey. When he stepped out into the living room, dressed, I fanned myself. Take me now. He chuckled. But there's no broom cupboard nearby. That got a very loud unladylike snort out of me as I fought against the desire to cackle. I buried my face in my hands, taking deep breaths before my giggles were under control. Oh man, I said, this is going to be fun. I certainly hope so, he said. Second date and all. Oh ho. Second date now, hey. I chuckled. How many more until you put out? Tom made a loud hum sound. Depends on which rules we're playing by. Common decency would suggest marriage. I booty. But that's clearly been thrown out the window since the 70s, he finished. I'm not sure what the standard is now. Neither am I said. You know as prefect I'm supposed to roam the halls, right? You won't believe how many people I've already caught mid-throws in the cupboards. Younger than me. I can't believe I'm not the one getting caught in the cupboards. What a waste. How scandalous, he mocked. Truly. It's my only flaw, I agreed. It was Tom's turn to snort. Hey. Yes, yes. Your only flaw, he patronized. My lips turned back up in a wicked smile. Glad you agree. Come on, the night is young and we've much to do. After you, he said, bowing briefly. Asterisk. Rosier Manor. It was once unplottable, but the wards had deteriorated and so it was found by some of my illegal sources. The current Lord of Rosier was a man named Felix who graduated Hogwarts in the early 1980s, barely a decade older than Harry. Felix did not reside in the manor, contrary to public knowledge, but lived in a flat in London. The man voted more often with the dark than neutral or light, but as far as I could discern he had not joined the Death Eaters, nor did he collude with them. He was a bigot, but an independent one. I didn't know why he didn't live in his manor. I paid a hefty sum from Gringotts for the goblins to disclose that Felix spared no expense to fortify the manor, yet he himself did not choose to reside in it. Curious. As we flew out there, I asked Tom if he had any thoughts. Tom had to slightly raise his voice to be heard above the wind. The brooms came with some built-in wind-dampening runes to make it easier for users to talk at high altitudes when flying. It helped a lot, but it wasn't flawless. Do you know why ancient and noble homes require maintenance? I assume you're talking about more than the standard maintenance. I guessed. If a lord leaves an ancient and noble home left to rot, they can face extremely hefty fines. The kind of fines that would even put a dent in the Malfoy fortune, said Tom. My lips tugged down as my brow furrowed in thought. When I was younger, I did remember Sirius being thoroughly pissed that he had been named Lord Black and forced to inherit the ancient and noble home of Black. At the time I had simply thought it was because he hated his family name, but perhaps there could have been more to it. At my perplexed expression, Tom continued, ancient and noble homes tend to collect old magical artifacts. The longer magic resides in a home, the stronger it can grow. Ancient and noble homes tend to also carry a fair few of what would now be considered dark artifacts, although it could have been perfectly legal to own them at the time. When dark artifacts are isolated for a prolonged period of time, it can have ill effect on the surrounding environment, doubly so if it is a magical environment. Perhaps a good example would be pyramid tombs. Tombs as in literally cursed mummy tombs. I sought to clarify. Yes, he said. If the home is left to its own devices for too long, things can happen. Creatures born, or mutated into something far more sinister than the average witch or wizard can handle. When those things start to leave the home. I'm sure you understand. The ministry then has to send in several teams of curse breakers and the family is given an extremely hefty fine. Tom took a deep breath before continuing, if the Rosier family is anything like I remember them being, their home would be riddled with dark things. Perhaps it has become too dangerous for even the Lord to live there. Then why not clean it out? I asked. Patty cleaned up the Black Manor. It would be shameful to admit that the ancient and noble home of Rosier has deteriorated to such a point the Lord cannot handle it, he said. There is only one living member of the family thus far. Yes, Felix Rosier does not have a spouse or child, I confirmed. His sister, the previous lady, died a couple years ago. He sunk a lot of his fortune into protecting the manor as soon as he became lord. Probably intended to let it rot under the wards like a time bomb, he mused. He would be long dead by the time it set off and consequently not his problem. Hey. I picked this manor cause I thought it would be an easy start to test against strong wards and no one would be home, but looks like it might be pretty dangerous, I said, wondering what kind of dark things we would find. Not so dangerous. There's no wards to stop a port key from activating, he said. And we've learned our lesson about port keys. Who knew port keys could expire? I sure didn't. That was why mine didn't work in the Triwizard tournament. Super unfortunate time to learn, but it made for an unforgettable lesson. At least I survived the mistake. Yab. Got a new one refreshed and ready to go. There we go, he said. No wards to apparate out either. Do you know how to? By myself, yes. Took the lessons in 7th year. But with someone else? First time for everything, he said with a smirk. I'd get splinched for you, I said with a wink. Then I realized that wasn't nearly as flirtatious to say out loud as it was in my head. That sounded better in my head. Can I take that back? No, he said, his smirk widening to an adorable gleeful grin. I will never let you. Shit. Asterisk. The ancient and noble Rosier Manor stood atop a hill surrounded by a dense forest. A long black iron fence kept the forest from reaching the manor. The overgrown lawn was riddled with weeds and what I assumed to be gnomes. Tom and I flew in slowly. I felt the wards as we neared. I raised my hand out to Tom to signal him to slow down and stay behind me. He moved his broom to hover behind me as I switched my sitting position to sit sideways. The wards were thick like an iceberg, being near them made my body ache from the intense magical output. My fancy muggle tricks and common sense wouldn't get me through this. It was going to take actual magical talent to pry open a hole. I raised my wand, extremely grateful to no longer have the trace, and quietly muttered, Emissionum. Med school didn't teach me anything about lasers, or lights, or radiation. No, this was purely picked up because I wanted to see if I could make a lightsaber with my wand. I knew the basics was creating some type of laser, and then somehow managing its form to not carry on until stopped, as lights and lasers would continue in their projected path until stopped. Lasers were surprisingly interesting to read about. I never knew it was an acronym for light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation until I started my research. The radiation part concerned me as I wasn't sure how radiation and magic worked together, but as it turned out small-scale radiation didn't perturb magic at all, at least not in a way I had to actively calculate for it when creating the spell. There really hadn't been much study of radiation and magic at all. I hadn't found articles on the subject, and for a few years I was beginning to wonder if any wizard had researched radiation. Thankfully, Professor Dumbledore was aware of a few ongoing research projects into it. We discussed it several times in alchemy. Radiation, at its core, was energy that came from a source and traveled through space at the speed of light. It had an electric and or magnetic field and wave-like properties. There were 4 major types of radiation: alpha, beta, neutrons, and electromagnetic waves. Alpha, 2 protons, 2 neutrons, was the heaviest type of radiation and formed naturally in materials in the Earth such as uranium. Beta, an electron not attached to an atom with a negative charge, was cosmic radiation. It had never been recreated through magic on its own. Neutron, a particle with no charge in the nucleus of an atom, was commonly used in nuclear reactors. And last but the most diverse, electromagnetic radiation, which covered from X-rays, to solar rays, gamma rays, and everything in between. I had no intentions of delving into alpha, beta, and neutron radiation given their volatile natures, so I spent most of my study time on electromagnetic radiation. Small-scale radiation could be ignored in magic. The creation of lumos did not require knowledge about radiation, nor do any heat spells. The line between what was considered small and large was still undetermined and currently being researched by a small team of wizards in Russia. Professor Dumbledore kindly offered to forward me their research when they published it. It would be an interesting read. The lumos spell used a type of electromagnetic radiation called UV ultraviolet radiation, but the creator of the spell did not need any knowledge about UV to create it. There had been attempts at creating a spell to perfectly mimic sunlight, but no public success. It would appear that true sunlight was considered a large-scale radiation. At the time of starting my project, I did not know if recreating a laser would also be considered large-scale radiation. Honestly, I was just happy there was a team out there researching it. Because I wanted to know, but I didn't want to put in the time and effort to find out myself. Dumbledore was right. One didn't need to know chemistry, biology, or whatever to create spells or use magic. It simply increased your chance of success. No way anyone knows the chemical compound of a soul, yet Tom Riddle was able to slice his in half. Hee. Holy shit, I just got a great idea. That would have to wait. Returning to my spell, I wanted to create a laser as the first step to my lightsaber. I knew it would be trickier than lumos, but hopefully not as far-fetched as creating a mini-sun. And thankfully, it wasn't. There were already plenty of geniuses who had created equations for lasers. All I had to do was find one that worked with magical arithmancy. I did that mostly through trial and error, but the results were still the same. The hard part came next. Taking that spell and turning it from a laser to a laser cutter. Laser cutters focused the beam through a bore and then guided it through compressed gas, normally oxygen or nitrogen. I somehow had to replicate all of those steps in a spell movement. The spell name could not change. Emissionem worked perfectly to conjure the laser. But the wand movement changed the outcome. If the spell name was the heart of the spell, then the wand movements were what guided it. It took a lot of trial and error, but I eventually found the right swishes and jabs to replicate the focusing and trigger. Boom, laser cutter. Lastly was getting it to not go on infinitely. That was actually the easiest. I only had to pull back on my magic. And now, I had my mini lightsaber. See, wards weren't designed to obstruct light. They weren't really designed with any kind of light resistance in mind. Goblins weren't up to date on Muggle science, and not many wizards were either. Who would ever think to put up a ward to resist light? Normally light would pass through the ward. Normally light wouldn't be condensed to a point that it could slice through metal. The rosier wards that were thicker than my arm length were cleanly sliced open with my lovely little blue lightsaber. Today is a good day, I said as I opened a hole through it. I'm really glad that worked. How did you know it wouldn't trigger a reaction? Asked Tom. Wards are a bit like programs. When faced with something it wasn't prepared for, they kinda shut down, I said. It didn't know what to do, so it acted like a literal wall of thick magic. It knows to let light in, but what pure-blooded wizard would ever think there'd be a light spell that could do damage? Tom inclined his head. Point. Let's slip on through. I sense more layers further in, so we'll need to cut through them carefully, I said. Tom held up his wand. Okay. Naturally Tom knew the spell. He checked my math when I made it. Although he did adjust it to be green instead of blue. Asterisk. We finally made it inside. After tearing down the wards, I jimmied the front door open and the two of us headed in. The front door immediately slammed shut and locked behind us. That's nice, I said, peering into the darkness. Tom and I conjured will-o-wisps that hovered around our heads. Even with their light, it was still hard to see. Which meant the darkness was not a normal kind of darkness, it was a magically enriched darkness. That was a telltale sign that something sinister resided nearby. I held out my left hand to Tom. He looked down at it with raised eyebrows. So we don't get separated, I said, then smiled slyly. And to make sure you feel safe. It is awfully dark in here. Tom accepted the hand with a smirk. You don't need to make excuses, Rosie. If you're scared, I'll hold your hand. I giggled at that. So kind. Welp, you ready? Yes. This looks interesting. Yet. Interest was a word for the manor all right. I had expected something grand and rich, you know? Something that oozed pompous bigotry. Given the level of darkness, I thought perhaps the evil would be some artifact hidden deep inside. Nope. It was dark because everything was evil inside. Instead of a posh manor, we were greeted with the stuff of nightmares. The Rosier Manor was the embodiment of a Hollywood cursed house. Nothing was safe inside. The furniture had teeth and would randomly come to life to lunge at us. I admittedly screamed when the couch in the living room revealed a gaping mouth lined with hundreds of sharp teeth that forced us to immediately destroy them. Tom showed off a variety of spells that made me green with envy. Especially the one where he conjured glowing swords that impaled a hopping bookcase that spat fire. What didn't have teeth and fangs had legs and bristles or were cursed with something nasty enough to make Tom whistle loudly and pull me close. Nothing in the house could be trusted. Nothing. Even the curtains weren't curtains, they were lithofolds. There is nothing more terrifying than a black curtain coming to life to devour your flesh. Especially if it was already hard to see in the magically darkened house and the only way to defend yourself from it is through a difficult spell that required a good mental attitude. If I hadn't learned the patroness charm, we'd be in a pickle. As it stood, I had to constantly keep it up while we explored, otherwise we'd be hounded by the creatures. There was no way to destroy them, after all, except through cursed fire or something equally devastating that would also destroy the house. On the bright side, Tom was finding a lot of neat little cursed objects to keep. He was like a child in a candy store and given an unlimited budget. Every room he found a dozen or so items that he happily told me all about. It was impossible not to smile when I listened to how giddy he was when he found a pocket watch that belonged to a previous Dark Lord and had been used to mark the time of death for their enemies. Morbid interests aside, there was nothing more endearing than listening to someone speak passionately about things they enjoyed. I bet Tom would have made an amazing professor in dark arts. Since I had to keep up with the patroness, Tom did a lot of the heavy lifting. I would have tried dual wielding, but Tom advised I should practice that in a safe environment before trying it in a lithofold-infested manor. An excellent point. While Tom exploded an army of dinner plates with spider legs and dozens of eyes, I wondered out loud, surprise we haven't found any poltergeist. Ghouls, fiends, cursed furniture, and everything in between, but no ghosts. From what I know about Rosier, that's not surprising, Tom idly responded. When the flaming teacups vanquished, Tom gave my hand a squeeze and guided me further into the manor. My patroness Fox continued to circle us, keeping the flesh-eating blankets at bay. My lips tugged down. Why do you say that? Rosier would not want any sentient dead, he said. Ah, watch this. Why emphasis on sentient? Tom pushed open some double doors that revealed a spacious marbled room. A chandelier flickered to life upon our entry and revealed a golden-adorned ballroom. There were intricate sculptures and marvelous decor. It was a classic ballroom, really, and it felt like such a waste for it to be neglected in the cursed manor. The doors we had walked through lead to a balcony that overlooked the ballroom. I whistled in appreciation of the decor, but then let out a teeny-tiny itsy-bitsy little scream of "Oh God no!" Tom guffawed when I saw what was further in. The ballroom was filled with mannequins and all of them turned to look up at us. Yikes. He, Tom covered his mouth with his hand to smother the noise. Shut up, I giggled, wishing I had a free hand to bury my burning face. Tom hadn't let go on my left hand and I was using my right hand to keep the patroness up. I didn't expect to see them. He. It took a few more seconds before Tom could recollect himself. He still let out a small hee under his breath though. Tom did an extravagant wave of his wand and said, Spirka Phelan. A beautiful array of baby blue sparks shot out from Tom's wand and spread out. They cascaded upon the ballroom, a rainfall of soundless light that pierced the mannequins straight through. Once the last drop of sparks hit the floor, they lit up the entire room in an ethereal afterglow before disappearing. The mannequins were nothing but piles of splinters left over. I swooned. Please teach me that. I'll only show you one new spell for Christmas, he warned. This or the sword one. I groaned. Ugh. I want them both so bad. Can I bribe you? You can try. Tom, please. He smiled in amusement, raising my hand that he hadn't let go and kissing the back of it. Please is a good start, but I'm a difficult man to satisfy. What if I scream for you again? I purred. You have my attention, he said with a smile. Excellent. We continued with our raid. I couldn't really call it a heist anymore since we were destroying more stuff than stealing and Tom kept dispatching a variety of monsters with such ease I was extremely impressed. We had packed some pepper-up potions, but Tom hadn't needed one yet. Certainly don't lack for stamina, do you? I commented. Says the one who has kept a patroness up for, Tom paused to think, 4.5 hours. I've got the easy job, I said with a smile. Debatable. I can't cast patroness, dismissed Tom. I must admit it's nice to, perhaps not go all out, but certainly enough of an exercise. Is it dreadfully boring at the Orchid? I wouldn't say that, he said. I've plenty of things to keep me occupied. It's not like I'm facing down monsters every day, though. Would you like to? No, no, he said quickly. I'm quite happy with this being a once-a-year type situation. I giggled. Once a year? But you're so good. He considered it. Once a month. Once a week. I teased. I'll think about it, he said. Ah, here we are. I think this should lead to the basement. Oh goody. A basement. There, he mocked, I'll keep you safe. Still holding his hand, I spun into him, wrapping his arm around me and resting my head on his shoulder. Goodness me. A handsome, strapping wizard such as yourself protecting little me. He struggled to keep an even face, but an amused snort escaped him. I stepped back and swung our hands. How lucky of me. You are a very lucky witch, he agreed. Do keep close. If I'm right about Rosier, things will get interesting. Hooray. Try not to scream, he added. It might excite them. Oh. I decided it was best to stay as close to Tom as I could without getting in the way. He led the way into the basement, the wooden stairs creaking and groaning at every step we took. Our conjured will-o-wisps weren't enough to penetrate the heavy darkness, nor could my patroness. We were forced to pause in our descent to cast stronger light spells to hover around us. Upon reaching the bottom steps I found that the basement stretched into a long hallway of cells. The groans I had originally associated with the steps were not from the steps, rather from the inhabitants of the cells. Heavily decaying corpses groaned and shuddered inside the cells. The undead reached out to us through the bars of their cells, but they could not reach. It was odd to find so many corpses at varying states of decay. The manor had been in lockdown for enough years that there shouldn't have been any organs left over, yet I could still see pounds of flesh mass peeking through the holes in the body. Oh. Inferi. They were dark creatures that stopped decaying as soon as the spell was cast upon them. They would remain in that disgusting stasis until the magic wore off. Although I did not think the spell would work to cover the stench. Despite there being so many inferi, I did not get a whiff of the standard putrid horror that came with decaying bodies. I wondered if the cages were enchanted to filter out the stench. For what purpose though? What good were inferi if not to use as guards? If they were supposed to guard something, shouldn't they be out of their cages? Why would anyone keep so many inferi in their dungeons? I asked as Tom started to guide us down the hallway. They're not even set up to guard anything, just in cages. Yes, well, Duval always had unique tastes, whispered Tom. Tastes. I repeated the word, finding it odd Tom would use it when referencing. I gasped. No. Really? He nodded gravely. Obsessed. Ran in the family from what I gathered. Wow, I whispered. I've never met a family of necrophiles before. If it continued in tradition, you might have, he said. You remember when we looked at the family bloodlines? Duval had a daughter, Druella, who is the mother of Bellatrix Lestrange, Andromeda Tonks, and Narcissa Malfoy, he pointed out. I doubt the Malfoy family would continue the tradition. I should hope not. But if Druella was anything like her father, she would have shared the tastes. Goodness. I wish I brought my camera, I said. This blows my orgy scandals out of the water. Tom cocked his head, his lips twitching as he fought back a smile. You think? I mean, I gestured to the pile of wiggling inferi in the cage. Yet. Surprised we haven't found any zombies. He was very proud of his collection, murmured Tom. The undead moaned restlessly. I stepped closer to Tom. What exactly are we looking for down here? Something fun, he said. Something fun. I repeated, incredulous and curious. Tom squeezed my hand. We'll be entering the maze shortly. Maze. Yes. Duval's father enjoyed muggle hunting as a sport, with his undead acting as his dogs. I'm not sure if it carried on in tradition. You know how to get through the maze? I asked him. No, but I'll figure it out, he said jovially, clearly cheerful. This is quite fun, isn't it? Very thrilling. I haven't felt my heart pound in golly, I don't remember how long. I mouthed golly, bemused to hear the word come out of Tom Riddle's mouth. My lips curled into a smile and I squeezed his hand. I'm glad you're having fun. I don't think I would be if I was forced to do this on my own, he admitted quietly, glancing over at me. Are you? I am thoroughly entertained, I assured him. Given the level of evilness in this house, I kind of want to burn it to the ground. And everyone inside it. Okay, he said. We'll have to make sure we empty it out thoroughly then. Cheers. Then I realized what Tom had agreed to. Wait, really? I don't see why not. It is rather distasteful, isn't it? He said. Not to mention that's another powerful home taken from that thing running amok. You can say his name. That is not Lord Voldemort, he said harshly. I am Lord Voldemort. That thing is a disgrace, ruining my name with its pathetic power and childish mind. All of my hard work, my reputation, my connections, my plan gone. Gone. I was going to spend 3 decades at Hogwarts grooming the next generations, then move on as Minister of Magic. I would use my Death Eaters to pressure foreign alliances until I had merged all the European governments to one unity under my name. That was Phase 1. Phase 1, and it failed. Moron. Curious, I asked, how many phases were there? 13, he sighed. Wow. How long was your plan going to take? Give or take 1,000 years or so. He shrugged. Depended on a lot of variables. I blinked in surprise. That's a hell of a long-term plan. An immortal should think in centuries, not days, he said haughtily. Fair, I allowed. Gosh, and here I was feeling all proud of myself with my long-term goals. You're doing better than most, Tom praised me. Ah. Thanks for calling me above average. That's so sweet. Not everyone can reach my standards of genius, he said coyly. Narcissist, I laughed. Someone ought to take your ego down a notch. They'd have better luck getting the sun to sing. That seems like a challenge. It'd at least be harder than beating you in chess, he snarked. Tom. It was a draw. I was feeling nice. Oh my god, we are so having a rematch next weekend. Tom laughed. Asterisk. The maze was impressive. It had a rather scary resemblance to the hedge maze from the Triwizard Tournament, but instead of a starry sky above us there was only a concrete ceiling. And since the hedges were imbued with dark magic, they like to move around and grow some mouths and try to eat us. Tom put a quick stop to that, but I had to admit the sensation of the hedge suddenly licking the back of my neck did elicit another teeny tiny eensy-weensy scream of pure terror out of me. Tom may or may not have laughed so hard that he was bent over and wheezing. I would never say. About half an hour into the maze I decided to ask, what's at the end of the maze? I don't know. At my silence, Tom elaborated, I only know it was where Duval's father kept the most prized possessions. If the Muggles made it through to the end, he thought it was a treat for them to see his trophies. He thought that would be the greatest honor they could ever achieve. So the Muggles, reaching the end of the maze and hoping to be freed or find a way out, are instead greeted to their killer's most prized possessions. I shook my head. Considering the tastes so far, I've a feeling these trophies are going to be unpleasant. Tom nodded. Quite likely. He paused, then smiled. Try not to scream, okay? I blushed. Shut up. You see how you like getting licked by a hedge? They'd never try. I'm too bitter for their tastes, he said with a shit-eating grin. Fuck you. I know you're trying to. I gaped, my face burning. Only squeaks of indignation could escape me while Tom struggled to hide his laughter behind a coughing fit. He failed. Asterisk. Unpleasant. Yes. That was a word for it. Grotesque might have been another word. Tom and I stared in disbelief. Through the dark hedges emerged a semicircle office. The dead grass gave way to polished marble. We had reached the end of the room, cobblestone walls stretched out into the fog on the right and left. Bookcases curled around the exit creating a semicircle. There was an opening between one of the cases that revealed a doorway. The furniture was made of human skin. Dried, stitched, stained human skin. There were faces staring back at us. That blinked. One of the Rosier witches or wizards had decided to skin their victims, or maybe transfigured them into some kind of stitched-together corpse amalgamation and then charmed it to blink. And wheeze. I could hear subtle groaning from the furniture. We're burning this whole place down, I told Tom firmly. Agreed. That wasn't the worst of it. There were things on the work tables. Moving, skittering, chain things that I couldn't tell if they were still alive or dead and charmed to appear alive. They were shaped in such a way that I felt gross thinking what their purpose would be. My stomach churned, I raised a hand to cover my nose from the nauseating stench of rotten flesh. Dead for a while, but magically preserved to stay in that one rotting stage of decomposition for who knew how long. That's sick. That's so sick. Tom coolly assessed the monstrosities on the work table. He stepped onto the marble flooring, weaving through the hanging hooks of carcasses. He opened his messenger bag, then started to load up the notebooks and journals from the bookcases. You want their research? I asked him, reluctantly helping him. There were stains on some books. I hoped it was blood. I really, truly, hoped that it was only blood stains. Never dabbled in necromancy much myself, said Tom, but I am curious about it. Yet. I said. Suppose it would be interesting to read about. Maybe when my Lovecraft nightmares aren't keeping me up properly I'll read through as well. Tom chuckled. Ah, find a line. I think I just did, I said. I think I found the line I won't be crossing for a while. Always good to know. Yes. I helped Tom start to pack away whatever trophies caught our fancy. None of it struck me as interesting until I found a familiar stone. It was blue. It fit in the palm of my hand, that odd stone. I feel like I've seen that from somewhere. Warmth rushed into my hand as soon as I picked up the stone. The first immediate thought that came to my head was the color blue. I was instantly reminded of a similar stone I picked up in the summer before second year. My magical sensory ability hadn't been as finely honed back then. I could only describe the stone as warm and blue, but now in the palm of my hand I could sense there was more to it. There was a chill underneath the warmth. Summer and winter, spring and fall, fire and ice, the sun and the moon. The stone was an abundance of contradiction that could not coexist yet thrived peacefully inside it. It should not exist, yet it did. An unknown variable could not be considered known, yet it was. I clutched at the stone, ideas forming in my head. A hypothesis I had only considered earlier that night when mulling over the creation of my lightsaber. Magic was unknown. That is magic. This stone. I pocketed it for now. Asterisk. After we had packed up the trophies we wanted, Tom and I climbed up the staircase at the back of the maze. It led into a library that made us both grin. Could never, ever, go wrong with books. We wasted little time in stuffing every book in one of the expandable bags we had brought. A few of them we had to leave behind, too cursed and dangerous, but it was an incredibly impressive haul. That library alone was worth the trouble. Not that it was an unpleasant experience. If I had to go through it alone, I would have had a miserable and frightful time. With Tom at my side, what would have been terrible instead became a delightful memory. Tom's increasingly favorable mood was infectious. He found an excellent haul of items, and got to cut loose and destroy an assortment of monsters with his vast knowledge of spells. His playful mood elicited some lovely banter between us. It was nice. Honestly, it became my favorite heist. Something I thought would be reserved for when I broke into Gringotts, but even Gringotts would be difficult to beat such a fantastic night. With the shelves emptied out in a matter of an hour, it was time to do a final sweep and decide how to destroy it the whole manner. Tom was eager to suggest a ritual. I couldn't say no to that beaming face. He got out his chalk and set to work on drawing out the lines on the library floor. As he drew, he explained the ritual. It was something called Hades fire. It was a cursed fire similar to fiend fire, but the main difference was how it was summoned and controlled. Hades fire could only be summoned through a ritual. It would take an hour before the first flames would manifest, and it could be designated to burn a set area. Fiend fire was a quick summon, but could go out of control, and Hades fire would not leave the parameters set by the ritual. It was harder to summon, but significantly safer. He pointed out the runes and elaborated what they did and how they interacted with each other. I hadn't expected a crash course on a dark ritual from the Dark Lord himself, but hell yet. When he started working in the center of the ritual, I dug out the stone I had picked up earlier. I held out the stone to Tom. Can you do me a favor? Use this stone as the power source. Tom frowned, accepting the stone. It's a rock. It's not just a rock, I said. Please trust me. Tom warily eyed it. Why do you think it's not a rock? I'm testing a hypothesis, I said. If I'm right, well, if I'm right, what you're holding is someone else's attempt at giving magic a solid form. His eyes widened in surprise. Pardon. I found something similar a few years back, I said. The way that rock feels. It's unknown. I thought to define something you had to make it known, but people have been creating spells and using magic for centuries without knowing it. That's magic. What is unknown and cannot be defined, that is how we can define magic. I tapped at the stone, an eager smile on my face. Someone else tried and I don't think it worked right. It's not complete, this stone, but it's not incomplete either, I said. You're not making a lot of sense, said Tom. Exactly. Tom pursed his lips. I dislike this thought process. Tom, please, I asked nicely. Tom clicked his tongue. All right. Tom went back to meticulously draw out the ritual circle, a small smile on his face. I noticed, smiling as well. You seem happy. This will be my second time summoning it, he said. It's fun. You like rituals that much? There is something oddly satisfying about performing a successful ritual, he said. Dark ones are even better. Amused, I asked, why is that? He looked up at me, his smile mischievous as his eyes danced with mirth. Because you're not supposed to do them. I giggled. You rebel. Isn't that why you love stealing? The thrill of doing something bad and not getting caught for it. He asked me. Big part of it, yes, I admitted. Money is really nice too. I did consider the serial killer avenue. He chuckled. I can't see you doing that. Maybe in another life, I said with a shrug. Asterisk. Tom set the stone at the center of the ritual once complete. Why there? I asked, gesturing toward one of the symbols. This symbol means power, right? Yes, but the trigger will always be at the center, he said, stepping out of the ritual and pointing his wand at the stone. I will cast the spell at the center. The power will go through the stone, which will incorporate the stone's power into the ritual. Ah, I see. It should take about an hour, maybe 2 for the flames to appear, he said. That should give us enough time to double-check we haven't missed anything. I saluted. Roger. Tom jabbed his wand toward the circle, a spark flew out the tip and landed on the stone. It glowed a vibrant ocean of blues, shining with such intensity I had to look away. When the light died, the stone was gone and the ritual circle began to hum. Tom frowned. Something wrong. The humming should have stated much law. Without warning, black fire erupted from the circle, a pillar of hellish flames engulfing the ceiling in a matter of seconds. There was no time to speak, nor a moment to hesitate. Hades' fire had begun to engulf the mansion with fervor. I jumped up, grabbing Tom's hand and pointing my wand up to the ceiling. Bombarda! I bellowed, blasting a massive hole in the ceiling. With no debris to cling to, the fire opened up. Tom had already pulled out his shrunken broom, expanding it to its normal size. I hopped on it with him, taking the lead. Hold tight, I instructed. I'll leave the escaping to the expert, he said, wrapping his arms around my waist. He kept his wand at the ready. I urged the broom forward, soaring up through the hole in the ceiling. The fire had already spread to the nearby rooms, enveloping more and more of the mansion in its wicked flames. The ceiling began to cave in, forcing me to weave through its falling debris. Unfortunately, it wasn't an immediate exit, as the office had been part of the dungeons. Tom blasted away at the next ceiling, the flames licking right at our feet. I flew us up to the next floor, but had to abruptly stop my ascent when a hissing lethofold descended upon us. Expecto Patronum, I cast out, launching my fox at the creature to bat it away. Hades' fire rushed out behind us, and dozens more lethofolds blocked our way to the ceiling. The Patroness could keep them away from us, but it would not force a hole through their barricade. I was forced to fly us down the hallway and search for another spot to blast through. When the black fire hit a certain creature or hidden trap, there would be a reverberating explosion that would force me to turn away again. Tom was quick to put up shields and blast away bits of debris, but the speed at which the manor was catching flame was faster than our broom. The wards were fluctuating, the magic screaming in an agonizing symphony of distress. I clenched my teeth, gripping tightly onto the broom as I powered through the chilling discomfort. Phoom! A backdraft sent us spinning away, but thankfully I spotted a clear opening in the ceiling above. One more bombarda and we had an opening to the night sky. Tom's arms tightened around me as I urged the broom to zoom through the opening at top speed. I whipped out my wand with my right hand, not stopping in the climb to the sky as I cast Emissionum. I lengthened the laser significantly to swipe through the barrier. By the time we had reached it, I had created an opening large enough for us to fly through. Ba-boom! The explosion was enough to push us wildly into the sky. Cursed fire enveloped the mansion behind us, destroying every bit of what remained of that madhouse. Glancing behind me, I could only watch with wide eyes as a bubbling rush of adrenaline forced an insane giggle out of me. I had a few close shaves on my heists before, but never something so dangerous and heart-pounding. I continued to fly us on, only stopping at a hill about a kilometer away from the burning manor. We landed some distance away, my eyes wide as I clutched at my chest. Every beat pounded harder than a bass drum and I let out a deranged joyous giggle. I was drunk from the victory over such a feat. Oh! My God! That was an experience, said Tom. Tom! I shrieked in delight, giddy and jumpy. We that you! I threw my arms around his neck, kissing him. Tom's arms snaked around my waist. I pulled back because I forgot to breathe, high off the buzz from the adventure. Ah, I said after I realized what I had done. Sorry. He cocked his head. Was that a poor experience for you? I released my hold on him, taking a step back and shaking my head. No. But I ought to respect your choices. You're not into that kind of stuff, right? Tom stared at me for a moment, his expression unreadable behind that dark angelic composure. The longer those dark brown eyes stared at me, the more I squirmed and found it difficult to respond. Yet I knew staying silent would be regretful, so I scrounged up my nerve and tried to put my thoughts into words. Tom, if you want to be in that kind of relationship with me, I'm willing to try, I said shyly, glancing away. He was too pretty, made it very distracting. You don't need to force contact with me to be with me. I'm really happy for your company, however you'll offer it. His fingers traced along the back of my hand, but he made no moves to grab it. Would you like me to court you, Rosie? I've got open arms for you, Tom. We can stay friends, or we can not. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. Even though I am, he gestured with his other hand. Not a physical person. You don't need to be intimate with someone to love them intimately, I said. Although if you're also aromantic. So many labels, he muttered. I'd rather not define myself as anything. I appreciate your willingness to cater to my comfort, but the fact of the matter is I don't know what my limits are. This, he gestured between us, is new to me as well. I folded my hands together, the somber conversation draining away the giddy high I felt before and replacing it with shy nerves. What would you like to do, Tom? I would like to continue researching magic with you, he said. Done. I would like to complete my homunculus body, he went on. No brainer. I would like to deal with the remnants of Voldemort. Sure. And Rosie. Amen. Tom took my hand, raising it up to his face. He kissed the palm of my hand and quietly said, I would like to court you. I smiled. Okay. He squeezed my hand. Will you say it again? It took a few seconds to realize what he was asking. When I did, my smile stretched into a wide grin. Tom, I love you. He smiled back, dark eyes shining brighter than any gem I had ever stolen. Asterisk. Bucket list completed. 65 Steal from Noble Death Eaters. 69 Make a super dramatic escape that involves looking away from explosions. Bonus points if escaping with a hottie. Chapter 47, Year 5 to 11. Beta. Friendly reminder that there's a difference between being asexual and aromantic. Additional trigger warnings for sensitive readers. Please proceed with caution and care. Showing more of that dark gray this chapter than light gray. A fox is a wolf who scents flowers. Ruth Brown. Asterisk. The return home was one made in triumph. Tom and I held hands as we stepped through the flue and I victoriously cried out, Sil. Make the chocolate heaven please. Yes, Mrs. Giddy and delighted, a bubbling giggle popped out of me before I placed my free hand over my mouth to stifle it. Tom squeezed my hand, his dark gaze soft as he asked, Will you be staying here tonight? Oh, might as well. I doubt I'll be able to sleep now, I said. Too excited. He smiled again at that. Good. How's your body, by the way? It's fine. It hasn't been entirely functional but it's a work in progress. I frowned at that. What do you mean? What's wrong? The magic is directly devouring everything I eat, so my digestive system is skewed, he explained. Nothing goes past the stomach, and I'm always hungry. Ooh. Interesting, very interesting. Hungry now? Yes. Then let's eat while we talk, I said, tugging him further in. Sil, please prepare a feast for Tom. From the kitchen I heard her call out, Yes, Mrs. Thank you darling, I returned. Oh yeah. The stone. I'll be right back. Hurriedly, I ran into my storage room, digging through my chests until I found the blue stone I had purchased from Nocturne Alley the summer of my second year. Clutching it tightly, I headed back to the dining room/den area where Tom had taken a seat at the table. That's what I love about magic, I said with a chuckle as I tossed the stone up and down. This could have been made by someone else's attempt, or it could have been made naturally. Out of all the witches and wizards to find it, it was found by me not once but twice. A coincidence, or fate? Who can tell with magic? I caught the stone, grinning wickedly at Tom. Sil had prepared the drinks already and Tom took his first sip. You know what this means though, right? Tom raised an eyebrow, silent in response. It means I know how to make magic. Tom choked on his drink. Come now dear, I'd rather you choked on other things, I teased. He made a rude gesture. Asterisk. Routine made time march on pleasantly. The Slytherins and I had a delight pulling off elaborate tricks, occasionally aided by the lions. During my free time I would sneak out to visit Tom. Friday nights had become standard all-nighters with him, the two of us enjoying a variety of board games, becoming immersed in research, or other things. Although Tom and I were as he would say courting each other, there wasn't much change. We were friends first, and we had been flirting with each other for months by that point. We could not interact daily, but we made up for lost time when we could. Tom was still able to get some squeaks out of me, and I was able to pull out some loud laughter. Being with him was easy, and I always felt a pang in my chest when I had to tell him goodbye. There was one change since we started to date. Every time we were together Tom made a point of reaching out and touching me. It wasn't anything significant, mostly brushes or quick pats. I would have found it endearing or even sweet if it wasn't done in such a deliberate manner. There was a clinical calculation to it, the movements too confident and direct to be interpreted as accidental or subconscious. I knew Tom wasn't trying to initiate intimacy, so what was his purpose? After the 10th time of him accidentally brushing my hand the very same night, I flat out asked him, "Are you testing me or something? 'Cause I don't have limitless patience." Tom was careful to respond, a flicker of unease on his face. "More like I'm testing myself while using you." When he didn't offer an explanation fast enough I sighed. "Would you please elaborate?" he said, I'm conducting research on how I feel when in physical contact with you or others, and before you ask, I am excellent at compartmentalizing and visualizations. It's not too difficult to imagine someone else in your place when I reach out and gauge my reaction from there. I stared at him in surprise. I knew he wasn't someone who craved physical intimacy, but it had not occurred to me that perhaps he had an aversion to physical contact altogether. Hindsight made sense. Abusive childhood could result in someone either touch-starved or abhorrent the idea of physical contact, but Tom was such an excellent actor at hiding his discomfort I wouldn't have considered it until brought up. He went on, I wanted to see if touching you was the same as touching others. Did my perception change due to this body, or were you an exception? I folded my hands together. What was it like to touch others before? Tom considered the question, his eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Like snow, I suppose. Fine for a while, unpleasant if too long. My brow furrowed. And now? I can't be too certain. It's only been brushes, said Tom with a suspiciously innocent smile. I narrowed my eyes, suddenly getting a sneaky suspicion. So to remedy that you'd need to examine how you feel for prolonged contact. Tom continued to smile innocently, which I knew had to be a lie. Tom wasn't an innocent wizard by any stretch of the imagination. I suppose so, yes. Oh jeepers. Tom. You know I'm always down to cuddle. You don't need to come up with such an elaborate scheme. I don't know what you're talking about. Sweet baby Merlin, you're such a dork. Come on, let's go cuddle. Oh now. Yes, now. Go sit in your recliner, I said, making a shooing motion. Tom raised an eyebrow, but silently moved to sit in his recliner. I crawled into his lap, pushing against him to stretch the recliner back. I settled into him, then placed my ear against his chest and listened to his heartbeat. Tom's arms were still raised, and I did not need to see his expression to know he had a conflicted expression. He was so stiff and plainly uncomfortable it was hard not to be amused. A giggle escaped me. Doing okay? So far, he said with a pained voice. Need me to stop? Not yet, he said, shifting awkwardly. You are very warm. I don't know where to put my arms. Wherever is comfortable. But that I looked up to see a tormented look over his face. That's your... Is it my hip area? I asked him, amused to him so flustered. It's okay, I give you permission. It is highly inappropriate, he said. Talk about broom cupboards is fine, but actually putting your hand on my butt is a big no-no. I snorted. Talk is talk, he pointed out. You were okay to hold me while we danced. That was appropriate. This is a compromising position, he said. This isn't the 1920s, Tom. This is perfectly okay. Then. Tom's face was conflicted, the hint of a blush crept over his cheeks. What is not okay? We go at your pace, I said gently, wanting to ease his discomfort. You can draw the line wherever. That implies you're willing to go further. Sorry. I didn't mean to imply. Tom, I am okay to go all the way. Tom's cheeks turned an adorable shade of red that made me giggle. I never thought I'd see Tom Riddle blushing, but boy golly what a look. I couldn't resist leaning forward and kissing his cute nose. At my own pace. He sought to clarify. Promise. I promise, I assured him. You have complete control. Like magic his blush was gone and he rested his hand on the back of my bum. He completely relaxed and smiled cordially at me. Thank you. Wait, did he? You can fake blushes? I asked, incredulous. You're a tough opponent, Mr. Riddle. How unfortunate for you to give me the reins then, he said, his smile curled into a devious smirk. Shit. I got played. That's such a turn on, I said. Tom patted me. I'll keep that in mind. I rested my cheek on his chest. Good. And Tom? Let me know if I'm, rushing you. While I do not crave the interactions the same way you do, Tom slowly admitted, I am not opposed to trying them with you. Okay, I said, snuggling into him as he absently started to play with my hair. Asterisk. A couple more days slipped by. Harry and I had some free time, so we were taking a walk around Hogwarts. It was too chilly to run around outside, and despite having attended Hogwarts for a few years by that point I still marveled at all the neat little things. Sometimes I stared at a crack in the wall and wondered what shenanigans happened to cause it. Was it a prank gone wrong? Some mischievous teenagers? Was there a fight? Inter-house wars? God, I wanted to start an inter-house pranking war so bad. 7th year, I promised myself. 7th year and I would go all out for the first semester. Not the second because I had to focus on beating Tom's NEWT scores as well, but first semester? All out. And that's when I realized it wasn't an orange at all. Harry finished his story. I'm impressed it took you so long, I said with a smile. In my defense, I was very tired, objected Harry. Stop staying up so late then, mister. Hermione said she could read faster than me, he said with great indignation. That's unacceptable. I may not be as smart as her, but I can definitely read faster, he said stubbornly. Of course. Harry raised his left hand to scratch at the back of his head, and that's when I saw it. Only for a second, but it was something I had been looking for since he told me he had one detention with her. The Hogwarts robes made it easy to conceal, but when he raised his hand I saw it. A bandage over his wrist. I lurched forward, grabbing at it hard. Harry let out a hiss of pain and made a move to jerk away, but my grip was ironclad as I yanked off the bandage. I must not tell lies. I let go of his hand as the color drained from my face. I had been angry before. Furious, even. There had only been one other point in my life that I felt the level of sheer revulsion. The night of their deaths, and the night I cursed Peter Pettigrew. I had thought that night would be the angriest I would ever feel in my life. But as I stared at the words cruelly carved into my dear brother's flesh, I found that anger had returned. Cold, nauseating, blinding, rage. My breath hitched, catching as I struggled to keep it even. She tortured my brother. She tortured my brother. There was one wretched thought. For a tantalizingly long moment there was a thought that seared itself in my head. I knew Umbridge's type. She was clever, annoying so, and had proven herself more than capable of taking care of her enemies. I had given her the chance, the singular opportunity to escape the absolute worst of my fury. She had taken it and burned it to ash. Someone so horrifically cruel to comfortably torture a child was more than capable of going beyond that. She was an immediate threat to Harry. That thought sent me into a high-string heart-pounding panic. Suddenly, I was thrown back in time in that crib as I helplessly watched a monster torture such a sweet young woman only to have her die that same night. I could not stop envisioning Harry as Lily now, and Umbridge as the monster above him. I was trembling, sick out of my mind with terror and unbridled rage. My colors. You, I said in a low, cold hiss, told me it was dull. Harry flinched. You kept this from me. I snarled out at him, abruptly standing up and moving away. I was shaking, my palms sweating, and my mouth dried up. Go. Go to your common room. Stay there. What, Rosie? Harry James Potter, you go this instant, or so help me I will send you to Pomfrey instead. I was not one to raise my voice, let alone at Harry, but I needed him in an area that would give him a good alibi immediately. Vibrant emerald eyes widened upon my explosion. He flushed, gaping at me. He was unable to respond, and so I grabbed his arms and dragged him to the Gryffindor common room. It went to show how flustered Harry had become that he did not fight my grip. With exquisite timing, as soon as I arrived, the portrait to the Gryffindor common room swung open to reveal Fred and George stepping out. I practically threw Harry into their arms. Keep him in there, I shrieked. If he so much as steps a foot out of your sight, I swear to bloody fucking God I will kick your ass. The twins paled at my temper, wordlessly shoving Harry inside as they nodded vigorously. Cold, dark hatred enveloped me, overtaking the panic and fear. I stormed away, intent on doing terrible, terrible things. Asterisk. Good evening, Miss Potter, simpered Umbridge, raising an eyebrow as I continued to move closer to her. She did not appear bothered that I arrived suddenly at my office. Indeed, she looked rather happy to see me. Her wand was laid out on her desk, and she made no move to grab it. She did not view me as a threat, unsurprising since I had spent weeks cultivating a certain image for her. She could not immediately correlate the concept of little me doing anything else but cower. Why bother reaching for her wand? If anything, that'd be giving me too much credit, in her head. To her, the image I had created was one beneath her. One of weakness. She did not think of me as a threat. She saw me as weak, traumatized, and submissive. So she did find it threatening to see me there, pale and shaking. Quite the opposite, really, she was delighted to see me in such a flustered state. She mistook my rage for fear. She let her guard down. She asked with a toad-like smile, "What brings you to my office?" By the time she finished asking her question, I had already gone around her desk. Thanks to my long, loose robe sleeves I was able to hide the rock fine and dandy. Up until I swung it right into her stupid fucking face. I bashed her head into the desk, the cats from her plates mewling in alarm as I hit her twice for good measure. Then I opened her office window and wandlessly levitated her onto Iris's back, where I then hopped on. "Creaker," I said, and my house elf appeared. "Clean up, please." "Yes, mistress," said Creaker, accepting the rock I used to hit Umbridge with. "Thank you, dear." I patted Iris. "Go." Iris surged forth, keeping a steady pace as to not let Umbridge fall off. I owned an emergency home on the outskirts of Hogsmeade. When I first considered what I'd do to Umbridge if she hurt Harry, I had Syl prepare a home to receive Umbridge. I chose Syl over Creacker in case Dumbledore asked Sirius to ask Creacker about Umbridge. At most Creacker would answer that I ordered him to clean her office, which wasn't good, but not enough to condemn me. In 10 minutes we arrived and my anger had not abated. How unfortunate for her. Asterisk. My emergency home in Hogsmeade was hooked up to the flow network in Lunar's Orchid. I levitated Umbridge to the basement, stripping her and tying her down with magical restraints on a surgical table. I broke her wand immediately, tossing the pieces in a nearby fire where tools were being heated up. After bandaging her injury, I hit her point blank with a stupefy, then headed back upstairs and straight to the flue. Stepping through the flue, I was greeted by the smell of chocolate cookies. The sweet smell nauseated me, my fury spiking again. My hands trembled, curling into fists as I fought to regain control. Underneath that frenzied rage I knew heart-stopping horror awaited me. The kind that could freeze a child in a crib. The kind that would keep me from acting. I couldn't handle that. I couldn't allow that. I had to do something before I failed again. There was nothing else but that. A single-minded fervor pushed my ire to unimaginable heights. I never remembered being so angry before in my entire life. Was it purely from my fear? Hormones? Trauma? Consequences of performing dark arts? Or was I someone who could turn so vicious at the right provocation? It didn't matter. Not anymore. I would not turn back. I would not hesitate. Whatever mercy I had to spare for her was devoured away by her actions. I wanted blood. No. I demanded her blood, pain, and utter misery. Everything I felt at that moment I wanted to inflict tenfold onto her. Tom spotted me right away, immediately setting down the chalk he had been using to draw diagrams on the blackboards. I hadn't noticed the blackboards in the den before. Tom had probably asked Syl for some to give him more space to write down his rough drafts. His brow furrowed as he reached me. What's wrong? I took a shaky breath. My heart pounded so violently in my chest I thought it might burst out. She tortured my brother. Tom blinked. Umbridge. I struggled to keep my voice low and even. How many dark ingredients can we harvest from a dying bitch in pain? Tom did not hesitate. A couple dozen. Do you know how? I demanded. Yes. Good. You're going to show me. Now. Tom did not question, or argue. He motioned for me to take the lead, and I stepped back into the flue, leaving the connection open for him to cross through behind me. He wordlessly followed me into the basement, eyebrows raised upon noticing what I had transformed it into. Although he had helped pick out much of the equipment here, seeing everything together was still jarring. Had my mind been in a better state I might have been equally alarmed, but it was too late. Every inch of my body and mind was singing for her screams, and no amount of meditation, calming exercise, or experience could help me resist such a demand. I didn't know what else to do but give in. I had no idea how to handle such an intense level of raw emotions. I was flying on the impulse, the high of the rage clouding all moral thoughts. Tom surveyed the area, eyes lingering on the incapacitated Umbridge. In a honeyed voice he asked, "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" "Yes," I muttered, already pulling out various tools. He nodded. "Once you do something like this there's no going back. I'm aware. It can change you." I paused for only a moment as I picked up a scalpel. "Did it change you?" "The first time you committed a dark ritual." "Yes." Flatly, I looked up at him. "Would you do it again?" "Yes." "Then there's nothing more to say." Tom raised his wand, casting a quick innervate followed by a silencio. Umbridge's eyes shot open as she opened her mouth to speak but no sound came out. Panic set upon her quickly as she realized her environment. There was a switch. The overwhelming fury was overtaken by a wash of cool detachment. On the table I knew, intellectually, laid a living breathing woman. Emotionally, she became the equivalent of a cadaver. It was a nostalgic switch, one that reminded me of the first time I had dissected a cadaver. It was a fresh donation, the bowel movements bubbling inside the corpse to produce an acidic stench. The surrounding students had gagged and a few even retched, but there were others like me who held no reaction. We picked up our scalpels, eager to peel back the skin ourselves and tear into the muscles. Textbooks and simulations paled in comparison to the sensation of truly cutting into flesh. There was a rush, a thrill of doing something some would consider taboo and others praise as saintly. In my past life, surgery on the living or the dead was the only thing that stirred anything close to that tantalizing happiness others sung about. I rarely had an opportunity to slice as rosy, and suddenly there was a fresh cadaver before me and a whole host of fascinating magic to learn about in the process. Dark, light, whatever. Magic was magic and I wanted to consume every bit of knowledge about it. My rage was enough to commit murder. But it was my infatuation with magic that would spur my hands into doing terrible, terrible things. The scalpel hovered near her its eye. We should begin with sensory deprivation. Its other senses will begin to compensate for the loss, which will allow us to maximize the pain in a short period of time. Surprise flickered over Tom's face, followed by thoughtful consideration. You are correct. Before we remove the eyes, I would suggest brewing Hag's rubies. Hag's rubies? I repeated with interest, lowering the scalpel. Tears started to crawl out of its eyes. Fresh cadavers leaked all sorts of things. I wondered if I should have prepared some kind of peppermint oil to dab under my nose. It had been a while since I worked with a fresh specimen. When poured into the eyes of a human, the potion causes intense swelling and redness. The eyes will eventually transform into cursed rubies, explained Tom. Extremely hard ingredients to come by, certainly never by legal means. I tried to visualize the process, but found my mind incapable of forming a coherent image. It was still enough of an intriguing concept that I said, "Ah. Excellent point, let's brew that. Anything else? If we're starting with sensory deprivation, we should preserve her ears." Perfectly preserved ears make an easy barter token for hags, said Tom. Have you actually met a hag? No, but I plan to remedy that one day, he said. They're a fountain of information. Dark information, I pointed out. Information all the same, he dismissed. They'll happily trade it away for ears, skin, or liver from humans. Very well. Let's brew some preservation potions. Should we do anything special for the heart? Oh yes. Human hearts are always useful, he said. Even better if we... From 2 in the afternoon to 3 in the morning. We extracted what we could, Tom triumphantly trapping her dying breath in a bottle to use for his next body. Not a single piece of the subject went to waste. It was a morbidly fascinating project. Ears and liver were the only things left untransformed, both perfectly preserved in a jar in case we could find a hag to barter with. The cleanup took an hour. Tom packed up the ingredients and stored them in a separate chest at Lunar's Orchid. Then we sat. We sat on the couch at Lunar's Orchid, each holding a cup of strong tea, and staring into the fireplace. My mind looped over what had occurred, trying to commit everything I had learned to memory. It was unreal. There really was no way to describe it. As if someone else had taken over my body and puppeteered it while I watched from above. The memories had no emotion to it aside from ghastly curiosity and macabre surprise when certain things reacted in a certain way. I knew what I had done is morally apprehensive, but I could not find any emotions to tie to it. It was if I had not done it, but simply watched a video of someone who looked like me doing it. It was ghoulishly informative strictly from a scientific point of view. I had studied healer magic, but the books provided never covered what happened when things went wrong. That day, I got to learn about what happened to a human body when introduced to various types of magic. It was valuable information, one that I honestly felt most healers should learn. If not perform themselves, at least have everything documented for review. As it stood, magical healers treated dark magic through symptoms, not the core cause. Which was absurd. If they could understand the curse itself, they'd have a better chance of curing it. Treating the symptoms would only work for half the magic. Gosh, no wonder there'd been little advancement in the art of healing curse. Everyone was too scared to study the actual issues. Poppycock. Muggle scientists would never turn their nose up at researching unsavory bits of illnesses if it meant saving more people long term. I understood the dark arts were dangerous and illegal and blah blah, but continued ignorance was only hurting them. Already today I figured out how to treat different curses just from seeing how they friggin' worked. I could probably treat curses better than half the healers at St. Mungo's. In fact, I think I might have learned enough about reactions to dark magic to begin crafting the Worgen ritual. Wow. I took a long sip of my tea, savoring the warmth. I literally tortured a woman to death. That had to be acknowledged. It wasn't something I thought I could do until the moment actually happened. I wondered if it had been anyone else laid out on that table, someone I did not abhor, would I still have been able to do the things I had done? I couldn't. I couldn't answer that anymore. I didn't know. What could I do? What couldn't I do? Where was the line for me now? I didn't want to murder. I stood by my belief that it would be wasteful, and I didn't want to repeat what happened tonight, but I wouldn't actively avoid the situation either. What's done was done. I had crossed a line that I knew I could never go back over. There was no sick satisfaction, nor brooding regret. A detached sense of acceptance over events, terribly similar to when I had decided to kill myself in the first life. What's done was done. Never one to claim to be the hero, yet at the start of my journey I never foresaw actual torture. I took another deep sip of my tea. Was it a side effect from performing dark rituals? Did dark magic slowly transform one's mind? Was it a biological impurity, a defect in my brain? Or was it an issue with me, with my very soul? I was not a good person. I finished my tea and still refilled it. I certainly can't claim the hero title this life, I mused, staring into the fire. Tom let out a soft heh into his tea. The victors are the ones who write the history books, Rosie. I don't think today should be placed in a history book, I chuckled darkly. Probably not, he agreed. How are you feeling? Tired. My fingers are sore, I mumbled softly. A little satisfied with what I learned today. I think I can get started on my Worgen ritual. I was hoping the bone dust transformation would give you an idea for it, said Tom. Yab. I yawned. Kinda, drained. Tom nodded, dark eyes warm in the light of the fire. Silence stretched between us as I slowly drank my tea. Tom intently watched me, his expression unreadable. Only after I had finished my second cup of tea, did he break the silence. You were charmingly meticulous today, he said in that honeyed voice of his, delightfully dark and determined. It was a pleasure to watch you work. Thank you, I murmured sleepily, a part of me wondering what he wanted. Next time however, he said, his voice oddly gentle, allow me. You don't need to step further into the dark. You are someone who dwells best in between. I'm not so fragile. My words fell short at Tom's pinning gaze. I have spent years in your head. I know you better than you might think, Rosie. You are someone who is better suited to acting with kind intentions, even if the methods are not considered equally kind, said Tom. Please rely on me for the more extreme intentions. My hands curled around my teacup. The warmth from the tea had seeped throughout my body, my eyelids growing heavier. Tom reached forward, gently brushing back a stray curl. Get some rest, Rosie. What's done is done. Thank you, Tom, I whispered. Sweetly, he kissed my forehead. You are welcome. Asterisk. Bucket list completed. 55 If Umbridge hurts Harry, kill her. Chapter 48, Year 5 to 12. Beta. Some wanted a more descriptive torture session, but that would require changing the entire rating of my story from T to M on FF and WADI, and including additional AO3 warnings for just one chapter. So, sorry my friends, but nope. Asterisk. I had returned to my dorm room at around 5 in the morning. I crawled into bed with Iris, burying my nose into the pillow and relishing what little sleep I could obtain. The sensation felt oddly nostalgic. I was reminded of the time I first crawled into bed after shadowing a 15-hour surgery. The adrenaline of being allowed in the same room as the surgery drained away as I stood there for hours on end, watching the surgeon slowly cut into the body. I had taken a shower before returning, scrubbing myself clean of any lingering evidence of what had transpired. The blood had been washed from my hands, yet the smell still lingered in my head. There was a knock at my door. My baby horntail model, Sue, growled at the sudden noise and I mumbled, "Who's there?" "It's Daphne." With a half-ass wave of my hand, I magically unlocked my door and grumbled, "S unlocked." The door opened up and it was not only Daphne, but Theodore and Draco as well. I sat up, blearily staring at them. For some reason Daphne had a bundle of stuff in her arms, as did Draco and Theodore. "Come on," said Daphne. "Get dressed." "Dressed in what?" "Matching pajamas," she said crossly. "Come on." I tugged off my shirt as Draco and Theodore politely looked away and instead began to set items around my room: magazines, catalogs, nail polish, hair ties, brushes, rubbish, empty plates, etc., and dumped stuff onto my bedroom floor. I got dressed in the matching pajama robes, noticing how Daphne wore the exact same ones. Then in came Tracy, Pansy, and Millie, everyone wearing matching robes, and they all had a bunch of stuff in their arms. Within minutes my baby snakes had transformed my tidy room into what looked to be a sleepover tornado. "Someone want to explain?" I asked as Pansy crawled into bed with me and started to brush my hair. Tracy sat on the floor of my bed, grabbing my hand and starting to paint my nails. "You had a sleepover party," Draco told me. I blinked. Wait, are you guys?" "Hermione told me about Harry's detentions," Theodore said quietly. "Your outburst was public. People saw you were upset. They're making an alibi for me?" "So upset in fact, you came and confided in your best friends," said Daphne as she took my other hand and also started to paint my nails. "We stayed up all night in your room," said Pansy. "Just look at this mess the elves will have to clean up." My eyes burned, an onslaught of messy pride and gratitude making my stomach flip-flop. Teenage hormones amped everything up and it was a genuine struggle to not happy cry. I sniffled loudly. We're all very tired," mumbled Millie. "So tired we're going to be late for breakfast. Or maybe just order in." I noticed their sleeping bags and blankets. My smile widened further. "So we'll eat later, and this is the mess the house elves will find to clean up to verify our stories if questioned," concluded Daphne. "I love you all," I told them. "We love you, too," quietly said Draco. Asterisk. Harry. To call Harry nervous would have been an understatement. After Rosie's outburst he had been shuffled away to the Gryffindor common room where the twins stuck by his side. His friends came in next, curious to why Harry refused to leave the room. They picked up on his anxiety, and in an effort to ease his mind they started to play some card games. Dean Thomas and Alicia joined in later in the evening, then more and more students tagged in. They added 3 more decks and a dozen more participants. It was a good evening, all things considered. Harry wasn't able to enjoy it, but he appreciated how hard his friends tried to make him feel better. No one pressed for why he was so drained, or why he couldn't relax. Guilt clawed at him, eating away at his stomach and keeping him from getting any bit of rest. What little sleep Harry was able to obtain, he had wretched nightmares of a dark place. When morning finally came, Harry was caked in cold sweat and sick to his stomach. The guilt wasn't as prevalent as before, but in its place was a cold detachment that sent shivers down his spine. As he stared out the window in the shared dorm room, Harry Potter knew his sister had crossed a line. There was no horror or anger to this revelation. The remnants of shame that coiled around his heart were not for his sister, but rather Harry's inability to take care of the situation himself. Had he dealt with Umbridge personally, Rosie would not have taken action. Why didn't he? What held his hand back? He hated her. He was not sad she was gone, nor did he feel anything close to pity over how miserably she must have suffered in her last moments. There was a clear dissociation from his emotions into that fact. It impacted him about as much as the sky being blue. Yet Harry could not do it to her himself. He hated her but enough to actually kill her outright? He was not opposed to taking a life in a general sort of way. He had heard the horror stories of the previous war from Sirius and Remus. He knew his parents were not given easy deaths. He was told, repeatedly, that Voldemort would return and try to take their lives again. Harry had mentally prepared himself to fight dark wizards to the death. But in his mind he had anticipated a climatic battle, a clear sight of who was in the right and who was in the wrong. Dolores Umbridge was an awful, awful woman, but she was not someone who died in battle. There was nothing glorious about it. Murder was not something Harry was comfortable with. If she attacked him in a duel to the death, Harry would fight tooth and nail. But what Rosie did? Harry couldn't. Harry couldn't. He could not imagine himself ever doing such a thing, no matter how angry he was, or how much they hurt him. Not, personally, at least. Rosie did, and Harry did not love her less for it. Was it because she was his twin? No. To be honest, if anyone else had done to Umbridge what Rosie likely did, Harry wouldn't even bat an eye. It was hard to sympathize with someone he detested. Even if he could not perform the acts himself, he did not think he would mind if anyone else did. The only discomfort came from the fact that it was Rosie who committed the deed. Harry wished she hadn't, but wishing came too late. What did he expect? He knew his twin like he knew the back of his hand. There was a reason he tried to keep it from her. Harry knew that the very moment Rosie found out what Umbridge had done, the professor's life was forfeit. The darkness inside Rosie was not something to be underestimated, even if she did a wonderful job keeping it hidden. Rosie was someone capable of doing terrible things, things that Harry Potter could not do himself. Why didn't he stop her? He didn't know. He wasn't scared of his sister. At worst, she'd stupefy him, and at best she'd listen to him. In the heat of the moment, Harry lost all of his words. Confronted by the overwhelming malice and hatred in her eyes, he found himself unable to make a peep of protest. When she left, he should have, followed her. He should have talked to her, made her listen, calmed her down, done anything. But he didn't. Harry Potter let his twin sister cross the line and there was no going back. Why? Harry wondered to himself. He was slow in getting dressed for breakfast. His friends tried to talk to him, but he was mute and sullen as he brooded in his thoughts. He wished he had an answer. He wished his emotions could be clearly defined. He wished Umbridge didn't come to Hogwarts at all. Then he wouldn't need to confront such confusing things. Heroes saved the days. Heroes reached out a hand to the villains. No, not quite, Harry thought as he remembered Lord of the Ring. Some heroes were good. Some could reach out a hand to the antagonist. Some were not as clearly defined, they would rather kill their antagonist. Harry knew he wouldn't have made a good hero, but he always fancied himself someone who worked closely with the good guys. But good people don't go around murdering others, Harry thought as he sat down at breakfast. Then again, good people didn't torture students. Murder is murder. Abuse doesn't justify taking a life, he thought. So why am I okay with it? His eyes started to burn as he stared at the breakfast Hermione piled up in front of him. There was a lump in his throat that made it hard to swallow. Am I a bad person? Harry thought, his heart sinking faster than a boulder dropped into the ocean. Is Rosie a bad person? He hated thinking that. The stinging behind his eyes was unrelenting and he blinked furiously to keep those tears in check. What do I do? Harry didn't feel like eating breakfast, even though Hermione was insisting he ought to nibble on the toast at least. And then a flurry of owls. The Daily Prophet fell into Hermione's lap as it did every morning. Harry morosely poked at the toast Hermione had buttered for him. Ron reached over and plopped some sausages on Harry's plate, then comfortingly patted him on the shoulder. Hermione's gasping shriek drew his attention. Surprise raid at Umbridge home. Reveals torture fetish for children. What the bloody hell? Harry stared in disbelief at the Daily Prophet headlines. How? Asterisk. Rosie. Breakfast was brought back to the dorm rooms. I was too tired to want to get dressed again and go to the Great Hall. It wasn't uncommon for wealthy older students to order their house elves to bring them food during OWL and NEWT years. Daphne had been the one to place the order and the food was delivered to each of us. Although I requested to eat alone so I could go back to sleep as soon as I was done. I was way too tired to deal with classes that day. Surprise raid at Umbridge home. Reveals torture fetish for children. I choked on my tea. A recent tip-off to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement orchestrated a rapid investigation into Dolores Umbridge, previously appointed as High Inquisitor at Hogwarts and Under-Secretary to the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Aurors received an anonymous tip of someone being held hostage in Umbridge's home and immediately went to investigate. Dolores Umbridge was unable to answer their letters or flow calls, forcing them to enter without notifying her. Upon entering they were astounded by what they found. We at the Prophet were able to obtain some pictures, see page 2, but must warn our readers of their unsavory context. Past her den there was a hidden room and inside was what amounted to a torture chamber. I could not believe what I was reading. I literally could not even begin to fathom. How? Why? What? How? What? I flipped through the pictures provided, gaping at the equipment seen and... Wait a minute, that looks, some of this stuff looks alarmingly like what was at Rosier's. A gasp escaped me. I threw the paper down and dove for my vanishing chest. Asterisk. Tom Riddle, did you break into Dolores Umbridge's home and set up a torture dungeon? I demanded as soon as I hopped out of the chest. Tom casually took a sip of his tea. Yes. Ah, I cooed, hurrying over to him. May I hug you? You may, he said, setting his tea down to open up his arms. Given the situation, I thought a good cover story was in order. I hope you don't mind I used your contacts. Not at all, I said with an adoring smile as I squeezed him. Thank you, Tom. Gosh. How did you even pull it off? I left here around 5, right? While you were in the shower, I sent in the tip to Madame Bones and Rita Skeeter as Enartos, Tom began to explain. Done with that, I gathered the supplies to use. I waited until you went back to Hogwarts, then I headed out to Umbridge's home. Took about 10 minutes to pierce her wards, then 30 or more minutes to set up. Aurors arrived shortly after I was done, along with Rita Skeeter. I asked her to make sure it would make the headlines by breakfast. That's amazing. How did you even find out where she lived? I asked. I've been doing some independent investigations. Researching can become tedious if that's all I ever do, he said. That makes sense, I said, nuzzling into his chest. You smell so wonderful. Want a candle of my scent, too? He sardonically asked. You in Hogwarts, I said, continuing to nuzzle, suddenly sleepy again. You know I came here with a lot of energy, but now I'm getting sleepy again. Then perhaps you should return to your dorm and get some rest. Yeah, good idea. Love you, Tom. He smiled. I know. Asterisk. To say things became chaotic would be a bit of an understatement. With Dolores Umbridge's disappearance, Professor Snape was forced to temporarily cover both Dada and potions. He detested the books we were forced to use, and so the lessons became strictly practical, with Professor Snape demonstrating a spell and us practicing it against one another. He was particularly demanding that we mastered shield spells. Aurors came to Hogwarts. First to question the professors, and then in the following days they would question the students. That was the intention, at least. The very first day they came in to investigate and started talking to the students, well, Harry wasn't the only one Umbridge had given special attention to, it seemed. When the Aurors found some students had scars on their wrists, it incited public outcry. The Aurors couldn't exactly keep their mouths shut, especially when a few of them were actually parents at the school and their kiddos had scars on their wrists. Oh gosh. I was in class so I didn't foresee the actual outcome, but I heard secondhand that it was an explosive discovery. My contacts in the ministry caught wind of the Aurors rushing and screaming into Bones' office what they had found out. Which was obviously overheard by some of the Daily Prophet's connections, and it was all over the front page next day. I wondered if Tom had something to do with the Daily Prophet's sources being within earshot of Bones' office. I'd be tickled pink if that was true. After a quick sweep of Hogwarts to ensure Umbridge was no longer there, accompanied by the professors, there was a hard switch from investigating her disappearance to seeing who else she hurt. Instead of Aurors questioning the students, healers were sent in and offered their services for all students who had detentions with her. Dozens upon dozens of children came forward. Rita was having a field day, especially once she got her hand on some pictures of those scars. Public outcry transformed into rabid parental rage. There was almost a riot at the ministry as a horde of angry parents, and good Samaritans who did not tolerate child abuse, formed out front and screamed that Umbridge be brought to justice. Fudge was quick to try and distance himself from Umbridge, claiming he had no idea she was someone so vile. But darling, Rita Skeeter had been paid handsomely to rip the ministry apart every opportunity. She wrote article after article tearing into Fudge and the ministry's interference with Hogwarts. She reminded everyone the last time the ministry interfered with Hogwarts they put Dementors on the school grounds, got a student tortured by a madman in the Triwizard Tournament, tried to sentence a child for using a Patronus charm in a dire situation, and now they placed a crazy witch who tortured students. Oh, magic, I wished I could have been a fly in the wall in Fudge's office when he read Rita's articles. I was told secondhand that he fainted several times throughout the day from sheer stress. The ministry really couldn't refute such claims, they had too many witnesses and evidence to support them as facts, and it forced Fudge to bow his head in shame as he apologized to the public in a statement. The ministry withdrew any rules Umbridge previously set forth with Hogwarts, and promised the public to never directly interfere with Hogwarts again. In a gesture of goodwill, the ministry kindly helped Dumbledore find a replacement of his choice. Meaning all of my international candidates got their visas within a week, and the first one would start next semester. The rest were sent to Lunar's Orchid, where Odette welcomed them with loving arms. Glorious! All within the first semester of 5th year. Unsurprisingly, the Daily Prophet stopped making pot shots at Dumbledore and myself, instead pouncing on the juicy scandal Tom had set up. Although Rita was delighted to remind the public how the ministry repeatedly picked on us through the Prophet and straight up threw her journalist competitors under the bus. Brutal. It was not all good news. Due to my spontaneous outburst, a fair few, a lot, of the students had strong suspicions I was behind Umbridge's disappearance. Rumors flew all over the school that the Slytherin Queen struck back with a vengeance with a variety of different reasons. The biggest support behind the rumors was 1, my public outburst, and 2, all the Slytherins has once again started to cater to me as soon as Umbridge left. The details were unknown, but a lot of students agreed I had done something to regain my title. One rumor was that I valiantly challenged her to a duel, and when she lost she fled in shame. Another that I had hired an assassin for her. One that I poisoned her tea and buried her under the Whomping Willow. A rather popular one amongst the Ravenclaw students was that I had sent the tip about her home and blackmailed Umbridge into leaving Hogwarts. The most popular was that I dragged her down to the Chamber of Secrets and fed her to the monster. Oddly, none of them doubted that Umbridge had an actual torture chamber. Which, really said a lot about how they thought of her. Some students were scared of me. Some students were in awe of me. Some thought it was all bullshit and didn't care. I knew for a fact my name came up in a fair few of the interviews with Aurors, but I knew Bones had switched her investigation due to public demand. It wouldn't look good on the ministry to claim a student had murdered Umbridge without significant evidence. Evidence that they could not obtain. Especially if that evidence was towards someone Rita repeatedly reminded the public that the ministry had taken special measures to slander. And it was against someone so venomously hated by the public. They really would have a riot on their hands if that evidence came into light. Granted, that riot might be more so caused because I would incite it as my alias. It would be, painfully easy. But too chaotic, and no reason to trigger it when things were working out well for me. Anyway. Most of the students accepted I played a hand in her disappearance, and by consequence a fair few of the professors did. I hadn't been to all of my classes yet since shit hit the fan. I was a little nervous to meet with Dumbledore, but already I could see which professors listened to the rumors. Or maybe which professors had the best instincts. Snape gave 0 shits. Or if he did, he pretended otherwise. McGonagall had a very pinched expression when she looked at me, and I felt her sharp gaze linger on me as if I were a dangerous animal that might lash out at any moment. I couldn't blame her, considering that I was a very dangerous witch capable of some unsavory aspects. It was a little annoying at times to see her scrutinize me so heavily, but it was pretty cute seeing my baby snakes glare at her when they noticed. Sprouts thought it was hogwash, told me exactly that, and treated me no different. She even offered me a hug if I was getting too stressed out from the rumors. I gladly accepted the hug. I already mentally promised myself to get her an amazing gift when I graduated. Flitwick was a little nervous. He tried to recede me further from my classmates, but Pansy and Blaze literally slung their arms over my shoulders and stared him down. He relented. I hoped he'd relax as the year went on and he realized I wasn't an unstable sporadic danger. I was a perfectly predictable type of danger. I did get a couple letters from Sirius and Remus. Remus wanted to make sure I was okay, and asked if Umbridge had hurt me. I reassured him I was fine, and he insisted if I needed to talk he would come down to visit me at Hogsmeade any time I wanted. Sirius asked if I was okay, then asked if Umbridge hurt Harry. I said I was fine, and told him that I couldn't comment on the Harry question, as I didn't know if Harry wanted to tell others. His response was brief. By that I meant it was literally one line. Love you, princess. It made me wonder if he figured something out. Creaker assured me Sirius hadn't asked Creaker for anything, but maybe. Well. If he wanted to talk about it, he would. Honestly, more surprised Dumbledore hadn't called me up to his office. I'd see him in alchemy in a couple of days, but I figured he wouldn't want to wait. Guess I was wrong. As Hogwarts partook a dramatic week of escalating rumors, the Ministry was a time bomb that started ticking. Word on the grapevine was that Fudge would not be running for re-election next year. Any alliances, he had scorned him like a piece of rotting flesh. It didn't matter how much he claimed to not know how bad Umbridge was, everyone knew that Umbridge belonged to Fudge. I hadn't anticipated her downfall damaging Fudge's reputation so much. It was such a pleasant surprise to wake up in the morning and know that Fudge was guaranteed to be out of office by next year. My original plan of swooping everyone up in one go couldn't work anymore. Tom's movement with Umbridge set off the catalyst. The focus was no longer around Voldemort, but rather how corrupt the Ministry had fallen. The public was scrutinizing the Ministry's every move. All of my past scandals kept coming back in gossip columns and radio shows. All anyone could talk about was how the Ministry had repeatedly failed them, and how there were so many questionable people inside. Things were brewing, boiling up to a bombastic explosion. I had to make my move sooner rather than later now. It was finally time to purge the Ministry. Asterisk. With the buzz around Hogwarts, things were so chaotic that I hadn't had an opportunity to check up on Harry since the last time we had spoken. I needed to properly apologize to him for blowing up. No matter how upset I was, I shouldn't have raised my voice at him, and he deserved an apology. I sent a letter through Iris to him, asking if we could meet up in the room of requirement after dinner for some privacy. Iris came back with a note from Harry setting the time and date. Asterisk. We met up in the room of requirement, the space transforming into a cozy little living room complete with dozens of fluffy pillows and soft blankets. Harry silently sat on the couch beside me, every inch of him oozing exhaustion. He had bags under his eyes, and his messy hair was wilder than normal. His tie was crooked, and he kept fidgeting with the hem of his sleeves. "Are you okay?" I asked with concern, reaching forward and gently running my fingers through his hair. He leaned into my touch, his eyes closing. "Are you having nightmares?" "Just been thinking a lot," he mumbled. "I'm sorry," I said gently. "I shouldn't have yelled at you or scared you. No matter how upset I was, I shouldn't have taken it out on you." Harry did not respond right away. That was fine, it must have been a very scary moment for him. I wished he would forgive me, but that wasn't something I was entitled to. I hurt him, and he deserved however much time it took to heal from that. "Am I a bad person?" whispered Harry. The question threw me for a loop. I could only stare at him in surprise. What? The concept of Harry Potter being a bad person was incomprehensible. It was the sort of thing that belonged in fandom AUS, not in the present Harry that had grown up in a loving home with a solid support network. I did everything I could to give him a joyful, loving, supportive home life. I kept my brother safe and happy as can be. My brother was one of the kindest people I knew. Why would he think he was bad? Why? Is it because of me? The thought chilled me because it had not occurred to me. I was my own person, and Harry was Harry. I did not dictate his actions, nor did he control mine. Sure, I felt responsible for Harry, but how could I not? I practically raised him. Of course, I would be concerned if Harry did something morally apprehensive because I knew my Harry wasn't meant to be like that. Harry was a good boy, through and through. Why would he feel the need? Guilt wiggled in my head, invasive and unwanted. "Harry, sweetie." I pulled my brother into my arms and kissed the top of his head, trying to smother my rush of unease. "Why are you asking that? You're a wonderful person." Harry did not respond for a minute. "I could have stopped you." My heart stopped at that confession. He's blaming himself? "You could not," I disagreed quickly and firmly, wanting desperately to cut that thought process out of his head. Harry was not to blame for what happened. He was as far removed from it as possible. What I did, I did. My Harry was innocent. He had no reason to take on my guilt. I didn't even try. "You were in shock," I soothed, holding him tighter. "What do I say? What do I say to comfort him? How do I take his pain away? Harry, oh my sweet Harry, it's okay. Whatever you're feeling right now, it's okay." I don't feel anything," he said, choking up. "I don't care what you did to her. Isn't that bad?" "No," I said swiftly, keeping my voice warm and as affectionate as possible even as I started to panic. "Why? Why was he taking this on? What do I do? What do I do? Darling, no. She hurt you. You are under no obligation to feel sympathy for her. You are not obligated to feel anything towards anyone. How you feel is valid." What happened? I fumbled for what to say, my thoughts spinning rapidly as I tried to come up with the right combination of words to soothe Harry. "It's something that can't be taken back, and you might need time to process it. It's all very fresh. Above all else, though, please don't forget that it was my choice. What happened was done by me and you bear no responsibility to my choices. I could have told a professor, Harry mumbled. It wouldn't have stopped me, I said with a shake of my head. If not that day, I'd have planned for another day. You don't regret what you did? No, I said firmly. Why? Why? I repeated back slowly. Harry pulled away from me to peer at my dumbfounded expression. Why should I? Harry opened his mouth then closed it. She made her choice to hurt you and others, I said. If you hurt someone, you should be prepared to get hurt yourself. Are you? Yes, I answered honestly. I'm not claiming some moral high grounds or saying what I did was justifiable. I know it was extreme. I know it was not the right thing to do. But it doesn't change the fact that I would do it again. I closed my eyes, the sudden image of Lily's dying face flashing in front of me. I swallowed roughly, my mouth dry. If someone cannot change for the better, I will get rid of them. It's that simple. I can't sit by again. I can't. If you. It was hard to continue that thought. A rush of raw pain shot through me at the very thought of losing my brother. Harry was my darling boy. I had raised him as well as I could and I loved him more than words could do justice. I would die for him. If I had to outlive my brother I would sooner slit my own throat. That kind of extreme thought popped in my head, unwanted and cold. It might have been caused by my exhaustion which exacerbated my emotional state, or hormones. Or it might have been absolutely genuine. Regardless, I knew there was a lot I would do for my brother. Not only out of love for I did fiercely love him but also out of respect for Lily who I could not save. Harry I could protect. Failing that. I trembled, my bottom lip quivering. I can't lose you. You never will, he promised, eyes glistening. But Rosie. There is no line I am not willing to go over for you. There was a flicker of realization in my brother's eyes, followed by dark grief. We were silent as Harry's expression slowly transformed from pain to bitter acceptance. We both knew what I said was true. It had never been verbalized, never needed to be, but in the back of our minds we knew. Harry's vibrant green eyes shined. For the first time in a long time I saw my brother cry. It was not because of some ghastly injury, nor because I had said something cruel to him. It was not a vicious word thrown at him, or some horrific trauma coming back to haunt him. My brother was not upset for himself. Harry Potter shed his tears for me, for his twin sister. That hurt. I did so much to keep him happy and safe, and yet I was the one to hurt him. Dinner from the previous hour soured in my gut. Someone wrenched a jagged knife straight into my heart. Each tear that fell was acid burning into my skin, searing shame into me. The sacrifices I had made to protect Harry felt woefully inadequate. I had failed in a way I had not anticipated. I wish there was, he whispered. I smiled sadly at him, warm salty tears rolling down my cheeks. I'm sorry. He leaned forward, pushing his forehead against mine and closing his eyes. I love you, Rosie. I love you, Harry. Asterisk. I laid in my dorm bed, Iris snoozing on my belly as I stared up at the ceiling. Sweet Harry. I wished I could find the right words to comfort him, but I didn't think there was anything truthful I could say to ease him. I was not a mom. I had never raised a child on my own, and I only had two mothers to draw upon reference. One who barely lasted a year and the other who made my life hell. I loved my brother so terribly much, and looking back on how I had done things, it was plainly obvious I sheltered him. I bent over backwards to try and keep the injustices of the world from him, to shield and protect him from anything that would harm him. How does someone learn to deal with a problem if someone else constantly fixes it for them? He did not deal with Umbridge because he did not know how to deal with her. I kept secrets from him. I lead a double life that he knew about, but didn't really know. The things I had already done, and what I would continue to do, had I told him, would he have been better prepared? Would he have been more accepting of my actions, or would it have hurt him worse? Would it have been better to show him a cruel world, and what I did to that world? I didn't know. I don't know. I wanted him to be happy above all else, but at what cost? At what risk? By sheltering Harry, did I set him up for failure when confronted with evil? Or did I better prepare his heart by filling it with love? He was hurting now, but maybe that was only temporary. What do I do? I was not a good person. I was not a nice person. Harry was a good boy. Harry was a nice boy. Maybe Harry would be better off without me? If my choices were hurting him to such a degree, would it be better if he did not know about them at all? Ignorance was bliss as proven by Sirius Black, who was none the wiser to the things I did. I did what I could to help Harry get through his time at Hogwarts with as little scars as possible, yet in doing so I was still hurting him. Once Voldemort was taken care of and there was no threat or looming prophecy, maybe it would be better for him if I left. I would be the remaining monster in his life, after all. With my absence he could live freely without any guilt on his moral conscience. He did not need to know the things I would do, and he could carry on with a perfectly normal life. He would miss me, surely, but in the long run. Or would it be better to bring Harry into the fold? The idea made me sick. I didn't want to drag Harry into the dark with me. It would be one thing if my brother had shown signs or early inclinations to preferring such methods, but given how poorly he was reacting to the situation, I didn't think that kind of life would suit Harry. Certainly not without a lot of reconditioning. What would be better for him? Would my absence help him? It would kill me. My family was the reason I felt so many things. If I lost them, I thought for sure my world would turn to ash and monotone, but perhaps not. Maybe I could survive without them. Maybe I could still enjoy the taste of food and see vibrancy in the surrounding life. Lily and James taught me how to open again, and my family pushed me forward. I loved them as much as I could love anything. Did I love them in the same way they loved me? They were my world growing up, but now. I had friends. I had people outside my family who cared for me and who could also make me happy. Tom made me happy. My snakes made me happy. My werewolves made me happy. Did I need my family to be happy? It stung a sharp, prickling, freezing needle dug straight into my heart, but it wasn't overwhelming. There was pain, emotional agony, at the thought of not seeing my family anymore. I did not want to let them go. I did not want to stop being Harry's twin sister any more than I wanted to give up my bucket list. But if I truly loved them, shouldn't I be willing to let them go? Love should be willing to sacrifice, right? Otherwise, it was just possession. I had thought I could go through any sort of trial for Harry's sake, yet that had only been when I thought he would be waiting for me on the other side. Could I still go through it knowing he wouldn't be there? Yes. I could let Harry go. No matter how much it sickened me, no matter how much pain it would put me through, at the end of the day, if it was what would make my family happy, I would do it. I closed my eyes, a tight suffocation wrapped around my heart. Heavy, unbearably hot, and cruelly painful. I curled into a ball, wrapping my arms around my legs. I don't want to. Even so, I could see it. I didn't need to be Rosie Potter to continue my plans. I already had an established alias and plenty of funds. Faking my death would not be difficult, nor would disappearing from the public eye. I hated how easily the plan came to me. I hated how I could visualize the funeral with perfect clarity. At least in this life someone would mourn for me. Iris trilled, sensing my discomfort. She nuzzled into me, and I held her tightly. I don't want to. I don't want to. It was detestable. A horrible image burned into my head, irreplaceable and unforgettable. Each breath I took hurt as if 1,000 claws were digging into my lungs. My stomach hurtled and tumbled, a sickening sensation as the pressure around my heart tightened to an unbearable level. A hiccup escaped me. I couldn't hold back the tears any longer. But if it's for your happiness, I will. Asterisk. Extra. For the sake of the bet, who would you, hypothetically speaking, say won the bet? Asked Draco as he held up the betting sheet. I looked over the answers, frowning at how violent some of them were. Hypothetically, I'd say number 7. There were whistles in the room. What a way to go, said Theodore. I'll take my money now. You couldn't let her choke on her own blood, complained Daphne. Ugh. Why'd you let him win? I'm efficient, I defended myself. Hypothetically. Whatever, muttered Daphne. Ugh. Chapter 49, Year 5 to 13. Beta. This was meant to be a double update, but my eye swelled shut, so I had to take care of that. It's mostly okay now. Asterisk. Sleep did not come easily, and I gave up a little after midnight. Since I could not rest, I decided to be productive. I brushed through my hair, slipped on my pants, and crawled into my vanishing chest. Once the falling sensation subsided, I climbed out of it and into my home at Lunar's Orchid. Their only lights were some candles and the fireplace. Tom Riddle sat on the living room floor. The furniture was pushed aside to make room for the dozens of scattered diagrams and filled parchment paper. He was surrounded by the tornado of paperwork, but upon hearing the chest creak open he looked up at me. Cinnamon eyes regarded me with surprise. You look dreadful. My lips curled back into a sneer. Thanks. He cocked his head, unminding my attitude. Ill. No. I turned away from him, glancing at the paperwork I had left out on the kitchen table since my last visit. Just, had to think about some things. Not good things, I assume, he observed. Need an ear. I hugged myself, giving a small shrug. Tom gracefully waved his hands, a rush of cool magic pulling him to his feet. He glided over the paperwork, landing delicately in the dining room where I kept the chest. He stood before me, dark eyes regarding me carefully. What's wrong? He asked, not unkindly. I hesitated, torn between wanting to keep this between myself and Harry, and wanting to talk to my best friend about it. Eventually, with a heavy heart, I swallowed back my tears and confessed to Tom what I had been thinking about. He listened patiently as I recited what Harry and I talked about and my thoughts afterward. When he's safe, maybe I should leave, I mumbled quietly, hating how painfully my chest seized at the thought. It was one thing to think it, but saying it out loud hurt. More than any broken bone I had. I would rather take 1,000 tennis balls to the face from the whomping willow than say it again out loud. Maybe he would be happier without me, I confessed, tears slipping out of my eyes. I'm not a good person, Tom, and he is. He's got a kind heart. He's a good boy. Tom gently cupped my face, using his thumb to wipe at my tears. He was warm, consoling, and so terribly kind as he murmured, maybe. The wind was taken out of me. Tom had not disagreed with me. Am I right to think like this? He pulled me into arms, embracing me tightly as he tenderly ran his fingers through my hair. No matter how well-intentioned you are, not everyone can accept the actions you were forced to take. If your brother is already so upset over this, it is something to consider, at least. My heart sank into my stomach. Pain and shame relentlessly tore into it like a rabid beast. I sniffled, biting hard on my bottom lip. I had already cried plenty, I truly did not wish to do so again. Even so, it was hard not to. The wave of misery crashing to me made it difficult to keep my composure. I clung on tightly to Tom, thankful he had initiated the hug. Even so, he said soothingly, this is not a decision to be made lightly. Think carefully on it. You have plenty of time. I don't. I buried my nose into his chest, a tremor rocking through me as I fought back the sobs. No matter your choice, you will still have me, he said warmly with that honey-coated voice. You and I are so very alike. I would never spurn you, or think poorly of your choices. Be at ease, Rosie. You can stay with me for however long you wish. Ah! What tantalizingly sweet words. Stay with me however long you wish. Tom and I were a lot alike. I knew he wouldn't think poorly of my actions because he helped me with them. He was there every step of the way, every immoral action, every law broken, he watched it unfold with quiet approval. He was not someone I had to worry about leaving me for my choices. Stay with me. What words? I didn't realize how badly I wanted someone to tell me that until Tom said it. I could feel his magic when I directly touched him. It leaned into my own magic, curling around it like an aggressive ivy. It was comforting to be tightly held physically and magically, and I relaxed in his arms. My family was my world. But maybe Tom could be another world for me. Thank you, Tom, I mumbled hoarsely. Although I could not see him, I thought I felt him smile in his voice. You are most welcome, my dear Rosie. Asterisk. Tom comforted me for another hour. I knew he wasn't comfortable with long-term physical contact, but he still pushed through for my sake. It was endearing and it meant an awful lot to me. He was right. It wasn't something I should decide over one night. For Harry's sake, I would give it careful consideration. At least I'd still have Tom. I loved him, but it was a different kind of love. I had thought my world needed my family to continue on, needed them for my colors. That was wrong. Tom showed me colors differently. What I felt around him was completely foreign and exciting yet comforting all at once. Heart-throbbing, tantalizing, encouraging, warm, cool, and everything in between. There were certain things I could only enjoy with Tom. Or maybe I don't need anyone. Maybe I can just be happy on my own. Asterisk. Things were blurry for that morning. My mind continued to dwell over yesterday, circling the same thought process again and again. I did everything on autopilot, barely paying attention to my surroundings or classwork. It was fortunate that I only had history in the morning before alchemy later on, otherwise I might have gotten in trouble with a professor. Alchemy class was normally something that would perk me up, but I found it hard to scrounge up the energy. Honestly, I found it hard to focus on anything but the nauseating thoughts that kept squirming in my head. I took a seat at the only desk in the room, absently greeting Professor Dumbledore. Nut for your thoughts. I blinked. Sorry, what? Dumbledore smiled patiently at me. You seem to have a lot on your mind. Anything I can help you with? I opened my mouth then closed it, unease keeping my tongue still. Professor Dumbledore was a clever man. He had to have known that I had a hand in removing Umbridge from Hogwarts, although it was questionable if he knew exactly what I had done to her. Ever still, the professor did not look at me any differently from before. He still had that kind smile and twinkle in his eyes. He had pulled up a chair to sit across from me, giving the impression we were peers rather than professor to student. He politely folded his hands together, turning to face me fully as he provided me with his undivided attention. I found it hard to speak as I stared into his pale blue eyes. He's not looking at me any differently. That. Harry looked at me very differently, but Dumbledore and Tom did not. I swallowed roughly, wondering if perhaps. I think I'm a bad influence on Harry, I whispered, moving my gaze to the window. It was hard to meet his kind eyes when I thought about the things I had done. When I have taken care of Voldemort, I wonder if it would be better for him if I left. Dumbledore was silent and thoughtful. There was no judgment on his face, and his voice remained genial. That should be up to Harry, don't you think? Harry would tell me to stay even if I was digging a knife in his gut, I scoffed blithely. Ever still, said Dumbledore, that should be his choice. I rested my chin in my hands, steadfastly looking out the window. It was snowing heavily, unsurprising since it was December and all I could see was a sea of white. We sat in silence for several minutes, Dumbledore patiently waiting for me to gather my courage to speak again. Quietly, reluctantly, I admitted, I'm not a good person. Good or bad? Dumbledore waved his hand. People are people. No one is perfect. Everyone makes mistakes, especially in our youths. I didn't expect you to be so understanding. Because I am the mighty Dumbledore? He questioned with an amused look. I've made plenty of mistakes, Rosie. I could never claim to be a righteous man, even if others view me that way. My choices have led others to their demise, directly and indirectly. I try to keep good intentions, but in the past I have acted with malice. I blinked in surprise, turning to look at him. Wait, you? Certainly, he said agreeably. I was hot-headed and terribly foolish when I was a young man. I hurt people I cared about. There was a time I thought similarly to you. I wondered if perhaps the world would be better off without me. I sat up at that, eyes wide as I stared at Dumbledore in disbelief. The man did not react to my shock, his pale blue eyes continuing to twinkle as he kept on smiling at me. I would encourage you to give yourself and your brother time, he advised. Time can offer a better perspective, and give a chance for wounds to heal. It would be a tragedy for both of you to end things as they are. My eyes burned, a hard lump forming in my throat. I couldn't tell if it was because of hormones, or if Dumbledore had said exactly what I wanted to hear. I smiled at him, wiping at my eyes. Thank you, Grandpa. It is the least I can do, he said humbly. I shifted my weight, trying out another smile. I really mean it. Thank you. I wasn't thinking very nice things. Dumbledore was silent for a couple of minutes at my whispered confession, his pale eyes sweeping past me to glance out the window. In an affable voice, he murmured, Do you know you remind me of someone? I do. Of a young boy I used to teach, he said softly. He was brilliant, charming, and terribly clever. But he, like you, also believed he was not a good person. Dumbledore paused for a moment. And you know what I did? Comforted him like you did me. I tentatively guessed. No, he said. Quite the opposite, I am afraid to confess. An error in my youth and arrogance. I thought of myself as someone rather clever to find reasons that he was not a good person while others believed he was. I defined him by my own standards of morality, and in doing so, I feared I caused further harm than good. After all, he was, at the end of the day, only a child in my care. Professor Dumbledore turned away from the window to meet my gaze. I am left to wonder how things would have changed had I acted more as a professor rather than persecutor, he said quietly. Especially when I look at you and I see all that you have already accomplished. My cheeks turned red. He held out his hands. I hope you will believe me when I tell you, Rosie, that I do not think you are a bad person. I swallowed roughly. But, about Umbridge. He waved his right hand dismissively. That is not a subject we should talk about here, Rosie. Nor while it is so fresh. Although I am grateful you at least did not unleash the basilisk upon the school. Aha, I snorted, remembering what I had told him second year. Gosh, I so should have. I am quite happy you did not, he said cheerfully. You don't want to know any more. Rosie, I am a wizard who has not only lived but actively participated in 2 terrible wars, he said softly. The twinkle in his eyes was gone as he stared ahead at a memory I could not see. I have witnessed and done things the truly virtuous could never do. I have made mistakes, most often due to my own anger and arrogance, and I have learned from them. Everyone should have that right. I am not in a place to pass judgment upon you. Can you judge Voldemort? I asked him. Voldemort is actively trying to kill me and my students, he dryly pointed out. It is not a matter of judgment, rather I simply wish to protect them. Fair point. Regardless of what happened, he said, there is one thing I am quite certain of. And that is that Rosalind Potter loves her family very much and will do whatever she can for them, he said with a smile. And that is all I need to know. I stared at him for a while, a small smile curling my lips as I shyly looked away. Thanks, Grandpa. Dumbledore nodded once, his smile as soft as cotton balls. I'm glad I could help, however I can. May I hug you now? You may. Asterisk. Dumbledore and Tom were right, whatever happened it wasn't something I could or even should decide right away. It was plainly apparent I was emotional, and by consequence I'd be liable to choose something I'd regret. I needed time. It was best to step away from the problem until the thoughts no longer needled and pricked at me. With that decision, I focused wholly on things I could control. Such as the Wiesengamot. The public was crying for reform, Fudge had fallen into his own grave, and now lines were being divided. Those that could not afford for Voldemort return to be noticed had to support Fudge, and it was costing them a hefty price. The ministry was vulnerable. Perhaps not the load I was hoping to catch in one fell swoop, but a hunter shouldn't miss out on a bleeding prey. My list that I had worked so very hard on. 1 Lord Abbot, Light, Ally. 2 Lord Boulder, Dark. 3 Lord Black, Light, Ally. 4 Lord Greengrass, Neutral, Ally. 5 Lord Lestrange, Dark. His position was vacant due to all members being in Azkaban, and the vote fell with Lord Malfoy. 6 Lady Longbottom, Light, Ally. 7 Lord Malfoy, Dark, left alone, grooming heir. 8 Lord Knot, Dark, left alone, grooming heir. 9 Lord Potter, Light, position was vacant due to heirs being underage and vote fell with Lord Black. 10 Lady Prewett, Neutral, Ally. 11 Lord Rosier, Dark, robbed, considering what was found will contemplate more permanent solution. 12 Lady Shafik, Neutral, Ally. 13 Lord Thompson, Neutral, Ally. 14 Avery, Dark, robbed, caught in scandals and pressured to give up seat. Ready for a replacement. 15 Austins, Dark, robbed, blackmailed into early retirement with no heir. Ready for a replacement. 16 Bulstrode, Dark, left alone, grooming heir. 17 Bittersitch, Neutral, robbed, blackmailed and caught up in scandals. Ready for a replacement. 18 Belver, Light, Ally, pressured into alliance, keep an eye on them. 19 Bones, Light, Ally. 20 Chong, Neutral, Ally. 21 Caro, Dark, robbed, caught in scandals and fled the country in shame. Ready for a replacement. 22 Crouch, Neutral, no surviving members, seat is vacant for re-election. 23 Draver, Neutral, Ally. 24 Dustins, Neutral, robbed, blackmailed into surrendering seat. Ready for a replacement. 25 Eithermore, Light, Ally. 26 Folly, Dark, researching. 27 Flint, Dark. 28 Fudge, Neutral, taken down in scandals. Ready for a replacement. 29 Graytherful, Neutral, Ally, pressured into alliance, keep an eye on them. 30 Harper, Dark, robbed, caught up in scandals but still holding on. Not ready. 31 Heather, Neutral, Ally. 32 Amore, Neutral, robbed, blackmailed. Ready for a replacement. 33 Jacobs, Dark, robbed, caught up in scandals. Ready for a replacement. 34 Macmillan, Neutral, Ally. 35 Matthews, Neutral, robbed, tried blackmailing but they came out to the press. Not ready for replacement. Will consider a more permanent solution if they vote Dark again. 36 Natters, Dark, robbed, caught up in scandals. Ready for a replacement. 37 Parkinson, Dark, left alone, grooming heir. 38 Porter, Neutral, Ally. 39 Quinsel, Neutral, flaky ally. 40 Roll, Dark, robbed, caught up in scandals but still holding in. Not ready. 41 Refuge, Neutral, robbed, blackmailed. Ready for a replacement. 42 Selwyn, Neutral, Ally, pressured into alliance, keep an eye on them. 43 Shacklebit, Light, Ally. 44 Traverse, Dark. 45 Trickles, Dark, robbed, framed by planting illegal artifacts. Fled country before the arrest. Ready for a replacement. 46 Umbridge, Dark, taken care of. Ready for a replacement. 47 Weathersall, Neutral, Ally. 48 Yaxley, Dark, robbed, caught up in scandals and became a complete reclusive. Ready for a replacement. 49 Yowl, Neutral, Ally, pressured into alliance, keep an eye on them. 50 Zeph Erman, Neutral, flaky ally. I had replacements ready for all seats but one. It'd be nice to fill every seat right away, but I didn't have the time to coerce another family. I would need to act with what I had, and I believed I had enough. As Enartos I penned a letter to all of my alliances in the Wiesengamot with one simple goal in mind. My friend. The public outcry has gone on long enough. As a prestigious member of the Wiesengamot, I'm certain you are more than willing to take appropriate measures to reassure the masses. As your friend, I have taken a special interest in this problem so I may better assist you. I would advise you to put forward a re-election. The unstable seats need to be cleaned up and replaced with people who can better support you. In fact, I have found one such family I think we would both enjoy having on the Wiesengamot. I sat back, admiring all the letters I had written out. I smiled in self-satisfaction. Now then, what'll be their responses? Asterisk. One of the many bright sides to Umbridge being removed was that the Slytherins no longer had a reason to put up a front. The schemes fell to an abrupt end and we resumed our normal routine. Of course the Baba Snakes would continue to tell their parents how I was being bullied by them, but in truth we would remain on good terms. Or at least non-hostile study buddies. Which meant we could resume our morning runs. As it was mid-December we had to move it inside to the room of requirement. It was surprising to find that we had been joined by 2 Ravenclaws, Luna Lovegood and Lisa Turpin. The 2 were welcome company especially since it was highly amusing to see Neville bend over backwards to make Luna smile and the morning's runs were filled with jovial jabs and sly smiles. I hadn't realized how much I missed listening to Theodore and Hermione argue, or Draco and Harry discuss the best ways to get rid of Quidditch referees without getting caught, or Pansy moan about how much she hated running while still running because she loved the company. Only thing missing was a snarky voice in my head to flirt with. Oh well. I knew Tom was enjoying his freedom. I visited in the evenings before bed to make sure he was doing okay, or at least not a pile of ash and wandering soul. My friend boyfriend was normally in a good mood. Sometimes he'd be so engrossed staring at blackboards he wouldn't notice me. It was adorable when he talked to himself, little half mutters of no, that can't be right, why is that right? That shouldn't be right. What the bloody hell? Why what no? Ah. So cute. Actually. That did remind me of one of his little meltdowns. I had popped by in the evening and already I could hear him frantically moan to himself. Why? This doesn't make any sense. I had tiptoed into the living room to find it a chaotic mess of paperwork and blackboards. Tom was floating mid-air, hugging his legs as he glared sullenly at a floating blackboard with several runic equations scribbled across it. What doesn't make any sense? I asked him, endeared by Tom Riddle's pouty face. He startled at my appearance, his expression quickly smoothing out to hide his frustration. He gestured to his blackboard. This. I'm crafting a spell. I nodded. Okay, is it not working? Oh no, it works, he muttered crossly. It works fine and dandy. And that's an issue. I don't know why it works. I tested it to see how far off it was from completion, but it worked perfectly, he exclaimed, tensing up. He scathingly glared at the equations on the blackboard as if they had personally offended him. And that's bad. I sought to clarify. Of course it's bad. If I don't know how it's working when it performs perfectly, then I won't know how to fix it when it inevitably goes horribly wrong, he snapped. I held up my hands in a calming gesture, trying very hard not to smile at how frazzled my boyfriend had gotten. A frustrated Tom was so terribly adorable, though. His cheeks were flushed, eyes bright with anger, and he kept glaring even though he was trying so hard to remain composed. It caused his brow to twitch. So cute, I thought, my mouth struggling not to turn up. Okay. Let's take a step back. Why don't you get some food and I'll look over the math, okay? Tom let out a slow sigh. Okay. Tom floated into the kitchen and I picked up the paperwork. Thankfully, Tom only used numbered pages so it was easy to put them in order. I shuffled through the paperwork then started to read through his notes. I did a cursory skim through first to ascertain the main points and end goal, then I thoroughly read through it while Tom devoured a Lancashire hot pot and a toad in the hole. Tom hoped that the next ritual when we used the binder his metabolism wouldn't become so demanding. I'll take this back with me, I said, placing the paperwork in a folder. I'll do the math myself during my free period. Can't you? My look made him fall silent. He squirmed under my pinning gaze. And you need to take a break, I said sternly. Take tomorrow off from any projects and relax. This is relaxing, he lied. Tom, just read some novels or find another hobby you can enjoy, I said. Breaks are important to reset your mind. His look of apprehension spoke volumes. I knew as soon as I left he'd go right back to brainstorming. I set the folder down and placed my hands on my hip. I stepped over to him in the dining room. If Syl reports back to me that you rested all day tomorrow, I'll give you a treat, I said lightly. Cautiously, Tom asked, what kind of treat? Well, a normal girlfriend might offer up her body but I know that won't work here, I said ruefully. I bet it would work on you, he said, cracking a reluctant, small smile. So cute. Getting a smile out of Tom when he was in a bad mood was better than an accidental curly fry. I resisted the urge to kiss his cheek and nuzzle him. Tom wasn't comfortable accepting random gestures of physical affection, he preferred to initiate, or at least have some kind of warning. He'd tolerate it on my behalf, but I wanted to respect his boundaries as much as I could. Definitely. Offer up your body to me anytime, I teased. Anyway, how about we go on another date after New Year's? Anywhere in the world. Anywhere. Anywhere, I promised him. He smiled properly, cinnamon eyes shining. You have yourself a deal. Yay, I said. May I kiss your nose? He leaned down. You may. Asterisk. I did not get immediate replies from my allies to be expected, but the replies I got were satisfactory. Not all of them were ready for the election, but enough of them were that they proposed it on the next meeting. Those I had already targeted were frantic in trying to keep hold of what little power they had, but the majority won out. The Wiesengamot would undergo an election in the late spring to early summer. Additionally, Madame Bones was kind enough to accept my tip about the Department of Mysteries and would station Horus there. Frankly, Dumbledore should have told Bones that Voldemort would be after the prophecy in the first place. I wasn't sure why he didn't. Bones was undoubtedly light and she believed Voldemort would always come back. I saw no reason to withhold his target information from her, especially since I did not want the Order of the Phoenix to be the prophecy's only guards. Harry's occlumency was strong enough that he was warding out Voldemort as far as I was aware, which meant he would have no other way to forewarn the Weasley family if Arthur was attacked by Nagini. I had hoped by increasing security around the area that either Voldemort would not send Nagini at all, or at least someone else could save Arthur without Harry needing to intervene. I was a pleased pickle about the upcoming election. I was in such a good mood. In fact, instead of doing the normal morning run with everyone, I set up a little surprise. I hooked my arms through Draco and Theodore, dragging the boys through the hallways at the crack of dawn. Daphne and Tracy tiredly followed behind while Millie carried Blaise in her arms. Blaise might have been the tallest, but Millie was a warrior princess who would one day wrestle with dragons. Vincent, Pansy, Gregory were last because both boys were listening to Pansy's gossip. Everyone was dressed in warm clothes and fighting back yawns. Eventually I lead them out to the snow-covered courtyard where some lions awaited us. Fred, George, Lee Jordan, Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Ron were huddled together in the snow. Morning! I chirped as I greeted everyone. What are we doing out here this early? Harry tiredly asked. It's really simple, I said, bending down and picking up some snow. I patted it down into a ball, then pelted Harry in the face with it. Surprise snowball fight. No, he groaned. Last one standing wins a 50 galleons, and a get-out-of-jail-free card from pissing me off, I said with a wide grin. The galleons inspired some, but a get-out-of-jail-free card really put some smiles on faces. Especially the twins. That was a guaranteed prank on me without retaliation. Sirius had really scared them by sharing some of the horror stories I had done to him during our prank war. It wasn't that they were threatened by my pranks as fellow pranksters, so much as I was apparently malicious and oddly cruel or whatever. The twins dove for piles of snow with Lee Jordan. Hermione yelped when Pansy pelted her with a sneak attack, so Hermione returned fire but missed and hit Daphne instead. That made Theodore laugh so hard he choked, which instantly infuriated Daphne, so she started to throw snowballs at him. Chaos, glorious chaos, ensued as I refereed. Someone had to make sure the vindictive kiddos didn't do something nasty. Draco and Harry teamed up against Hermione and Theodore, but all four came together against the madness that was Fred, George, Lee Jordan, Vincent, and Pansy, making a giant snow fort, magically of course, and raining terror. Gregory, Daphne, Ron, and Tracy tried to form a strike team. Meanwhile Millie Body blocked a lot of the snowballs while Neville and Blaise tried to do some stealth plays. It was awesome. Forts were made and destroyed. Alliances forged and broken. Several people swore vengeance dozens of times. On and on the snowball fight carried out until everyone was out of breath, exhausted, and hungry. None had forfeited, so none could claim victory, but that was fine. You all win, I said with a big smile. Your prizes will be sent to you on Christmas. Woo! No retaliation. Tiredly cheered Fred. We've already got a great idea, chirped George. As long as you don't mess with my O.W.L.S. or anything I do on December 31 St, I warned. What's on December 31 St? Nothing you need to worry about, I dismissed, holding out an arm to Hermione. The poor girl looked ready to pass out on her feet. She tiredly accepted my support with a small smile. Man. Let's head in for some hot chocolate. That got some dazzling smiles. Asterisk. Harry. Harry sipped slowly on his hot chocolate, drained from the energetic snowball war. He could not call it a fight due to the sheer level of chaos. The group had moved to the Gryffindor common room since it was the closest. The Slytherins seemed hesitant at first, but the warmth of the fireplace and smell of hot chocolate prepared by Dobby and Creaker was too irresistible. Rosie flopped onto one of the armchairs and Harry squeezed in next to her. The twins cuddled, Harry soaking up her warmth. The dark-haired boy found it difficult to keep his eyes open. He was terribly tempted to transform into a cat and take a nap on his sister's lap. There was something fundamentally comforting about napping in his feline form. Especially if it was on the lap of a family member. Warmth, familiar scents, absent-minded head scratches, it was the best. Rosie yawned and Harry couldn't fight back his own yawn. She rested her head atop of his. I want a nap as a fox, she whispered quietly to him, keeping her voice low enough so no one else could hear it. It helped that Draco was in the middle of telling an enthusiastic story. Well, Harry called it a story, but it was really a way for Draco to subtly brag about something he was proud of. He had to give the Malfoy heir props for his improved subtlety. Me too, agreed Harry. You getting enough sleep? Harry shifted a bit in the chair. He knew she was only asking because of their previous conversation. Harry still didn't know what to feel about the situation. His emotions were a jumbled mess. Odd things annoyed him, and even odder things upset him. Just last week he reread one of his favorite tragedies and was so upset about the ending, which he knew was coming, that he tossed the whole book out the window. Absurd. He knew, intellectually, that how he felt could change once his emotions settled down. In fact, he'd bet a pretty sickle on it. He couldn't control how he felt. Merlin knows he's tried, but he could control his actions. He could control what he talked about. Yes. Harry Potter was perfectly capable of asking Pomfrey for some sleeping potions so he'd regain what sleep he had lost. He was perfectly capable of sending a letter to Remus and asking his uncle to send him some more books about managing emotions. And once things had settled down and Harry stopped getting upset over stupid stuff, then he'd think it over. He knew what she did was morally appalling, but she was still his sister. He loved her. He would always love her. He did not want to think she or he were bad. And at the end of the day, she was right about one thing. What's done is done. He could not take back what had happened that night any more than he could resurrect the dead. How exactly he was going to handle the situation going forward, Harry didn't have a clue. It was exceedingly difficult for him to come to any sort of conclusion when the tiniest things would trigger fits of anger or sulks. The whole situation was a raw wound. Harry would never dare to tell his friends what he knew, but they were clever. They knew Rosie had a hand in Umbridge's disappearance, and they knew Harry was bothered by it. Neville advised Harry to give the situation some time. Time for the fact that his sister murdered someone to not hurt him so much. Time for him to get a handle on his emotions. Time for him to catch up on some desperately needed rest. Time to breathe. Obsessing over it would not help him. Being upset would not help anyone. I've hurt her enough. So Harry Potter unintentionally followed in his sister's footsteps and set aside the ordeal to be dealt with at a later time. And in the meantime, he would focus on doing what he could to ease the malice inside his twin's heart. As she did not want to lose him, he also did not want to lose her. Harry turned his head and kissed his twin's forehead, hearing her sigh contently in response. "Love you, Rosie," murmured Harry. "Love you, too, Harry," mumbled Rosie. Chapter 50, Year 5 to 14. Beta, cloudy. Asterisk. Tomorrow morning would be the start of the holiday break. Harry and I would be sent back to Grimald's place to celebrate Christmas with the family. I'd shrink and bring along my vanishing chest and try to visit Tom on his birthday, but I didn't think I'd be able to sneak out very easily. Especially since I had to share a room with Harry and the Weasley family would be staying in the house as well. For tonight, I spent the evening with Tom. By that, I meant that we silently worked on separate projects side by side and enjoyed each other's company. When Tom got engrossed in work, he wasn't a talker. That was fine because I was perfectly happy with his presence. Plus every time I got to see his handsome face it made me smile. There was something deeply satisfying about having a cute work buddy that doubled as a flirt buddy. Excellent motivation. I wondered how many other students at Hogwarts snuck glances at him while he worked. I tried to picture it. Tom said he studied most often in the library, so I could easily imagine some red-faced Ravenclaw boys and girls stealing sneak peeks at the focused Tom. The thought made me giggle, which drew Tom's attention to me. He had been working in the living room on a spell he had invented. He wanted to create a way to move between mirrors. He had accidentally made it work on the first try earlier on, but it would only work for non-living things. Any plants he had put through the enchanted mirrors were literally scorched coming out the other side. The sweet boy had been frustrated thinking he had perfected it first try, but nope. He was quite relieved it did not work because his math showed it shouldn't have worked. I found a couple of flaws in his equations. He accidentally put a comma where a decimal should have gone, that were easily fixed to explain why the mirror enchantments worked the way they did. Now he was back to the drawing board figuring out the kinks. He had bought 2 more blackboards, both enchanted to hover in the air above him. Tom loved to float while he worked. I asked him to levitate me once, but it was such a bubbly feeling I couldn't concentrate at all. I had no idea how he was able to handle it, let alone adore it. He raised an eyebrow at me. "You're so pretty," I told him with a smile. Tom cocked his head. "If I'm too distracting I can move to the study." "Nope." I beamed. "I was imagining how your fan club probably stalked you in the library while you worked." "I did not have a fan club." "See, I know you said that before, but I cannot believe that," I said with a shake of my head. "You're so pretty." "I assure you," he said confidently, "I did not have a fan club." You didn't have any students stealing glances over at you while you worked. I teased. That is very different from a fan club, he pointed out. Aha. You did, didn't you? Tom rolled his eyes. Surely you have better things to think about, Rosie. Nothing is more important than you. He gave me a dry look. I giggled, okay. Okay. What exactly are you wanting to do with Voldemort? I reached forward and dipped my quill into ink. It was something I had been intending to ask earlier but it kept slipping my mind. Tom leaned back at my question, cocking his head as he considered how to answer. Ideally capture its soul to extract memories into a pensiev, he said after a minute of thought. Assimilation and cooperation with that piece is impossible. I'd rather not destroy it before extracting as much information as I can. While it is undoubtedly deranged and dangerous, it still has decades worth of knowledge that would be a waste to simply purge. I nodded, accepting that answer. Considering how much of a wealth of knowledge Tom was, I could only imagine the kind of things Voldemort knew how to do but couldn't do to his unstable soul and mindset. It'd be like burning a library down. A dark library, but still a library. Stewing it over Tom's words, I went back to working out my first crafted ritual. I reviewed my math, double-checking the results before I began to draw the translated runes into a rough draft of a ritual circle. Time slipped by. I hadn't realized it had gotten so late until I felt Tom gently touch my shoulder. It was completely dark outside, and the candles had burned low. He had gotten up from his spot in the living room to peer over my shoulder. I was seated at the dining room table, all of my work spread out across the table. I leaned back, tilting my head up at Tom. His dark eyes assessed my work with plain interest. He asked, "Which ritual is this for?" "The one to make magic," I said brightly. His dark eyes narrowed. "You really think your theory is correct? You don't know it." "Exactly. Pardon. It's because it's undefined that I can use it," I said cheerfully. "Because that's its definition." He stared at me. "Magic is what cannot be known and cannot be defined," I explained. "It's the unknown variable and so that's the variable to use." He continued to stare at me. "Well, okay, you think the witch or wizard who invented lumos knew anything about radiation?" I asked, to which Tom shook his head. "Of course not. But they were still able to invent lumos because magic doesn't need to be defined, that is what makes it magic. It is undefinable. So your entire ritual," he said slowly, "is based on what cannot be defined and yet you expect it to produce a tangible and predictable result." "Yes. I cannot, in good conscience, let you do this," he said with a shake of his head. "It won't work." "It will," I insisted. "Look, I'll scale it back a bit. It has to fit a foot by foot," he said sternly. "If it's that small then I should be able to reverse the worst of the damage." "Okay," I agreed. My brow furrowed as I looked back down at the equations and translated runes. Oof. This is going to be tricky to scale down. "You shouldn't be trying it in the first place," he said reproachfully. "Especially for your first ritual. I thought you'd want your first ritual to be for your werewolf army." "I'm working on that too," I said with a smile, brightening up. "But this just really caught my attention, you know? I want to follow it through for tonight." At my excited tone and bright eyes, Tom softened. "I understand. Promise you won't try this without me." "I promise," I said, setting my quill down and holding up a pinky. "Pinky promise." Amused, Tom hooked his own pinky through mine. "Very well. Thanks for being such an enabler." "It's only because I'm fond of you," he said as he poked my forehead. I placed a hand over my cheek, faking a blush. "Oh my gosh, if I didn't know any better I'd say you had a crush on me. We're dating. You like me. How embarrassing. You're an idiot." I grinned. "An idiot who loves you." His lips twitched as he fought back his smile. His good mood won out, though, and he smiled. "Yes. Asterisk. Errors killed on duty at Ministry." I read over the paper the following morning, surprised by it. Several Aurors had been killed while guarding a department in the Ministry department not specified, and it would appear all of them had succumbed to a vicious mauling. There was one survivor who did not live long enough to explain what happened, as whatever had attacked them poisoned them as well. It was obviously Nagini. Bones had stationed more Aurors at the Department of Mystery per my instance, and it had definitely got them killed. That's a shame, I thought, continuing to read the paper. I ignored the hubbub of my baby snakes. Theodore said something that pissed Daphne off, so he was banished to the Gryffindor table with Draco, because Draco was a loyal friend who joined him in exile. Then Pansy said something that caused Blaze to give a loud shriek and he stormed off with Millie at his heels. At least Bones has confirmation that someone is actively trying to break into the Department of Mystery, I thought as I flipped through the paper. Pity she had to sacrifice a few of her pawns for it. If Voldemort was clever he'd stop all of his attempts to sneak in and instead try to plant seeds of chaos in the Ministry. He would refocus his efforts on undermining the election in the late spring and put forward people that would benefit him. He'd stop trying to chase after a prophecy. Tom was clever, but Voldemort was insane. I couldn't predict whether he'd behave intelligently, or inanely. The high-pitched squeal of Tracy's laughter broke through my thoughts just long enough for me to glance up. She had laughed so hard pumpkin juice dribbled out of her nose and she was frantically trying to wipe it up but kept laughing. Her state induced loud giggles from Pansy and Daphne, both of whom were laughing so hard they were leaning on each other for support. Vincent muttered something quietly under his breath which set the girls off again, only that time they fell out of their seats from their uncontrollable laughter. Cute. Back to my brooding though. Keep chasing the prophecy or work on the ministry. Reading further into the paper, Bones gave a clear statement that they'd be beefing up security at the ministry. Those who worked for the ministry would require being tested for the Imperious Curse upon entry. All visitors had to schedule ahead for an appointment, and only a set amount of visitors would be allowed in each day until they could be certain no one at the ministry was in immediate danger. I wonder how they test for that? And how do they keep the tester from being Imperious D? Thankfully I had some answers further into the article. The tester, I read, would be kept anonymous and changed out after a random number of days. They would wear a mask and voice changer. They would cast Renervate on each person coming in. Renervate was a spell used to wake people up from a state of unconsciousness. If someone was already awake and in control, it would do nothing to them. If they were Imperious D it would free them. Which was excellent to know. The article implies only one person will be doing this job, but Bones is smart. She'll probably have a lot of people swapped in and out throughout the day to keep people guessing on the identity. Maybe even use polyjuice. Considering she had already lost several of her aurors, I'd bet a pretty sickle the woman was not going to mess around. With Fudge and his supporters sufficiently cowed, Bones had free rein over her department. The other politicians were too preoccupied with their upcoming election. I flipped through the Daily Prophet to see if there would be any more information on the election. The Wisengamot election was not a purely democratic process. Only empty seats would be up for election and they were voted in by remaining seats. The only seat subject to public votes would be the Minister of Magic. Everyone else inherited their seats and would keep their seats unless forced into retiring them. If a family went 2 generations without producing an heir the seat would be declared empty and up for re-election. It was exceedingly rare to pressure even one seat out of office in one generation. Yet I managed to force out several. I had to give myself a mental pat on the back for that. Satisfied with what I had read in the paper, I folded it up and took a sip from my morning tea. Hey, I thought. Tastes a little. There was a tingling sensation at the top of my head and I reflexively reached for my bag, always carried around Bezoars. I was about to pull out my emergency Bezoar when I noticed the twins looking over at me with sparkling eyes. Ah. So instead of trying to cure whatever concoction they slipped into my morning tea, I proudly wrote it out. Within a minute I felt that my ears had moved up to the top of my head, and something sprouted from my tailbone. Once I felt certain the transformation was complete, I stood up to examine myself. They turned me into a lion, I thought, laughing. Except laughter did not come out, instead something inhuman rumbled from the back of my throat. Any time I tried to speak, I could only mew, grumble, or chuff instead. Fred and George were on opposite sides of me within seconds, both slinging an arm over my shoulder. Look at that, Queen of Snakes now a kitty queen, teased Fred. I mewed, feeling my lioness tail wave behind me. Except I think something's missing, observed George. Ah. I see what you mean. They waved their wand and the green in my uniform transformed to red. Oh no you don't, said Daphne, standing up from her seat with her wand raised. I waved my clawed hands at her, smiling in amusement. I tried to speak, but of course only meows could be heard. She's our snake, you fix her this instant, warned Pansy. We did fix her. Protested Fred. Improved her. Perfected her, even. I swatted at them both. Hey now. We won the no retaliation, said George. I meowed, nodding. Then I tapped at my wrist. How long? Asked Fred. I nodded again. Long enough to last the train ride down and for Padfoot to see, George said with a big grin. I purred, clapping my hands in delight. I then offered the two of them a congratulatory bow on a prank well done, which they returned graciously. Asterisk. After breakfast, it was time to head home for winter break. I hugged my baby snakes goodbye then rode the train out of Hogwarts with Harry and Ron. Hermione wanted to spend some time with Theodore, and Neville wanted to be with Luna. I did receive some odd looks from the other students at my lioness transformation, but I embraced it with a feral grin and tail whip. Harry had remarkably chirped up since our somber conversation. I wasn't sure if he came to his own conclusion, or simply decided to let it go, but I was happy to see his complexion had improved. It was nice to have a seat to myself and listen to Ron and Harry playfully banter with one another on the way home. Iris decided to fly back with Hedwig so I didn't have my usual cuddle buddy but that was fine. I still had my model horntail and my purring book of monsters. Plenty of cuddle options. When we got back we were escorted by Tonks, Remus, and Sirius. Sirius gave a little squeal upon seeing my transformation, his eyes lighting up with pure delight. He immediately went to high-five the twins. For the rest of the day Sirius had a beaming smile, even after the potion wore off after dinner. The Weasley family was still staying at Grimald's, so we were welcomed home with Molly's hugs. She glared at the twins upon seeing me, and Arthur's cheerful greetings, who laughed when I winked. Everyone was in such high spirits the whole flat was filled with warm laughter and energetic stories about what happened at Hogwarts. No one talked about Umbridge, or how the new professor would be starting once we got back from our break. I crashed shortly after dinner, wanting to enjoy what sleep I could get. Everybody spent the following morning putting up Christmas decorations. It was all in good cheer, the twins and Sirius singing various carols terribly off-key. Not that anyone minded. Sometimes George or Fred would purposely mispronounce a word in the song that would cause Sirius to completely substitute the next word with something asinine like ginger to binger and snow to dandruff. Molly was elated to be in a bustling house and decorating. The two of us had teamed up to cover the second and third floors. She was a lovely lady, happily chatting with me the entire time. I was so used to being the one who had to babble to fill the conversation that it was such a pleasant surprise to be the listener instead. She loved talking about her children and I loved listening to everything she said about them. She raised her wand, conjuring holly around the windows. There was a sudden chiming from the grandfather clock downstairs. Oh my! Sounds like I need to get started on dinner. May I help? I asked. Oh, you don't need. I'd like to, I said earnestly. I haven't had a chance to use the kitchen here and I'd like to familiarize myself. Plus it's not often I get to cook. Kriaker is rather particular about that and I try not to get him worked up. Molly relaxed. All right. I could use a hand with so many mouths to feed. Thanks. And, could you show me some kitchen charms? I asked, feeling my cheeks warm up. Kitchen charms? Like cleaning the dishes and stuff? I asked quietly. I wouldn't have Kriaker and Sil forever, after all. Kriaker due to old age, and Sil would be given freedom as soon as I ensured she'd survive the process and put in enough protection laws for her. I wasn't sure it'd be best for any of the house elves' mental health to remain in jobs that pertain to their current lifestyle, so it would be best to anticipate not having any kind of house help. Plus I really wanted to know. Love of magic and all that. Molly's eyes were warm drops of butterscotch. I don't see why not. Sirius hasn't shown you. Not really. Well, that's no good. Come along, dearie. I did a little squeal at Molly Weasley calling me dearie. She gave me a funny look and I sheepishly smiled back. Asterisk. Hermione Granger joined our family for the holiday break. She showed up around lunch the following day and was offered a room with Ginny. Not sure what spurred her to choose to spend the holiday with us instead of skiing with her family, but Harry and Ron were pretty happy for it. The three friends spent most of their day in Harry's room while I continued to help Molly decorate the house for Christmas then cook. It was nice to be in the kitchen. I hadn't been able to cook in years. Kriaker wasn't terribly happy about it, but he relented when I asked him to run some errands for me instead. The next day in the very, very early morning hours, Hermione came into our bedroom with piles of textbooks. Harry had crawled into my bed the previous night so I awoke to find my brother using me as a body pillow, and having textbooks dropped onto my legs. SWA. I mumbled, blearily looking up at the bushy-haired girl. Fway. MNF. Harry tiredly lifted his head off my chest, looked up at Hermione, then decided he wanted to sleep some more and plopped back down. Noff. Don't you noff me, warned Hermione. You promised you'd study with me over break. Noff, Harry tiredly protested. I'll study with you baby girl, I slurred, shoving Harry off me and rubbing my eyes. Harry groaned in protest and I kicked him out of bed. He hit the floor with a thump, another groan, and went still. Blan. I heard him call out. I shoved the blanket off the bed and atop Harry on the floor. He cocooned himself within seconds then went right back to sleep. Hermione watched this exchange with a look of tired acceptance. I stretched my arms above my head, popping my back. Let us go study in library. Hermione smiled brightly at that. Thank you. I heard Ron and Neville complain about Harry's morning attitude, but I didn't know it was that bad. I leaned over the bed and poked my brother's cheek. He didn't respond. Shrugging, I hopped out of bed and slung an arm around Hermione's waist. He's a total cuddle bug though. Anytime you want an easy hug or cuddle buddy, a sleepy Harry is your best friend. Noted, she remarked. She brightened. You're good at potions, aren't you? Best in the family, I said proudly. I paused. That's alive. Would you mind looking over the next chapters with me? I want to be prepared. Sweetie, how about we just brew the potions here? I asked her. No better preparation than actually doing it. Hermione blinked in surprise. See, can you do that? Sure. I always have a brewing kit and extra sills, I said cheerfully. Come be a mad scientist with me. Hermione giggled at that. I dunno about mad scientists. Oh, why not? Beautiful, I said, smiling at her. It was a lovely day. Especially when Remus came over and helped us brew some NEWT potions before it was time to open presents. Asterisk. I kindly asked Creaker to sneak James' recipe book from Sirius when available. It wasn't that I wanted to hide the fact I was using my father's recipe book, so much as I knew if I made it seem like I was doing anything special, Sirius's natural mischievousness would kick in and he'd try to mess with it. So early on December 31st, I asked Molly to help keep others out of the kitchen while I baked. I still had some people stop by, but I warned them off. The twins looked awfully tempted to try their luck, but thankfully Molly kept them in line. Some people stopped by and asked what I was baking. I admitted to one thing, a few apple pies to share with others, but I didn't let them see the second item I was baking. Come evening I was done, and I presented the apple pies for anyone who wanted a slice. The cake I had prepared alongside the pies was hidden away by Creaker and kept preserved until I could sneak away. Unfortunately I didn't get a chance to sneak out until nearly midnight. I had hoped to do it once everyone was asleep, but Sirius got everyone in the house involved in a multi-deck game of bullshit. I thought the game would be over within a couple of hours, but I underestimated how competitive everyone was. Especially when Arthur brought out the alcohol and felt compelled to go shot for shot with Sirius. I feigned a headache to pretend to go to sleep early, then slipped away inside my vanishing trunk, which would be covered by an invisibility blanket by Creaker when not in use. Asterisk. Tom was a night owl. It didn't surprise me to find the dark-haired brunette still awake when I climbed out of the chest. He sat cross-legged in front of the fireplace on the floor, leaning back against the love seat. He was flipping through a notebook, his brow scrunched up in concentration. He didn't even notice my presence until I sat down next to him. He looked up in surprise. Oh. Hello. Happy birthday, love, I said with a smile, holding up a cake carrier. Tom wordlessly accepted it, pulling the lid off it to reveal the warm scents of baked honey, cinnamon, and apple. I was quite proud of the cake, pleased with how it came out at least in appearance, and tentatively hopeful Tom would enjoy it as well. I wanted to give him some kind of birthday cake, but I knew he wasn't a fan of sweets, so picking one out was trickier than anticipated. I finally settled on a bundt honey and cinnamon apple cake. It took all afternoon. I began by meticulously peeling and chopping the apples into bits, then sifting and mixing the dry ingredients. Wet ingredients came next, then everything had to be combined. Baking took close to an hour. I was too nervous of someone else accidentally, or mischievously, messing with it that I refused to leave the kitchen. I even baked apple pies to explain what I was baking so others wouldn't question whose birthday I was celebrating and why I needed so many apples. Happy birthday, I said softly. Tom smiled briefly at that. It smells lovely. May I have a slice now? Go right ahead, I said, turning away to rummage through my messenger bag for his birthday present. I could hear the faint pops of magic as Syl teleported over a couple plates with a cutting knife and forks. Tom Riddle was a tough opponent to shop for. He had access to a decent amount of my funds and was perfectly comfortable getting whatever wanted himself. On top of that, he was picky about his purchases, always doing research ahead before finally deciding on something. He had a lot of little preferences that were hard to account for. An example would be that he had a texture issue, certain fabrics irritated him to touch and he would hate to wear them. I finally pulled out his present, looking over to find that Tom had already eaten half a slice of cake. It made me giggle. Tastes okay. It's wonderful, he assured me. A new favorite, I think. Ah. White lies are so sweet. He chuckled. It may not be a white lie. That'd be nice, I said, then held out his present with a shy smile. A candle. He said with a raised eyebrow, carefully accepting it. He lifted it up to sniff. Ah. It smells like Hogwarts? The library at Hogwarts. Yep, I said, my ears burning. Sorry, it was the only thing I could think of. No, it's lovely, he said. Thank you. If there's anything else you'd like, please let me know. I shifted closer to him. I'll do my best to obtain it. Tom shook his head. I'm quite happy with what you've already given me, Rosie. All I could ask for now would be your company. You can have me all night. Everyone else is hammered and invested in a rather violent game of bullshit back at home. They won't notice I'm gone until breakfast, I happily told him. We can do whatever you want. Or if you're wanting some alone time, I can head back home and join the chaos. I'll have you stay here, said Tom, taking another bite of his cake. He chewed it slowly, looking into the fire that crackled with warmth. We sat in comfortable silence until Tom finished his piece of cake. Rosie. Tell me again. I glanced over at Tom. His dark gaze flickered up to meet my own. I love you, Tom. He smiled. Ding dong. The grandfather clock in the living room chimed at midnight. Tom reached forward, cupping the back of my neck to pull me close and gently kiss me. Happy New Year, he whispered. Asterisk. Last day of winter break I spent a portion of it in the bathroom with Hermione. Thanks for keeping me company. Hermione lowered the textbook. Thanks for quizzing me. It was only a bribe so you'd keep me company. Hermione smiled fleetingly. So what's this for? A treat for my baby snakes, I said, bending over the sink and flipping my hair down. I dabbed some potion into my hands then began to run it through my hair. A treat. Hermione's tone was dubious. Yepers. And before you see the results, I want to assure you that it washes out with water so it's not permanent. What is oh my god your hair is turning white. White. I squawked, looking quickly up to the mirror. It's supposed to be silver. Shoot. Thankfully it darkened in color as I continued to work it through my hair. After 15 minutes my auburn curls had lightened to an ashy silver. Hey, I said as I assessed the final results. Wow. Daphne was right. I can so pull off silver. Asterisk. Bucket list completed. 57 Share a New Year's kiss. Chapter 51, Year 5 to 15. Beta, Cloudy. Asterisk. Returning to Hogwarts was done with little affair. Although as soon as my baby snakes spotted me they did some double takes. Daphne and Pansy squealed loudly. Pansy proceeded to then literally kick Draco out of the compartment so Tracy and Millie could squeeze in. I was dumped onto the floor so the girls could play with my hair on the way to Hogwarts. They twisted and tied it into different styles. Daphne temporarily lengthened it with a hair growing and the girls really went to town on it. Blaze tried to join in, but there was no room so I had to promise I'd let him play with my hair again after dinner. The girls were giddy with joy over it and their giggles and gleeful squeals brought a smile to my face. The train ride down was one filled with delight, and the feast was remarkably cheerful. The Slytherins stayed up far too late in the night chatting and playing games that when classes resumed the following day we were tiredly rubbing at our eyes. The first week back passed by without fuss. And then I got the Daily Prophet headlines I'd been looking out for. Mass breakout from Azkaban. Oh goody, I thought joyfully as I read the Daily Prophet. Voldemort had freed his Death Eaters from Azkaban. All the pieces were on the board. Yay, 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 I thought with a big smile on my face. Now I won't have to trouble Boo Boo by killing his charges. All I needed now was to prepare a trap for Voldemort. Golly gosh what an exciting time. Not everyone was as happy about the news as I was, but it couldn't be helped. They would need to deal with a little discomfort until I made my move. Asterisk. Every evening after dinner and before bed, I visited Tom. The boy young man, I supposed, it was kind of hard how to define our ages since we were both mentally so much older than our physical bodies was always preoccupied with something when I showed up. He loved inventing new spells and rituals, and had refurbished a portion of the basement to practice his spell casting. Voldemort, he had told me, was weakened from being freshly reborn. The next time they crossed paths Voldemort would be better prepared, and so should Tom. When he wasn't working on his lethality, he dabbled in hobbies. He continued the piano, and had a ravenous appetite for mystery novels, but he also branched out to try different things. His current flavor of the week was trying out the cello. I was very happy for him. Hobbies did wonders for mental health, something I knew Tom needed to work on. His disdain for Voldemort bordered on obsessive hatred. Helpful for my plans to defeat Voldemort, but concerning for Tom's self-image. One evening I hopped out of my chest to find that Tom had taken over the dining room table. The living room had become a cluttered mess of paperwork, floating chalkboards, and odd arcane runes scratched into the floors. Worst of all, some furniture had been ripped to shreds. Yeesh, I thought to myself as I stared at Tom. He was sitting cross-legged on the dining room table, his eyes closed as he concentrated on something. Tom. I probed. You okay? When he did not respond, I reached out a tentative hand to place on his shoulder. His cool magic curled into mine, and he opened his eyes. He said, apologies, I was doing some tracking. I see a tornado hit the living room. I was a little frustrated, he admitted, his cheeks tinged pink. I'll fix it in a moment. Anything I can do? I asked. And yes, he said. Maybe. What do you need? He hesitated. Harry's been doing very well in his occlumency. That Tom shifted his weight uneasily, a disdainful expression crossing over him. Thing has recently figured out there was a connection between him and Harry. There shouldn't be any more, I said with a narrowed gaze. Harry's occlumency has been top-notch. He hasn't had any special nightmares for months. Why is this a recent connection and how do you know about it? Tom glanced away from me. I may have been impersonating the soul fragment in your brother's skull and feeding false memories to it. I'm sorry, what? I hadn't meant to shout, but what he said completely floored me. Well, Tom said testily, as long as a fragment is active the connection is there. Harry locked his up nicely, and he did it before that thing even realized it was there. I could keep myself hidden as I am an excellent occlumency user myself, but why miss such an opportunity? It can't keep itself nearly as well hidden as it thinks it can. So what? Vold. Tom glared at me, and I hastily corrected myself, that thing thinks you're Harry. Yes, said Tom. Okay, I said slowly. And it only made this connection recently. Today, said Tom, his lips curled back in a sneer. After months of probing it, it only noticed today. And that's bad. It's depressing, Tom flatly said. Ah, I said, as I realized what may have caused my darling's temper tantrum. Were you able to find anything useful? Its mind is a bloody mess, he said reproachfully. Its thoughts are garbled at best, and incomprehensible most of the time. It behaves more akin to a wild beast with emotional flare-ups more than anything. I'll need to keep it properly contained for a prolonged period of time in order to extract the knowledge it has amassed. Any ideas on that front? I asked him, curious. Some, he said. As insane as it is, it's still dangerous. The biggest issue is extracting the soul without further damaging it and finding a way to contain it. Why do we need to extract the soul at all? I asked him. Can't we just chop off his limbs and cut out his tongue? It can still cast wandless, Tom said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Not as efficiently, and it does not always work, but it's something to keep in mind. As long as it inhabits a body, it can be a threat. And we can't put him it, I mean it. Please stop glaring Tom in an anti-magic chamber because you need magic to extract the information, I said. Correct. I shifted my weight to the balls of my feet as another thought occurred to me. And you're certain it thinks you're Harry? Tom glowered at me. Do you think it can outwit me? I held up my hands. Darling, I know you're the cleverest wizard out there, but it's always best to be prepared for different outcomes. You're the one that pointed that out to me, it's why I got a second wand. Do you disagree? He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Fine. He shifted his weight to lean back. What did I? Oh, right. I've been sifting through some of its memories. Would you like to know what I've found? Yes, please. Like what's going on with Rookwood, I said, hopping onto the table to sit next to Tom. Him? Last year Rookwood was doing research into the Department of Mysteries. This year he's focused on developing spells for it to use in its pathetic state. I found out what the weapon was, casually said Tom, although his lips curled back into a sneer at the word weapon. The weapon as described by the Order turned out to be a couple of prophecies. Disappointing, but I should have known given how far its mind has already degraded. Of course it'd believe in bullshit. I blinked. I'm sorry, back up. Couple. Yes. Couple, as in two, dismissed Tom, exasperated by the perceived sheer stupidity of his counterpart. It's obsessed with finding them. I assume one for you and the other for Harry. Certainly explains why it's adamant about murdering you too. I know about Harry's prophecy, I said slowly, but you said two. I know for a fact that there was originally only one prophecy made. Yes. Then Rookwood found another during his investigation, explained Tom. After he escaped Azkaban, he went to Sweden for some medical treatment, then returned to find that decaying carcass. Rookwood was an unspeakable, and that stupid thing sent Rookwood to begin investigating the Department of Mysteries. It found out about the second prophecy shortly after the tournament concluded, and so it became determined to obtain both of them. Wow, I whispered. Tom peered at me. I know that look. You want to know what it is? I do. I so do. Tom smiled charmingly. That would involve breaking into the Department of Mysteries, my dear. Yeah, I sighed dreamily. What a heist. Tom turned to face me entirely, his irritation draining away the longer he looked at me. His eyes danced with mischief and malice. In the warmest, sweetest, tempting voice he purred, Rosie, my dear. Oh, he so wants something. But I was always down for shenanigans, so I brightly asked, what do you want? He held out a hand for me, his smile curled into something vicious. Care to be a part of one of my schemes? I accepted his hand. Hell yes. What do you have in mind? We'll steal the prophecies, then when we're prepared to contain that walking corpse I'll use the prophecies as bait and feed it false memories to lead it to our trap, said Tom. I nodded, impressed by what it would entail. It would require Tom to pull off one hell of a lie to Voldemort. Not only would he have to perfectly build false memories, but he'd have to seamlessly send them to Voldemort in such a way that Voldemort was convinced it'd come from Harry. I didn't think I could ever do such a thing, let alone have the confidence to plan for it. Given how insane Voldemort was, Tom's plan wasn't even a guarantee. As if sensing my thoughts, Tom added, even if it doesn't come itself and only sends Death Eaters, that'd be fewer Death Eaters in its army. Very true, I agreed with a smile. All right. I'll leave the planning to you, then. Please try not to schedule it during my OWLS. Tom inclined his head. If you insist. I'm going to need my beauty sleep to beat your scores. Tom shook his head in amusement. You can't beat what was already perfect. Watch me. Asterisk. January passed by in a blur of homework and ritual drafts. February was warm, wet, and most importantly, had a full moon that landed on a weekend. Which meant that on February 4th, a Sunday, I could finally try out my ritual to create a worgen. I originally believed to perfect the lycanthrope curse, operating off the belief it was a botched dark ritual using fossils of Canis dirus, I would need more fossils of the dire wolf. But once I truly began to study rituals and dark magic I realized that was a misconception. I had already done considerable work in completing the curse through my potions work, now I had to build on that. Once I had a decent grasp of the subjects, the rest came slowly. My math wasn't on par with Tom's, but it was enough for me to get my point across. Tom was gracious enough to correct me in some areas and help steer my thought processes when I threatened to spiral down a wrong path. Rituals. Rituals was a type of magic that used ingredients to create exceptionally powerful spells. Type of spells that one wizard and one wand simply could not perform. Oddly, creating and using rituals was kind of like baking a cake. The runes were the cake pan, the ingredients the ingredients, and the caster the chef. With the right cake pan one could form all sorts of neat designs that would hold the batter until baked, and the ingredients changed everything about the cake. The chef watched over the cake to make sure it didn't overcook or come out with a soggy bottom. Of course there were some exceptions and it wasn't so cut and dry, but the process reminded me an awful lot like baking. More so than potions. Potions was chemistry written by a poet, ritual crafting was baking with extremely dangerous ingredients and you had a solid chance of the oven exploding in your face even if everything was done correctly. I had believed I would need a lot more Canis dirus fossils than whatever the original ritual called for, but no. The Canis dirus fossil was like the baking soda in this cake really did not need to add more than what the original recipes calls for. Unless you wanted an exploding cake. In my case, it'd be an exploding ritual that'd probably kill me or worse. One piece was all I needed, and a piece was easily obtained. The size did not even matter. I actually bought the skull of a Canis dirus from a retiring professor in Johannesburg. Nice fella. Felt nice to not have to steal from such a stand-up person and instead contribute to his retirement plans. I did not know what the original ritual was, or what else they used, because it did not matter. I would be overwriting the magic with my own. February 3 RD the day before the true full moon I spent my entire Saturday prepping my basement for the ritual. It took me hours to perfectly draw the runes. Tom looked them over and several more hours to prepare the ingredients. But come February 4th it was finally time. Unfortunately an hour before Fenrir showed up at my home Tom's body said nope and promptly dissolved into ash. His soul returned to me. I could feel him pout. He was clearly unhappy that his body expired before his calculations. I couldn't resist laughing as I swept up his ashes. Ha 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 ha. Your pouting is adorable. It is not. I assure you, it is. Tom sighed. At least we'll be able to use the binder next time. I love you, but you're gonna have to wait until tomorrow night for a new body. Understandable. In the late afternoon Fenrir nervously entered the basement, eyeing the ritual apprehensively. He swallowed roughly, that looks big. It was big. It took up my entire basement floor. I'd have to levitate Fenrir into the center of the ritual so he wouldn't accidentally smear any of the magical chalk. The grizzled werewolf scratched at his chin as he continued to stare at the arcane runes. It is, I agreed. You can still back out. No, this is right? He asked. Everything you've done, this is it. It should be, I said. When you're ready, we'll get started. Fenrir licked his lips. It'll ta how long? Several hours, I patiently explained, offering Fenrir a supportive smile. I'll knock you out before we start so you shouldn't feel any pain. Right. We can't start any later than sundown. So, let me know whenever you're ready, I said. Let's do it, said Fenrir. I'm ready. I offered Fenrir a moderate sleeping potion, to which he chugged with a grimace. Before his unconscious body fell to the floor, I caught him with a Wingardium Leviosa and levitated him to the center of the ritual. I sat down on the outskirts, placing both of my palms flat on the floor. Incipio, I chanted, the runes coming to life. Good luck, said Tom. Although you won't need it. I smiled. Asterisk. Fenrir Greyback opened his eyes to a dimly lit basement. He sat up sharply, instantly alert. Rosie. Am here, I responded tiredly. Every inch of my body ached in a way that was eerily similar to the after effects of the Cruciatus curse. I was drained, mentally, physically, and magically. Weakness set into my limbs, making it difficult to even form a fist, let alone stand up. The moment the ritual was completed, I had collapsed face down onto the floor. I still laid on my belly, too exhausted to do anything but turn my head. Fenrir hesitantly stood up, patting at himself. I feel okay. Fine, how do you feel? I asked, unintentionally slurring my words. Even my tongue was tired. Ugh. Fenrir's brow was furrowed as he considered my question. Fine? Did it work? I dunno. Let us find out. I yawned, then winced. Sorry. Fenrir grinned. Want a lift? Please. The runes had disappeared throughout the ritual, leaving not a single trace of chalk on the floor. The werewolf moved quickly to my side, then bent down and carefully picked me up. Don't feel we least, observed Fenrir. Usually can a tired for the moon comes up. I mumbled something along the lines of that's nice, but I slurred it so much it came out as snice. We headed up the steps. The basement's door was in the kitchen. As soon as we exited the basement, Fenrir's brow furrowed again. He stared intently at the windows, a hard frown on his face as he realized that it was dark outside. He shifted his hold on me in his arms, wordlessly heading out the front door. When we stepped out, Fenrir Greyback looked up at the full moon. He gaped. I ain't transformin'. Not unless you wanna, I mumbled tiredly. How do I? I've no idea, I told him. It's supposed to be all natural. Fenrir's expression twisted as he thought. Natural? I feel, Gently, he sat me down on the step in front of my door. He helped prop me up so I could lean against my front door, then once certain I wasn't going to fall over he took a few steps back. He stared hard at his hands, clenching then relaxing them. He did that for a couple of minutes, marveling at how they stayed human under the moonlight. Fenrir looked back up at the full moon. It was midnight judging by the position and let out a long, steady breath. Okay. He flexed his entire body and in between 1 second and the next he had transformed. Long, thick, silver fur sprouted out of his skin as he simultaneously grew in size and stature. The original lycanthrope curse caused a temporary mutation of cells. The human body fused with dire wolf DNA to create an odd amalgamation of man and wolf. Werewolves retained a lot of their human features simply brushed over with a wolfish tone. They did not gain much muscle, so they normally remained at the same height and body type as their human form. That was not the case with this transformation. Fenrir stood well over 7 feet tall, his shoulders noticeably broader, and limbs wrapped heavily in magically conjured thick muscle. His clawed hand was bigger than my face, and his tail lazily swayed side to side. The change from an average-sized man to a behemoth was jaw-dropping. Or at least it would be if I wasn't so exhausted. The head was the biggest transformation. Werewolves previously had a mixture of human and wolf features, but their human faces were still distinct enough to distinguish them. Now he had the proper head of a monstrous wolf, beefed up to match his massive size. I whistled at the drastic transformation. Worgen. I had successfully transformed a werewolf to a worgen. After years of work and effort, it finally paid off. I sniffled, a surge of pride and self-satisfaction blooming inside my heart. Congratulations. Thank you. You were a huge help. Only in expediting the inevitable. Don't humble yourself too much. Fenrir stared down at his claws in amazement, then said, It's woe. I can tall. He only opened his mouth once when he spoke, but still his words flowed out of him as if he were talking in his human form. His voice was much lower than before and had an underlying growl to it, but it was distinguishable enough to understand. You will be able to turn back as well, I told him. Fenrir cocked his head, a big bushy tail waving behind him as he thought. Then he flexed again and the human Fenrir stared at me in amazement. It didn't hurt. It didn't hurt or nothing, he babbled in wonder. Yeah, did it? Yeah, did it? Test's not over, I reminded him, then yawned again. Gotta make sure you can do it in sunlight, too. And that your saliva isn't contagious less you're actively trying to spread it. Do the others do they all nate do the ritual too? Asked Fenrir excitedly. Shouldn't. Your version of the curse should be the dominant version. Another. Yawn. If you spread it to the others, it should overwrite their version, I said. But I can't guarantee it'll be a smooth process. This is Fenrir was at a loss for words, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I ne'er thought I'd see the day. No pain, no hunger, complete control. Yet. Fenrir swooped down, picking up and squeezing me tightly as he twirled around. Rosie. How can I ever then yet? He asked me. You've given me so much. I don't know what to say or do. You need anything yes say the war. Yes say it and I'll make it happen. Ha. Ha 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 ha. So full of joy, Fenrir Greyback threw back his head and laughed with all of his might. Still holding me in his arms, he transformed into his fluffy self and howled his delight to the moon. Naturally, since this was a werewolf village, he was immediately joined by a chorus of howls that woke everyone up. Hundreds of werewolf howls echoed throughout the streets, along with some amused human howls. Once the symphony started, it was really for the best to embrace the howl fest. It wasn't going to let up any time soon. Ah! What the hell? I decided to howl with them, throwing a fist up in the air as Fenrir tossed me. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Asterisk. The ritual was a success. I had to go to class on Monday, but when I stopped by in the evening, Fenrir had proudly shown me his daylight transformations. And he confirmed with me he was okay to spread it to anyone who wanted it. I said hell yes, and by Tuesday night my entire fluff population had been transformed from werewolves to wergons. To make my Tuesday night even better, I did another ritual for Tom's new body using Umbridge's dying breath, and Tom gave me special kisses as congratulations. Best night ever. Felt like such a shame I had to go back to Hogwarts and prep for classes in O.W.L.S, but that was how life worked out. Oh, and my fluff babies were discussing making the day a holiday in honor of me and what I had done for them. They were arguing over the name and how it should be celebrated. Adults wanted booze. The families wanted to keep it below PG. There was some drama going on. A lot of them also wanted to personally thank me, but I wasn't ready to reveal my true identity to everyone, so they had to make do with adorable thank you cards and yummy chocolates. I made the mistake of bragging to Tom I might end up getting more Valentine's chocolates than he ever did, out of gratitude for my fluff babies. He destroyed all my chocolate with a loving smile on his face. It was extremely conflicting to be simultaneously furious with him and really turned on. Ah, hormones. Or maybe my budding kinks were getting out of hand. Oh well. He then set up a chocolate fountain for us on Valentine's Day and all was forgiven. Especially after I accidentally bumped him into it, so he was covered in chocolate and needed my help to clean up. What a great day. Despite how awesome February was, it tragically ended when March waltzed into our lives and the professors decided to ramp up our workload for OWL prep. I lost all of my free time during the weekdays. I spent my evenings studying with the lions and snakes. Saturdays we did our homework, studied some more, and didn't finish until nearly midnight. Only Sundays did I have an opportunity to sneak out to visit Tom, and thanks to the workload I was too tired to do much else than spend time with him. Tom was gracious and supportive about it, even offering to help me study. Obviously I refused. Accepting his help on O.W.L.S would be like admitting defeat already. Somehow, someway, I was going to beat his perfect scores. If I couldn't beat him at chess, we kept tying. Goodbye my chess master legacy, therefore I had to defeat him academically. My pride was on the line. In March, I buckled down. I utilized years of obsessive study tactics I honed to test early into medical school. Flashcards, comprehensive essays, random pop quizzes, and late nights practicing made the entire month blur by. The only time I wasn't studying was when I did morning exercises, running or tennis, or enjoying my Sundays with Tom. Studying became my life through March and well into April. Asterisk. Finally, O.W.L.S had descended upon us. We received our examination schedules and details of the procedure for O.W.L.S during our next potions lesson. As you can see, drawled Professor Snape as we copied down the dates and times of our exams from the blackboard, your O.W.L.S are spread over 2 successive weeks. You will sit the theory exams in the mornings and the practice in the afternoons. Your practical astronomy examination will, of course, take place at night. Professor Snape swept across the room. I am supposed to warn you in detail about how the exam has increased its defense against cheating and list all the ways you'll get caught. I won't. If any of you get caught cheating, I'll see to it you're expelled and expunge your presence from our house. Professor Snape fixed each one of us with a stern glare to fully convey his point. I beamed at him, excited to finally get the testing out of the way. Our first exam, Theory of Charms, was scheduled for Monday morning. Sunday night I lounged at Lunar's Orchid with Tom, enjoying a lovely dinner among other things before heading back to get some rest. Although I went back early, I wasn't able to fall asleep until closer to midnight. None of the 5th years talked very much at breakfast the next day, and all of my snakes were looking exhausted. Daphne's hair was thrown into a messy bun and she did not even put eyeliner on, Draco was unhealthily pale, Blaze kept fussing with his hair, Pansy threw up twice, Vincent kept running into walls, Millie cried when she accidentally spilled pumpkin juice, Gregory tripped over nothing several times, Tracy kept staring off into space, and Theodore. Theodore? Looking around at breakfast I found that Theodore was sitting at the Gryffindor table and trying to coax a frazzled Hermione into eating. Ah! Harry caught my gaze and mouthed, "Hugs?" I grinned and headed over to the table to give my twin support hugs and forehead kisses. Once breakfast was over, the 5th and 7th years milled around in the entrance hall while the other students went off to lessons. Then, at 9:30, we were called forward class by class to re-enter the Great Hall, where the new desks had been placed around the hall with a noticeable distance between each one. Each of the desks faced the staff table at the end of the hall. When everyone was seated, Professor McGonagall stood before us and said, "You may begin." She turned over an enormous hourglass on the desk beside her, and off I went. Asterisk. Everything was going well. On Thursday, my opportunity to surpass Tom's perfect score had arrived. I would finally have my OWL exam for defense against the dark arts. Canonically, I knew Harry had the potential to get that coveted little asterisk mark next to his O as bonus points for his patroness. Tom landed O's all the way through his O.W.L.S, but surely he did not even know about the beautiful asterisk. How could he? It wasn't common knowledge indeed. I had only read about it through the fandom and confirmed it with Dumbledore earlier that year, who also assured me that there had been less than 100 students to earn asterisks during the entire history of Hogwarts. No way, would Tom Riddle have been able to achieve such a thing. The odds were too stacked against him. This was my chance. My moment. And so after flawlessly performing the basic charms, I was elated when I heard the examiner say, "Very good indeed." "Well, I think that's all, Potter, unless..." Professor Tofty the examiner leaned forward expectantly. "I heard, from my dear friend Tiberius Ogden, that you can produce a patroness? For a bonus point." My cheeks started to hurt, I was smiling so wide. "Expecto Patronum." The silver fox shot out of my wand and Professor Tofty clapped excitedly. "Victory is mine." Asterisk. Bonus, sleep-deprived Rosie Part 1. What would you do if I was kidnapped? What would I do? Tom fell silent at the question. We were seated on the love seat. Tom had stretched out his legs onto the ottoman and was reading one of the books from the Mythago Wood series. My own legs were sprawled into his lap while I alternated between daydreaming and mentally planned for upcoming heists. Tom was deliciously warm and the love seat was irresistibly comfy. Listening to that fire crackle and smelling the cherry wood smoke, it was really hard not to fall asleep. Frankly, I think I might have actually dozed for a brief bit considering how increasingly absurd some of my daydreams were getting. One half-dazed thought led to another until the question popped in my head and slipped out. Tom lowered his book. "Depends. On what?" "A lot of things." "How do I know you were kidnapped? Do I know who kidnapped you and their motives? Am I certain that you cannot rescue yourself?" Tom ticked off, raising a finger for each point. Since the question snuck out while I was half dozing, I hadn't anticipated him to seriously consider it. After another moment of thought, I carried on. "Why, you saw me get kidnapped." "I saw you, but I did not stop it." He shrewdly questioned, his brow furrowed. "Why? They got us with a gas bomb? It made you sleepy." I tried to think quickly to carry on with the scenario. "We were gassed. Dulled your reaction, and they got away with me before you could completely stop them." "How did they get away?" "Operating." "Do we know them?" "Nope." "Then why would they target us?" he questioned, shaking his head. I didn't know how to answer right away. "I am not awake enough to give you a proper role-play experience, I'm sorry. Go back to sleep, Rosie." I said with an air of great importance, "would stop at nothing to rescue you." Replied Tom. "You can rescue me in your dreams, Rosie." "I will. You will be my prince in distress." "Good night, Tom." "Sweet dreams, Rosie." Asterisk. Bonus, sleep-deprived Rosie Part 2, switched to very shallow third person. Rosie let out a soft snort, drawing Tom's attention away from his book. The witch was curled up on the couch, sleeping soundly after having finished rereading a chapter from her textbook. Tom was seated in his favorite recliner, drinking milk tea expertly prepared by Syl. Tom had not been a fan of milk tea prior, but Syl had a way of preparing things just right. He had to privately admit watching Rosie sleep so soundly made him sleepy. She was clearly exhausted from all the extra hours spent studying. Tom could relate. He was equally obsessive his 5th year, fanatically determined to score better than anyone. Mumbled Rosie. Answered Tom. He had learned that it was best to respond to anything Rosie said in her sleep, otherwise she'd get louder. "Mofhef." "Yes, quite," agreed Tom. He had no idea what he was agreeing to, but it made her smile in her sleep. Frulta. The HMPPH ran away. Fascinating. The chickens ran away, she whispered. "Better chase those chickens," said Tom in amusement. "I don't know how to skate." "You'll figure it out." "Good. Tell Merlin I'll be home soon." "Nope," he said. Rosie let out a soft snort, then rolled off the couch, her face smashed into the carpet, and she let out an oof. She sat up slowly, rubbing at her nose. "Ow, ow, ow." "Good morning, dear," greeted Tom. "Morning, darling," she said with a sheepish smile. Asterisk. Bonus, sleep-deprived Rosie Part 3, Rosie had fallen asleep on the couch again, but instead of her normal sleep talk she seemed to be repeating the same sound. Tom paused in his work to peer curiously at his girlfriend, wondering what sort of dream she was having to warrant such. Tom quietly moved to sit in front of the couch, observing Rosie's conflicted expression. Whatever she was dreaming about, she was clearly frustrated. It made her switch sounds, thought Tom, fighting back a smile. Fyuk. Ah. No. Aha. Tom placed a hand over his mouth to stifle his chuckle. She was clearly distressed, her brow furrowed as she glared at whatever was in her dreams. Sauron is coming. Sounds dangerous, he said, popping an elbow on his leg and resting his chin in the palm of his hand. However will you escape? Murphles, she whispered with great importance. Murphles, repeated Tom. It's okay, mumbled Rosie, stirring in her sleep. Tom. Tom raised an eyebrow. It was exceedingly rare for her to mention anyone that actually existed in her dreams. He could count on one hand the number of times she had talked about him in her sleep. All of them were highly amusing. I would have your babies, she assured him. What are you dreaming about? Tom wondered again as he tried not to laugh. I would let you have my babies, he said, trying very hard to keep a serious expression. Good. We can't let Sauron eat them. He'll get indigestion and it'll be the end of the world. He couldn't. Tom started to laugh quite loudly, which of course woke up Rosie. She stared at him intently, clearly confused. You're not pregnant? What? Asked Tom. She blinked once, twice, then her face lit up a bright red. Oops. Forget I said that. No, said Tom with a smirk. You're not getting away that easily, my dear. Rosie whimpered. Asterisk. Bucket list completed. 10 Build werewolf army, possible conversion into Worgans in honor of WoW. Praise be to Gilneas. 50 Learn about ritual magic. Chapter 52, Year 5 to 16. Beta, Cloudy. One more chapter for Year 5. Asterisk. I was confident I had scored exceptionally well in my O.W.L.S. that year. When the last of the exams had concluded, I joined my Baba Snakes in celebrating all Friday night, then crashed hard Saturday morning. I woke up around noon that weekend and looked over the letters I had received from Lunar's Orchid regarding everyone's transition into Worganhood. As my village was still under lockdown, no one outside the village, except, I suspected Dumbledore, knew I had perfected the werewolf curse. I was not withholding the secret due to malice, rather I knew revealing it to the public would greatly upset the political climate. Even though I had already taken a lot of measures to put forward laws favoring my fluffy buddies, the general populace retained significant fear towards them. Finding out that the village meant to house them had perfected their transformation and they could turn into puppies at any time would elicit one of two reactions. Option 1, they would rejoice over werewolves no longer being mindless. Option 2, they would be scared shitless. Ideally, I would want option 1. In order to manipulate the public favor into option 1, I needed to finish reshaping the public's opinion on werewolves. It had improved over the past decade since the village's construction. Predictably, there were extremely few werewolf attacks since the village's founding, and none of them were reported to the public, per my bribbery. This prolonged period of peace mellowed out a lot of the severe antagonism towards werewolves. Coupling this with pro-werewolf laws, I had the foundation laid out for a pro-werewolf ministry. But, the political climate was in utter turmoil over Umbridge's departure. Throwing in the Worgan cure would be like adding dynamite to a potion. It would either do nothing, or blow everything up in my face. I was at a critical time. It would be far too risky to play such a card. Once I had control over the ministry, I would refocus my media efforts into pro-werewolf propaganda. Then when the climate was right, I would open the village up again and reveal my Worgans. This was talking purely for the village. Remus would obviously get special treatment. I couldn't take him to the village during school. Remus was very strict about us staying in school, but over the summer I could tell him I had a friend in the village and beg him to escort me over there to visit said friend. I'd ask Fenrir to ask some of his friendlier fluff buddies to talk to Remus about the cure and offer it to him. I knew my uncle could keep a secret. Especially one as important as that one. After I reviewed the letters, everyone was doing well. Hooray! I decided to visit Tom for some extra post-O.W.L celebration. I hopped out of the vanishing chest with great gusto, a wide smile on my face as I said, all done. To my surprise, Tom was seated at the dining room table, dressed in dark clothes that screamed to be worn during a heist. It made me raise an eyebrow. Good, said Tom. Because we're going to steal the prophecies. Taken aback, I gasped. What, right now? Yes. Congratulations on making it through your O.W.L.S, said Tom with a smile. I clapped my hands. Yay! Best way to celebrate. You already have everything prepped. Yes. Get dressed and we'll head out. Woohoo! Asterisk. Once I was dressed, Tom handed me a dark blue satchel. It's filled with anything you should need, he said. I've already made arrangements. Neat. What's the plan? I asked, pulling the satchel over my shoulder. Nothing too complicated, said Tom. I've got us some half-brewed polyjuice potions for some ministry workers who work near the Department of Mysteries. I blinked. What? When did you? Where are they? They're sleeping off a dreadful hangover, said Tom slyly. Won't be in for work all day. How did? Oh my gosh, Tom. Did you go to a pub? I couldn't resist squealing at that. Tom repeatedly mentioned he hated crowded and loud places. He never went to the pubs in Hogsmeade when he was a student unless he had extremely good reason to. Yet for the heist he not only went to a pub but managed to manipulate some poor workers into getting wasted on a work night. He must have stalked them for a while to know their routine, I thought, and their basic interests so he could control the conversation. Most of my heists were clean in and out deals since I was a witch targeting muggles, but a few of them did require a little reconnaissance prior. Nothing to the point where I had to make contact with my victims in person, so I was a little envious of Tom for getting that far. I always wanted to try a long-term heist that would require me to be undercover for at least a week, maybe more. Gosh, that'd be so much fun. Not at all doable while I was in school, but Tom had oodles and oodles of free time. Tom tilted his head, pleased by my excitement. Yes, I did. It was as dreadful as every other time. Now come, drink up. Tom offered me a vial of polyjuice. It smelled absolutely terrible. The transformation will only last a half an hour, said Tom. Why so short? Madam Bones upgraded security around it, he explained. There's an alarm to trigger if it detects polyjuice or the Imperius. I whistled. No invisibility cloaks either, he added. Actually, quite a few methods were eliminated because of what she added. Very vexing. Then he beamed. But fun. I smiled adoringly. I'm glad you're having fun. Victory tastes all the sweeter the more difficult the challenge, said Tom. Madam Bones is a clever witch. Not as infuriating as Dumbledore, but enough to make me think over my options. It took me an entire night to find a solution. Wow. A whole night. Tom nodded. Yes. Come now, drink up. We need to hurry. We don't have a big time window. I saluted, then gulped down the polyjuice. Asterisk. Sneaking into the ministry with a polyjuice disguise was pretty easy. Tom did all the talking and got us through several random encounters by co-workers. He had clearly done his homework. Getting to the Department of Mystery wasn't overly difficult. Getting inside was the tricky part. As there were guards stationed at the front entrance, Tom's solution was eloquent. Using a derivative of a sleeping potion coupled with a steaming potion, Tom created a small gas grenade that would release a sightless sleeping potion into the air. 2 good whiffs was all it took to knock the guards out. From there, Tom petrified them and propped them up to make them appear as if they were still awake and standing, and we headed in. Our polyjuice immediately disappeared upon entering. It slid off us like an invisible snakeskin that made me feel icky in places I didn't even know I had. Blat. Blat. Like 100 centipedes crawling down us. Blat. With our disguises gone, we changed into more heist-appropriate clothes. Tom said we could apparate out, and by that I meant he would apparate us out, so there was no need to try and run around the Department of Mysteries in business attire. Not that I didn't love the idea of running in heels, but it'd be smarter not to. The change was done in under a minute thanks to magic. Once properly prepared, we headed in. We fully anticipated needing to move slowly to dismantle and nullify all of the alarms and traps prepared, but oddly, we didn't run into much. And by that I meant there were no alarms that we could find. Tom was surprised to not find any rune traps or secret alarms. His source had told him Bones included them, yet as we traversed through the department we did not find any. That made me feel hanky about the situation. There was always a chance that the information we had was false or that Bones was planning to add the traps but had not done so yet. But something in my bones told me the situation was not right. It stank. Tom had a general layout for the department. He knew the direction he was supposed to go in. Unfortunately, because the doors and hallways kept changing, it took us several minutes to find the right combination of doors to reach our destination. It was exceedingly difficult to resist the desire to explore around, as well. We were on a time crunch, so as much as I wanted to admire the floating brains and odd little things scattered about, I refrained. Bloody hell was it tempting to steal one of the brain jars. I didn't because I had no idea if it would trigger a silent alarm, but oh, I so wanted to. Coming back for you, baby, I promised myself as I longingly stared at the collection of brains. Make my own Frankenstein monster with one of you. Couldn't be that different from crafting homunculus bodies. I could make a hot homunculus with the brain of whatever those things were. Bet that'd be fun. After 10 minutes of going through odd rooms we made it to the prophecy hall. Rows upon rows of dark shelves filled with prophecy orbs. Tom counted the rows as we swept by them until he stopped at one near the back. On its shelf rested many orbs with cobwebs, but there were 2 that glowed dully and without a layer of dust over them. The one to the left had an inscription below it that read, SPT to APWBD. Dark Lord. And Harry Potter. And the one to the right had an inscription that read, SPT to APWBD. Dark Lord. And Rosalind Potter. Holy smokes, I whispered as I stared at my name. Prophecy. I had a prophecy. Goddamn, no wonder fate was such a fucking bitch to fight. Oh man, I was kind of pissed. What the hell, fate? No only did I have to fight Harry's stupid prophecy but I had to fight mine? The hell is mine anyway? I thought in disbelief, reaching out a hand to grab it but then. What the bloody hell? Tom's soft curse jolted me. I whipped my head around to find that Tom was glaring at the shadows. Except the shadows were glaring back. No wait. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no no. Lord Voldemort himself stepped out of the shadows. Pale, spindly, and smiling coldly. His dark robes flowed with each step he took forward. Further behind him in the darkness I could see some Death Eater masks. Glancing around, I saw that we had become surrounded by the silent Death Eaters. Upon seeing those glittering red eyes, I felt my stomach drop. There was an instant surge of panic that made me reflexively tighten my grip on my wand and take a step back. Echoes of pain touched upon my skin, like ghostly hands trailing down me. He did not need to cast a single curse for my body to remember what the Cruciatus curse felt like. That kind of agony would never leave me. It would linger in my nightmares for years to come, along with those deliriously gleeful red eyes. I should have known. I should have known. If a prophecy child stepped into the Department of Mysteries, of course the power of plot trademark would find a way to chuck in the Dark Lord. Why the hell not? What the fuck? What the fuck? Unfair. Super unfair. Fuck you, power of plot trademark. My heart leapt up into my throat, pounding harshly as I resisted the urge to immediately start firing spells. You are surprised. Understandable, said Voldemort in parcel tongue as he tilted his head and studied Tom. Tom's eyes narrowed into furious slits as he silently regarded Voldemort. I came because I realized how startling it must have been, he said slowly, carefully, his tone oddly soothing. He held up his right hand in a calming gesture. I came here to talk to you, boy. Tom moved in between Voldemort and myself, his wand raised. Tom coolly returned in parcel tongue, a wasted endeavor. I am not as inept as you perceive, Voldemort hissed out coldly, continuing to speak in the magical language. I could only assume he wanted to avoid his Death Eaters from listening in. I wondered why he wasn't trying to speak something other than English while in parcel tongue, though. Make some kind of effort so I wouldn't listen in. I could tell the difference between Harry and you as plainly as night and day. Tom's jaw clenched tightly in anger. Congratulations on reaching the bare minimum of competence. I suppose you are smart enough to breathe. Voldemort smiled chillingly. And you are as impulsive as I was in youth. Time will fix that. Tom's lips curled back in a sneer. As it has fixed you. I, said Voldemort as he gestured to himself, am a product of power beyond what you can currently imagine. Yes. I never would have imagined how much of a colossal failure I could have become, drawled Tom. I have not failed, snapped Voldemort. And there's that temper, taunted Tom. A shame there's no spare Death Eater for you to Crucio. No, but there is a spare harlot, snarled Voldemort. As the spare harlot, I'd like to protest against that, I weakly added. Shut up, they said, glaring at one another. Yikes. Tom's voice dripped in venom as said Lily, make any move against her, and I'll flay you alive. Voldemort sneered. Delusional. You're insane. You can't even remember what you had for breakfast, snapped Tom. Your mind is an addled mess. Voldemort's nostrils flared. His red eyes narrowed into furious slits as he scowled balefully at Tom. Cold, stony silence nestled between the two as I uncomfortably shifted my weight. Nerves made me hyper-aware of all the little noises I heard around us. I gripped tightly at my main wand in anticipation for who was going to lose their temper first. Minutes stretched by, both souls terribly stubborn. I would rather not fight you, said Voldemort, softening his tone even as his eyes glittered with malice. Things have deviated from our plan, but it is still salvageable. Voldemort held out a hand to Tom. Come here. If we are one again things will be all right. Tom scowled darkly. You think I would trust you? My followers can perform the rites, said Voldemort. I will not, said Tom firmly. I will have nothing to do with you, or your bloody cause. Everything we stood for has been tainted by your failures. Voldemort sneered. You would side with Dumbledore. I side with me, snapped Tom. Voldemort let out a very loud laugh at that. Exactly. Exactly. You know why we have chosen this side. Ease, retorted Tom. But that doesn't matter anymore. I will have nothing to do with your mistakes. Our mistakes? Tom exploded with anger, his face molten. Your mistakes? His blowout triggered another long, cold silence as the two continued to glare at one another. Why do you even want to be united? Muttered Tom after a minute of prickly tense silence. I'm the larger piece, so I would remain dominant. You would cease to exist. Voldemort inclined his head. We are one and the same. I would not cease, rather, my existence would simply change into something else. Tom scoffed scornfully. You are too accepting. Yet. Screams trapped to me. I am simply choosing what is best for us, sneered Voldemort. Your ignorance prevents you from seeing the correct course of action, and your stubbornness inflates your ego. Then why don't you come with us? Mocked Tom. Rosie can perform the rite. Voldemort's eyes narrowed into slits. No. Then we are at an impasse. I've no reason to go with you, and you've no reason to go with me. The two glared icily at one another. Very well, said Voldemort slowly, crimson eyes bright with disdain. Very well. It seems I have little choice, then, don't I? Beasts rarely do, commented Tom. And that was all that needed to be said until spells went flying. I let out a small "oh" of surprise as Voldemort exploded the ground before us. Tom and I quickly raised our shields. As soon as the debris cleared, Tom shot off spell after spell, and each one was returned viciously by Voldemort. The beginning of spells fired seemed to be a signal for Voldemort's followers because within seconds dozens of Death Eaters whooshed around us in a hazy cloud of black smoke. Okay, I thought, a chill crawling down my spine. Keep the Death Eaters off Tom. Kill the girl. Leave the boy to me, ordered Voldemort. That makes it easier. I had to put some distance between Tom and myself before either of us could pull out the big spells. Voldemort would not care if he killed his followers, but Tom and I didn't want to hurt the other. I broke out into a sprint, casting a 3-layered shield spell on myself as I ran as fast as I possibly could. I could not cast very well as I ran, only able to use spells I had mastered wandlessly like Oxio. As I was focused purely on putting distance between Tom and myself, I was unable to risk slowing down by looking for spells to dodge. The first spell hit my shield and destroyed the first layer. It was rapidly followed up by a second spell that tore through the second layer. Avada. Nope. I leapt into the air, flipping forward and casting Bombarda on the ground underneath me. The concrete floor exploded in debris and as I landed safely on the other side, the Death Eater finished casting. Kideva. The green spell slammed into the debris. I carried on with my sprint. I kicked my way into a room with dozens of tables, tools, and odd contraptions that I really didn't have time to study closely. It stank to high heaven, though, and the Death Eaters followed in after me. Quisize Tenebis. Lucidus Tony Trum. I shot off my flashbang combo as rapidly as I could. The spell disoriented the first ones that came in, but more were already filing. I did not have time to rest or pause, and the ones that were vulnerable fell prey to my Oxio. I violently ripped their limbs off. The blood spewed out was followed shortly by screams of pure pain and agony. The Death Eaters that had arrived after my flashbang and thus were not affected ignored their writhing brethren and launched spell after spell at me. I was not a duelist. I was someone who worked best at laying traps and leading people into them, rather than a straight-up fight. I was not bad, I had very good reflexes and a decent repertoire, but I knew if I prolonged the fight it would not end well for me. I would lose. My reflexes were sharp enough any time I heard someone say Ava, I oxioed their jaw or exploded the ground at their feet, but that was only a temporary solution. As soon as they figured out I was wandlessly using Oxio they would start shielding themselves properly against it. There were certain shields one had to use specifically for Oxio and I would be out of luck. Everything was a blur. I cast spell after spell, dodging, tumbling, and shielding when I could. I was not omnipotent. I could not avoid every spell. Someone got my knee. I heard the sound of something cracking and then I lost all strength in my right knee so I fell to the floor. Then the pain came, shooting up my leg in a thunderous roar. Heat gushed from below me and I knew without looking down that my knee had been shattered. I was already covered in nicks from barely grazed cutting curses, and debris that had been blown into me, but the pain from my knee was on a different level. Not crucio, mind you, but debilitating enough that I started to shake. To make matters worse, while I was falling to the floor someone got a spell off on my right hand and my main wand was knocked out of my grasp. It flew away from me, disappearing into the darkness. I had to end things. I had to end things within seconds, because I literally could not dodge anymore. Thinking fast, I pulled out my second wand from my hip and bellowed, Vindex. A dozen swords conjured around me as felt strength rush out of me. My world tilted, the colors ebbing away as my head spun on the edge of oblivion. The swords flew straight down at the Death Eaters. Some raised their wands to shield themselves, but that was the wrong thing to do. Vindex was a powerful spell that conjured swords of raw magic. Only a triple-layered shield could stop them. The swords tore through the prot egos and into the hearts of several Death Eaters. But not all had perished. 8 Death Eaters circled me in that dark-tiled room, the only light came from cold blue flames that apathetically flickered. Ave! My hands trembled from exertion and pain. I could no longer hold my wand, as my strength vanished with the swords. I did not know if I was exhausted from magical fatigue, or blood loss. Considering the large pool of blood that had formed around, I knew I certainly wasn't in good shape. At least they didn't hit an artery. Oh, I thought, as I realized that I had indeed lost. Decay. What a shame. And then a Worgen appeared behind the Death Eater that was about to cast and bit his head off. Ah, I said, wondering if what I saw was real or if I was delirious from blood loss. Fenrir Greyback spat out the blood, brain, and skull bits, then he let out a long, gurgle howl. Arterial blood shot up from the decapitated body as walls of fluff and muscles bounded into the room. A small group of my Worgens descended upon the Death Eaters in a heated frenzy. Very few Death Eaters remained that could put up a decent fight, but my Worgens did not come alone. Spells shot from behind them as witches and wizards from my village joined in the battle against the remaining Death Eaters. Cuddle buddies, I greeted weakly. Fenrir let out a small whine, approaching me and sniffing. He prodded at my cheek with his wet nose. Yeke! Fancy meeting you here, I mumbled tiredly, lifting my arms up. The grizzled Worgen carefully picked me up. I wrapped my arms around his neck, burying my face in his rough fur. I couldn't hold back my hiss of pain at having my knee moved, but it was a small price to pay. Fenrir mumbled, sorry. One of the witches approached us. I recognized her as the nice lady who ran a brothel and helped orchestrate a couple of my fake orgies. She was good friends with Odette and had also helped out a lot at setting up the school. And Artos? She inquired, bright blue eyes assessing me. Pretty cougar, I thought. Hi, I said shyly, offering her a smile. She smiled back. Pleasure to meet you in person. Let's get you to safety. We need to get her out of here. The Aurors will be here soon, said another wizard I didn't recognize. Leave the Death Eaters for them, then, growled an almond fur Worgen. Maybe we should kill them now. I mean, at least keep one alive, for interrogation. Obliviate their last hour though, I said, my voice sounding small and detached. Oh. I think I'm going to faint. She's lost a lot of blood. Let's get her back to the village. Wait, my Tom. I passed out. Asterisk. A la Clairefontaine mn alant promener, jai trouve lo si bel kjemy suis benyi. A soft, sweet, warm voice lulled me back into reality. A gentle hand with long nails carefully ran through my hair, tenderly brushing me. I could feel that I was in some kind of bed, but my head did not rest on a pillow. Or if it was a pillow, it was much sturdier than normal. Ilya long temps kjetma, jamma jenet oblieri. I twitched my fingers first, finding them stiff and cold. There was a raw, burning sensation in my throat. When I tried to swallow, it felt like I was swallowing a hot spiky rock. My stomach churned unpleasantly. Sule fuilis de unchain, mi suis fate secker. Sur la plus haute branche, un rossignol chantate. It took a couple more minutes to gather my strength, but I eventually opened my eyes. Odette paused in singing her lullaby. She was seated on the bed I was laid in, and she had pulled my head into her lap while she played with my hair. The Vila looked down at me, smiling adoringly. In her charming voice she whispered, Bonjour Monday Ange. I offered her a weak smile. Ma belle. She leaned down to kiss my forehead. Nous cédions inquiets pour vous. Vous prenez trop de risques. I let out a small giggle at that, but then I realized that caused a shooting pain from my knee and cringed. Trying to keep up a brave face, I said, Tu sais que je ne peux pas résister à un bon pari. Sur tout sige pari avec ma vie. Odette rolled her eyes at that. Monday Ange, tu es trop téméraire. Shrugging, I said, C'est la vie. Ta vie, she muttered. Before Odette could scold me further, there was a knock at the door. I leaned my head further up, recognizing the room we were in was one of the rooms in the medical building at Lunar's Orchid. We only had one building that was shared by a couple healers that had a rotating shift, so it wasn't very big. Not that we needed it since most of the families here knew how to take care of themselves and a lot of issues could be fixed by a potion. We had 3 apothecary shops that originally focused production on puppy potions, but since I cured them Neo started to have them focus on vampire potions to be sold. The medical building was really for those injuries too big to be easily fixed but not big enough to warrant a trip to the hospital. Tom entered the room, leaning heavily on a cane and sporting a "Oh my god, your beautiful face has a cut." I cried out. Indeed. Tom's face had a cut from the right cheek down to the jaw. It'll heal, he dismissed. Blasphemy, I whispered. Blasphemy to harm such a pretty face. Odette giggled at me. 2ESS I bet, Rosie. I protested, CENEST pa idiot, say unsacrilege. Tom smiled charmingly at Odette. J'apprécie vous passez du temps avec elle, mais pourriez-vous nous donner un peu d'intimité? Odette inclined her head. With great care, she set my head down onto the pillow and slipped out of the room. Tom limped over to my bed, plopping down at the foot while I slowly pushed myself up. I was extra mindful not to move my knee too much. Surprised you had no reactions to her, I observed. Occlumency works against a lot of mental attacks, said Tom, and she was not trying to charm me. You do know that pureblood Velas have control of their attraction, right? No. I do now, I said. Hey. I wonder if that means she never tried to use it on me. Likely not. You're underage and she believes I am as well, Tom pointed out. I blinked. Velas can charm same sexes. Velas can charm any who are physically capable of finding them attractive, said Tom. Why have you not talked about this with Odette? She doesn't really like talking about that kind of stuff. So, I said, how'd the fight go? Actually, Tom said slowly, I was hoping I could go over it with you. Can you get your hands on a pensieve? Probably, I said. What ya got in mind? It might have surprised me with a few spells I want to reverse engineer, admitted Tom. Given how chaotic the situation was, I don't think I could remember them well enough to recreate them without the use of a pensieve. I gave him a thumbs up. I'll get you one as long as I can watch. But of course, he said. I want you to help. Unable to resist perking up at that, I asked, me? Really? You have already crafted a dozen original spells, Tom pointed out. You are more than capable of assisting the reverse engineering of a few dark ones. Yay! That'll be fun. Tom smiled. I think so as well. He gestured to my knee. Did Odette give you the prognosis? Nope. Your kneecap is being regrown. You need to stay here another 12 hours. Shit. I asked Syl to ask Kriaker to ask Harry to cover for you, said Tom. Harry said he would, but he needed answers in return. Understandable, I sighed. Speaking of answers, how did my Worgen army know to show up? It was not your entire Worgen army, Tom corrected. Aw man. Did I dream about them overrunning over the ministry and shedding everywhere? Tom paused. Yes. Boo. Tom consolingly patted my cheek. There. You can inflict your Worgen army upon some poor unsuspecting government another time. I smiled at that. As for why Fenrir and the others arrived, backup plans, explained Tom. Good call, I said approvingly, grimacing from the discomfort of having my kneecap regrown. Yush. Tom smiled fleetingly. Terribly uncomfortable, isn't it? I'm fortunate all my wounds were superficial. I raised an eyebrow and gave him a disbelieving look. Then why the limp? He frowned and looked away. Merely a slightly bigger scratch than the others. Hardly worth mentioning. He coughed, not wanting to meet my stern gaze. When he refused to elaborate upon his injury and I could not tell what it was since his entire left foot was wrapped up, I started to poke him in the cheek. I warned him, don't make me start to kiss you. Oh no. The horror, he snarked. I'll raspberry your belly, I threatened. Stop. Please. The terror, he sarcastically responded. Fine, I said, lifting up his shirt and leaning in. He yelped and scooted back. Rosie. Aha. Tell me or you get the raspberry, I cried out. You couldn't catch me, he snapped back. I have a Worgen army. Try me. Fine. He said, throwing up his hands in exasperation. That walking corpse blasted my bloody foot off. I gaped. Wait, what? Thankfully your Worgens were able to find it with their impeccable sense of smell, muttered Tom. It's back on. I need the cane for a few more days. I looked down at his heavily bandaged foot. You are okay? More insulted. It kept thinking it could incapacitate me, complained Tom. As if losing a foot would make me anything other than incredibly pissed. Did you get M back? Tom grinned. I got his wand arm. That's my darling, I praised. That being said, I was only a little, mind you, woozy from blood loss and wasn't able to follow up with much else, Tom begrudgingly admitted. I'll be better prepared next time. I kissed his cheek. I think you did swell. He smiled, turning his head to kiss my forehead. You as well. You have quite the body count to your name now. Maybe I really could make it as a serial killer in my next life, I joked. And the world will tremble, he teased, raising a hand to gently tuck a stray bang behind my ear. I leaned into his hand, smiling adoringly at him. So Fenrir was the backup plan? How'd that conversation go? Very well. I introduced myself to Fenrir, said Tom. And I told him the truth. I stared at him in disbelief. A version of the truth. There it is. I told him we were going to the Department of Mysteries to steal something Voldemort planned to take for himself, said Tom. That we could not trust the order with it, as we feared Voldemort had a spy implanted. I told him if we weren't back by a deadline, to assume we had met hostile forces. I see. I cocked my head. Wonder how Fenrir snuck in. Oh, I gave him a port key, said Tom. It was set to teleport to my belt. Nothing to block port keys from working in the ministry. Oh. Neato. I lifted up the thin blanket that had been draped over my lap to examine my knee. My entire right leg was covered in bandages. I prodded at it, then winced at the sharp pain. Gosh. With a knee like this, what's a girl to do to keep busy for 12 hours? Aside from rest. Definitely besides that. What do you have in mind? We could snog then cuddle, I joked, wiggling my eyebrows. Tom stared intently at me for a minute, his lips twitching as he fought back his amused smile. Tell you what, drawled Tom as he pulled out his wand from his sleeve. I'm going to apparate back home and sit back in my recliner. If you can get to me within the next 5 minutes without the help of your house elves, we'll make an evening of it. An evening of. My eyes lit up. Oh. But I can't walk on this knee. The challenge. He wants to see how far I'll go, hey? I love it. Tom disappeared in a snap as I realized what must be done. I have a Worgen army, I whispered. Then I raised my voice and shouted, F.E.F.E. Fenrir. Buddy. Pal. Ami. I need you to be my wingman. Come to me. Less than 10 seconds later Fenrir, as a fluffy boy cause he loved his new form, bursted into the room. I am here. Woo. Asterisk. Seen in English. As I was walking by the clear fountain, I found the water so lovely I had to bathe. A soft, sweet, warm voice lulled me back into reality. A gentle hand with long nails carefully ran through my hair, tenderly brushing me. I could feel that I was in some kind of bed, but my head did not rest on a pillow. Or if it was a pillow, it was much sturdier than normal. I've loved you for so long, I will never forget you. I twitched my fingers first, finding them stiff and cold. There was a raw, burning sensation in my throat. When I tried to swallow, it felt like I was swallowing a hot spiky rock. My stomach churned unpleasantly. Under the oak's leaves, I lay and dried. On the highest bough, a nightingale sang. It took a couple more minutes to gather my strength, but I eventually opened my eyes. Odette paused in singing her lullaby. She was seated on the bed I was laid in, and she had pulled my head into her lap while she played with my hair. The Vila looked down at me, smiling adoringly. In her charming voice she whispered, "Good morning, my angel." I offered her a weak smile. "My beautiful." She leaned down to kiss my forehead. "We were worried about you. You take too many risks." I let out a small giggle at that, but then I realized that caused a shooting pain from my knee and cringed. Trying to keep up a brave face, I said, "You know I can't resist a good gamble. Especially if I'm betting with my life." Odette rolled her eyes at that. "My angel, you are too reckless." Shrugging, I said, "Such is life." "Your life," she muttered. Before Odette could scold me further, there was a knock at the door. I leaned my head further up, recognizing the room we were in was one of the rooms in the medical building at Lunar's Orchid. We only had one building that was shared by a couple healers that had a rotating shift, so it wasn't very big. Not that we needed it since most of the families here knew how to take care of themselves and a lot of issues could be fixed by a potion. We had 3 apothecary shops that originally focused production on puppy potions, but since I cured them Neo started to have them focus on vampire potions to be sold. The medical building was really for those injuries too big to be easily fixed but not big enough to warrant a trip to the hospital. Tom entered the room, leaning heavily on a cane and sporting a "Oh my God, your beautiful face has a cut." I cried out. Indeed. Tom's face had a cut from the right cheek down to the jaw. "It'll heal," he dismissed. "Blasphemy," I whispered. "Blasphemy to harm such a pretty face." Odette giggled at me. "You're so silly, Rosie." I protested, "It's not silly, it's sacrilege." Tom smiled charmingly at Odette. "I appreciate you spending time with her, but would you please give us some privacy?" Odette inclined her head. With great care, she set my head down onto the pillow and slipped out of the room. Tom limped over to my bed, plopping down at the foot while I slowly pushed myself up. I was extra mindful not to move my knee too much. To be clear, Tom is still asexual. However, a couple of individuals who identified as asexual were kind enough to talk to me about being in a relationship with someone who was not asexual. Some asexuals feel comfortable to have a physical relationship with their partner for their partner. I've got a few small scenes in chapter 54 to better define their relationship, but I wanted to put this disclaimer here to prevent any confusion/misinformation. Chapter 53, Year 5 to 17. Beta, Cloudy. Updated early cause I'm a little shit who lives in memes and wanted to end on April 20th. Asterisk. It was Monday evening when I was able to return to Hogwarts. I'd have to take care to wear layers until all of my injuries had healed up. Even with my knee good enough to walk on, it was still tender and I had to baby it. Thankfully, I could bullshit and tell others I had a very extreme match of tennis with Madame Willow. She would never snitch on me. But first thing was first. I headed out of my dorm room, thankful no one was in the common room to see me leave. Heading through Hogwarts, I hobbled my way over to the Gryffindor Tower where I waited for some lions to enter to ask Harry to talk to me. I owed him quite the explanation, after all. Asterisk. It took 15 minutes of waiting but eventually my brother stepped out. As soon as he saw me, he hugged me tightly. What happened? He asked, pulling back then looking around. Oh, not here. Room. Sure, I said. It's going to be a bit of a long story. It is. Asked Harry with surprise. I smiled at him. Your occlumency is good, yet. Then yet. I've got to fill you in on over a decade's worth of information. Harry's eyes widened. Oh. Asterisk. Harry sipped at some tea Dobby had kindly prepared for us as we spent a good chunk of the night in the room of requirement. The room had transformed itself into a cozy sitting place. Harry had kindly asked Dobby to provide us some tea and snacks, and the house elf had never let our plate or cups be empty. The joys and benefits of having a bonded house elf. So let me get this right, said Harry. It was well past 1 in the morning by the time I finished my explanation. You are Gentleman Rose, said Harry. Yab. You are Enartos. Yab. You founded Lunar's Orchid. Yab. Invented all of those werewolf potions as a precursor to your Worgen ritual. Yet. Have a Worgen army. Yet. And, continued Harry, you have a boyfriend. Not sure why we're ending on that one, but yes, I said slowly. I kind of figured the Gentleman Rose thing years ago, dismissed Harry. Not surprised by your alias, to be honest, and really not surprised you have some kind of army. If anything I'm surprised it's only Worgens. I was anticipating a Dementor army. Oh. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Harry sipped his tea. I leaned back in my seat, giving Harry time to process everything. Oh, yeah, and prophecies, said Harry lamely. Ugh. You know I always thought they were kind of cool in stories, but having to actually be a part of one? Not as fun as I would have liked. I nodded firmly in agreement. Right? Stupid fate. Stupid fate, agreed Harry. So, when do I meet him? Who? Your boyfriend that completely failed to keep you safe. It is not his job to keep me safe. Oh, no. Couldn't even do the bare minimum of reconnaissance though, snarked Harry. Harry, I gasped. Tom is a fantastic boyfriend. I wagged my finger at him. I don't want to hear it, mister. Until you have pulled off a risky heist like that without us getting hurt, you're not in the same boat to talk. Harry narrowed his eyes. Fine. I will. I blinked. Wait, what? You and me, said Harry stubbornly, folding his arms over his chest. We're going to steal from Gringotts. Wait, what? You're my twin, said Harry. If you're a thief, so am I. We go down together. But... Harry patted my shoulder. And when we successfully steal from Gringotts and neither of us get hurt, I will have the upper hand. Harry. You can't just steal from Gringotts to spite my boyfriend. Watch me, he whispered. Asterisk. I had to sneak back into the dungeon since the discussion with my ride-or-die twin ended up going well past 2 in the morning. I flopped onto my bed, accidentally waking up Iris who was previously snuggled into my pillow. She yawned adorably which made me kiss the tip of her nose and cuddle with her. She expanded her size so she could wrap herself around me and soak up my body heat. I had barely shut my eyes when there was a quiet knock at my door. Blearily, I looked over at my clock. How is it already 5? I just blinked. Running on a few hours of sleep did not make for a happy witch, but I put that aside and mumbled out, come on in. I think I forgot to lock it. The door opened up and I found myself staring at Draco and Theodore. Good morning, I said, sitting up in my bed. It was harder than normal since Iris was still large and heavy and really didn't want to wake up again, so I had to physically move her. Her tail flicked in annoyance and she fluttered her wings at me. I patted her head. Yes, mommy knows. Gotta make room though, sweet pea. Fine, she hissed, curling around me to make room at the foot of the bed. Draco and Theodore came into the room. Theodore gently closed the door behind him before he rapidly used privacy charms. Draco plopped down on the bed, scooting over to make room for Theodore. Raising an eyebrow at both boys, I asked, "What's going on?" "We need a place to stay over summer," said Theodore. "Okay," I said. "What kind of place? Like a safe house or party house?" "Safe house," said Draco quietly. I noticed he was paler than usual. "I told my father about you. I told him to do everything in his power to never fight you. He didn't believe me, but then... The resurrection party as you call it," dryly chuckled Theodore. Draco nodded, grey eyes keeping even with me. "Our dads were supposed to be part of that raid." "They were, but then they saw you and... Let's just say they've got some great self-preservation instincts," said Theodore. "They fled," continued Draco. "We don't know where, somewhere out of the country, for sure, and we can't write to them for a while." I leaned back, taken aback by this information. It was the smartest thing for either of them to do. While I would be reluctant to kill them out of respect for my snakes, I would not hesitate in a life or death situation. They were going to be forced into very dangerous situations if they remained a Death Eater in Voldemort's care. They did not share the beliefs of the Light, and given their history, it was unlikely they would be properly protected by Dumbledore's group if they defected. At the very least it would come at a high cost for them. Fleeing was the best situation, but it was only an option if they genuinely believed that the core issue would be taken care of while they were gone. Which meant that Lord Malfoy and Lord Nott had acknowledged me as a viable threat to Voldemort. More than that, they were betting on me to take care of Voldemort. "Okay," I said. "And you two aren't going with them?" Draco cocked his head, a ghost of a smirk on his face. "No. I want to be on the winning side." "We're with you, Rosie," said Theodore. I smiled. "Then I'll lead you to victory. I've got a place for you two to stay at." "Not with Dumbledore's group, right?" Theodore wanted to clarify. "Nope. It's with my people. I'll take care of you both until things are cleaned up, you have my word." Both boys smiled in relief. Asterisk. Death Eaters raided Ministry. Sweeping reform and changes to come as Wizengamot pushes forward with election to purge corrupted seats. In a shocking twist, Aurors were contacted by an anonymous source saying Death Eaters had invaded the Ministry late Saturday night. Aurors rushed to the scene to find a slew of slain Death Eaters and a few captured ones. Aurors interrogated the surviving Death Eaters and learned that the raid was led by none other than he who must not be named. With this revelation, Minister Fudge ordered for the Wizengamot to hold their elections immediately and promptly resigned. Dozens of seats were replaced, see page 7 for full list, and dramatic reforms were issued over the weekend. The article carried on with a list of new bills proposed and passed over the weekend by the new Wizengamot. Most of the articles pertained to bolstering public safety and security, with a few pro-werewolf legislature tagged onto them. One of the legislatures included allowing them to legally attend Hogwarts by headmaster's discretion, which I was surprised did not exist already since Remus went to Hogwarts, which meant Dumbledore hella broke the law. Go Grandpa! The Department of Magical Law Enforcement had their budget temporarily more than doubled, and Bones was ordered to focus on recruitment and tightening security for popular public settings until Voldemort was taken care of. Diagon Alley would be getting regularly patrolled, the Ministry would be assigned more security, and the Auror office was allotted a hefty budget for recruitment. Aurors were temporarily recalled from retirement to reassess the Ministry's security and provide feedback. It was a great start. Fantastic start, really. Voldemort lost a good chunk of his Death Eaters, his biggest financial supporter fled the country, Malfoy. He had no werewolves, no vampires, and was now up against a mostly unified Ministry that strongly stood on the light side. Canonically, the next year had been one of quiet terror for many people. Now, it would only be a terror for Voldemort. His days were numbered. Let the hunt begin. Asterisk. My 5th year at Hogwarts concluded peacefully. It was normal by every definition. I arranged for a couple of wizards from my village to meet with Draco and Theodore at Hogsmeade on the final day. The two boys would not take the train home. What home would they be returning to, and instead apparate to the village where Fenrir would be waiting for them. Fenrir promised me he'd show my friends the utmost courtesy and help them transition staying in the village over the summer. Tom also insisted he secretly meet with the boys to confirm they weren't spies for Voldemort. I had faith in my snake babies, but Tom was a pessimist at best, and I had a hard time saying no to him when he argued with logic against my sentimentality. I did subtly inquire about my other Death Eater babies. Vincent and Gregory's fathers weren't at the raid and did not foresee any immediate issues at their home life. I would trust their instincts. They knew their family better than I. Pansy's father had never been the fighting type and worked more closely behind the scenes. That being said, she did not foresee any issues in her home life, nor that her father would ever take up a wand against children. I did kind of sort of most definitely murdered 2 parents. Not sure if it was me or one of my fluffies, but one upper year and one younger year had lost their fathers during the raid at the Department of Mysteries. There wasn't a lot I could say or do for them. I felt bad they were upset, but what could I do? Their fathers tried to kill me, failed, and paid the price. It wasn't openly stated I was at the raid or even that I had a hand in it, but my Slytherins were clever and could read between the lines. The upper year student did lose their temper with me and I gave them some grace giving the mourning period. It was their final year at Hogwarts, I didn't see a reason to sour it further by punishing them for understandably acting out. The younger student was not as vengeful, thankfully, and heavily in the mourning phase. They were in the same year as Astoria, Daphne's younger sister, and I kindly asked Astoria to keep an eye on them. Astoria promised me she would if I would let her cuddle with Iris. I lent her Iris every weekend left in the semester and was happy to see that Astoria used Iris to cuddle with the grieving student. Hopefully the kiddo's mom would seek counseling over the summer. I'd take note to keep watch over them next year. The departing feast was marvelous. Dumbledore gave a cheerful speech over how great it was to see everyone getting along so well, and that we could end the year on a happy note. At the end of his speech the twins unleashed fireworks that made Dumbledore laugh loudly and heartily. He awarded Gryffindor enough house points to steal the house cup and wished the twins a joyous life. I couldn't blame him for that. The fireworks were marvelous and the twins had perfected controlling their pathing so they never strayed from above the tables. Professor Snape didn't look pleased about them, but everyone else enjoyed them. Plus I guess Harry's house deserved winning the cup at least once. Just once. Because my snakes were good sports, I herded everyone up after dinner to head over to the Gryffindor common room and throw a party to congratulate them for finally snaking the cup. Plus it was the twins' last year at Hogwarts and I wanted to send them off with a bang. The Gryffindors were gracious, Harry opening up the common room door to let in dozens of snakes. The twins correctly guessed what I was going to do and had prepared an assortment of little toys and trinkets around the party. Someone set up an enchanted box to loudly play music in the background. Creaker and Dobby set up a buffet of little snacks and kegs of non-alcoholic drinks. The lions and snakes partied well into the night. At one point we started up a game of intense hide and seek that spilled out into the surrounding hallways. Theodore nearly won by being the best hider, but then someone accidentally set off more fireworks and one of the fireworks slammed into the poor boy and set him on fire. He was fine, just singed and had a distinct smell of soot. When sunlight started to peek through the curtains the party finally died down. I gave Daphne a piggyback ride back to the dorms with the rest of my snakes trudging behind. There was an awkward moment in the hallway on the way back. We turned a corner and found ourselves running into Professor Snape. Professor Snape looked us over with narrowed eyes, examining our exhausted and disheveled state. No one was willing to meet his gaze. Not in bed? He asked silkily. I looked him dead in the eye and said, "We're sleepwalking." As a group? Yes. As if on cue, some snakes started to fake snore. Professor Snape's lips twitched. For a brief moment I had hopes that my bullshit lie was about to make the man smile. "Pleasant dreams," he replied succinctly, turning and walking away. "I love you," one of the younger years whispered to me. Asterisk. The train ride down was one spent peacefully. Mostly because I cuddled up to Harry and we napped all the way down. Hermione, who had been a very responsible young witch and went to bed at a decent hour last night, kindly woke us up when the train arrived. Stepping off the train, I saw Sirius waiting for us with a huge smile on his face and his arms held wide open. Gleefully, I ran into my godfather's arms. He picked me up and spun me around. As soon as he set me down, he opened his arms and looked expectantly at Harry. Harry warily eyed him. "No. Come on. Your sister did it. I'm too old to be spun around." Sirius looked gravely offended by that and promptly hugged Harry, picked him up, and spun him around. "Gah," protested Harry. "Your sister is never too old for unicorns, and you are never too old to be spun around," said Sirius. "Rosie, come on over. I'll apparate all three of us home." I gripped my trunk with one hand, and Sirius's arm with the other. There was a rush of dizziness as our world spun and sharp pop made our ears ring. Then we were back at home, not Grimald's place. We headed inside and I asked, "Are we not spending the summer at Grimald's?" "Dumbledore thinks we'll be safe enough for a couple of weeks here," said Sirius. "Voldemort's not in a good position to attack us." "Excellent," I cheered. It was so much easier to sneak out there than at Grimald's. "So," Sirius drawled out slowly, "we're robbing Gringotts, hey?" I spluttered. "Wah! Come now, princess," teased Sirius. "You really thought that for all these years I never, ever, checked up on you while you were supposed to be asleep or sick?" I gaped at him. Yes. I'm hurt. Downright offended," he said cheerfully. "You never, why didn't you? You were always back by morning," he said with a shrug. "I snuck out a lot when I was your age. Although rather ashamed to admit I didn't realize exactly what you were doing until more recently." And Harry I whirled around. "We both talked about it over Christmas," said Harry breezily. "But I appreciate you telling me before Patty." Sirius sighed at that, pulling out a galleon and placing it in Harry's outstretched hand. Harry smirked, accepting the galleon. Wait, did you bet on who I'd tell first? Yeah, they said. Oh. My. God. I love you both so friggin' much, I laughed, holding out my arms. Sirius and Harry grinned, and the three of us firmly embraced each other in a loving group hug. See? Said Harry. We'll handle Gringotts fine and dandy. I already have some ideas, Sirius said joyfully. Now we just gotta figure out which vault to focus. Obviously Lestrange's, I said with a big smile. I even know the vault number. That's our princess, said Sirius appreciatively as Harry kissed my cheek. This is going to be great. Asterisk. Requested bonus sleep deprived Rosie. MMFFFFMFFMMFF, too high, too high. Tom did not pause in his task when his girlfriend mumbled something incoherent. He continued to wave his wand around the den to transfigure various pieces of furniture. It would not be a permanent transformation, of course. He supplied only enough magic to the transformations so they'd last for a few more hours. Plenty of time for Tom to finish and Rosie to wake up and see his work. No more, too high up. She complained, curling on the couch and cuddling with a stuffed unicorn Tom had expertly placed in her arms. She'd cuddle with anything in her arms. Tom had previously made the mistake of letting her fall asleep next to him and she wouldn't let go of him until he woke her up. Sky high, replied Tom. No, MMMMFFF. Yes, he said as he began to conjure fog to cling to the floor to give the illusion of a cloud. I can't take it anymore. You'll have to, he said. Please. No more sparkles. Tom immediately started to conjure sparkles around her. No. Stop, the unicorn monster is going to eat me, she cried out. Yes, said Tom, feeding into her nightmare. He decided to sacrifice his favorite recliner by transfiguring it into a giant stuffed unicorn. Devour you whole. No. I don't want to be a unicorn. Please. Tom hesitated at that, then shrugged and transfigured her clothes into a unicorn onesie. Help. Tom waited to see if she would add on what else she was fearing in her nightmare. NNNRRRRRRFFF. He cocked his head then continued on with transfiguring the den into a unicorn nightmare just for Rosie. Oh no, they have wings. He promptly added wings. Suddenly, Rosie shot up with a gasp. Her blue eyes were crazed and wild as she began to process what she was seeing in reality. She screamed. A high-pitched shriek of pure terror. Tom grinned in delight as she scrambled off the couch then bumped into the giant stuffed unicorn with flapping wings. She screamed again, her whole body jerking in an odd fashion as she tried to flee. Unfortunately for Rosie she was still half asleep so her legs didn't work properly. She did more of a half-spaz and promptly face-planted into the floor. Ow, ow, ow. Rosie slowly sat up, rubbing at her bleeding nose and staring around her in horror. Am I still dreaming? Is this a lucid dream? Yes, said Tom. Wait, really? Yes, he lied. Then why do you still have clothes on? Tom opened his mouth, shut it, then said, you don't have complete control yet. She stared at him. Oh. She nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. How do I wake up? Go back to sleep, he said. Will you tuck me in? Of course, he said, helping her onto the couch and pulling a blanket over her. He handed her the stuffed unicorn which she accepted with a grimace. She peered up at him. No good night kiss. He kissed her good night. Grateful for what I can get, she mumbled to herself as she rolled over. Once she was asleep again, he undid all the transfiguration, fixed up her nose, and promptly bottled the memory of her screaming in terror. He didn't have a pensieve yet, but when he did. Asterisk. Rosie woke up again a couple of hours later. She rubbed tiredly at her eyes and looked around the den. Hey, she said. Tom, at his recliner, lowered his book and asked, nice dream. She said. I dunno. Was I in it? She said again, turning a little red. Nope. Nuh-uh. Definitely not. Tom smiled. I see. Hungry, dear? Yes. Asterisk. Bucket list completed. 12 Successfully bullshit my way out of getting in trouble at Hogwarts with Professor Snape despite it being super obvious I should be in trouble. Chapter 54, Year 6 to 1. Hello my lovelies. I have missed you all. Please read, this is a long / semi-choppy chapter to prep Year 6. Also I forgot some extra / bonuses from Year 5 so I plopped them in here. Smiley face, beta, cloudy. Extra 1, during Year 5. Tom reached forward and I felt a soft, brief pat on my bum. I turned around and raised an eyebrow in surprise at him. Testing yourself again? Yes, he said, looking quite pleased with himself. Ah. You're so adorable. You wanna pat it again? No. I have reached a good goal, he said. Good job, I praised him. He beamed. Extra 2, during year 5, second semester. It was a quaint morning. Barely morning considering it was 3 in the morning, but that didn't matter to us. I had stayed up all night checking over Tom's math for some of his own spells, and in turn Tom had reviewed the drafts for some of my original spells. By 2:30 we had the munchies and Sil prepared us a hearty breakfast. With a proper binder, Tom no longer had a debilitating appetite, but he still had an increased metabolism that meant he had at least 3 big meals a day. Sometimes 4, and if he did a lot of heavy magic work that day it'd be 5. We chatted while we ate, our conversation starting mild until it transitioned into us. I was rather sleepy so I honestly wasn't paying much attention until he asked that question. It startled me, and I stared at him for several seconds as I processed what he wanted to know. I decided to buy myself some time by drinking some pumpkin chai milk tea. Tom, you're under no obligation to satisfy me. Tom raised an eyebrow at that. But I've got 2 hands, and the capability of buying a couple of magazines, I said firmly. I don't require you to commit to that. Tom's face screwed up. Then you're getting gratification from someone other than me. I suppose technically yes. His expression soured darkly and he stabbed rather viciously at his eggs. When he remained silent for another 2 minutes, I said, I can't read your mind, dear. What's wrong? I don't want you to be satisfied with anyone else, he said plainly, sullenly poking at his breakfast. Not surprising given his inherently controlling nature. Well, I said, taking another sip from my tea, what would you like me to do? He pursed his lips. Come to me. That should be obvious, shouldn't it? Nope, I said. Neither of us knows your comfort zone. I'm not inept, Rosie. That's good, I purred flirtatiously out of reflex. Just come to me, he said. We'll make a night of it. A whole night? Oh my. I peered at him. Are you sure? I'm still a man, Rosie. I want to do it with you, he said quietly. And I want you to only do it with me. Okay, I agreed. And whenever your desires ever arise, I assure you, you'll be the first to know, he promised. I beamed. Yay. So, how much of a heads up do you want? His eyes narrowed. I'm not a spontaneous person, Rosie. Could you role play as one? Rosie. I giggled. Okay. A pause. So can I sign up for a subscription? He flicked my nose. Extra 3, during year 5, second semester. Tom sipped some tea. I'd like to try more today. Say the word, love, I murmured absently. He patted the spot next to him on the love seat. If you would please. Yes, sir. He stiffened at that. I caught it and smiled. Oh ho? Is sir a yes or a no? I don't know, he said after a moment of thought. We'll try it again later. One thing at a time. Rightio. Asterisk. July 1st, 1996. The Hogwarts train dropped us off a little after noon. I spent the next few hours talking things over with Sirius and Harry. Before dinner, though, I had to head over to Lunar's Orchid. It was time to check up on Draco and Theodore. I wanted to make sure the 2 of them were settling in okay. I had the opportunity to sneak away when Harry told Sirius he wanted to practice some flying maneuvers. Hi, I chirped as I hopped out of the vanishing box. Right on time, said Tom, extending a hand out to me. As soon as I gave him my hand, he kissed the back of it to elicit an immediate smile from me. Did you meet them yet? I wanted to wait for you. I beamed at him. Ah. So sweet. Hand in hand, Tom and I headed out of our home in Lunar's Orchid and to track down where Fenrir had taken Draco and Theodore. It wasn't difficult, Fenrir had already told me he planned to take the boys to their temporary living situation after the tour. Ennio had graciously volunteered his home. The vampire planned on spending a majority of his summer between Rome and Cluj-Napoca to work on building our vampire-focused potions. After the sunproof potion we developed an inhibitor. Vampires weren't able to get drunk off of regular booze and most magical alcohol didn't appeal to them, so, we dabbled. Lots of money getting old vampires drunk after they hadn't been able to get a buzz in a few centuries. Ennio had already set up a couple of rooms for the boys, and I assured him I would pay for whatever they needed. Sil would be prepping their meals and handling their housework. Ennio's home was a couple streets down from ours. It, like all the other homes in Lunar's Orchard, was a Tudor style, but Ennio had it painted a dark grey with dark oak wood accents. We knocked on the door. A scarce minute later it swung open to reveal Draco. Hey, said Draco, running his fingers through his pale hair. I was pleased to note how at ease he seemed, a far cry from how nervous he was when we parted ways at Hogwarts. Hi, I chirped. Can we come in? Of course, said Draco, opening the door further. Stepping inside, I glanced around. To the right of the front door was a sunken-in living room. Ennio had no need for a kitchen, so it was all one big den with a variety of comfortable seating and a central fire pit. Ennio loved having dinner parties and guests over, the house was accommodated with that in mind. I was surprised to find only Theodore sitting down, no Fenrir in sight. Frowning, I asked, "Where's Fenrir?" "Something urgent came up," said Theodore, standing up from the couch. He adjusted his tie upon noticing I was not alone. "He took us here and had to go." "I see," I said, wondering what the emergency was. "If he needs me, he knows how to find me," I thought. "Right. Introductions, then," I said brightly. "Boys, this is my aunt, Tom. Tom, these are my friends Draco Malfoy and Theodore Nott." Tom's arm rested comfortably around my waist as he subtly pulled me closer and offered out his other hand. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance." That is such a smooth power move, I thought, fighting back my amused smile. Theodore and Draco did not miss the implication, but both airs were raised too excellently to present anything other than a smile in response. Theodore accepted Tom's hand first. Likewise. Draco shook Tom's hand next, cool grey eyes assessing. "You were at the Yule Ball." "Correct," said Tom. Theodore raised his eyebrows at that. Intrigued, he asked, "Alumni now?" "Yes," he answered with a smile. "Rosie and I met at Hogwarts. Tom's staying in the village as well. If either of you two need anything, you can go to him," I said reassuringly. "I hope you'll like it here." "Oh yes. What's not to love about seeing crowds of werewolves walking around in broad daylight?" drawled Draco with a raised eyebrow. "Worgans," I corrected. "I assume you saw them in their fluffy forms." Theodore's flat expression amused me. He deadpanned, "Hard to miss. They said you were the cause of that." "Yep," I said proudly, beaming. "I perfected the curse." "Are you planning to distribute it globally?" asked Draco. "Uh-huh. After I unveil it to the public and finish reworking some laws through the Wisengamot," I said cheerfully. Draco frowned briefly at that. "Do you have a voting seat?" "Not directly," I admitted with a smile. I didn't elaborate that I didn't need one. If my boys were clever enough, they'd read between the lines and figure out who was behind the Wisengamot shift in power. "With our fathers gone, their seats are technically absent," observed Theodore. "But we have their seals. We could mail in votes on their behalf if you want." With a coy smile, I purred. "Really? You guys would do that? If we don't vote your way, we might be blackmailed out of our seats, right?" said Draco with a knowing look. My smile stretched into a grin. "You're growing up to be such a clever boy. I wouldn't blackmail you guys. It's good to have diversity and a wide variety of opinions in a democratic process. As long as those opinions and votes don't actively hurt the people I care about, I've no intentions of forcing my agenda." Theodore gave a small scoff. He sharply pointed out, "Anti-werewolf laws would piss you off though, right?" "Yes. See, I for one, would rather not be on your shit list," said Theodore as he folded his arms across his chest. "Not while I'm still in Hogwarts and you're paying for my food and shelter over the summer." "Clever boy," I cooed, reaching forward to pat his cheek. He rolled his eyes but bent forward to let me. "Are you both settling in okay?" "As well as can be expected," said Draco. "I suspect food will be provided." "Yeah, my elf Syl will take care of you both. I'll also have her deliver some money every morning in case you want to eat at one of the shops instead. If you need anything, reach out." "We will," said Draco. I clapped my hands together. "Now that formalities are out of the way, how about a little game? I've been itching to play some Monopoly Mayhem." Theodore's brow furrowed. "Monopoly Mayhem? Magical Monopoly? It'll be fun." "What's Monopoly?" asked Draco uneasily. "You'll see." Asterisk. July 3, 1996. Early that morning I had a really bad night terror about Lily. My screams woke up Sirius and Harry, who both moved me to Sirius's room as it had a king-sized bed where I was held until soothed. Harry was able to fall back asleep in his animated form, but I found myself unable to. Sirius kept me company, staying up with me and talking in a low voice about whatever I fancied. Eventually the conversation moved on to how I cured the Worgans and how I wanted to find a way to bring that cure to Remus. "You really think Remus would be okay with my alias?" I nervously asked. "He's such a goody-goody. And I say that with absolute love. He's got some firm morals, but he loves you," assured Sirius. "You practically cured his fluffy problem." "Yes, but... I mean... some of my Worgans are people that he wouldn't, really, like. Like Greyback?" asked Sirius with a raised eyebrow. I nodded with a wince. "Yeah." He wasn't happy to hear about Greyback being protected at the village, but facts are facts. Since Greyback has been under the village's care, he hasn't attacked or hurt anyone. As long as he stays in the village the Aurors won't go after him, right? That's the deal, I mumbled. It was a heavy price to pay. I was practically the one footing the bill for Bones' department, but a necessary one. Fenrir Greyback had drastically changed over the years since entering the village. He played a critical role in serving and protecting the people there, and he acted as my trusted liaison. There was no benefit for him to be punished. Morally, his victims had the right to demand for justice. Practically, it didn't matter. I had the power, and I saw Fenrir as someone too valuable to throw away under the guise of justice. What's done was done. The dead had no right to claim power over the living. I was focused on the future, and on the betterment of werewolves as a whole. So what if a few suffered if hundreds benefited? The only needle that pricked me in that thought process was Remus. He was a special case because he was someone dear to me. Although my practicably won out over my emotions, it still bothered me. I wished I had an easy solution or easy answer to satisfy everyone, but I did not think such a thing existed. Remus had every right to hate Fenrir, and desire his demise. I would not force forgiveness nor demand he accept Fenrir as anything other than the man who forcefully turned him into a werewolf. Remus was a victim of a traumatic experience, and Fenrir was his abuser. That was a fact that could not be changed within this life or timeline. Sirius reached forward and gave my shoulder a squeeze. Can't say I really understand, but I don't need to. You've always got our family's best interest in mind, Princess. I try, I said. Sure did a lot, Sirius pointed out. Your alias is the driving force behind a lot of werewolf laws that helped Remus out a lot. And just this summer you got a new legislation that would allow werewolf students to attend Hogwarts. That legislation made me chuckle. I hadn't realized it was technically illegal for Dumbledore to have allowed Remus to attend. Grandpa didn't give a hoot, go him. Yeah, I mumbled. Remus doesn't hate your alias, said Sirius. Even though I'm associated with Fenrir. No one's perfect, he said with a grin. Those were his exact words. Trust me and give him a chance. I sucked in a deep breath. Okay. But if he hates me forever, I'm locking myself in my room and never coming out. Understandable. Asterisk. Remus came over a few hours later. The four of us got situated in the den. One of the house elves made up a little plate of petit fours with Earl Grey tea. I nervously sipped at my tea while Harry comfortingly held my hand. Remus was curious, but patient. He could tell there was something important to discuss, yet the werewolf refrained from broaching the subject until we were ready. Then I began. He listened with rapt attention. He did not stop to ask questions, did not react in any way other than a furrowed brow at certain points. The only time he said anything was when I admitted to my alias's name. At that, he was utterly flabbergasted and it took him several moments to recollect himself before I could continue. When I was done, he sat back in his chair. He took a deep breath, both of his eyebrows raised. Wow! I nervously fidgeted. Harry rubbed my back and I leaned into him for support. Anxiously, I asked in a small voice, Are you mad at me? At you? Remus shook his head. He rubbed his face then sighed. It's really not that bad, Moony. I always made sure she was home before breakfast, said Sirius with a happy smile. That, apparently, was not the thing to say. You knew she was sneaking out. Remus exploded, his face flushed as he whirled on Sirius. And you did nothing. Sirius shrugged, unbothered by Remus's anger. I mean, it was only for a few hours every so often. I did it a lot as a kiddo. I loved exploring London. Made a lot of friends. Made a lot of enemies. It was a grand time. I knew for a fact James did it as much as I did, and well. Sirius fell quiet at Remus's mutinous expression. She was a child. I turned out okay, I squeaked out, wincing when Remus turned to glower at me. Please don't hate me. Remus sighed. Rosie, I could never hate you. I'm upset because I'm scared of what could have happened. I'm glad you're fine now, but please don't do something so dangerous again. I can't promise that, I admitted honestly. Not with you, no. Everything going on. I can promise I'll do what I can to keep our family safe. But this isn't Uncle, we aren't telling you this just because I wanted to come clean. As you know, I invented several potions for the lycanthrope curse. I am aware. Well, this year, I said, I did more than that. I created a ritual to perfect the transformation. A kind of cure, if you will. Remus stared, slack-jawed. He blinked rapidly. I'm sorry, what? Uncle Moony, I said, I have a cure for your fluffy problem if you want it. Asterisk. We operate as a family outside Lunar's Orchid after the sun had set. Ennio and Dumbledore were at the gates, quietly talking with one another as they waited for our arrival. Dumbledore. Remus said in surprise. Good evening, Mr. Lupin, said Dumbledore cheerfully. Rosie thought you might feel more comfortable with my presence. So glad you could make it, Grandpa. I chirped. Didn't expect to see you, though, Ennio. I couldn't miss an opportunity to talk with Albus, replied Ennio. He offered a polite nod to my family. This is your family? Smiling brightly, I did quick introductions then hurried over to hug Ennio and Dumbledore. Both of the older men accepted my hugs with good grace. Let's not waste much time, come on in, I said, pushing the gates to Lunar's orchard wide open. The first thing any person visiting the village would see upon entrance would be the cobblestone path. I leaned heavily into the fairy tale Tudor-style aesthetic when designing the village and encouraged all architects to keep that in mind. The cobblestone pathway was kept clean. I created several jobs in the village to maintain it. All of the jobs were taken up by previously homeless werewolves and lined with lampposts lit by blue fire. The pathway circled throughout the large village, broken up by houses or shops. I had a fair few fountains, flower bushes, and trees scattered about to liven things up. As it was a werewolf village first and foremost, a lot of the shops were kept open throughout the night. That night was no different. Dozens of villagers milled out the streets, each offering me a cheerful wave when they spotted me. A few called out a greeting that I joyously returned as I guided my family to a bakery. The owner of the bakery was a cute woman who lost her voice in a werewolf attack. Fenrir had picked her up as a child and she had been a part of his pack ever since. After moving into the village, she, like so many others, had a chance to start a new business. She loved the idea of being a baker and had stuck with it. Fenrir was awfully proud of her, boasting that she made bread fit for the heavens. Having tasted her bread, I couldn't disagree. Sally Main, the baker, had agreed to pass on the Worgen curse to my uncle. I chose her because I knew she would be less intimidating than others and because we stepped into the shop. Sally Main, in her Worgen form, greeted us with a wave as she pulled a tray of carb goodness out of the stone oven. She used a magical perfume spray to guarantee none of her fur would fall off while she worked, so her work remained flawless in her fluffy form. I chose her because she loved her Worgen form. She loved her fluffy self and she was rarely seen outside of it. I wanted Remus to see that. I wanted him to see someone who loved their furry little problem so much they couldn't bear to be without it. Uncle Remus, this is Sally, I said, signing as I talked. I wasn't very good at it. While I had memorized the movements, my form was sluggish and stiff. It was easy to tell I was an amateur at it. Sally, this is my Uncle Remus. Do you remember what we talked about? Yes, she signed, moving from behind the counter to stand before Remus. She stood at 7 feet, towering above him as her tail waved behind him. Now. She wants to know if you're ready, I asked Remus, trying to sign. I blanked on the movement for ready for a few seconds. Remus stared up at Sally with great surprise. Yes. He tentatively raised his right arm that was covered in several scars he had obtained during his adolescence. Sally gave it a sniff before she gently bit down. Remus grimaced. Sirius reached out to place a steady hand on his shoulder. Sally withdrew her bite, took a few steps back, and nodded. Remus's eyes glazed over as the magic took hold. His body trembled. He grew weak in the knees and leaned heavily on Sirius for support. My godfather held up his childhood friend until Remus flexed and out popped his fluffy form in all its chocolate fur glory. Woohoo! I cheered, clapping excitedly. Harry, Ennio, Dumbledore, and Sally clapped with me as Remus stumbled back and stared in awe at what he had become. Never would have dreamed, he whispered in a graveled voice. He looked up at me, tears falling out of his golden eyes. Oh, Rosie! Thank you! Thank you! He opened his arms and I ran into him. He held me tightly, shaking ever so slightly as he cried. I love you, Uncle Moony, I whispered, my eyes burning. I love you too, my little princess, he rasped. Thank you. Asterisk. July 7, 1996. On a warm Sunday, I spent my morning flying with Iris, Harry, and Hedwig. We flew through the clear blue skies until our stomachs rumbled that it was time to eat. We enjoyed a quaint lunch with Sirius and Remus where Remus tried eating in his Worgen form at Sirius's insistence. It was a delightful mess. Harry wanted to go flying again afterward. Unfortunately for him, I had other plans. I headed over to my home at the village. Tom was enjoying his own lunch when I arrived. Tom, I'm going to have a guest over, I informed him, greeting him with a small kiss on the cheek. Tom cocked his head. Today? Yes. I've invited her over for tea. Care to join? Who is it? He asked curiously. Barrett Yeager. Barrett Yeager was a strong witch who ran several illegal brothels in magical Britain. Her only daughter was born with the lycanthrope curse. Prior to the village's construction, Barrett had to lock her daughter up in the basement on the full moon and watch helplessly as she struggled with the monthly transformation. Coming into the village was met with great relief for the witch. Access to the wolfsbane potion was difficult for her to obtain even with the wealth procured from her profession, but what really helped the most was the support network. Barrett was able to build strong relationships with other parents, and her daughter got to meet fellow werewolves around her age. Barrett was a strong witch, though, and one who did not settle for mediocrity. One did not become an untouchable brothel matron by settling. She was clever, patient, witty, and far more intelligent than what she'd lead her customers to believing. She had an assortment of blackmail and favor she had stockpiled over the years and used it brilliantly to expand her business and keep the Oros off her back. She did not wish to bring her brothel trade into the village, not due to any shame associated with sex work, rather she knew some of her clientele could be rough around the edges and didn't want to risk her new support group. But without her brothel, she was merely another witch in the village with a werewolf daughter. Mediocre. Which was why Barrett was eager to curry favor with Enartos by helping orchestrate some of the juicier scandals, and why she repeatedly made herself available to assist Fenrir in small jobs. Eventually Barrett had even become trusted enough that Fenrir had her put together the task force to rescue me from the Department of Mysteries last year. I knew she was someone bright, and now with Fenrir vouching for her, I knew she was someone to be trusted. She wanted a higher position in the village, it seemed about time to give her one. Tom gave me an odd look. The sex worker. Brothel matron, I said. I'm establishing a council and... You're establishing a council? Tom was incredulous. Why? I can't exactly babysit forever, can I? I retorted. Fenrir's done a decent job, but he's not going to be around forever. The village needs a proper government. I don't see why you would give up a position of power in something you created, said Tom with a shake of his head. I shrugged. I don't need a title to retain power. I know if I need anything, all I have to do is ask. Why bother clinging to a job position that imposes paperwork and other time-consuming work? I suppose you are not incorrect. What kind of government are you thinking of? Nothing too extravagant, something close to the Wiesengamot. Speaking of which, way ahead of you, I assured him. Tom gave a small shrug. I may not agree with your decision, but I'll support it. Do you want me to stay for tea? Up to you, I said. I wasn't sure if you wanted to pull another power move like you've done with my Baba snakes. Tom's lips twitched in amusement. Miss Yeager is not interested in you the same way they were. Tom leaned forward and brushed a kiss against my forehead. I'll go pay Malfoy and not a visit. Do let me know how it goes. As you wish. Asterisk. Syl had some tea and snacks prepared in the greenhouse loft. I took a seat at the table, relishing the taste of white strawberry tea. I had finished my first cup when my guest arrived. Barrett Yeager was a lovely, beautiful woman. Although well into her late 40s, she did not look a day past 30 and had the regal grace of a noble witch. Her blonde curls were swept up in a tight bun, and she moved with easy confidence in her witch robes. She nodded at me upon entering the loft. Good day, Enartos. My friends call me Rosie, I said with a smile. Please have a seat, Miss Yeager. Her lips curled up. Allow me to return the favor, please call me Barrett. Barrett sat across from me, the teapot enchanted to pour her a cup as soon as she sat. Fenrir and Odette have spoken nothing but praise for you, I said. And I must say, I am impressed by your work. It pales compared to what you have achieved, Miss Rosie, Barrett smoothly returned. I sipped at my tea. All of my work was done with the help of others. You established your work independently and had a solid standing well before I came into the picture. Yet I could not have done what you have, Barrett murmured as she took a sip of her own tea. I inclined my head at that. I'm flattered you think so highly of me, Miss Barrett. I hope I can continue to live up to that expectation. I've little doubt in your capability. That's wonderful to hear. Could it then be said you trust my judgment? Barrett's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Naturally. I clapped my hands together, projecting the perfect image of bright delight. I do wish for you to hear me out. Miss Barrett, would you please accept a nomination onto the Wiesengamot to replace a noble seat? You want me to become a lady? Barrett sought to clarify, her brow slightly furrowed. Yes, I said. My godfather doesn't want to be a lord. Frankly, he wants the Black House to be ripped of its prestige entirely. I can't quite do that, but I have enough sway to force a nominated substitute. That substitution being me. She stared in disbelief. Yes, I said. You're clever enough. And, you know, technically no criminal record. Both of her eyebrows rose up in surprise. The village needs a proper seat at the Wiesengamot, I said. A seat that will be continued to be filled for generations by someone with the village's best interest at heart. Barrett carefully set down her tea. You are implying my daughter should be groomed as the next lady? Yes. Odette says she's very bright, I said. Barrett smiled thinly. She is. I won't force this title upon you, I said, as it is a huge responsibility. Please take some time to think it over and let Fenrir know your answer. If I say yes, what happens? My godfather will be stopping by to provide you with the proper training to assume his seat, I said. The Wisengamot is undergoing a huge transition right now and the new minister will not be elected until later this summer. If you accept, I'll push forward with the nomination and plan to have you seated by Christmas. You think very highly of me. I do. Barrett Yeager's eyes softened with warmth. Thank you for your confidence, Miss Rosie. I will be sure to thoughtfully consider this. That's all I can ask. Asterisk. July 13, 1996. Checking up on Tom that warm Saturday afternoon, I was pleasantly surprised to find my paramour in the kitchen. Even more surprising, looking absolutely distraught. His hair was messy, his face had smears of flour on it, his black apron covered in flour, batter, and what I assumed eggs. His hands were caked in dough. I could see he was in the middle of kneading a very wet and sticky dough. Aha, I said, struggling not to laugh. Do not, he growled in warning. I coughed, fighting the urge to cackle. Did you get into a fight with the Pillsbury Mascot? He sternly snapped. Rosie. I am warning you. Do not. Did you lose? I whispered. He immediately reached into the storage container for flour, pulled out a handful, and threw it in my face. You realized you started a war, I told him, wiping the flour from my eyes. You took the first shot. I'm only retaliating. I picked up an egg. Are you prepared to finish what you started? He silently grabbed another handful of flour. I won't stop even if you beg. I threw the egg. Chaos ensued. Asterisk. July 18, 1996. Looks like Scrimgeour is the new Minister of Magic, mumbled Sirius as he read the morning paper. The three of us were seated at the table for a quaint morning breakfast. All of us still in our pajamas, although Sirius was, as always, missing pants with messy heads of hair. Sirius and Harry had the benefit of still looking handsome with bedhead hair. I, on the other hand, looked dreadful with messy hair. I had taken to brushing it at night and putting it in either a braid, cap, or pigtails to make my life easier in the morning. I hadn't had the luxury of long hair before and wanted to give it a go as Rosie. I liked how it looked, but gosh, the maintenance was a pain in the ass. I didn't want to think how much effort I'd have to put into it without magic on my side. At least the wizarding world had pain-free knot detangling brushes and an assortment of potions for hair care. Rufus Scrimgeour was a man who previously worked in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement as an Auror. Canonically, the man had a hard stance against dark, but was murdered by Voldemort early on due to his incompetence. That wouldn't happen this time around. I had control over the Wisengamot and could pressure Rufus to not make the same mistakes. Like not wrongfully arresting innocent bystanders as Death Eaters. Should be interesting. Earlier in the summer the Prophet releases an article on how the raid at the Department of Mysteries was done due to the prophecies. It shamelessly named Harry and I as the chosen ones. Rita really was so wonderful at her job. Yeah, hey Patty, can I go out next weekend? I asked him. Where? He immediately asked in return. Meet up with Hermione in Hogsmeade. You can obviously come along. Why? Harry asked from beside me. He had finished his third mug of tea and was finally awake enough to speak without slurring. Trying to take care of some things before our Gringotts raid at Christmas, I said, then took a bite out of the souffle pancakes. Delicious. They both stared at me incredulously. We're going to get Hagrid his NEWT in care for magical creatures, I explained. His wand was snapped and he was expelled before he could even take his O.W.L.S, you know. Hermione and I have put together a little guide for Hagrid to study with so he can take his O.W.L.S this summer, and hopefully his NEWT when school starts up. That's a pretty small time frame, whistled Sirius. I shrugged. Hagrid's not dumb when it comes to animals. He knows the answers, just a matter of wording it correctly for the exam. Why's he even need it? Asked Harry. He already has his dream job. Dream job, sure, but he needs a proper license if he wants Hogwarts to house some of the more, fun creatures, I said carefully. They both narrowed their eyes. What? I refused to meet their gaze. Just What are you going to give him? Sirius asked with a raised eyebrow. A dragon. I pointedly looked away. Merlin's balls, Rosie. Hogwarts should have a dragon. I protested. It's criminal that it doesn't already. Plus they're adorable. Look at my baby Horntail. Look at it. The little Hungarian Horntail model, Sue, was currently nibbling at my pancakes while it sat atop Iris's head. Iris had adopted it as her baby sibling and loved placing it atop her head. Yes, it almost made me die from cuteness overload the first time I saw it. Does Dumbledore know you're planning on donating a dragon to Hogwarts? Asked Sirius. Does Hermione know that's why you're trying to get him his N.E.W.T? Asked Harry. Yes to Grandpa, and no to Hermione, I said. So, can I go out this weekend? Sure, said Sirius. But you'll need an escort. I'll see if anyone in the order is available. Ah. It can't be you. Sirius tugged on his collar. I might be needing to avoid that area for a bit. Now it was our turn to peer oddly at Sirius. Might have had a lovely evening with some very nice people and left before breakfast. Oh, Patty, I cooed. Did you have a one-night stand? And yes. That is the only thing I had, said Sirius. Harry shook his head in disgust. He disliked hearing raunchy things while he ate, and I narrowed my gaze in suspicion. You gave that up too easily, I observed. What are you trying to cov? Did you have an orgy? Harry choked on his breakfast and Sirius decided it was time to escape. I howled with laughter. You ain't denying it, Patty. He had fled upstairs. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I do not want to hear about this while I eat. Cried Harry. Asterisk. July 20th, 1996. Tom was in his office. He was absorbed examining something small and black that floated in a blue light. The light source came from a type of mirror Tom had created. Tom had been working on a way to teleport through mirrors similar to the vanishing chests and had a few deviations to that creation on the way. One of them being a type of expandable storage. The mirror acted as a gateway to a yet determined space. Tom could cycle through the images inside the mirror with a flick of a finger, and tapping on the object would bring it forth into reality. What's I gasped when I realized what was suspended. The ring. Tom found it. Slytherin's ring. It held the resurrection stone inside and originally had been found by Professor Dumbledore. As soon as Canon Dumbledore found it, he was entranced by it and picked it up. It inflicted a terrible curse on the elderly wizard, setting a countdown to his demise. The fact that Tom had the ring meant that Dumbledore would not be able to find it. Judging from how curse-free Tom was, my dear one had successfully evaded the trap placed upon it. Although the trap might have been specially made to not trigger if it sensed Tom's magic. Another piece of my soul, explained Tom with a dismissive way of his hand. He prodded at it with his wand. At least it behaved predictably enough when placing this piece. I see. I'm trying to see if I can extract the memories of the soul, he said. It's not going very well, but I'll keep at it. It looks like it's very important, I hesitantly pointed out. Where did you Family heirloom, was all he said on the matter before he turned to me and smiled. Hungry? I'm feeling peckish. I could eat, I said. Good. I found a lovely tea shop while I was out the other day, he said, extending his arm to me. Care to join me? Sure, I said with a smile. Asterisk. July 25th, 1996. Grandpa. I said with great cheer, rushing into the den to hug Dumbledore. He laughed lightly, accepting my hug with good grace as he patted my back. What are you doing here? I was hoping you could help me with something, he said gently. Me? I asked in surprise, glancing over at Sirius who was sprawled on the floor. I find myself in need of your charisma, said Dumbledore with a genial smile. Charisma, repeated Sirius from the floor. Manipulation more like. Same difference. I'll gladly use my manipulation skills for you, I said. Patty, why are you on the floor? Sirius's eyes narrowed. Ask your brother. Harry. I glanced around until I found Harry was also on the floor, but behind the couch. Harry, what are you doing? Harry folded his arms over his chest. Patty said that he could be lazier than me. What? I'm a dog, protested Sirius. We can nap all day. I'm a cat. I nap 20 hours a day. I'm older, I have no energy to spare and no desire to fidget, triumphantly said Sirius. I could stay here all day and all night. You're right. You are older, which means your back will start hurting way sooner than mine. You prat. Old fart. I pointedly looked back at Dumbledore. I don't know these people. Please take me away, Grandpa. We can definitely be lazier than Rosie at least, snarked Harry. She can't even sit still without getting anxious. I gasped. I can too be lazy. You'll only relax if you're so exhausted you start sleep talking, countered Sirius. You couldn't even sleep a full night when you were a child. Gah. Excuse me for being productive. You're excused, they said. Enjoy your laziness, I mocked. Fitting for a Slytherin to be more active than a Gryffindor. Oh dear, tut Dumbledore. My remark elicited cries of outrage from the still-lying lions. As soon as we decide to get up, you're in for it, threatened Sirius as he shook his fist. Meow, meow, kitties, I teased. I am a dog. Seems more like a fat cat in a sunbeam to me. I think this is where we shall take our leave, said Dumbledore, offering his arm to me. Yeah, you better run, said Harry. I accepted Dumbledore's arm with my left hand and wagged my right index finger at Sirius and Harry. You both better be off the floor when I get back, or I'll show you a new game called The Floor is Lava. Sirius gave me a dry look. You don't mean literally? Harry snorted. Patty, of course she does. Dumbledore operated us away. And where might we be? I asked, glancing around the rather posh suburban neighborhood he had taken us to. While I greatly appreciate your efforts to provide Hogwarts with Dada professors, I find myself needing someone else to take up the potions position, said Dumbledore plainly. Power of plot, hello once again, I thought with a grimace. I grudgingly accepted the outcome. Even though I had prepared for someone else to take up the Dada position, if Dumbledore wanted Slughorn back he'd have to put Snape somewhere. It did surprise me that Dumbledore was still after Slughorn, and I wondered if his reasons were the same as canonical. As far as I was aware, Dumbledore had not encountered a Horcrux. I did not give him the diary like Canon Harry did, and Tom removed the ring prior to Dumbledore getting cursed. Canonically, Slughorn confirmed Dumbledore's suspicions, but why would Dumbledore have those suspicions now? Unless... With a small frown, I tentatively asked Dumbledore, Grandpa. Yes. He glanced down at me. Do you know there's a prophecy about me? I asked him. Both of his eyebrows rose. I must say, Rosie, although I have come to appreciate your blunt honesty, you can still surprise me. You saw your prophecy at the Department of Mysteries, I take it. Quite so. Yes, he said. I am aware of your prophecy. If you are wanting to discuss it, though, I would encourage us to do so at Hogwarts under better security. I'd appreciate that, I said quietly. Thank you. It is only natural, he said. Perhaps it will open a more frank discussion. The two of us traversed the quiet streets, Dumbledore silently taking the lead. 5 minutes into our brisk walk we came upon a neat stone house set in its own garden. Dumbledore examined it carefully. Dear. The front door was hanging off its hinges. Dumbledore glanced up and down the deserted street. Wand out and follow me, Rosie, he said quietly. Want to see me go to trial again? I teased. Dumbledore tilted his head, pausing for several seconds. I must admit, I would love to see you handle Scrimgeour as you handled Fudge. If you want me to get rid of him, say the word. With his free hand, he patted the top of my head. Sweet child. I bit my lip to keep from snorting at that. He opened the gate and walked swiftly and silently up the garden path. I followed closely at his heels. Dumbledore then pushed the front door very slowly, his wand raised and at the ready. Lumos. Dumbledore's wand tip ignited, casting its light up a narrow hallway. To the left, another door stood open. Holding his illuminated wand aloft, Dumbledore walked into the sitting room with me right behind him. A scene of total devastation met our eyes. A grandfather clock lay splintered at their feet, its face cracked, its pendulum lying a little farther away like a dropped sword. A piano was on its side, its keys strewn across the floor. The wreckage of a fallen chandelier glittered nearby. Cushions lay deflated, feathers oozing from slashes in their sides, fragments of glass and china lay like powder over everything. Dumbledore raised his wand even higher, so that its light was thrown upon the walls, where something darkly red and glutinous was spattered over the wallpaper. I couldn't resist letting out a scoff. Why so scared? I mused, admiring how far Slughorn had gone to pretend there was an attack. A Slytherin should always be cautious, but given the current climate Voldemort and his followers are not capable of hunting Slughorn down. I had severely cut out a majority of Voldemort's resources, after all. Still. I did not know what spurred Slughorn to leave his home in the first place. Surely a clever wizard such as he would have been able to properly protect his home? If short on cash, I knew Slughorn had a plethora of connections to wealth or powerful past students that would be more than happy to assist him. The fact that Slughorn felt compelled to leave his home regardless and stage such a dramatic scene meant one of two things. 1. Power of plot compelled him. 2. Voldemort was still able to attack his home and send him fleeing. Although I had eliminated a chunk of Voldemort's canonical followers and he would not have power over the government, I could not ignore the fact that he was still Lord Voldemort. Deranged as he was still a very powerful wizard with a penchant for cruelty and violence. It would not surprise me at all to learn that Voldemort had some spells up his sleeves that could tear down wards faster than my lightsabers. Slughorn was, after all, one of the few living people who knew about Horcruxes. Voldemort would not be worried about Tom telling us about Horcruxes. Even though Tom and I had been together for a while, Tom still hadn't truthfully explained his phylacteries to me. The two of them were too deeply focused on self-survival and escaping death, no amount of emotional attachment would overcome that. Which was fine. I didn't need to know all of Tom's secrets. He would not tell me about Horcruxes, and I had no plans on telling him I committed suicide in my previous life. Both subjects were difficult to talk about. Tom, because it would prey on his fear of vulnerability, and myself because... well... I didn't know how. I could open my mouth but words would never come out. Those memories and echoes of Ash would stay as buried as I could get them in my head. Not pretty, is it? he said heavily. Yes, something horrible has happened here. Yet, whoever designed those drapes did the world a great travesty. Rosie. Yes, Grandpa. He motioned to the wrecked piano. Someone clearly wasn't a fan of music. No taste. None whatsoever. Dumbledore tut. Magic can never repair pianos the same way. Always off tune in a subtle manner. Oh no. And without warning, Dumbledore swooped, plunging the tip of his wand into the seat of the overstuffed armchair, which yelled, ouch. Good evening, Horace, said Dumbledore, straightening up again. I giggled. Where a split second before there had been an armchair, there now crouched and chunky, bald, old man who was massaging his lower belly and squinting up at Dumbledore with an aggrieved and watery eye. There was no need to stick the wand in that hard, he said gruffly, clambering to his feet. It hurt. There was no need to destroy a perfectly good piano, pointed out Dumbledore. Fat. What gave it away? He grunted as he staggered to his feet, still rubbing his lower belly. My dear Horace, said Dumbledore, looking amused, if the Death Eaters really had come to call, the dark mark would have been set over the house. The wizard clapped a hand to his forehead. The dark mark, he muttered. Knew there was something, ah well. Wouldn't have had time anyway, I'd only just put the finishing touches to my upholstery when you entered the room. He heaved a great sigh that made the ends of his mustache flutter. Would you like my assistance clearing up? Asked Dumbledore politely. Please, said the other. They stood back to back, and waved their wands in one identical sweeping motion. The furniture flew back to its original places, ornaments reformed in midair, feathers zoomed into their cushions, torn books repaired themselves as they landed upon their shelves, oil lanterns soared onto side tables and reignited, a vast collection of splintered silver picture frames flew glittering across the room and alighted, whole and untarnished, upon a desk, rips, cracks and holes healed everywhere, and the walls wiped themselves clean. What kind of blood was that, incidentally? Asked Dumbledore loudly over the chiming of the newly unsmashed grandfather clock. On the walls? Dragon, shouted the wizard called Horace Slughorn, as, with a deafening grinding and tinkling, the chandelier screwed itself back into the ceiling. There was a final plunk from the poor piano, then silence. Yes, dragon, repeated the wizard conversationally. My last bottle, but I'll get more soon enough. He sighed. It was then that his gaze fell upon me. Lily. He said in surprise. This, said Dumbledore, moving forward to make the introduction, is Rosalind Potter. Rosie, this is an old friend and colleague of mine, Horace Slughorn. Slughorn turned on Dumbledore, his expression shrewd. So that's how you thought you'd persuade me, is it? Well, the answer's no, Albus. He pushed past me, his face turned resolutely away with the air of a man trying to resist temptation. I suppose we can have a drink, at least? Asked Dumbledore. For old time's sake. Slughorn hesitated. All right then, one drink, he said ungraciously. Dumbledore gave me a pointed look and I winked. Allow me to pour, I said, turning on the OL Slytherin charm. He agreed to come back to teach Hogwarts before I even finished pouring the first drink. Tom would be so proud. Also, both of my boys were off the floor when I got back. They chose to magically stick themselves to the ceiling to continue their game of laziness out of pure spite. Asterisk. July 31st, 1996. I celebrated my birthday very similarly as I did every year. Sirius prepared our favorite breakfast orange blossom scones for me, kedgeree for Harry while Remus prepped the birthday cake. Cake was always eaten after breakfast, per the Potter tradition started by James. While we ate, Remus lined up the presents for us to open one at a time. We took turns who went first and we chatted about happy and unimportant things. We both got an assortment of presents that year. Sirius was prone to spoil and add Remus's name to everything. Remus wasn't well off much better than Canon since he was able to hold down a steady job at an apothecary in London, but he did his best to buy his own presents for us. We got an assortment of clothes, followed by books, then more specific things. Harry's presents were centered around Tolkien or Quidditch paraphernalia, while mine focused on things I collected, pretty leather-bound notebooks, good quills, smelly stuff. After opening our presents, we played some board games, ate lunch, played around some more, and overall had a wonderful day. We had never had a big birthday party before. By the time we had friends we could invite over, Harry voiced his preference to keep the party small. His friends could send him presents through the mail, and he was more than happy to share a little party with them when they got back to Hogwarts. Since he and Neville both had birthdays over the summer, the Lions preferred to have a little party amongst themselves the first Hogsmeade weekend. Once the day bled into the night, I headed off to sleep. Obviously I chose to snuck out to visit Tom. Tom was, as so frequently found, in his favorite recliner awaiting my arrival. He looked up as I climbed out of the vanishing chest. He placed his book down, offered me a warm smile that made me feel ticklish inside, and patted his lap. Eager to take advantage of the birthday treat, I climbed into his lap as he wrapped his arms around me, kissing him until we were both breathless. I missed you, I said, surprising myself by how sincerely I meant it. You saw me yesterday. And yet I still missed you, I said, carefully tucking one of his dark curls behind his ear. He gazed at me softly. I know what you mean. I'm not fond of seeing you go. He reached over to the end table beside him, picking up a small box wrapped in glistening silver paper. He whispered, Happy birthday, Rosie. I accepted the box, admiring how neatly it was wrapped. Carefully, I undid the ribbons. Inside I found a carefully crafted crystal music box darkened and charmed to mimic a starry night sky. Opening the lid I heard the soft chimes of a familiar piano opening. Merry-Go-Round of Life by Joe Hisaishi, I realized with a smile. It was the first song I had taught Tom on the piano. I love it, I said warmly, admiring the lovely enchanted stars that twinkle in the music box in rhythm to the music. Did you make this yourself? I did, he confirmed. This is amazing, I praised. What kind of crystal is this? I used a Celestine base, Tom began, and funneled a stasis cosmic ritual into it. Similar to what was done to enchant Hogwarts' Great Hall ceiling, but I chose a specific scene to loop on a minute. Where? I asked curiously. Aoriki Mackenzie in New Zealand, answered Tom. Lovely view, isn't it? It's brilliant. Oh, Tom. Tom tilted his head up to sweetly kiss me. That's not your only present. I smiled coyly. Do I get to be the cake eater now? Only if I'm the cake. Asterisk. August 1, 1996. We stayed at our home for the first half the summer, then moved back to Grimald's place for the second half where Hermione and the Weasleys also stayed. Hermione moved in the same day as we did. She didn't need the protection, but she loved getting able to practice her spell work over the summer. She wasn't able to perform any magic or brew potions at her parents' home, after all. The Weasleys, unlike Canon, continued to live at the refurbished and Gryffindor-styled Grimald's place. It was, undoubtedly, significantly safer than their home at the Burrow. Plus Sirius loved having them over and I wouldn't put it past my godfather if he had a hand in charming them to keep staying over. I didn't think they minded, though. Molly, at Sirius's encouragement, added a loving touch to the home. The Weasley kids certainly didn't complain about having their own rooms. While there wasn't a backyard, Sirius did set up the basement to expand to a decently sized training room they could fly their brooms in. We hopped over for breakfast. Molly made some damn good eggy bread, then went our separate ways. I was lounging in the room I shared with Harry, admiring Tom's gift. Harry came in while I opened the music box. He was carrying a big blue blanket. He noticed the music box, raising an eyebrow at it. Dumping the blanket on his bed, he scooted his bed over to mine then asked, "What's that?" "My boyfriend gave it to me," I said with a smile. Harry's face twisted up like he bit hard into a sour lemon. I noticed and giggled. "Ah. Does my baby boy dislike it when I say boyfriend?" 1. Don't call me baby boy, said Harry. 2. While I acknowledge you are your own witch and have every right to do whatever you want, you're still my twin sister, so it's hard to you know? Process? Accept. Would you rather I use a different word? Like what? Lover. I teased. He grimaced. No. Ah. Then what about fuck buddy? Yugh, he whined. Please stick to boyfriend. I cackled. Oh, yeah, you wanted to talk to Hermione, right? Asked Harry as he flopped onto his bed. Yep. Is she available now? Yeah, she's done helping Ginny with her homework, said Harry. Told her you were looking for her. Thanks. I'll head out now, I said, hopping off my bed. Harry immediately starfished across both of our beds. Prat. This wouldn't be an issue if Patty got us kings instead of twins, Harry lazily responded. Liar. You'd still shove the bed over 'cause you're a cuddle bug. You're probably not wrong. Oh, and you didn't see me take this blanket. I winked at him. What blanket? That's why you're my favorite. Asterisk. I found Hermione in the kitchen with Ginny and Molly. Hi ladies. Hey Hermione, when you have a moment, can we talk? Sure, said Hermione, a little surprised. In private. Probably for the best, I said with a shrug. Hermione followed me into the salon. Despite it being the afternoon, things were relatively calm and quiet. Probably helped that the twins had moved out to their loft above the shop. I took a seat on the couch and Hermione sat next to me. One of the house elves I guessed Kriaker magicked a tray of scones and tea on the table beside us. It went to show how well adjusted Hermione was to the magical world that she didn't flinch at the food's sudden appearance. I cleared my throat. How familiar are you with house elves? Not terribly, admitted Hermione. I've seen some references to them but I haven't been able to find much concrete information. Not surprising, I said. Before I go much further, I wanted you to know I'm looking to start a new long-term research project. I thought you might be interested in working alongside me. What's the project? She asked curiously. Well, it's about house elves, I began hesitantly. I don't know how much help I'd be of you, I really don't know much about them. You're clever, Hermione, I reminded her. Even if you don't have the ground knowledge right away, I know it's something you'll pick up on. Frankly, there isn't much written information on house elves in general. We'll be starting from the ground up. Hermione's brow furrowed at that. Are they dangerous? Goodness no, I said. But they are. Well, there's really no easy way to put this, Hermione. I chose you because I know this'll be a passion project. They're the wizarding world equivalents of slaves. Hermione blinked. Pardon? Slaves, I repeated. They were magically bred to be slaves. What? It took the next couple of hours of explaining until Hermione calmed down. She interrupted me several times with pointed questions, gasps of indignation, and glowers. She reminded me terribly of a puffed-up Niazel with how furious she was. Her anger was entirely justified, but gosh darn, she was so dang cute. It was hard to resist the urge to pinch her cheeks and nuzzle her like I would Harry. Of course I'll help you, she said hotly. I can't, this is absurd. I know, I said soothingly. Believe me, I know. Do you don't have a house elf, do you? Hermione's eyes bulged as the thought occurred to her. I do, I said slowly. Two, actually. I care about them a great deal, which is why I want to approach this delicately. You don't pay them? Not currently, I said. Hermione, I know you really want to jump in and free them all right away, but please look at this logically. Hermione pursed her lips, glaring at me. Logically? They're slaves. Yes. Who were magically bred to be that way, I stressed. What little records I have on house elves repeatedly affirm that most of them die after being freed. Hermione, there is an honest chance that they have a curse similar to lycanthrope that has been bred into them. We cannot rush into this. We could risk killing them or at the very least traumatically hurting them. Hermione stilled, her eyes wide. Similar to lycanthrope? I supposed you might be right. Lycanthrope is passed down through bloodlines. If house elves were bred by wizards for slavery, there's likely some unsavory magic mixed in. I am working under that assumption, yes, I said. I would love researching this with you, but I need you to promise me you will put their health first and foremost no matter how much it hurts your principles. I promise, Hermione assured me. I want to help them. That's wonderful to hear. How about we meet Monday evenings in the room of requirement? I can provide the equipment. I assume you'll ask your house elves to help us, tentatively broached Hermione. With their consent, yes. I was also going to ask Professor Dumbledore if we could ask the house elves at Hogwarts to participate, I said. At the very least we should have a wide demographic to understand their basic biology. Hogwarts has house elves. Ah. I can see this is going to be a fun beginning. Asterisk. August 8, 1996. I got my O.W.L.S. I got my O.W.L.S. The results flew in on a ministry owl, handing letters to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and me at the breakfast table. Molly had prepared eggy bread, sausages, and a variety of fruit. I had piled up a good portion of strawberries onto my plate. I ripped open my letter, letting out a gleeful giggle. Yay! What did you get, princess? Sirius asked, reaching over to place more sausages on mine and Harry's plate. All OS. I preened. And an asterisk. Oh, that's wonderful. Praised Molly. Congratulations, dearie. Asterisk. Asked Hermione in surprise. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. I beamed at Molly before turning in my seat to explain to Hermione, if you go above and beyond in your scores, you get an asterisk. She gasped, I had no idea. Oh. I got one too. Hermione held out her paper and I was astounded to see she had an asterisk next to her charms O. She examined my own paper, admiring the asterisk I received next to my DA score. In a warm voice she said, how lovely. I'm impressed you got one in charms, I sincerely praised her. What did you do, if I might ask? I'm not sure, she admitted. I did go off on a bit of a tangent about reversing backfired charms. That's probably what did it. I performed the patroness charm for mine. Astounding. Harry, what did you get? Harry handed over his scores for her to see. OS and ES. Better than me, laughed Sirius. I hated studying. Think my best score was an A. Ron. Probed Hermione with a smile, holding out her hand expectantly. Ron shrugged and handed his score over to her. You and Harry scored exactly the same, she noted. Harry and Ron immediately exchanged high fives. My secret twin, chuckled Harry. We'll have matching scores for the rest of our days, laughed Ron. You both could apply yourselves a bit more, said Hermione. Aim for an asterisk for your N.E.W.T.S. No, they said immediately. Harry patted Hermione's shoulder. Hermione, you're brilliant and I admire you. But please let me enjoy my perfectly adequate scores. Yet. Rosie can be your new study buddy, agreed Ron. Harry and I have much more important things to do. Molly raised an eyebrow at that. What's more important than studying? Quidditch, said Harry, Ron, and Sirius. Hermione and I exchanged eye rolls. Asterisk. Later that evening I went to visit Tom to brag about my scores. Asterisk. I got an asterisk, I chortled, showing off my score as soon as I spotted him in his office. Not one, but two. One next to my O in Dada and the other next to my O in potions. I hadn't noticed the potions asterisk until after Hermione pointed it out to me. I was super giddy about that one. That's wonderful, congratulations, said Tom with a smile. I frowned. You're actually happy. Why are you happy? I won, didn't I? I told you, Rosie. My scores were perfect. Yeah, all O's, I said slowly. He shook his head. All outstandings, with asterisks. I gasped. No. Yes, he said with a devilishly smug smile. I earned my bonus points for showing off spells I invented in each area. Potions were a little trickier, but my revised recipes for the exams did the trick. They use my recipes in the books now, you know. I hate you. So much. Tom flicked my nose. Better luck in your NEWTS. I grumbled, did you earn all asterisks there? No, he said with an odd smile. You've a chance there. I narrowed my eyes. For which class? Dada, he admitted. I could not perform the patroness charm, which was part of the original exam. Wait, that means you got an asterisk for N.E.W.T.S. arithmancy. I grimaced. Ugh. Ugh. Good luck, said Tom, radiating smug glee. I hate you. Him. Tom's smile stretched wider into a Cheshire grin. You could always save yourself the stress and trouble and admit defeat. Never, I whispered. You destroyed my chess legacy with your bloody ties. I will have my vengeance. Of course, he placated me. Asterisk. August 10, 1996. I stepped out into the living room, putting my wet hair up in a towel. Ah. Nothing beats getting to use a bathroom without rush. Downside to living at Grimald's is having to share the bathrooms. Tom looked over at me from his favorite spot in the recliner. He raised an eyebrow. Is that my shirt? Yep. And my boxers? Yep. Tom cocked his head. Your clothes dirty? Nope. Just wanted to wear mine. Yep. Okay. Asterisk. August 11, 1996. It was game night. I had the chess table set up and was waiting on Tom to finish his evening bath. When he stepped into the living room, I noticed a familiar hoodie. Is that my super oversized comfy Totoro hoodie that I wear when I wanna feel like a dainty pixie? I asked him. Yep. My eyes roamed down to his pants. You wearin' my undies, too. He smirked. Only way you'll find out is if you beat me in chess. I groaned in despair. The bastard kept tying with me. I had a very sneaky suspicion he was tying on purpose instead of winning, too. Just enough to make me think I had a chance. Fuck me. He teased, maybe later, dear. I gasped. Really? Nope. Upon seeing my crestfallen face he smiled brightly. Ah. That look of disappointment is as lovely as always. Fuck you. He cocked his head as he took a seat across from me. In a mockingly innocent tone he purred, maybe later, dear. I wagged my finger at him. You're a jerk but. He looked positively delighted. Downright proud, really. Yes. Asterisk. August 13, 1996. Grimald's place got a bit brighter when Bill Weasley decided to come home and bring his fiancée, Fleur Delacour, with him. The beautiful young woman was a gracious guest. It was delightful to have someone to practice more of my French with, and she was elated to have someone speak in her native tongue. I was pleasantly surprised to find that she was apt at sign language, as well, and she kindly offered to tutor me. Funny enough, Harry and Ron wanted to join in, but I shooed them off. Although Molly, Ginny, and Hermione weren't very fond of Fleur, I thoroughly enjoyed her company. She reminded me so much of Odette, albeit much blunter, which I greatly appreciated. I adored Odette, but she had a way of dancing around topics that made my head spin. Actually, now that I thought about it, Fleur reminded me more of Daphne than Odette. I think Fleur enjoyed my company a fair bit. Bill was busy with work and Fleur only worked part-time at Gringotts, which meant she had more time on her hand than what she would have liked. She was relatively alone in a foreign country, in a house where a small portion of ladies weren't overly enthusiastic about her. Or, like Ron and Harry, a bit too fond. Not that I could blame them, as she was part villa and they were teenage boys. Still, it was nice. Fleur, unsurprisingly, had Daphne's deft hand at fashion and was more than happy to help me pick out new clothes in the catalogue. She had quite a strong opinion about certain pieces, and she introduced me to her favorite catalogues for clothes from France and Italy. She had excellent taste. Asterisk. August 24, 1996. When it was time to go shopping for our supplies and visit the shop, Harry and I were provided a battalion of aurors to escort us. Harry was plainly uncomfortable with the idea, but I did not mind. It was good that the ministry was taking such precaution. It was not a big hassle on the ministry's part, anyway. Aurors were stationed heavily throughout Diagon Alley on rotating shifts and patrols. Canonically, many of the shops had been ransacked, with their owners either murdered or kidnapped. Now, though, the streets were as bustling as ever. Aurors stood guard on rooftops, and a few scattered on the stone pathway. None of the shops were deserted, and it appeared many of the witches and wizards in attendance were having a jolly good time. The threat of Voldemort did leave a palpable tension in the air, but the huge presence of aurors set many people at ease. If Voldemort were to attack Diagon Alley, it would cost him greatly. Considering he was already hemorrhaging from what I had done, it'd be foolish to do so. Not impossible, I could not discount anything given his mental state, but bloody stupid. Our escorts nodded to their peers as we leisurely walked through the streets. The crowd parted ways for us, many eyes upon us as the citizens gossiped about the supposed prophecy children. I hate this, muttered Harry as he stayed close to me. Poor baby, I cooed. Shut up. I snickered. Once we got all of our essential shopping down, we headed to visit the twins' shop. The left-hand window was dazzlingly full of an assortment of goods that revolved, popped, flashed, bounced, and shrieked. The right-hand window was covered with a gigantic poster, purple like those of the ministry, but emblazoned with flashing yellow letters. Why are you worrying about you-know-who? You should be worrying about you-know-poo. The constipation sensation that's gripping the nation. Harry and Ron started to laugh when they saw the sign. Molly, on the other hand, was absolutely horrified. They'll be murdered in their beds. She whispered. Sirius, who was grinning widely, Nat. They'll be fine. Brilliant lads you've got, Arthur. Thank you, Sirius, chuckled Arthur, then quieted as soon as Molly glowered at him. We piled into the shop, a few aurors going in before us while the rest stood guard outside. It was packed to the brim with laughing customers, each admiring the wonderful contraptions and toys the twins had invented. I mingled throughout the crowd until I felt a friendly arm wrap around my shoulder. I looked up to see Fred, smiling brightly at me. There's our triplet. Hey handsome, I said, then nodded to George, who appeared on the other side. Double handsome. They laughed. Come on back, Rosie. We've got stuff we want to show you, said George. Oh goody, I said cheerfully. I don't suppose you've got any of those colorful fluff balls left to sell. I told you she'd want one. Right, said Fred with a roll of his eyes. What color? Blue. Iris wants a pillow that will purr for her. Your wish is our command, Your Majesty, said George with a theatrical bow. Asterisk. August 30, 1996. Tom was flabbergasted. He stared, slack-jawed at my creation. No way. No way. I screamed in joy, hopping up and down as I pointed excitedly at the center of my ritual. I had performed it on the dining room table at Lunar's Orchid under Tom's watchful eye. It took roughly 10 minutes from start to finish, and at the end the results spoke for themselves. In the center of my ritual circle was a little, blue, stone. Completely polished, glistening brightly, under the sunlight filtered through the windows. It was small, smooth, and such a pretty shade of blue. I didn't need to pick it up to feel the magic inside of it. I knew in my heart of hearts I had succeeded. I had given magic a solid form. But that doesn't. But what? No. Tom ran his fingers through his hair, staring in abject disbelief at the stone. That doesn't make any sense. Exactly. No. I squealed with delight, hopping around and clapping. Yay, yay, yay. I'm so happy. I did it, I really did it. There's no logic to it, he muttered to himself, staring off into the distance. None. It should not have worked. None of it should have worked. Why did it work? Why? No. There was a knock at the door and I hurried over to answer it, my excitement giving me a skip in my step. Barrett was surprised that I had answered the door. The woman nodded brusquely to me. I shan't keep you long, Miss Rosie. Oh. I asked in surprise. No tea. She shook her head. I already have plans with Miss Odette. I only wanted to give a message. Yes. I will accept, Barrett said quietly. But on one condition. I inclined my head. Our house name should be Lunar, so we never forget where our priorities lie, she said. We will keep this village safe for generations to come. I beamed. Whyyyyyyyyyyyyyyyyyyyy, Tom moaned from behind me, eliciting a raised eyebrow from Barrett. Asterisk. August 31st, 1996. Tomorrow I would have to head back to Hogwarts. As it was a Saturday, I opted to spend the entire day with Tom. Harry promised he'd cover for me if I bought him a new broom. I had money to burn and time spent with Tom was priceless, so that was a very easy agreement. Tom and I sat at the dining room table, an assortment of thread spread between us. We were both cross-stitching. It was a new hobby Tom wanted to try out after he grew bored of testing out musical instruments. I enjoyed cross-stitching. It reminded me of hours spent practicing my sutures. I was pleasantly surprised how fast I was. I had already finished stitching on a little rose pattern on a pillow for Fenrir, and was currently working on one for Odette. Tom, meanwhile, was still on his first pattern of a blue rose. He worked methodically and quietly, focused on his work. Or at least I thought he was focused on his work. He absently murmured, "Rosie." "Yes, love. How often do you dream of me naked?" I twitched, my ears and cheeks suddenly hot. "Why do you ask?" His lips twitched into a fleeting smile. "Merely recalling a happy memory." I carefully set down my needle and thread. "Do you really want to know?" He glanced up, saw that I had set down my work and mirrored to do the same. "Yes. I'll answer if you confirm what you look like in my dreams matches reality," I teased. Tom propped his chin in his hands, eyes dancing with fond amusement. He was silent for several minutes, his cinnamon gaze focused on me. Having him stare so intensely at me for so long made me nervous. I looked away and started to fidget. He softened. "Okay." I turned my head to face him so fast I could have gotten whiplash. "Wait, what?" He offered me his hand. "Would you like to stay the night, Rosie?" My face inflamed and I let out a meek, "Oh okay." Asterisk. Bucket list completed. 22 Prevent Dumbledore from getting cursed by the ring. 23 Keep Sirius alive into year 6. 32 Get one of those pygmy puffs. 58 Try that whole losing the virginity thing. 67 Find out what magic actually is. Chapter 55, Year 6 to 2. Beta, Cloudy. I'm Talk about the M stuff at the bottom of the chapter, my adorably thirsty readers. Warning, trigger warning for those who feel uncomfortable with sexual allusions. Skip past the first scene, my dearies. Asterisk. His hands were comforting and smooth. He smelled like something woodsy, warm, and spicy that I couldn't put a name on. And he tasted like Earl Grey. For that night, I couldn't get those tastes and smells out of me. Tom's hands were firm as they daringly uncovered me. They were gentle caresses that left goosebumps in their trail. He moved with no rush or hesitation as he explored every inch of bare skin. Of course, Tom wasn't the only one able to explore. In between breaths of air, I found faded childhood scars, and a few cute little freckles. I was able to coax out small smiles in between kisses, and feel him laugh above me when I focused on a particularly adorable freckle on his chest. We moved together, savoring each other's warmth as we uncovered our body's secrets. Gentle, sweet, and tantalizingly tender. All I could taste was Earl Grey. All I could smell was that delicious spice. All I could feel was Tom. All evening and night we devoted ourselves to each other. Once, twice, thrice. When exhaustion made our limbs tremble, we moved from the bedroom to the bath to relax in a scented salted bath. It was close to 3 in the morning before we climbed into bed to properly sleep. Then Syl kindly woke up at 6 to return home. "Oh, that's a tender body," I mumbled quietly to myself as I stretched in bed. I kissed Tom's forehead, the sleepy wizard murmuring a small good morning to me. I found him so darn cute I couldn't resist giving him another kiss on the nose before I left. He mumbled something unintelligible in response that just. Have you ever looked at something or someone and just had a pure shot of "oh my god, I love him / her / this"? That kind of burst of adrenaline that made your heart flutter, and a giddy rush of joy force a stupid grin on your face? I got that. Hardcore. I was so dang happy and... I guess I was stupidly in love. It was honestly hard to leave. Like, if I had to go anywhere else but Hogwarts that day I'd skip it and stay with Tom. I think I got it pretty bad, I thought to myself, pinching my cheeks to try and get rid of my dumb grin. Asterisk. Barrett's training with Sirius would start up after I left for school. Despite how much Sirius hated his upbringing, his mother drilled in so many noble laws/etiquette that Sirius could quite literally never forget. Remus would be assisting. He always kept up to date on current politics, especially when it pertained to his fluffy curse, which was wonderful. Plus it would give Remus more of an excuse to see the village and hopefully come to love his fluffy side a bit more. I had faith that by the time I graduated from Hogwarts I could expunge the black seat from the Wiesengamot and replace it with lunar. For the moment I was planning on keeping the Potter seat for myself. Although if something ever came up and I decided to forego politics, I'd pick someone else from the village to fill it. Harry made it abundantly clear he did not want anything to do with the Wiesengamot. Or, shoot, might put Granger in it. Actually, holy smokes, that'd be hilarious. I'd love to see Lady Granger bicker with Lord Not on the Wiesengamot floor. Lady Greengrass would probably egg them on while Lord Malfoy would try to not sigh from exhaustion. Ha ha ha, okay now I'm kind of tempted. Even if I chose not to use the Potter seat, I could probably persuade Hermione to take up another seat. He. It was a funny thought that made me smile to myself on the way down to Hogwarts. Prefects had to roam the halls the first half. Not many students tried to pick a fight, but I had a fair few fans want to talk with me. It was easy to keep polite conversation, although some older students were more annoying to deal with. They were plainly obvious with their intentions. I tried to dissuade them subtly as to not insult them or accidentally traumatize the poor kids, but they were either too stubborn, or too dense to pick up on my rejection. Ah well. If they tried anything I'd deal with it then. As long as Tom's body doesn't magically fail at an inconvenient time for him to witness people making moves on me. I didn't think Tom distrusted me, but I wasn't blind to his possessive nature. It wasn't a matter of having faith in my loyalty, so much as what he felt belonged to him. Not that I was complaining. I found his possessive side hecka cute. I'd never been wanted by someone so much they'd actively hurt others to keep me. Felt nice. Even if it was technically unhealthy, I didn't see it as an issue needing to be fixed. Tom was inherently possessive and manipulative. Wanting those to change would be, well, it would mean I didn't appreciate Tom for who he was. A cunning, wee bit psychotic, morally ambiguous wizard. I accepted those traits right alongside his intelligence, charisma, and every shared interest we had. The arrival at Hogwarts was much the same as any year. We crowded into the carriages pulled by Thestrals, then arrived at the welcome feast where we watched a sorting. I sat comfortably between Draco and Daphne, listening to Daphne's avid tale of her summer in Paris. Draco and Theodore were wisely quiet about how they spent their summers, expertly diverting questions thrown at them. The two boys shared a knowing look with me, and we exchanged some mischievous smiles. I had heard reports of the boys from Fenrir and Ennio. They had thoroughly explored the village and made some easy acquaintances. Instead of breakfast prepared by Syl, they had found a love with Sally's bakery and enjoyed purchasing food from the various shops. As far as I could tell, they had a good summer. Tom had mentioned in passing that he had visited them on the regular. It tickled me pink to think they were getting along. I wondered if they would return to the village after Hogwarts. That'd be neat. Actually, it'd be swell if all my baby snakes came by the village after Hogwarts. I'd love to introduce them to everyone. Dumbledore got to his feet at the staff table. The talk and laughter echoing around the hall died away almost instantly. The very best of evenings to you, he said, smiling broadly, his arms opened wide as though to embrace the whole room. To our new students, welcome, to our old students, welcome back. Another year full of magical education awaits you. One that I am sure will be filled with delight, laughter, and wonder. I am told that our own Rubeus Hagrid has procured a particularly interesting assortment of creatures for class this year that I am sure everyone is looking forward to. Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has asked me to say that there is a blanket ban on any joke items bought at the shop called Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Those wishing to play for their house Quidditch teams should give their names to their heads of house as usual. We are also looking for new Quidditch commentators, who should do likewise. We are pleased to welcome a new member of staff this year. Professor Slughorn stood up, his bald head gleaming in the candlelight. Is a former colleague of mine who has agreed to resume his old post of potions master. Potions. Potions. Professor Snape, meanwhile, said Dumbledore, raising his voice so that it carried over all the muttering, will be taking over the position of defense against the dark arts teacher. No. Came a cry from the Gryffindor table that I'd bet a sickle belonged to Harry. Woo. I immediately shouted to offset that. I stood up, clapping loudly and wordlessly ordering my snakes to the same. The Slytherin table erupted into fierce applause for our head. Ah. Shit. I need to deal with the jinx on the position now. Dumbledore said nothing more about staff appointments, but waited a few seconds to ensure that the silence was absolute before continuing. Now, as everybody in this hall knows, Lord Voldemort and his followers are once more at large and gaining in strength. The silence seemed to tauten and strain as Dumbledore spoke. I cannot emphasize strongly enough how dangerous the present situation is, and how much care each of us at Hogwarts must take to ensure that we remain safe. The castle's magical fortifications have been strengthened over the summer, we are protected in new and more powerful ways, but we must still guard scrupulously against carelessness on the part of any student or member of staff. I urge you, therefore, to abide by any security restrictions that your teachers might impose upon you, however irksome you might find them in particular, the rule that you are not to be out of bed after hours. I implore you, should you notice anything strange or suspicious within or outside the castle, to report it to a member of staff immediately. I trust you to conduct yourselves, always, with the utmost regard for your own and others' safety. Dumbledore's blue eyes swept over the students before he smiled once more. But now, your beds await, as warm and comfortable as you could possibly wish, and I know that your top priority is to be well rested for your lessons tomorrow. Let us therefore say good night. Pip pip. Future minions to me, I said, hopping out of my seat. Long live the Queen, sang Theodore. Here, here, laughed Draco, who was promptly echoed by the rest of my baby snakes to the confusing surprise of the first years. Pansy was amused by their baffled expression. She reached over and ruffled the top of a young girl's head. Just wait until roast night. Our roast night. Nervously echoed one of the students. I was about to explain it, but then I heard another first-year whimper. We're going to be eaten, aren't we? SNRRRK, I covered my mouth to keep from laughing too hard. I love kids. Asterisk. Once it was time for bed, I took that opportunity to sneak out and visit Tom again. I found him in his office, floating in the air as he stared at a blackboard covered in math. He glanced over at me upon my entry. Tom greeted me with a warm smile as he floated down to stand before me. Rosie. I'm glad you're here, I found something. Oh. He reached for his desk, picking up a familiar parchment and handing it to me. Is this yours? Oh, I said. I read it before I realized what it was. Aha. Yes, that's my Hogwarts list. Hogwarts list. He repeated. The things I want to do at Hogwarts before I graduate, I said wistfully. Put it together my first year and have been adding on to it. He grimaced. All of the items on it. Even the mature ones. In my defense, I wrote those before I started crushing on you, I said with a bemused smile. And was hoping to find an of-age student at the Triwizard. Tom was silent for several long seconds. At the end of his pause he finally asked. Does it have to be a broom cupboard? Yes. He pursed his lips. They're very unhygienic. I don't care. It's part of the experience. It's a warning sign for a budding exhibitionist is what it is, he muttered. I reached up and patted his cheek. There. I won't force your hand. I understand and respect your limits, Tom. He made an offended noise. Limits? I chuckled. Okay. I understand and respect your comfort zone. Is that better? He sighed. Asterisk. I started my year off with the absolute intention of destroying Tom's NEWT scores. I met with Professor Snape for my class schedule and plainly told him, I need to defeat my academic rival in N.E.W.T.S next year. Professor Snape raised an eyebrow at that. What were their scores? All OS with asterisks, except in defense, I muttered bitterly. Are you trying to go against Professor Dumbledore? He drawled out. And if I am? I challenged. Professor Snape lazily waved his hand. If that's your desire then I'd advise skipping a year ahead in runes and arithmancy and taking them this year. Can I do that? You're already in alchemy, said Snape. I have been told you are, adequate. Take those N.E.W.T.S this year and save yourself the headache. Any other N.E.W.T.S I can take this year? I asked curiously. Snape considered it, looking over my OWL scores. Perhaps care of magical creatures and history. Then I'd appreciate skipping those classes, if you please. Very well. I smiled. I wouldn't tell Tom I was breaking up the NEWT exams until after all of my scores came in. If I failed the criteria for any of those exams this year, I could take them again next year. With my new class schedule, I set off. I'd have to see new faces for a few of the classes, but that didn't matter. As long as the end results were favorable. Asterisk. Classes were going very well. I adored Hagrid and Snape's class. Mostly because Snape wanted to start us on nonverbal spells and, well, hee. Let's just say I earned Slytherin a fair few points. Hagrid because the big baby passed his N.E.W.T.S and obtained a license for some cuddly buddies. We got to spend our class helping Hagrid set up the stables, dens, pastures, and so on for new creatures he was going to obtain. The half-giant was so dang happy he couldn't stop smiling as he babbled about what his plans were. It was infectious and I wasn't the only student grinning alongside him as he chatted. Potions was another favorite. I headed down with Draco, Blaise, Daphne, and Theodore. It wasn't anyone's surprise that Slytherins dominated the majority of class members, only 2 other Ravenclaws, 1 Hufflepuff, and 3 Lions. The dungeon was, oddly, already full of vapors and odd smells. The tables only allowed 3 people per, so I took a seat with Theodore and Hermione. Draco, Daphne, and Harry sat together. Blaze and Neville took a seat with the only baby badger. Now then, now then, now then, said Slughorn, who practically quivered with glee at having a class with the chosen ones in it. Scales out, everyone, and potion kits, and don't forget your copies of advanced potion making. Once everyone took out their textbooks, Slughorn continued, I've prepared a few potions for you to have a look at, just out of interest, you know. These are the kind of things you ought to be able to make after completing your NEWTS. You ought to have heard of M, even if you haven't made M yet. Anyone tell me what this one is? He indicated the cauldron nearest to my table. It looked like plain water boiling away inside it. It was also very, very familiar. Hermione's well-practiced hand hit the air before anybody else's. Slughorn pointed at her. It's Verita Serum, a colorless, odorless potion that forces the drinker to tell the truth, said Hermione. I smiled to myself, thinking back on what I had done to Lockhart. Very good, said Slughorn happily. Now, he continued, pointing at the cauldron nearest the Ravenclaw table, this one here is pretty well known. Featured in a few ministry leaflets lately too. Who can? Hermione's hand was fastest once more. It's Polyjuice Potion, sir, she said. Excellent, excellent. Now, this one here, said Slughorn, gesturing to a strong-smelling Tom? I blinked in momentary confusion as I wondered why a potion would smell so strongly of Tom, linen, and... Yes, my dear, said Slughorn, now looking slightly bemused, as Hermione's hand punched the air again. It's a Mordentia. I felt my cheeks and ears grow hot. Eh, Rosie? It is indeed. It seems almost foolish to ask, said Slughorn, who was looking mightily impressed, but I assume you know what it does. It's the most powerful love potion in the world, said Hermione. Quite right. You recognized it, I suppose, by its distinctive mother-of-pearl sheen. And the steam rising in characteristic spirals, said Hermione enthusiastically, and it's supposed to smell differently to each of us, according to what attracts us, and I can smell freshly mown grass and new parchment and... But she turned slightly pink and did not complete the sentence. May I ask your name, my dear? Said Slughorn, ignoring Hermione's embarrassment. Hermione Granger, sir. Granger? Granger? Can you possibly be related to Hector Dagworth Granger, who founded the most extraordinary society of Podiwhunners? No, I don't think so, sir. I'm Muggle-born, you see. Well, take 20 well-earned points for Gryffindor, Miss Granger, said Slughorn genially. Only fair. Snape gave me so many points in Dada, I thought, nudging Hermione and giving her a smile. Hermione beamed in response. Theodore leaned into her and whispered, good job. Hermione turned pink again. Ev. A Mordentia doesn't really create love, of course. It is impossible to manufacture or imitate love. No, this will simply cause a powerful infatuation or obsession. It is probably the most dangerous and powerful potion in this room. Oh yes, he said, nodding gravely. When you have seen as much of life as I have, you will not underestimate the power of obsessive love. Well, now it is time for us to start our work. Sir, you haven't told us what's in this one, said Ernie Macmillan, the sole Hufflepuff, pointing at a small black cauldron standing on Slughorn's desk. The potion within was splashing about merrily, it was the color of molten gold, and large drops were leaping like goldfish above the surface, though not a particle had spilled. Oh ho, said Slughorn again. I doubted Slughorn had not forgotten the potion at all, but had waited to be asked for dramatic effect. Oh Podiwhunners and their love for drama. Yes. That. Well, that one, ladies and gentlemen, is a most curious little potion called Felix Felicis. I take it, he turned, smiling, to look at Hermione, who had let out an audible gasp, that you know what Felix Felicis does, Miss Granger. It's liquid luck, said Hermione excitedly. It makes you lucky. The whole class seemed to sit up a little straighter. Quite right, take another 10 points for Gryffindor. Yes, it's a funny little potion, Felix Felicis, said Slughorn. Desperately tricky to make, and disastrous to get wrong. However, if brewed correctly, as this has been, you will find that all your endeavors tend to succeed, at least until the effects wear off. Why don't people drink it all the time, sir? Said Terry Boot eagerly. Because if taken in excess, it causes giddiness, recklessness, and dangerous overconfidence, said Slughorn. Too much of a good thing, you know, highly toxic in large quantities. But taken sparingly, and very occasionally. Have you ever taken it, sir? Asked Michael Corner with great interest. Twice in my life, said Slughorn. Once when I was 24, once when I was 57. 2 tablespoonfuls taken with breakfast. 2 perfect days. He gazed dreamily into the distance. And that, said Slughorn, apparently coming back to earth, is what I shall be offering as a prize in this lesson. There was silence in which every bubble and gurgle of the surrounding potion seemed magnified tenfold. One tiny bottle of Felix Felicis, said Slughorn, taking a minuscule glass bottle with a cork in it out of his pocket and showing it to them all. Enough for 12 hours luck. From dawn till dusk, you will be lucky in everything you attempt. Now, I must give you a warning that Felix Felicis is a banned substance in organized competitions, sporting events, for instance, examinations or elections. So the winner is to use it on an ordinary day only, and watch how that ordinary day becomes extraordinary. So, said Slughorn, suddenly brisk, how are you to win my fabulous prize? Well, by turning to page 10 of Advanced Potion Making. We have a little over an hour left to us, which should be time for you to make a decent attempt at the draft of living death. I know it is more complex than anything you have attempted before, and I do not expect a perfect potion from anybody. The person who does best, however, will win. Little Felix here. Off you go. There was a scraping as everyone drew their cauldrons toward them and some loud clunks as people began adding weights to their scales, but nobody spoke. The concentration within the room was almost tangible. Unfortunately for them, I had already brewed the draft several times and as such was familiar with the process. Plus, you know. Not to sound too arrogant, but I was kind of a hard-working genius at potions. One did not dedicate over a decade to the subject without getting decent. I moved quickly, not even looking at the instructions. Once you knew the ingredients and you became familiar with how potions worked, it was easy to tell what needed to be done. A lot like cooking. The process couldn't always be the same. Seasonings and extra steps had to be added if the ingredients weren't fresh enough, or if the temperature wasn't just right. Potions was not for people who rigidly followed the textbook, but for those who could adapt quickly and instinctively to what the creation needed. That instinct had been honed after countless hours trying to perfect the lycanthrope potions and failing. God knows how many times. And times, up. Called Slughorn. Stop stirring, please. Slughorn moved slowly among the tables, peering into cauldrons. He made no comment, but occasionally gave the potions a stir or a sniff. When he reached my table he noticed my potion and had a look of incredulous delight spread over his face. The clear winner! He cried to the dungeon. Excellent, excellent, Rosie. Good lord, it's clear you've inherited your mother's talent. She was a dab hand at potions, Lily was. Here you are, then, here you are, one bottle of Felix Felicis, as promised, and use it well. I slipped the tiny bottle of golden liquid into my inner pocket. Of course before I left, I made sure to steal Snape's book. I'd give it back to him by the end of the day. Asterisk. Later that night, I was able to visit Tom. I needed to confirm something as soon as possible, after all. So, I drawled out slowly as I sat on his desk while he worked. I don't suppose you'd have any idea how Voldemort cursed the dot opposition. Tom raised a delicate eyebrow. Why? I'd like to get rid of it, I answered honestly. I want Professor Snape to stay as the Dada professor. 1. Because I'm terribly fond of him, and 2. Because we're running out of people to place in the position. Odette loves everyone I brought over and doesn't want to risk them getting cursed at Hogwarts. I'm afraid if I try to take anyone away she'll cry. If she cries, I cry. It's a mess. Tom made an affirming noise. I understand why you would want that, but why should I? Amused, I asked, what would you like in return for the information? You already have me, I said with a roll of my eyes. Try again. Tom smiled wanly. Mn. How about you simply stay in my debt? Nope. Not falling for that. I'm afraid I don't know how to help you then, he said, his smile curling into a smirk. I leaned forward, peering at him. Really? You can't think of anything I can do for you within my power. He reached forward and tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear. He smoothly transitioned from that to cupping my cheek. I leaned into his touch, smiling adoringly at him. Perhaps there's something. There is something I've been wanting for a while, but it's difficult to obtain. Need my thieving experience? Tom smiled. Yes. Ever heard of the Necronomicon? I stared at him. Oh, God, you're going to start a zombie apocalypse, aren't you? I don't plan on it, he said. Are you wanting me to? Definitely not. If any kind of apocalypse was bound to happen, I'd rather it's a demonic invasion. It was Tom's turn to stare at me incredulously. Why? Zombies are gross, I said while I scrunched up my nose. At least there's plenty of lore to support the concept of witches subjugating demons. We'd have a good chance at defeating them, and possibly even turning them against each other and invading hell in turn. Tom took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and let it out slowly. Rosie, no. What? Rosie, no. What? That is not how that would work out. Rosie, promise me you will not try to summon any demons. Why, I mean, wait, can you? I blinked. Are they real? Of course they're real. Tom was aghast. Demon summoning rituals are incredibly dangerous and dark. Oh man, I wanna. Do not even think about finishing that with I want to try it out once before I die, Tom snapped at me. My cheeks turned red and I lowered my gaze. I mean, yeah, totally. Who would be that stupid, right? Tom's withering glare made me grimace and look away. I coughed. So why do you want it, anyway? I'm assuming it's not purely for the sake of having it. Correct. I'm at a standstill with my body, he admitted. The homunculus form I have created should be perfect to house my soul, yet it can't keep it for more than several months. I don't understand what's wrong. The Necronomicon should have a lot of information on souls. I'm hoping to find an answer in there. Okay. Asterisk. Alchemy class with Dumbledore picked up where we had left off last year. We finished much earlier than usual, though, and I wondered if that meant Dumbledore wanted to talk about the prophecy. I'd be incredibly surprised if Dumbledore didn't know I was at the raid. Even without Ennio tipping him off, there weren't many people outside his order and the Aura office that were actively fighting Death Eaters. Or, in contact with people who tore their enemies apart limb from limb. The anonymous vigilantes who stopped the Death Eater raid at the Department of Mysteries had to be related to me. No way Dumbledore thought otherwise. Which meant he could safely conclude I knew about the prophecies. Dumbledore sharply waved his wand as he cleaned up the transmutation circles we had previously sketched out in class. He noticed my intense gaze, looking over at me with a twinkle in his eyes. Yes? He inquired. You know what I want to ask. I have a guess, he said with an oddly mischievous smile. I rolled my eyes. I bet you were ornery growing up. My brother called me that many times when I was still a student, Dumbledore said with great amusement in his tone. I suspect Sirius has called you that. He calls me Chaos Incarnate. I cannot imagine why. I laughed. You're adorable, Grandpa. He laughed as well. My. It's been years since someone called me that. Grinning, I said, everyone's been too preoccupied being amazed by you to realize how much of a cutie patootie you can be. Dumbledore smiled. Cutie patootie. That's a new one. Ha ha ha, thank you, Rosie. I call it like I see it. On a completely unrelated note to how cute you are and how much I embody chaos, I have a prophecy. Your forwardness is always appreciated, said Dumbledore. I had suspected you would want to discuss that today. Beaming, I praised him, you know me so well. I'd like to think I do, he said. So can I see the you know? At this point, it certainly cannot hurt, he said. Let us convene to my office to ensure a more private discussion. Asterisk. Dumbledore's office was as lovely as always. It reminded me a bit of Howl's bedroom from Howl's Moving Castle. There was always an abundance of magical trinkets that chimed, chittered, and chatted. The presence of magic in the air was thick enough to be palpable, especially to a sensor like myself. I had had years to grow accustomed to my magic sensitivity, though, and so I was able to handle the oppressing wall of magic like a champ. Or, well, fake it pretty well. Thankfully, the magic in Dumbledore's office wasn't malicious or discomforting on its own. Rather, it was an abundance of different sensations that clashed with one another in a symphony of mayhem. Dumbledore guided me to his stone basin pensieve, opening up his cabinet and pouring in a memory. He gestured for me to step forward, and I did so gingerly before I stuck my head in the water. Immediately, the memory played out. We were in Dumbledore's office, along with Professor McGonagall, and Professor Trelawney. The twins have already left? Asked Professor Trelawney, her gaze accusatory as she glared at Professor McGonagall. I never got to see them. It was for the best, sniffed Professor McGonagall. Harry was being fussy. He cried every time someone came in. Maybe there was a reason for that. There was, Professor Dumbledore softly cut in. And while it is a shame you did not have a chance to meet them before they left, I'm sure you'll have the opportunity to do so when they return to Hogwarts. They should have stayed, said Professor Trelawney. Nowhere safer than Hogwarts. Children require proper homes to grow up, not chaotic schools, said Professor McGonagall. Chaotic? Asked Dumbledore with a quiver of enjoyment in his voice. You know very well what I mean, Professor McGonagall retorted. Although I'm not sure Sirius is the best parent for them right now. Where else would you suggest? With Lily's blood relatives? Asked Dumbledore. Sirius is a powerful wizard in his own right and we must respect the Potters' wishes to name him their godfather. Professor McGonagall hesitated. Perhaps Lily's sister would be better, though. Lily told me they already have a son about their age. Then you can try to take them from Sirius, chuckled Dumbledore. I want no part in that conversation. Honestly, Dumbledore. That's not what we came here to discuss, interrupted Trelawney. I had a vision. Professor McGonagall looked at Trelawney with great reproach. Right. Your vision. A terrible premonition, headmaster. It's about the twins. I believe they'll be in even greater danger very soon. Yes. Dumbledore peered at Trelawney. What vision did you have? At once Trelawney's eyes rolled back and her body began to tremble. Oh, for goodness sake, admonished McGonagall. Enough with the theatrics, Sybil. Professor Trelawney took a staggering breath and at once a voice that certainly did not belong to her croaked out of her mouth. It was deep, raggedy, and terribly ominous. Even though I was viewing the memory second-hand, I felt a chill pierce through me upon hearing that voice. The daughter of Anthea will be born as Iunios wanes. She will be seen as Tiresias, and offer the hidden path favored by Asclepius and Eros to the one who flees Thanatos. Those who could not be saved will be spared. Those who could not choose will be given a choice. The daughter of Anthea will be born as Iunios wanes. Professor Trelawney abruptly shook her head, coughing violently. Professor McGonagall stared at her in blatant disbelief while Professor Dumbledore offered her a cup of water. Right, what was I saying again? Professor Trelawney asked in a daze, blinking rapidly. Oh, hello headmaster. You know I've been meaning to talk to you about a vision I had. I pulled out of the memory, blinking rapidly. I glared at the Pensieve water, irritated by the vague words used in the prophecy. I didn't immediately understand any of the references which instantly bothered me. What? What does that's not Harry's was so much more obvious. Dumbledore chuckled at my blatant frustration. This prophecy borrows heavily from Greek mythology. What? I didn't recognize any of those names. Isn't Greek like Hades? Zeus? I waved my hands in agitation. Dumbledore waved his wand, the prophecy writing itself in the air. He tapped on Anthea. Anthea was one of the attendants of Aphrodite, who I assume you know as the goddess of love and is a goddess of flowers. My mouth opened to form a small O as I immediately put the pieces together. Oh. Okay, so daughter of Anthea basically means daughter of a flower? I'm guessing Iunios is another way to say July then. Correct. So what's Tiresias? A blind prophet, famous for clairvoyance and being transformed into a woman, said Dumbledore. I turned a little pink at that, realizing the implication of clairvoyance. Oh. Who are Asclepius and Eros, then? Asclepius was the god of medicine, and Eros was the son of Aphrodite and Ares and known as a Greek god of love and desire. And Thanatos? I squeaked out, my face burning as I put together the prophecy. Death. But Hades. Hades is the god of the dead, but Thanatos is the god of death, Dumbledore kindly explained. I closed my eyes, resisting the urge to bury my face to hide how red-cheeked I had likely become. So. Daughter of a flower will be born as July wanes. She can see as a prophet and offer hidden paths favored by medicine and love/desire to the one who flees death. Those who could not be saved will be spared. Those who could not choose would be given a choice. It was painfully obvious who the person that fled from death was. So obvious. Voldemort's name literally meant the one who fled from death. I feel so called out. Those who could not be saved Sirius came to mind. Those who could not choose the werewolves. Wow. I had, unwittingly, done exactly as the prophecy had foretold. It was accurate. Completely accurate. Wow, I breathed out slowly, opening my eyes to find myself staring in Dumbledore's twinkling gaze. You know. I have guesses, he said vaguely. Ooh, don't even, I said. I am a Slytherin. I can hear the ambiguity. At that, Dumbledore laughed again. He held up his hands in a gesture of surrender. I must confess I was astonished by your Yule Ball date. Ugh, I moaned. Unable to take the embarrassment anymore, I buried my face in my hands. Do you judge me? I am not in a position to judge, he said. You two seemed happy together. Happier than I had ever seen him, at least. Really? Truly, he said. It was surprising. Humbling in a way. I confess, when I first heard your prophecy I was skeptical. And then, dear, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious to know how that came about, or how there are two Tom Riddles going around. I grimaced. Please don't ask me to betray his secrets. Dumbledore shook his head. But you two are working against the other one. Yes, I admitted. Tom's not happy with his counterpart. Does he have a plan to deal with it? We're working on it, I said. If all goes according to plan, Voldemort should be eliminated by the end of the year. Dumbledore cocked his head. Do you require assistance? I dunno. I'll, pass it along, though. I shifted anxiously in my seat. Professor? Can I ask you what he was like? What you thought of him when he attended? Professor Dumbledore glanced down at his pensieve. Another time, Rosie. You need to get to your next class before you are late. Okay. I'll talk to you later, Grandpa. Asterisk. Hey honey, I greeted Tom nervously later that evening. You sound like you have bad news, observed Tom. Yeah, I said, hesitantly shifting my weight as I stood in front of him. Tom was seated in his beloved recliner. Upon noticing my anxious fidgeting, he lifted his arms up in a wordless invitation. I climbed into his lap, curling into him and resting my head on his shoulder. So, Dumbledore's kind of figured out we're together. Tom closed his eyes, counted to 10, then reopened. How? He still recognized you at the Yule Ball, I confessed. And, my prophecy. I do not want to hear any nonsense about a bloody prophecy, dismissed Tom. Divination is poppycock. Okay, I soothed. I'm sorry. You've no reason to be, he dismissed, using one hand to gently brush back my bangs. I leaned into his touch. It was only a matter of time. Devilish old coot is too clever for his own good. He was constantly in my way at Hogwarts, always where I never wanted him to be. Downright irritating he chose to reveal his hand to you, though. You know what that means, right? No. He's going to ask you to set up a meeting between us, he muttered. When he does, go ahead and send him over. I'll talk with him here. Okay. Tom grumbled something rather rude under his breath that made me giggle and kiss his nose, which in turn made him smile. Asterisk. Bucket list completed. 59 What does our love potion smell like? 64 Steal the Half-Prince book and give it back to Snape. Chapter 56, Year 6 to 3. Beta, Cloudy. Asterisk. Why am I here? I asked to the cold, empty air. Because I wanted company, retorted Hermione. You have company, I said, gesturing to Theodore who was lounging beside Hermione. I'm a third wheel. You're not a third wheel, they immediately denied. Ugh. Snog in a broom cupboard already, I snarked, eliciting an immediate reaction from Hermione who hit my shin with her textbook. Ow. Research buddies should not be hitting one another. Allow me, said Theodore, taking Hermione's textbook then hitting my other shin. I promptly smacked the back of his head. Hermione giggled at both of us. Seriously though, I said, hugging my cloak tighter. It was drizzling, cold, and miserable. I was grateful that I had an umbrella but I still didn't want to be out there. Why am I here? For company. I grumbled, you just didn't want to sit out here alone. Yes, said Hermione. Don't you want to support Harry? Harry's not a little boy, he doesn't need my support. Theodore had tagged along to my morning game of tennis with the Willow. On our way back to the dorm to change, Hermione ran into us and asked us to keep her company during the Gryffindor tryouts. It was Harry's first year as captain. Given our recent status as Prophecy Ones, our wealth, and not being ugly, our popularity had noticeably gone up. Or certainly Harry's. I had grown accustomed to being in the spotlight over the years. Although I was not used to the leers. Some of them made me flustered, and others made me feel icky. Harry was somehow oblivious to when people leered at him. I didn't know how he could handle the heated gazes. He hated the spotlight on its own, but if he knew that some had ulterior motives, well. Honestly, I'm really glad Tom's not in my head right now, I thought coolly meeting the gaze of one of the Gryffindor boys who winked at me. His sass might give me a headache. Then again, jealous Tom might be pretty hot. Thoughts for another day once we have a safe word. Asterisk. Harry. Harry wished tryouts didn't happen on a drizzly day but luck wasn't on his side. Thankfully, Remus had purchased him an enchanted umbrella that would hover on its own near him and stay with him as he walked. As long as he didn't go full throttle on his broom, the umbrella should be able to keep up. A glance at the stadium surprised Harry, he hadn't expected to find his sister there. He was not at all shocked to find Theodore next to Hermione, nor that the two of them were currently sharing their own enchanted umbrella. Harry silently mouthed to Rosie, "What are you doing here?" She gestured to Hermione and Theodore, rolling her eyes. Harry chuckled, shaking his head. He turned his attention to the massive show up for the tryouts. Half of Gryffindor House seemed to have turned up, from first years who were nervously clutching the Nimbus broom Slytherin donated a few years ago, to 7th years who towered over the rest. The latter included a large, wiry-haired boy Harry recognized immediately from the Hogwarts Express. Not for a good reason. Harry had overheard the boy say his sister could give him a proper Randy. Harry nearly tackled the boy. If Neville and Hermione hadn't held him back. What's worse, the boy noticed Harry on the train and acted like he hadn't said something so gross about his twin. "We met on the train," the Prat said confidently, stepping out of the crowd to shake Harry's hand. "Cormac McLaggen, keeper. You didn't try out last year, did you?" shrewdly asked Harry, resisting the urge to wipe his hand. I was in the hospital wing when they held the trials, said Cormac, his chest puffed up in pride. 8 a pound of doxy eggs for a bet. Right, slowly said Harry. Well, if you wait over there. He pointed over to the edge of the pitch, close to where Rosie, Theodore, and Hermione were sitting. There was a flicker of annoyance over Cormac's face until he saw who was over there. He immediately smiled and made his way to the edge. Hermione's eyes narrowed when she noticed Cormac. She caught Harry's gaze and the two friends had a near telepathic conversation. Harry's barely restrained glower, I don't want him on my team. Hermione's knowing look, I got you covered. Relieved his friend had his back, Harry refocused his attention on the tryouts. He started with a basic test, asking all applicants for the team to divide into groups of 10 and fly once around the pitch. This was a good decision. The first 10 was made up of first years and it could not have been clearer than a cloudless sky that they had hardly ever flown before. Only one boy managed to remain airborne for more than a few seconds, and he was so surprised he promptly rammed into one of the goalposts. The second group was made up of 10 of the silliest girls Harry had ever encountered, who, when he blew his whistle, merely fell about giggling and clutching one another. Ramilda Vane, a younger student that kept running into Harry with the tenacity of Gollum chasing the ring, was amongst them. I really hope she isn't Gollum, he thought, resisting the urge to shudder at the way she kept looking at him. When he told them to leave the pitch, they did so quite cheerfully and went to sit in the stands to heckle everyone else. The third group had a pile-up halfway around the pitch. Most of the fourth group had come without broomsticks. The fifth group were Hufflepuffs. If there's anyone else here who's not from Gryffindor, roared Harry, who was starting to get seriously annoyed, leave now, please. There was a pause, then a couple of little Ravenclaws went sprinting off the pitch, snorting with laughter. Oi! Not you, Harry snapped at Rosie who cackled at his displeasure. He muttered darkly, devil incarnate. She laughed with great glee at that, Theodore and Hermione saying something to her that Harry couldn't hear. After 2 hours, many complaints, and several tantrums, one involving a crashed Comet 260 and several broken teeth, Harry had found himself 3 chasers. Katie Bell, returned to the team after an excellent trial, a new find called Demelza Robbins, who was particularly good at dodging bludgeons, and Ginny Weasley, who had outflown all the competition and scored 17 goals to boot. Pleased as he was with his choices, Harry had also shouted himself hoarse at the many complainers and was now enduring a similar battle with the rejected beaters. That's my final decision, and if you don't get out of the way for the keepers I'll hex you, he snarled. Neither of his chosen beaters had the old brilliance of Fred and George. Harry was starting to really miss those two, but he was still reasonably pleased with them. Jimmy Peaks, a short but broad-chested third-year boy who had managed to raise a lump the size of an egg on the back of Harry's head with a ferociously hit bludger, and Richie Coote, who looked weedy but aimed well. They now joined the spectators in the stands to watch the selection of their last team member. Harry had deliberately left the trial of the keepers until last, hoping for an emptier stadium and less pressure on all concerned. Unfortunately, all the rejected players and a number of people who had come down to watch after a lengthy breakfast had joined the crowd by now, so that it was larger than ever. As each keeper flew up to the goal hoops, the crowd roared and jeered in equal measure. Harry glanced over at Ron, who had always had a problem with nerves. Harry had hoped that winning their final match last term might have cured it, but apparently not. Ron was nearly Slytherin green. None of the first 5 applicants saved more than 2 goals apiece. To Harry's great irritation, Cormac McLaggen saved 4 penalties out of 5. On the last one, however, he shot off in completely the wrong direction. The crowd laughed and booed and Cormac returned to the ground grinding his teeth. It was such an odd occurrence, it made Harry wonder if Hermione had something to do with it. He looked over at her direction and found her giving him a brilliant smile. I love my friends, thought Harry, beaming in response. Ron looked ready to pass out as he mounted his firebolt that was gifted to him by Sirius for making the team last year. Good luck! Cried a feminine voice from the stands. Harry looked around, expecting to see Hermione or maybe even Rosie, but it was lavender brown. Thankfully, he need not have worried. Ron saved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 penalties in a row. Delighted, and resisting joining in the cheers of the crowd with difficulty, Harry turned to Cormac to tell him that, oh so tragically, Ron had beaten him, only to find Cormac's red face inches from his own. Harry resisted the urge to step back, instantly disliking how Cormac invaded his space. While Harry was reluctant to the spotlight, and inclined to introverted tendencies, he was not a pushover. He squared his shoulders and coolly stared back at Cormac, curling his lip back in a sneer reminiscent of what Rosie would do when someone said something stupid to her. His sister didn't really try, said Cormac menacingly. There was a vein pulsing in his temple. It was awfully distracting. She gave him an easy save. Rubbish, said Harry coldly. That was the one he nearly missed. Cormac took a step nearer Harry, who continued to hold his ground albeit he had an awful temptation to reach for his wand. Give me another go. No, said Harry. You've had your go. You saved 4. Ron saved 5. Ron's keeper, he won it fair and square. Get out of my way. He thought for a moment that Cormac might punch him, but he contented himself with an ugly grimace and stormed away, growling what sounded like threats to thin air. Orc. Harry turned around to find his new team beaming at him. Well done, he croaked. You flew really well. You did brilliantly, Ron. Hermione gushed, as she, Rosie, and Theodore approached them. Not bad reflexes, praised Theodore, clapping Ron on the shoulder. Ron grinned in response. If you want to work on those some more, you can play some tennis with us. Hermione, Harry, and Ron winced at the offer. Theodore and Rosie shared amused looks before Theodore offered his arm to Rosie. Right. See you later. Rosie hooked her arm through Theodore's, waving goodbye with her other hand. See you guys tomorrow for the morning run. Bye-bye, rasped Harry, then he coughed. Rosie whispered something to Theodore, and the not heir immediately pinched her side in retaliation. Harry shook his head in amusement, watching them leave. Here, said Hermione, offering Harry a drink from her bottle. Harry took a large swig, surprised to find it was warm tea. Dobby gave us drinks while we watched. Have to thank him later, mumbled Harry. Thanks my own. Come on then, let's meet up with Neville at Hagrid's hut. Asterisk. Rosie. Theodore kindly escorted me back to the dungeons. He wasn't fond that I kept teasing him about Hermione. He retaliated by trying to tickle me. It went to show how fond I was of the boy that I didn't immediately stomp on his foot for using the forbidden tactic of tickling. Tickling was torturous. Entering the dungeons, however, we were stopped by Professor Slughorn. Rosie, Rosie, just the witch I was hoping to see. He boomed genially, twiddling the ends of his walrus mustache and puffing out with great pride. I was hoping to catch you before dinner. What do you say to a spot of supper tonight in my rooms instead? We're having a little party, just a few rising stars. I've got McLagan coming and Zabanai, the charming Melinda Bobbin. I don't know whether you know her? Her family owns a large chain of apothecaries. I would be delighted, I said brightly. Thank you ever so much, Professor. Oh ho! Splendid, you don't have any allergies, do you? Not that I am aware of. I'll see you tonight, Professor. Delightful, he said cheerfully before heading away. Theodore frowned thoughtfully. Need an escort? Probably go with Blaise, I said. Thank you, though. Yet. If you ever need one, let me know. If you're using me to make Hermione jealous. Shove off, he scoffed. I'm doing it out of respect for you and Tom. Lots of eyes on you. You're a strong witch, very strong, but some fights are better left not started. If you've someone beside you, you're less likely to be approached. I smiled at that. Thank you, Theodore. I appreciate it. You're my friend, he said. And Tom's pretty cool. Like him, hey. Yeah, said Theodore. Plays a mean game of chess. Ugh, I know right. Asterisk. The dinner parties hosted by Slughorn were interesting. I sat in between Hermione and Blaise for most of them, but there was one party that Cormac was able to nab a seat beside me. That was dreadful. The Gryffindor boy had enough arrogance to give Tom a run for his money, but none of the charisma to compensate. Every time he complimented me, I rebuked him with a subtle insult that flew over his dense head. Blaise and Hermione noticed my discomfort, however, and both made it a point to sit on either side of me for the next dinner. I wasn't about to let a horny boy stop me from having a good time at Slughorn's dinner parties. Slughorn was a master networker. I loved watching him fluidly move the conversation from one topic to another, all topics that suited his interests or flattered him. The man was Slytherin through and through, and I could not help but admire his skills. Classwork went by in a daze. I wasn't able to visit Tom as often as I would have liked. I wanted to see him every night because I actually had to buckle down and dedicate hours to homework and studying. I missed him terribly, feeling a sharp pain in my chest if I hadn't seen him for multiple days in a row. If I hadn't seen him for 3 days, I fell into an irritable mood. I tried not to let it bother me, but I couldn't help myself. I really liked him. More than I was prepared to. It was kind of scary how much I liked him, and how being apart could put me in such a sour mood. It wasn't like we could text or call each other in between. At least I could visit him with my vanishing chest if I had a spare moment. I had to give mad props to those who maintained a long-distance relationship. I was grouchy within days. I couldn't fathom how much I'd miss him if I couldn't see or touch him for months. I'd be liable to kill someone out of sheer frustration. Kidding. Maybe. When we were able to get together, I was quite happy that he showed he missed me as well. Maybe not as much. Tom wasn't the clingy sort to begin with, but enough that he verbally expressed disdain when I had to go back to Hogwarts. Graduation cannot come sooner, he'd grumble as he held me tight and refused to let me get out of bed. I'm going to be late, I warned him. Be late. Tom did have a point, however, and that was graduation coming rather quickly. I only had a year and some months left at Hogwarts. It gave me mixed feelings. On one hand, hooray, I'd get to properly live with Tom after graduation. On the other hand, I loved Hogwarts and learning magic. Oh well. Not like I could control time or whatever. It took a few more weeks into the semester before our next alchemy lesson had some extra time at the end of it. Dumbledore had prepared accordingly. He brought his pensieve into the classroom, placing it in the far corner behind some curtains. His eyes twinkled. Are you sure you want to see my memories? I don't get to see a photo album of his cute little naked baby butt, I said. You're all I've got, Grandpa. Please don't let me down. I'm afraid I don't have memories of that either. But you have memories of his first year, right? When he had an accent. I wiggled my eyebrows. You know about his accent? I got him to do it once, I said. And I need more. I need so much more. Please, sir. He chuckled. As you wish. Perhaps we should start when I first met Tom. Please. Please. Dumbledore set up a timer in the classroom to ring when it was time for me to go. We couldn't keep track of time in the pensieve, after all. Once that was set up, we dove into the pensieve, our world shifting in cooler tones as the memory set itself up. I found myself staring at a much younger Dumbledore in plum-colored robes that only he could pull off. We followed the younger Dumbledore into the run-down orphanage where he tracked down a sour-faced matron who went by the name Mrs. Cole. A brief conversation occurred between the two where Dumbledore convinced Mrs. Cole he was there to see Tom about his admission into Hogwarts. The younger Dumbledore politely inquired, I was wondering whether you could tell me anything of Tom Riddle's history? I think he was born here in the orphanage. That's right, said Mrs. Cole. I remember it clearly as anything, because I'd just started here myself. New Year's Eve and bitter cold, snowing, you know. Nasty night. And this girl, not much older than I was myself at the time, came staggering up the front steps. Well, she wasn't the first. We took her in, and she had the baby within the hour. And she was dead in another hour. Mrs. Cole nodded to herself. Did she say anything before she died? Asked Dumbledore. Anything about the boy's father, for instance? Now, as it happens, she did, said Mrs. Cole, her lips curled back into a rather ugly smile. I remember she said to me, I hope he looks like his papa, and I won't lie, she was right to hope it, because she was no beauty, and then she told me he was to be named Tom, for his father, and Marvolo, for her father. Yes, I know, funny name, isn't it? We wondered whether she came from a circus, and she said the boy's surname was to be Riddle. And she died soon after that without another word. Well, we named him just as she'd said, it seemed so important to the poor girl, but no Tom nor Marvolo nor any kind of Riddle ever came looking for him, nor any family at all, so he stayed in the orphanage and he's been here ever since. Mrs. Cole snorted, he's a funny boy. Oh, I bet he is, I whispered. Hush now, said present-day Dumbledore. Yes, said Dumbledore. I thought he might be. He was a funny baby too. He hardly ever cried, you know. And then, when he got a little older, he was, odd. Odd in what way? Asked Dumbledore gently. Well, But Mrs. Cole came to an abrupt halt. He's definitely got a place at your school, you say? Definitely, said Dumbledore. And nothing I say can change that. Nothing, said Dumbledore. You'll be taking him away, whatever. Whatever, repeated Dumbledore gravely. She squinted at him as though deciding whether to trust him. Apparently she decided she could, because she said in a sudden rush, he scares the other children. You mean he is a bully? Asked Dumbledore. Or a king, I snidely added, causing present Dumbledore to let out a soft hat. I think he must be, said Mrs. Cole, frowning slightly, but it's very hard to catch him at it. There have been incidents. Nasty things. Dumbledore did not press her. She glanced away, mumbling more so to herself than Dumbledore, Billy Stubbs's rabbit. Well, Tom said he didn't do it and I don't see how he could have done it, but even so, it didn't hang itself from the rafters, did it? I shouldn't think so, no, said Dumbledore quietly. But I'm jiggered if I know how he got up there to do it. All I know is he and Billy had argued the day before. And then on the summer outing we take them out, you know, once a year, to the countryside or to the seaside. Well, Amy Benson and Dennis Bishop were never quite right afterwards, and all we ever got out of them was that they'd gone into a cave with Tom Riddle. He swore they'd just gone exploring, but something happened in there, I'm sure of it. And, well, there have been a lot of things, funny things. Funny things, I repeated with great amusement. It's not polite to mock, Rosie. I'm a Slytherin. Mockery is how we show affection. She looked around at Dumbledore again, and though her cheeks were flushed, her gaze was steady. I don't think many people will be sorry to see the back of him. You understand, I'm sure, that we will not be keeping him permanently," said Dumbledore. "He will have to return here, at the very least, every summer." "Oh, well, that's better than a whack on the nose with a rusty poker," said Mrs. Cole with a sigh. "I suppose you'd like to see him." "Very much," said Dumbledore, rising too. She led him out of her office and up the stone stairs, calling out instructions and admonitions to helpers and children as she passed. As we walked behind her and younger Dumbledore, I assessed the orphanage. All the children wore grey, and I had spotted more than one worn-down areas of the building. Perhaps not a hovel, but certainly close. Definitely not an ideal environment for any child to grow up in. "So thin," I observed, noticing how some children had sunken in cheeks. "Poor things." "Here we are," said Mrs. Cole, as they turned off the second landing and stopped outside the first door in a long corridor. She knocked twice and entered. "Tom? You've got a visitor. This is Mr. Dummerton. Sorry, Dunderbore. He's come to tell you. Well, I'll let him do it." I and the two Dumbledores entered the room, and Mrs. Cole closed the door on them. It was a small bare room with nothing in it except an old wardrobe, a wooden chair, and an iron bed. A boy was sitting on top of the grey blankets, his legs stretched out in front of him, holding a book. I immediately recognized that face. He was tall for 11 years old, dark-haired and pale with the face of an angel covered in baby fat. His eyes narrowed slightly as he took in Dumbledore's eccentric appearance. There was a moment's silence. "Oh my God, he was so adorable," I whispered, trying hard not to squeal at how utterly adorable baby-faced Tom was. I was fanning myself, hoping the cool air would help calm me down. I wished so dearly I could jump through time and hug Tom, he was that much of a cutie patootie. "How do you do, Riddle?" said Dumbledore, walking forward and holding out his hand. The boy hesitated, then took it, and they shook hands. Dumbledore drew up the hard wooden chair beside Tom, so that the pair of them looked rather like a hospital patient and visitor. "I am Professor Dumbledore." Then he spoke. And I heard the accent. "Oh, the accent. Professor," repeated Tom. He looked wary. "Is that like doctor? What are you here for? Did she get you in to have a look at me?" "Be still, my heart," I whispered, clutching at my chest. "Please let me have a copy of this memory." He was pointing at the door through which Mrs. Cole had just left. "No, no," said Dumbledore, smiling. "I don't believe you," said Tom defensively. "She wants me looked at, doesn't she? Tell the truth." He spoke the last 3 words with great force. Coming from any other child but Tom Riddle it might have been odd, but I honestly couldn't say I was surprised. It was a command, and it sounded as though he had given it many times before. His eyes had widened and he was glaring at Dumbledore, who made no response except to continue smiling pleasantly. After a few seconds Tom stopped glaring, though he looked, if anything, warier still. "Who are you?" "I have told you. My name is Professor Dumbledore and I work at a school called Hogwarts. I have come to offer you a place at my school, your new school, if you would like to come." Tom's reaction to that was most surprising. He leapt from the bed and backed away from Dumbledore, looking furious. "You can't kid me. The asylum, that's where you're from, isn't it?" "Professor, yes, of course. Well, I'm not going, see? That old cat's the one who should be in the asylum. I never did anything to little Amy Benson or Dennis Bishop, and you can ask them, they'll tell you." "I am not from the asylum," said Dumbledore patiently. "I am a teacher and, if you will sit down calmly, I shall tell you about Hogwarts. Of course, if you would rather not come to the school, nobody will force you." "I'd like to see them try," sneered Tom. "Baby. So angry. So fierce," I cooed, and present Dumbledore slipped out a barely restrained chuckle. "Hogwarts," Dumbledore went on, as though he had not heard Tom's last words, "is a school for people with special abilities. I'm not mad. I know that you are not mad. Hogwarts is not a school for mad people. It is a school of magic." There was silence. Tom had frozen, his face expressionless, but his eyes were flickering back and forth between each of Dumbledore's, as though trying to catch one of them lying. "Magic," he repeated in a whisper. "That's right," said Dumbledore. It's magic, what I can do." "What is it that you can do?" "All sorts," breathed Tom. A flush of excitement was rising up his neck into his hollow cheeks, he looked fevered. "I can make things move without touching them. I can make animals do what I want them to do, without training them. I can make bad things happen to people who annoy me. I can make them hurt if I want to." His legs were trembling. He stumbled forward and sat down on the bed again, staring at his hands, his head bowed as though in prayer. "I knew I was different," he whispered to his own quivering fingers. "I knew I was special. Always, I knew there was something." "Well, you were quite right," said Dumbledore, who was no longer smiling, but watching Tom intently. "You are a wizard." Tom lifted his head. His face lit up. There was a wild happiness upon it. I squealed, I wanna pinch those cheekies so bad. Present Dumbledore started to cough. Are you a wizard too? Yes, I am. Prove it, said Tom at once, in the same commanding tone he had used when he had said, tell the truth. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. If, as I take it, you are accepting your place at Hogwarts. Of course I am. Then you will address me as Professor or Sir. Tom's expression hardened for the most fleeting moment before he said, in a charmingly polite voice, I'm sorry, sir. I meant please, Professor, could you show me? Dumbledore drew his wand from an inside pocket of his suit jacket, pointed it at the shabby wardrobe in the corner, and gave the wand a casual flick. The wardrobe burst into flames. Tom jumped to his feet, he rounded on Dumbledore, the flames vanished, leaving the wardrobe completely undamaged. Tom stared from the wardrobe to Dumbledore, then, his expression greedy, he pointed at the wand. Where can I get one of them? One of them, I whispered with utter delight. Oh, his grammar wasn't perfect yet. This is so friggin' cute. All in good time, said Dumbledore. I think there is something trying to get out of your wardrobe. And sure enough, a faint rattling could be heard from inside it. For the first time, Tom looked frightened. Open the door, said Dumbledore. Tom hesitated, then crossed the room and threw open the wardrobe door. On the topmost shelf, above a rail of threadbare clothes, a small cardboard box was shaking and rattling as though there were several frantic mice trapped inside it. Take it out, said Dumbledore. Tom took down the quaking box. He looked unnerved. Is there anything in that box that you ought not to have? Asked Dumbledore. Tom threw Dumbledore a long, clear, calculating look. Yes, I suppose so, sir, he said finally, in an expressionless voice. Open it, said Dumbledore. Tom took off the lid and tipped the contents onto his bed without looking at them. Rosie, who had expected something much more exciting, saw a mess of small, everyday objects, a yo-yo, a silver thimble, and a tarnished mouth organ among them. Once free of the box, they stopped quivering and lay quite still upon the thin blankets. You will return them to their owners with your apologies, said Dumbledore calmly, putting his wand back into his jacket. I shall know whether it has been done. And be warned, thieving is not tolerated at Hogwarts. Tom did not look remotely abashed, he was still staring coldly and appraisingly at Dumbledore. At last he said in a colourless voice, Yes, sir. At Hogwarts, Dumbledore went on, we teach you not only to use magic, but to control it. You have inadvertently, I am sure, been using your powers in a way that is neither taught nor tolerated at our school. You are not the first, nor will you be the last, to allow your magic to run away with you. But you should know that Hogwarts can expel students, and the Ministry of Magic, yes, there is a ministry, will punish lawbreakers still more severely. All new wizards must accept that, in entering our world, they abide by our laws. Yes, sir, said Tom again. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, his face remained quite blank as he put the little cache of stolen objects back into the cardboard box. When he had finished, he turned to Dumbledore and said baldly, I haven't got any money. That is easily remedied, said Dumbledore, drawing a leather money pouch from his pocket. There is a fund at Hogwarts for those who require assistance to buy books and robes. You might have to buy some of your spellbooks and so on second-hand, but... Where do you buy spellbooks? Interrupted Tom, who had taken the heavy money bag without thanking Dumbledore, and was now examining a galleon. In Diagon Alley, said Dumbledore. I have your list of books and school equipment with me. I can help you find everything. You're coming with me? Asked Tom, looking up sharply. Certainly, if you... I don't need you, dismissed Tom. I'm used to doing things for myself, I go round London on my own all the time. How do you get to this Diagon Alley, sir? He added, catching Dumbledore's eye. The alarm rang through, and we pulled ourselves out of the memory. I had a deliriously giddy smile on my face. That was amazing. He's so sassy. I am so happy. Oh my golly gosh. Can you give me a copy of that memory? Do you have a pensieve? Dumbledore inquired. I'm getting one commissioned right now. It should be at the village by Christmas, I said cheerfully. Please, please. I would be delighted to, he said. Yay. All that's left is figuring out how to take pictures of memories in a pensieve. That would be an interesting endeavor to take. It would require exceptional charm work to extract key memories, and a clever use of potions to apply those memories in the photography solution, said Dumbledore. I wiggled my eyebrows. Wanna work on it together? If only I had the time, he said regretfully. I would love to know how you progress on it. Will do. Asterisk. My next trip to visit Tom, I was soaring on clouds. Memories of his cute baby face and adorable accent and slang repeating in my head. I couldn't stop smiling. Tom noticed my excellent mood. He raised an eyebrow. What's got you so happy? You, I said unabashedly. Gosh, I love you. Thank you. And I totally saw the equivalent of your cute little naked baby butt. I do not have a baby butt, he defended hotly, immediately offended. No, no. Not your present butt, which is very nice and not at all baby-like, but your past cute little squishy cheekies, I squealed. He stared at me. My? No. Yes. No, he groaned, burying his face with his hands. Dumbledore is showing you memories of me, isn't he? He is. You were so cute, oh my gosh. Which years? He asked anxiously. The first time you met, I cooed. You were so defensive. Like a puffed up baby chick. His cheeks turned red. That eye rosy. So cute. So cute, I gushed, rushing over and hugging him tightly. Stop it. Get those memories out of your head, he griped. Never, I giggled. I only wish I could have grown up beside you. I would have hugged you every day. Still considerably red-faced from embarrassment, Tom returned my hug. Petulantly, he muttered, I was not cute. I was well presented. You were cute. Well presented. Outrageously adorable. He clicked his tongue. Asterisk. Bucket list completed. 63 If Slughorn comes to Hogwarts, get into his fancy-pantsy club.